Chapter 141. Detecting the terrifying magical fluctuations of the forbidden spell, Xia Xianhui, who was the first to arrive at the scene, looked around and saw only a tragic scene on both sides of the canal. The river channel several miles in front, and behind was frozen into a glacier. The skeleton golems were washed everywhere by the ice and snow. The transport ship that was washed onto the glacier was completely smashed by the sharp ice, and a bunch of lifelike vampire stone statues were broken on the ice walls on both sides. What's going on? I detected that someone released a forbidden spell. It glided across the glacier like a big bat, flew to Soren's side and asked, "Did you see the culprit?" I. Sauron, wearing a crescent moon suit, opened his mouth, put his hands into his sleeves, and used his sleeves to cover the condensed soul ball extracted from the Blood Knight's body. "I just came here, and I didn't see anything." So the crescent moon nodded, and was taken away. "It seems that something has released a forbidden spell of water. I haven't received any application for magic experiments nearby. I don't know if the experiment failed or something like Warcraft and demons got in." "Yes." Sauron squinted under his mask. I pick up the scattered goods. Maybe I can find some information." The waning moon also nodded in a friendly manner. "Thank you for your help." As soon as he said these two words, a large number of waning moons flashed across the sky, like a large group of crows attracted by rotten meat, landing on the glacier one by one. "What's wrong?" "What's wrong?" "Someone is using a forbidden spell." "Did you see the perpetrator?" "I didn't know what happened." "Is it a water-attributed forbidden spell?" There was a lot of noise. Fuck, the police were so fast. It took less than 3 minutes, and 30 or 40 downward spiral moons jumped over. It was too much. I was scared to death. Sauron shrank his neck and sweated. He had just used Medusa's breath to petrify and kill the remaining Blood Knights, and the downward spiral moon was alarmed for inspection. And from the words of a group of mages around, they were all attracted by the triggered forbidden spell. It was only when they arrived at the scene that they confirmed that it was an accident caused by the water-attributed forbidden spell. It seems that it doesn't matter how large the range of general magic is, but once the forbidden spell is used, it will definitely attract these magic police. I guess there is some kind of monitoring and response mechanism. Nonsense, after all, it is a forbidden spell. Although the reaction is fast, other aspects are really a bit stupid. However, it doesn't mean that you don't need to use it just because the lower crescent moon will come to find you for using the forbidden spell. To put it simply and bluntly, sometimes you have to use the forbidden spell because the low-level magic can't cause enough damage to the high-level soldiers. For example, most of the low-level magic in this world does not directly cause damage with magic power, but uses magic power to call upon the natural effects of water, fire, earth, and wind to create damage. In this way, most physical resistance armor and magic protection can effectively deal with it. In addition, there is a rather mysterious setting such as magic resistance. According to Soren's understanding, the physical effect of the mixed magic of the sky ice cone and the raging sea ice sea is like the power of a glacier avalanche on white land, which is enough to cover and kill this legion. Of course, if it was just a human army, it could be defeated in one blow. However, it was his first time to use it. Judging from the actual effect, most of the Blood Knights, at least hundreds of them, could still withstand the avalanche-level map damage and fluttered their wings to counterattack. In the end, he had to use Medusa's breath, a forbidden spell that directly pulled out the soul, to finish it off. And Soren also felt that his mental power and magic power were a bit heavy. After using it himself, he realized that the magic consumption of each additional unit of soul would increase, so even Medusa's breath had its limitations, and he was not strong enough to squander his mana on the miscellaneous soldiers. In summary, this time Soren used a big magic plus a forbidden spell to attack, but the actual record was only a half-strength army. Compared with the last time in the Land of Sand, the magicians of the same team carefully planned the big magic to destroy the army. The killing efficiency was very low. Therefore, the power of a single magician is actually limited in an unprepared contact war. On the real battlefield, it should be seen which side's magician can more efficiently project limited high-level magic damage to the opponent's limited elite soldiers. The low and medium-level soldiers with a certain degree of magic resistance, even if they are used as cannon fodder to consume the opponent's magic output, still have a certain value. This is good news. At least it proves that no matter how powerful the magic elites in this world are, they are not exaggerated to the point of being able to fight 1 against 100, but can fight 5,000 at a time. But that's all. Then as long as mortals have 10,000, 100,000, 1,000,000, countless people together, there is still hope to defeat the rule of magicians. If the strength difference is not to the point of complete despair, then there is still hope. Soren walked around openly under the eyes of a group of noisy waning moons, confirming the results of the battle while disposing of the petrified corpses of the vampires, who might expose the forbidden spells he used, mixed with the surrounding gargoyles. He also casually joined the discussion of the waning moons and made suggestions. I think this area should be blocked off. Yes, it should be blocked off. Yes, it should be blocked off. It won't be wrong to block it off first. Then, while they were busying themselves, Soren directly used the magic fist of power, the magic arms whose power increased with the user's magic power, to pick up the container that fell between the glaciers, and used Guan Haifa's virtual flash to throw the container containing the gargoyle army into Guan Haifa's lair in Hueco Mundo. Then he repeated the same trick, transferred from Guan Haifa's lair, and used the coordinates of the teleportation magic circle to teleport directly to the teleportation gate of the club's dock area. During the whole process, no waning moon came to check what he was doing, so the first batch of goods was snatched away. No, seriously, is it really okay to leave the security of the Empire to these single-threaded idiots? Forget it. It's good to get it, and then go to trick the other two. The goods were not delivered to the dock. We lost contact with the escort team. They were probably robbed halfway. Now the incident area is surrounded by waning moon. It is said that someone used forbidden water magic. In the furnace factory, Mayuli listened to the report of the Blood Guard with a gloomy face and said nothing. The Blood Knight gritted his teeth and said, the forbidden spell of water may have been cast by Countess Sorg, but we have repeatedly confirmed that she has been in Icenlian Manor and has not left. The other intermediate magicians who followed the army to the Sand Country were not near the accident site, unless someone used virtual flash to teleport there, but teleported there, cast a forbidden spell to kill my legion, and then robbed the batch of goods under the nose of the waning moon and ran away. Mayuli smiled. Who do you think our opponent is? A midterm magic apprentice or an elven god? You have a rich imagination. Go to the gate, and don't let the workers make a fuss. After sending away the Blood Knight, the black-robed wizard suppressed his anger, and returned to the lounge with a smile on his face. Sijin and Soren were lying on the table writing something. Oh my, you are so calm. Do you know what good news I just got? The witch came over to check, but she was just copying the magic book in a very ordinary way. The cunning little girl said that she was just reviewing knowledge for the midterm exam, and copying is good for memory. Although Mayuli didn't believe a word of it, the magician was sure that Zijin was planning something, but she really couldn't see any problem. It was just copying books. After all, being locked up here for 3 or 4 days was really boring, so Soren joined in after watching for a while. It's just that his handwriting was like a dog's, and he dozed off in his notebook after copying a few pages, which greatly shook Mayuli's confidence in her doubts. What news? Have you eaten? Xiong ignored her, and Soren, who was drooling from sleep, looked up and asked in a daze. Mayuli stared at this guy with mixed emotions. How did he cause so much trouble? Our goods may have been robbed. No, definitely. Yes, your goods were robbed. Xiong stopped writing, looked at Soren who seemed to have not reacted yet, and then looked at the female wizard. Do you think it was us? Mayuli smiled. No, now you are the only ones who are definitely not the ones who robbed the goods. You don't have to break the agreement when the goods have just left the factory and have not yet arrived at the dock for delivery. There was no way they knew we would raid in advance. It was a raid launched by Narim out of vigilance. Even if you learned about the raid by some means and prepared, it is unreasonable to sacrifice 7,000 wings for a show. At least, you could have hidden the fact that you made an extra batch of goods, and there was no need to assemble them in the logistics area for us to smash. What's more, the contract did not reflect your oath. Mayuli unfolded the contract and took another look before continuing to analyze, because we launched the raid 1 day in advance this time, in order to accurately ambush my legion and snatch the goods. At least we prepared the ambush site and magic ceremony in advance, and used forbidden spells. At least it was a large ceremony with multiple magicians working together. Without prior preparation, only the level of Lich Gods can cast forbidden spells instantly, and they certainly cannot do it themselves. The most likely scenario is that we have run into the plans of other forces. There is another force that has not signed an agreement with you, and it intends to rob the goods on the way from the factory to the dock. This caused our army to run into their ambush. In fact, Narim had considered this possibility before, so he specially dispatched elite Blood Knights with experience in frontal battlefields to escort, and considering the environment of the canal and the dock, he also provided all guards with additional water magic protection, but he didn't expect that the other party would be so cruel and directly use forbidden spells. Oh, so that's how it is. Sauron also nodded in sudden realization. Xiong couldn't help but glance at him and asked, Are you sure it's a forbidden spell? Wouldn't that attract the attention of the waning moon? Mayuli also tried hard to force a smile. Yes, that's what I'm wondering about. Without using some powerful forbidden spell, it's impossible to destroy my entire army escorting the goods. But what kind of water-based forbidden spell can destroy an army with protective magic? Moreover, how could they have robbed the goods and evacuated before the waning moon arrived? Miss Essel, you are quite smart. Why don't you give me some advice? Is there any force that fits my description, has the powerful combat power to ambush an entire legion, and also knows the goods in your hands, and has not signed a contract? Xiong looked at her for a while. What else? The conversation should have been carried out at this point. Why should I help you with this part? Mayuli smiled and nodded, and took out a notebook from her bosom. Soren frowned. How could she hide so many things in her chest, when she didn't even wear underwear? This is my potion notebook. I know the formula and experience of making medicine. I don't think I need to explain more. There is no way back now. Mayuli put the notebook in front of Zijin. Besides, you have completed the contract with us after all. Only by helping us to get the goods back can the transaction between the company and the fighting faction continue, right? There are still 20 million. Xiong frowned and thought for a while. Are you sure the goods were stolen and the attackers evacuated? The female magician was stunned. What do you mean? Xiong thought, from your speculation just now, even the identity of the attacker and the magic used in the attack are uncertain. There should be no survivors, right? Then how can you be sure that the goods were indeed stolen? The female magician was silent for a while. I lost contact with the defense corps, and the waning moon also blocked the accident site. Xiong looked at her. So a forbidden spell was indeed used. But you are not really sure whether there is a third party attacking, and whether they've already got the goods. You have been with us all the time, so you only heard this news from your men, right? Mayuli stared at her. What do you want to say? Xiong lowered his head and began to copy the book. I won't say any more nonsense. First, if the forbidden spell is used, it will definitely attract the attention of the waning moon and seal off the scene. The force that annihilated a large group of people will not be able to withdraw from their eyes so easily. The waning moon will not come to rob your goods. They are responsible for maintaining law and order. They must arrest and find the perpetrators who use forbidden spells casually. So have they been caught? So whether this attack really happened, whether someone really annihilated your army, and whether someone really stole your goods, you don't know. You can only rely on your subordinates outside to report to you. I can't see with my own eyes what the real situation is like at the scene. Second, do you trust your new subordinates? These inherited from the master? Mayuli's face changed and sneered. Are you implying that the master of the fighting faction stole the goods and faked the ambush scene? Oh, don't waste your energy. Of course I believe in their loyalty. The heir's magic contract holds the absolute power of life and death over the slaves. Xiong nodded. I know. Just like you believe in the 4 who died in the house, the same meaning. The smile on Mayuri's face disappeared, and she sat down with a gloomy face and fell into deep thought. So, the goods are still in the hands of the militant faction? Sauron frowned and hesitated to speak. Xiong rolled his eyes at him. I didn't say that, but it's much easier to arrange a disguised ambush than to ambush a legion with a real forbidden spell. After all, you just said that you have to really get this trump card and win the flag officer for Grimjow before you can sit firmly on the position of heir, right? Then that pisser Blue actually still has a chance, right? The wizard's face gradually turned pale. Just like she said, for such things, no real evidence is needed, just suspicion is enough. Zijin's mouth is getting more and more powerful. Soren was speechless. If he hadn't been in the dock warehouse, accompanying the people sent by the Technology Development Bureau to check the goods, he would have almost believed that the Wings and the Gargoyle Corps were still in the hands of the fighting faction. There was a little problem. Not far away, Policius crouched down and exchanged the signed contract with a little girl who looked like a bean, with curly blonde hair rolled up like a conch. But we handled it urgently and finally minimized the loss, so we delivered it ahead of schedule. Of course, if you request, we can assemble the parts and deliver them one day later. Thank you for your kindness, Sir Armstrong. We have also heard about the small problem you mentioned. I never thought that Sir Naram would betray again. It doesn't matter. Just count the delivery. We will ship the goods to the Technology Development Bureau for assembly as soon as possible. Let me see, 1/3 of the deposit, right? The little girl checked the scroll and reached into her bag to grab a hen. Feifei, lay an egg. The hen screamed and laid a golden egg. Pollux frowned, staring at the golden egg held by the girl. Miss Christine, what is this? Oh, it's a golden chicken egg. The cooperative workshop of the Technology Development Bureau was attacked recently, and there are a lot of bad debts. We were a bit caught off guard, but the contract can still be abided by. Christine raised the golden egg and shouted, "Treasure worth 10 million crystals." Then she smashed the golden egg on the ground, exploding into a sky full of gold dust. After a bright golden lightning, a huge golden mountain appeared on the ground. Crystals, gold, gems, like fountains gushing out of the ground, soared up. This horrific scene of jewels and gems was simply shocking. Soren jumped behind Pollux, and the two of them stared at the hen that Christine held in her arms. There weren't many guards accompanying this little girl otherwise. Feifei is the last golden chicken in the world. In fact, she can't really lay golden eggs, but her stomach has a special magical property of a treasure house, so she was hunted by fools who didn't know the truth and is on the verge of extinction. This time, we just borrowed her temporarily to transfer the materials of the Technology Development Bureau. By the way, you should be able to make a lot of cash this time, right? Do you want to consider raising Feifei? Just feed her 200 crystals for each meal, and she will be full. Christine touched the listless hen in her arms, and seemed to feel a little distressed. Not interested, thank you. Fuck, it turns out that it is just eating, pooping, and eating again. What's the point of it? Isn't it just a hen's wallet? Christine looked at Soren curiously, and said to Polyjus, "Huh? Sir Armstrong, your woven puppet can talk. Are you good at alchemy? But this outfit looks like the waning moons." "Ah, oh, ha ha ha, yes, it can talk, ha ha ha, I bought it from another battlefield lich, ha ha ha, put all the money away." Lucius glared at Soren and waved his hand. The golems and puppets he brought came over with shovels in hand, shoveling piles of gold coins and gems, like shoveling shit, and throwing them into the skeleton carriage. By the way, this carriage was made by Zygen before, and it has a space extension spell like Klein's pot in effect, so it can barely accommodate this magnificent treasure mountain. In order to avoid being exposed, Soren had no choice but to pretend to be a puppet, swaying with a shovel, shoveling gold like dirt. On the other side, there were also staff from the Technology Development Bureau, who lifted the gargoyle core containers that had been counted and moved them to the large warehouse at the dock. And the trade representatives of both parties, Pollux and Christine, who easily reached a big deal for the company and the Technology Development Bureau, were right next to the treasure mountain, enjoying the beautiful sunset, chatting, beaming with joy, talking and laughing. The air was filled with a foul smell. Ugh. Chapter 142. It was not only Soren and his company that were disrupted by Naram's surprise attack, but also the forces of the Harabel faction and the Dalen faction. The Dalen faction was in the worst situation. It was originally a multi-party alliance, but the military advisor, who was originally responsible for the overall coordination, directly rebelled and sold a bunch of contacts. After the managers of the guilds and businesses, who actually handled the affairs, were also attacked and assassinated, the entire alliance was paralyzed. Although they relied on the support of the reformists and the strong support of the Technology Development Bureau, they urgently transferred cash and paid the deposit to complete the contract. But the Gargoyle army they bought was ultimately a trump card for White Robe Dalen. The reformists gritted their teeth and paid so much money, so the moderates had to organize their own people for protection. As expected, the moderates were not strong enough. Not to mention the urgent transfer of goods, they did not even have enough defense forces to put together. All they could organize at the moment were the private soldiers brought by a few apprentices, which totaled less than 200 people. After all, Naram was in charge of raising secret armed forces before, so where could they find trustworthy mercenaries in a short period of time? We can't let the royal party send people to guard such a crucial trump card, right? So a few clever people came up with a brilliant idea when they saw the golem soldiers that Pollux brought to shovel shit. No shovel gold. They actually proposed to borrow the guard sent by the company to defend the warehouse. After all, with so many parties fighting and even the commander can suddenly turn against him and defect, only the company that trades honestly and abides by the contract can bring a little warmth between people, besides cunning and deception, and can still be trusted and relied on. Then, for Christine's sake, Pollux reluctantly agreed, and sent his talking advanced weaving puppet with golem soldiers to help. The moderates guard the warehouse. Should I go buy a lottery ticket? Sauron was a little confused. This batch of goods changed hands for a long time, and it was actually under his nose again. Now it's a bit troublesome. According to the original plan, after confirming the warehouse of the moderates, he sent his 4 kings to launch a feint attack to cause chaos in the warehouse, and then try to steal the goods in the chaos. But he can't just keep the company and steal now, right? Just make it through tonight. Sauron turned his head and eavesdropped on the discussion of 2 red-robed midterm mages, who were urgently sent not far away, reinforcements will be dispatched tomorrow morning. No matter how crazy the people of Naram are, they can't directly challenge the alliance of several families to grab the goods. But doesn't that mean it will be very dangerous tonight? There are so many private soldiers of the militant and conservative factions. What if they come to attack? Attack the dock? Will the garrison at the dock sit back and watch? It's okay. If things don't go well, let the puppets of the southern faction block us. We would draw first. The reformists have sent people to take over the city gates. The nobles' troops outside the city can't get in, so the goods can't be lost. Well, the southern faction, that's probably what the Imperial Capital Circle calls Soren's small group. But there are really many smart people in the reformists. Although they were temporarily trapped by Naram and had no soldiers to send, they concentrated their limited forces and sent them to block the city gates as soon as the contract was completed. In this way, the legion advantages of the fighting faction and the conservative nobles were restricted outside the city. And this kind of under-the-table contest is impossible to really tear the face off and attack the city, so the only ones who can be mobilized are the private soldiers in the city, and the dock area has the dock guards to borrow, so the attackers no longer have a military advantage. Wait until tomorrow, send the people gathered by the Dalong faction to guard the goods, and naturally no one can shake their victory. And even if someone is really willing to take the risk and steal the goods from the warehouse at the dock, if they can't send them out of the city, they can't hide them for long. Wait for the Dalong faction's troops to gather together, and they can always find the goods before the election begins. So what is Soren's countermeasure? To be honest, there is no countermeasure. When he just snatched the goods from the militant faction and chose one party to deliver the goods, he sent a notice to both the conservatives and the moderates at the same time. It turned out that the moderates had the support of the reformists and responded earlier that they could pay, so Soren chose to trade with them first. The conservatives responded a little late, but it didn't matter. Soren and his team had already planned to attack the dock. As long as they could successfully snatch the goods tonight and hand them over to the conservatives, it would be fine. After that, whether the conservatives can transport the goods out of the city or not is up to fate. However, if they can successfully steal the goods tonight, the 3 magic trading contracts can be completed, and the company's interests will at least be maximized. How the election will go in the future depends entirely on Anubis' luck and operation. Of course, Soren doesn't know about other people's plans and actions. All he can think about now is waiting for the right time to act. When his 4 kings come to attack the dock area, make a big noise, so that his southern guards may have a chance to leave the warehouse and stay out of it, so as to avoid the loss of this batch of goods under their supervision, and cause a lot of trouble. This opportunity soon arrived as planned. There's fighting in the city again. There are people attacking everywhere. It's a diversion. There must be only one target in the city, and that's here. The guards are out on alert. Anyone who dares to get close will be killed. Sauron immediately mixed in with the puppet soldiers and went out. According to the magician's requirements, they were evenly distributed in the nearby dock warehouse area to avoid a group of guards gathering in one place to indicate the target to the attackers. The owner of the weapons store is still experienced. It's too difficult to steal the goods by attacking the dock area. He is not a fool. It seems that being able to plan to this point is the limit. In the end, it depends on Sauron to use his big moves and fight with his fists to grab it. Boom! A violent explosion resounded throughout the area, followed by various hail, lightning, fireballs, hurricanes, and rock spikes. From a distance, it can be seen that a small part of the warehouse in the dock area was directly razed to the ground. The firepower was amazing. What the hell? What's going on? Are those 4 girls so sharp? Soren was also a little confused. While the moderates around him didn't react, he jumped directly to the war zone and approached to confirm the situation. However, he couldn't figure out what was going on after confirming it for a long time. Because the scene was so chaotic, at a glance there were 30 or 40 wizards. Well, they should all be humans, no liches, divided into 3 waves, madly throwing destructive magic at each other. In the middle of the battlefield covered by crossfire, a team of Death Knights squatted on the ground and trembled with their heads in their hands. It can be seen that they are probably the Death Knight patrol responsible for guarding the dock area today. However, just as they approached the dock and walked to an open terrain that was very suitable for attacking, they were covered by the crossfire of 3 waves of forces at the same time. It was really a dog shit. Sauron couldn't help but want to cover his face and mourn for them. Death Knights have no human rights. Well, it seems that not only their company wants to grab the dock today, but everyone wants to grab it. Of course, Soren did not leak his transaction information, so it is estimated that the leak was made by the moderate party of the transaction. Perhaps Naram still left a backup or spy on the side of the United Party, and immediately attacked after receiving the information. The reaction was outrageous. As for the other two groups, there may be backup support arranged by the reformists, or there may be conservative forces, or even the royal party or Anubis. But obviously no one will admit it, because they all came prepared. Everyone, yes, all the spellcasters, wore black clothes and masks, disguised as the waning moon. It seems that everyone knows that the waning moon suit can block magic detection, and probably also knows that the waning moon is stupid and can disguise itself as its teammates who arrive first and slip away after committing a crime. So there is this embarrassing situation of the magic police holding a fireworks party at the dock. This outfit is really a must-have for home travel, murder and robbery. So Soren simply found a container to sit in, and watched a group of waning moons fighting with magic. This is a good opportunity to learn magic. After all, the elite team's raid must use effective spells summarized from combat experience. Indeed, there is nothing fancy, just a few magics over and over again. Fire magic, various fireballs, fire walls, rockets and explosive fire magic. Only the appearance, range and intensity of the magic particle stream emitted are slightly different, and the killing radius of the explosion is also slightly different. From the perspective of magic level, the spells used are not very powerful. Soren understood after watching for a while. If the fire element ion group gathered by the wizard is larger and more powerful, the more mental power is needed to maintain the stability of the spell. When it is launched, the speed will be slower. In this way, opponents of the same level will have enough time to sense the incoming magic and dodge and defend. Even the more powerful ones can interfere with your magic control remotely, causing the big fireball to explode prematurely, and almost no effective killing. If you give up the power and pursue the speed of magic, even if the rocket hits the opponent, it may not be able to penetrate the black wizard robe of the waning moon. Of course, the Death Knights in the center of the battlefield couldn't withstand so many fire bombs, and most of them were killed by the repeated explosions. In short, such simple fire magic seems to be useless, and it is obviously not suitable for damage output in such a small team battle of mages. It should be more of a casual fire cover, in addition to forcing people to move, destroying the terrain and making a noise. Perhaps the three forces are also tacitly making things bigger to attract the attention of other guards in the dock area, and cover up the actions of other assault forces. Earth-based, very uniform stone wall magic. Interestingly, the stone walls drawn by these three waves of mages are all of the same style. The length, width, height, and strength of the unit wall are exactly the same, but the scale and direction are different. When Pollux was on the expedition to the Kingdom of Sand, he was responsible for building military camps, fortresses and fortifications, and he also used the same stone wall magic. If Soren guessed correctly, this was probably the uniform standard magic of the regular legion of the Empire, and the magic structure of the stone wall built by those battlefield liches was very dense and stable, which could effectively isolate flames, resist various magic ion sputtering and overpressure air waves, and absorb the shock wave of the explosion. In short, it is to pursue the cost-effectiveness of magic power while achieving basic defensive effects. Water-based or ice-based magic is strange that no one uses it. Obviously, there is a river near the dock area, and there is sufficient water magic power to borrow, but no one uses it. There may be some reason, but Sauron can't figure it out for a while. For the time being, he can only speculate that it is not very efficient to use magic power to control water, and then convert it into damage. Wind-based magic is the wind cannon, which is a very powerful means. The firing speed of the wind cannon is far faster than the projection of fire magic, and it is also faster than the condensation speed of the stone wall. Although it can only cause effective killing at a single point, basically the unlucky people who are hit are directly swept to pieces by the wind cannon, and even if they can be treated with healing fluid and scrolls for emergency treatment, the broken limbs cannot be regenerated, and needless to say, if the brain stem, heart, and a large number of internal organs are seriously damaged and die, Krypton gold and medicine can't pull them back. It is a common method used by magicians to attack each other. The basic spells of the four elements of water, fire, earth, and wind are roughly these. It can be seen that the moves used by the battle magicians of the Empire have become homogenized, and are almost similar to the optimal solution of the current version. There are only a few other personal skills, such as some magic-breaking spells, poisonous cloud spells of various colors, clones, illusions, various types of curses and guards, and other auxiliary magics. Oh, and the lower-level magic shackles of the death prison, the black chains similar to curse magic. During the time that Soren watched from afar, the deaths that occurred in the three magic battles were all similar. Someone was forced to move, or accidentally exposed to others' vision, and then was tied up by black chains. If there were no teammates around to support him in time to untie him, then a bunch of wind cannons would sweep over in the next second, blasting the locked humanoid into pieces of meat. The magic power consumption of the wind cannon should also be quite large. Basically, only when someone is locked by black chains will a group of people smash the wind cannon to kill people. In other cases, they might just throw some fireballs and rockets to cover up the situation. It can be seen that the three attackers may be considering combat efficiency or hiding their identities, and they are all using the same standard magic combat process, just like a daily exercise. While watching the show fascinatedly, Soren suddenly felt his sleeve being pulled. When he came to his senses, he found that the robe on his lower body and right arm was locked by 2 or 3 black chains emitting dark red blood light. The magic circuits of most of his body were seriously disturbed, and his body tied up by iron chains could not move at all. And from the corner of his eyes, he could see purple lights of high-energy wind elements flashing in 3 directions in the distance. Oh, it turns out that he had been noticed by others while watching the show, and the clown turned out to be me. But Sauron had been hit by this trick many times, so he was prepared. He used his left hand wrapped with the Merovingian flag to wipe the chains and threw them away. Then, he casually raised his left arm and blocked the 3 dazzling purple starlights. The next moment, he saw 3 wind cannons hit his left arm, but only 3 cuts were made on the black robe, and the wind cannons with huge magic power were directly deflected and blocked by the king's flag on his left arm, cutting the containers beside Soren into tofu cubes one by one. As expected, the white robe imitated the texture of the king's flag. This white magic fabric is immune to magic, and Soren can directly see the trajectory of magic, so you mages are still jumping in front of him, right? For a moment, the docks where the 3 parties were fighting were stunned by Soren, the poor immortal. However, in order to avoid being beaten up by the public outrage, Soren jumped into the air for safety. In the state of slow and accelerated free fall, he stretched out his index fingers and thumbs to form a rectangular frame, encircling the battlefield where the 3 parties had just fought. He didn't want to use the forbidden spell to clear the field so early, but 3 waves of people suddenly appeared. So many mages fighting in a group, the variables were too great. Soren himself actually knew that he was just gifted with magic power so strong that he could use the forbidden spell at will, but if you really let him take 2 big magics, he would definitely not be able to hold on. Therefore, a frontal war of attrition cannot be fought at all. Since they have been discovered, they can only use their ultimate move right away. Earth Element Slash. The 4 magic elements gathered by the 3 wizards and filled the area near the dock were ignited and detonated in an instant. Silently flashing in bright light, a huge mushroom cloud rose slowly, and the air and smoke near the projection point of the explosion center were dispersed by the intense heat pressure. The explosive air wave directly destroyed the vertical and horizontal stone walls, and instantly blew the human figures into charcoal slag. Of course, Soren didn't actually see the scene. He casually used the Earth Element Slash that he had learned from Pollux, and then used the virtual dodge to evade into Guan Haifa's lair. Throwing a nuclear bomb, and then turning around and running away is really fucking exciting. This tactic must have been used by no one before, and I don't know why the liches in the Imperial capital don't care. Soren thought about it. Forget it, he couldn't figure out what those liches were thinking. He searched the garbage dump and found some healing medicine to drink, then opened the door again and walked out of the teleportation point in the dock area. The mushroom cloud can be seen from afar. Most of the Imperial capital was alarmed, and many people stopped to watch. Passers-by chatted and bet, guessing whether there was a production error in a workshop, a safety accident in a warehouse, a lich experimenting with new weapons, or a waning moon accidentally blew up the psychic tower again. No, it seems that you, the residents of the Imperial capital, are used to seeing mushroom clouds every day, right? Sauron wiped his cold sweat, jumped to the dock, and directly caught a lone waning moon and asked arrogantly, "What's going on? I detected the fluctuations of the forbidden spell. Have you found the culprit?" The other party spread his hands. "I just arrived, and I'm not sure what kind of magic it is." "What do you think?" Sauron pretended to confirm the situation around him. The area within a kilometer was razed to the ground. Fortunately, there was no survivor. Maybe it was the Earth Element Slash. Impossible. Who knew that the other party shook his head again and again. People who control the Earth Element Slash are registered, and they must sign a contract to ensure that they are not in a state of war. They can only be allowed into the city if they are not used in the city center. How could it be the Earth Element Slash? I think such a big explosion in the dock area might be caused by some kind of forbidden fire spell that ignited the truck carrying flammable and explosive dangerous goods. Sauron, you are right, you are smart. The lower crescent moon nodded with satisfaction, then turned to meet the other lower crescent moons that flashed over, and promoted its theory. Sauron shrugged, turned around and flashed to the warehouse of the moderates. Using the forbidden spell would attract the lower crescent moon, but not using the forbidden spell might mean death. After all, Soren is now without the protection of the dragon spear, and he is really timid. He has no confidence to fight so many experienced mages who have participated in battles for a long time. He can only cheat. No, he can only use forbidden spells to boost his courage. I hope everyone can understand him. Then, as soon as he landed, he saw the two red-robed mages of the moderate faction looking out of the warehouse. What happened? Such a large-scale explosion. And why are the golems borrowed from the southern faction ineffective? The spiritual base is burned. Such a strong magic vibration. Could it be that someone used the earth element slash? Huh? Where is the woven puppet dressed as the waning moon? Sometimes, it's better to be a little stupid, but I can't keep you here. Wind flying cannon. Sauron pulled it casually, cut the two red robes into 4 pieces, and walked directly into the warehouse. It was much simpler than expected. Soren did not expect that the moderates would be so unlucky that the goods were placed under his nose, and he did not expect that they only sent 2 red robes to guard. It's a trump card after all. Why are you so careless? Sauron was using the magic fist to lift the container, and was about to repeat the trick and transfer it to the conservatives through the virtual circle, but suddenly stopped the action, manipulated the magic fist to put the container down again, and circled around the container in doubt. There were marks on the container, and it was dented by the fall, but when he lifted it, Soren felt something was wrong, not the weight, but the center of gravity. He manipulated the magic fist to open the container door, and stared at the rows of gargoyles in the box. It was indeed a whole legion, but when were the wings installed? And it's really amazing. They are all ordinary Legion-style gargoyles. Fuck, I was fooled by the Technology Development Bureau. Chapter 143. Cold sweat oozed from Soren's back. When was the goods replaced? How was it replaced? Whose hands are they in now? He had no idea about any of these 3 questions. It's impossible, because the container was severely damaged during the robbery. Soren personally confirmed that the flying wings and gargoyle packaging inside were intact before delivery, and he was watching when the delivery site was counted, and then he went directly to the warehouse to assist in defense. He almost followed the goods in person throughout the whole process. If magic was used to steal the goods, it would be impossible to hide it from his magic eyes. What went wrong? Sauron's mind was spinning so fast that it was almost smoking. Resisting the urge to scream, he carefully checked the warehouse to confirm whether there were any secret passages, hidden doors, magic portals or other traces that were missed, but he found nothing. He could only go back to check the standard gargoyles in the container. They were indeed not made by Zygen, but just ordinary products. The trump card had indeed been replaced. If the goods were directly replaced in front of Soren with magic that he couldn't understand, then it was purely a knowledge crushing of magic. No matter how much Soren thought, it would be useless. But what if it wasn't done in front of him? Because if Soren recalls carefully, he did let the goods out of sight in 2 time periods. One was when he went out to confirm the attack just now, and the other was when the buyer delivered the goods and loaded them, and the chicken brought by Christine pulled out a pile of treasures, and he helped shovel the money and load the money. Wait, could it be that the chicken did it? Sauron is really confused now. He can't rush out now and grab Hua's apprentice to steal her hens. What's the use of snatching them? Force it to lay another egg? Calm down first, start with simple questions, and solve the problems layer by layer. The first question that Soren can answer is, yes, why not just steal the goods and leave an empty box, but replace it with a batch of ordinary gargoyles? The standard legion also needs 50,000 crystals, right? So it seems that the answer is clear. This batch of fakes was prepared in advance. It was a deliberate strategy of the moderates, no, the reformists, and it was definitely not some additional third-party force that intervened to steal the goods. From what Soren actually saw, there were at least 3 waves of people, and if we count his own side, there were 4 groups of people attacking the dock. If we don't consider the extreme situation where Soren, the jumping bug, attacks in the dark and uses forbidden spells to clear the field, the most likely scenario is that the things in the warehouse will be taken away in the end. No matter how many people the moderate reformists send to guard, they can't resist the siege of everyone, so it's better to replace this hot potato with fake goods. At that time, in the chaotic scene of the big fight, I'm afraid the attackers can only hastily confirm whether there are goods in the container, but they won't have time to confirm whether the goods are real. In this way, The attention of those who were staring at them would be drawn away, and the key trump card could be escaped. Soren tried to take a deep breath to keep his brain nourished, while carefully observing the batch of things in the container. His guess was confirmed. The things in the container were all ordinary mass-produced models, and only a few gargoyles on the outer layer had wings that were indeed extraordinary, with a large amount of wind magic energy condensed. They should be made by the alchemists of the Technology Development Bureau to fool people. To be honest, if the fighting faction had not picked up the goods a day in advance, the flying wings and gargoyles would not be assembled, and the camouflage army prepared in advance would have been flawed. The Technology Development Bureau's trick of replacing the real with the fake was really brilliant. Whoever snatched the fakes would have to bear the brunt of the pain and become the target of all forces. In this way, it is understandable that the warehouse guards of the moderate faction were not very concerned and even dared to directly ask Soren and his southern faction for the motive of borrowing soldiers to guard the warehouse. The fakes in the warehouse were originally bait, so the real ones should not have been hastily replaced when the attack occurred, but should have been transported away by some means when they were delivered for transfer. That would be troublesome. It took too long. It was already past midnight. Soren's eyelids began to twitch. When delivering the goods, his attention was really attracted by the hen and the gold mountain that was smashed out of the golden egg. Although he didn't know how the other party kept the outer box of the container and replaced the goods inside without anyone noticing. But in the world of magic, it might be possible. If the goods were just transferred to other warehouses in the dock area. No, someone must have attacked the dock tonight. This possibility is really low, and the risk is very high. It is unlikely. Then, the goods may have been sent out of the city. Yes, if, as the two red-robed wizards talked about, the reformists arranged their main forces to seize the city gate, not only to intercept the nobles' new forces entering the city, but also to receive the goods, then they may have smuggled the goods out of the city by now, and all other forces are still staring at the dock area without knowing anything, and they have to focus on searching the whole city. They can't react in 1 or 2 days. God knows where the reformists hid the goods. One is more sinister than the other. Sauron swallowed his saliva. There are too many talents in the reformists. They were tricked by Narim, and someone else showed up immediately. When they were at their wits' end, they came up with such a trick to escape. Even if Soren was playing tricks, he was caught off guard. What should we do now? Should we go to the city gate to rob the goods immediately? But we have wasted so much time. We have no idea whether the other party took the waterway or the landway, which way to leave the city, and where they are now, how to chase them. It's this warehouse. The goods are here. Suddenly, there was a sound of a large group of cavalry arriving. Soren quickly hid in the virtual circle and looked out through the gap. The attackers directly used a large fire magic to blow up the warehouse, and then the cavalry rushed into the fire. The leader. Hey, isn't this the pink blue? It's that box. Hurry up and drag it away. Send it to the ancestors. The pink blue, wearing a magic armor, rode on a white horse, proudly and heroically laughing. Ha ha ha. I was one step ahead. The heir of the fighting faction is mine. Sauron could only watch speechlessly as the Blood Knights threw chains and grappling hooks, tied up the container, and tried to drag it away by force. No, brother, you didn't even check it. Aren't you afraid that your ancestors would scatter all your ashes? Now, the fighting faction took the bait in one bite. No one paid attention to the real thing. Alas, the imperial capital is such a sinister place with unpredictable people. Perhaps only when the heir of a rival is such an innocent idiot can people feel a little warmth and relief. Get out of the way. What happened? Sauron and Blue looked up at the source of the sound and saw something with many legs falling from the sky. Then the shadow grew bigger and bigger, covering the despair on the faces of many Blood Knights. Oh, ah! Bang! With a sound, the huge monster smashed into the middle of the fire, covering the desperate screams of the knights, and smashed the burning warehouse to pieces. Sparks flew everywhere, and the smoke and fire cloud set the nearby warehouse area on fire. Then the thing's long legs moved, and it moved horizontally like a cockroach, rustling and swishing, and jumped into the canal and escaped. What the hell is that? Soren was also stunned, and couldn't help crawling out from the gap to look around. Only then did he see clearly that it was a ship. Catch the perpetrator. Stop the thief. Ah! Then a bunch of bone dragons, gargoyles, knights and carriages was past Soren's head, chasing after the big ship that was running for its life. What's going on? Sauron jumped to the side of the waning moon, who was obviously watching the show, and asked. Hey, a group of psychos drove a warship to blast open the warehouse door and rob the valuables warehouse. It seems that they got lost and are wandering around the dock. Ignore him. Do you have any clues about the forbidden spell just now? Sauron couldn't help rolling his eyes. The waning moon was taking advantage of the opportunity to fish. Alas, it was already this time, and I didn't know where the madman came from. He drove the pirate ship to the warehouse area to rob the goods without even looking at the map. Wait, that's the Eastern Star. Did it hit anyone just now? Claire leaned over the side of the ship and looked down. She seemed to see a bunch of people clinging to the bottom of the ship. Is this the time to worry about such trivial matters? Penny hugged the mast, jumped around, and used her claws to tear open the sails, roaring against the wind, "Hurry up! Speed up, scarred ant! If you call me that again!" Gadapita tore open the blouse, and the parasitic monster on half of his face stretched out flesh like synapses, injecting huge magic power into the magic circle, and the activated spiritual wind instantly filled the sails. "I will peel off your skin and make a scarf, ah!" The Eastern Star suddenly accelerated and rushed out. The Death Knight Yui at the stern stepped on the side of the ship to stabilize her body, drew her bow and arrow, and shot out a magic-breaking arrow, which shot down the knight, who was almost in front. There is a container being dragged down. It seems to have been hooked just now. It looks quite heavy. The female knight shot down the guards, who rushed up one after another with a string of arrows. Very good. There are more and more pursuers. Make 2 more circles. Attract the attention of the guards at the dock to facilitate the boss's work. I'm afraid they will use the magic just now to attack us. Such a big fireball looks so scary. Penny the lion jumped onto the front deck washboard. Go steer the ship, and make another circle. Claire gave the white lion a death stare, then used her strange strength to steer the ship, forcing the Eastern Star to drift almost 90 degrees, turning diagonally from the river to bypass the estuary, creating a large wave, splashing water all over the guards of both sides who were waiting for the transaction nearby. Of course, Reinhardt still sat under the umbrella that the maid had opened in time, drinking black tea elegantly. Miss Xing, can you really deliver the goods on time? Xing narrowed her eyes. Please rest assured, the situation is under our control, and the goods are on the way. Then the container tied with chains, and towed by chains at the stern of the Oriental Star also spun and rolled past them, and was then towed away by the warship that was speeding up. Xing stared at the marked container, his chin hanging open. It should be. It seems. The box that just rolled over was the cargo box. Heh, you're still joking at this point. Reinhardt sneered with grace. Looking at the pearl ring on his hand, the eye of Pistis did not change color. Oh, you're telling the truth. The 2 groups fell into an awkward silence. Then a large group of knights, carriages, flying dragons, and gargoyles roared past them. Stop that ship! Reinhardt and Xing. Didn't you hear me? Stop that ship! Reinhardt jumped up and roared. So the conservatives also joined the pursuit. Xing stood there speechlessly, watching the Eastern Star flying back and forth, jumping and hopping in the dock area, and a large group of pursuers following behind. Sauron rushed over and jumped beside her. Well, there is a little problem with our plan now. The maid glanced at him. Yes, I'm looking at that little problem. Sauron also wiped his sweat, watching his 4 kings driving the boats to make a fuss, which was enough to attract attention. But why did they drive the boats here? It's okay. The maid shrugged. Miss Shichiong's modified warship can at least make a fuss until dawn. Oh, it seems that the pursuers have started fighting among themselves, so there is no need to worry about them. I'm not worried about them. I'm worried about the boat. Forget it. Soren was helpless. The reformists changed the goods when they delivered them, and now they may have smuggled the trump card out of the city. Xing was stunned for a moment, temporarily withdrawing his attention from the farce at the dock, and confirmed the current situation with Soren. If they exchanged the goods while you were counting the cash, they may have been delivered to the outside of the city. I am afraid we will have to fight a hard battle to rob them. Should we notify Guilt and the Vanguard Army to start? According to the robbery plan B formulated at the beginning, the Vanguard Army armed forces summoned from all over the Empire had already ambushed outside the city as planned. To be on the safe side, Guilt also went out of the city to assist them. The power of the Vanguard can only be used once, so we have to let them disband and hide to avoid being hunted down. Soren hesitated. If we start outside the city now, and snatch the goods from the reformists to the conservatives to complete the contract, we won't have enough power to snatch the goods back from the conservatives to Anubis. It's already this time. If it doesn't work, just give up the contract with the conservatives. Just snatch it back, and give it directly to Anubis. The maid frowned. Soren shook his head. But if we don't use this opportunity and push the conservatives to Anubis' side, with only 1 card and no support from the forces, I don't know how much confidence the guy has in winning the election. Boom! Another explosion occurred in the distance. It was unknown whether it was a warship or a pursuer, and some warehouse was set on fire again. Let's find a way to deal with the problem here first. We have to get them out of here. The waning moon is gathering more and more. Xing frowned. Looking at the mini magic police gathered to watch the show, Soren was also a little surprised. Why don't they stop it? The maid sighed. Why should we stop it? The waning moon is eager to make a bigger fuss. Anyway, as long as the damage is not caused by forbidden spells, it can be repaired with magic. As long as the perpetrator can be caught, the perpetrator will be responsible for the repair of the damaged buildings, and additional fines can be imposed at will. So, if you don't want the company to lose all the deposits it just received. Damn, so insidious. Sauron thought for a moment. Go and smash the boxes. The gargoyles inside are all fake. As long as the things are exposed to the light, the various forces will react. Since we can't find the goods, why not let everyone look for them together? In addition, I will find a way to attract the waning moon away, and you quickly take those 4 idiots and run away. The maid was surprised. How are you going to attract the waning moon away? Soren shrugged and entered the Hueco Mundo. What other options were there? Not long after, the morning sun and the rising fireball lit up the night sky of the imperial capital. Being hit by 3 forbidden spells in one day was probably the only thing that had happened since the 3 wars. Now all the residents of the imperial capital knew that the nobles not only did not stop fighting and reconcile because of the recent banquet, but the fight became more and more intense, and it had reached a white-hot point. The guard golems throughout the city were activated, and there were patrolling mercenaries and knights everywhere. All forces were like frightened birds, constantly mobilizing forces to go in and out of the city to defend their estates and properties. Because everyone knows that the waning moon is not reliable at all. They don't care about public security at all. They only care about fines. After the 3rd attack, Sauron threw his shadow in Guan Haifa's nest and stayed out of the spotlight for the time being. In addition, he also found that if he maintained 2 bodies at the same time and kept using forbidden magic and magic eyes, it would really consume mental energy. It would be easy to be distracted when doing things and fall asleep due to fatigue. So he once again focused his attention on the furnace factory. Strictly speaking, Mayuri in black robes only trapped him and Zygen for a whole day before leaving with her men. After all, her position as the successor of the fighting faction was still hanging on this batch of goods, and she couldn't sit still when she heard about the battles and forbidden spells that broke out one after another. Of course, Soren would not be kind enough to tell the other party that the pink blue was probably stuck to the bottom of the Eastern Star and couldn't be taken off. He himself was now in an embarrassing dilemma. He was just grabbing this and that, but now his plan has failed and he can't go on. The day after tomorrow is the election of the Grand Council. Soren doesn't know whether Xing has successfully escaped with the 4 heavenly kings. He doesn't know where the key trump card to win is and who has it. He doesn't know whether he can successfully follow the plan and send Anubis to the throne. Fortunately, the situation has not yet developed to the point of desperation, and he can still rely on Zygen's wisdom. Mrs. Dell, the Prime Minister summoned you. It's over. Now I'm in a desperate situation. Sauron stared at the waning moon that came to pick him up with ill intentions. He wondered if the other party was real or not. Maybe some force was planning to attack Shichion again. He was always in contact with the nobles in the imperial capital, who were fickle and never told the truth. He had a crisis of trust in strangers. Don't be stupid. Shichion glared at the restless Soren, tore off a page of the notes in his hand, folded it, and stuffed the rest into his hand, probably just asking about the high-altitude flying wing. We talk about the rest later. This is... Oh! Soren understood. It's a new transcript. It turns out that what she copied in front of Mayuri just now was to make a transcript. Oh, Soren was just copying for fun. Anyway, it's finally done again. Now we can communicate the situation of all parties in time. Soren nodded and watched the waning moon take Zygen away from the range of the furnace factory. He tore off the paper on the transcript and sent a message to Gilt, Polygus, Xing and Sarasis with a bat. After thinking about it, he sent one to Scott as well. However, the communication of the paperback can only be carried out within the magic coverage of the spiritual tower, and it is unknown whether the other party can receive it. By the way, the real-time communication magic effect of the record book must also be effective in a place like the imperial capital. The paper pages he originally brought to the Sand Country soon ran out of magic power, and could not be used. This way there is still a chance, and several people will work together to find a solution. The most urgent thing is to find the lost goods first. As for how to rob, if it doesn't work, just rob it by force. The worst that can happen is that a shadow will die. Ahem, the hero of the Ant Lord Nell. Damn it! Someone behind his neck said okay, and Soren almost threw away the transcript. Matthew, don't always stand in my shadow and talk. Matthew, you're back from your honeymoon? Aren't you supposed to take a month off? The assassin Matthew scratched his head. I would like to stay in the hotel for 2 more days, but your reputation is too loud these days. You fought and made a scene. Not only did you ruin the ball for a mere maid, but you also frightened the nobles of the empire. Do you know how many people on the black market have placed orders for your head? I can't live in peace. By the way, is Miss Zygen okay? I heard you were trapped, so we all came to help. She was summoned by the Prime Minister just now, I heard. Sauron turned his head and saw Tim holding a breakfast basket and waving at him. I'm sorry to break my promise. In my condition, I can't rush to the Black Robes to deliver food to you. I had to call some friends to help. Are you hungry? Matthew didn't move his lips and muttered behind Soren with ventriloquism. Sir, did you really point the dragon spear at the instructor's vest to threaten him? Too brave. And then Soren noticed that behind Tim, in the shadow cast by the furnace factory, on the walls, ventilation ducts, and eaves of the furnace factory, there were so many assassins standing there, in the shadow, touching their chests and bowing to him, like ears of wheat in the morning breeze, or like jackdaws guarding in the dark night. There are powers in the darkness that you can't see with your eyes, but it doesn't mean they're not watching you in the darkness. You don't expect to be rewarded for some insignificant good deeds, but it doesn't mean that the people who get help won't be grateful to you for it. When you make a decision, remember that there will always be someone standing in the corner watching your choice, and then when the time comes, they will come out of the shadows, stand by your side, and lend you a hand. Remember that there is never any pure coincidence in this world, only pure cause and effect. Chapter 144. Thank you for saving Miss Hollow. I hope my knife can also be used by the company. You're welcome. Welcome to join the company. Sauron nodded and shook hands with the assassins wearing large hoods like raincoats. He smiled and secretly asked Matthew beside him, who is Hollow, why do so many people thank me for saving her? Why don't I have any impression of her? Matthew smiled bitterly. She is the werewolf maid you helped at the party. Oh, how come your wind army and werewolves are also related? Sauron suddenly realized that everyone was obsessed with beast girls. Then we are indeed half-brothers. No, I think you must have misunderstood. Matthew shook his head, and we can't be considered regular wind army, we can only be considered beastings. Beastings? Beastings can only be used once, and they are all dead soldiers, who will never return once they receive an order. Tim put breakfast on the table. Do you know that there is an assassination unit called Windcatcher under the Wind Army? That was supposed to be a force composed of masters who practiced the Feng family's secret arts, but it was also the most dangerous force, and often suffered annihilation. The Feng family's bloodline was almost cut off, and the master had long since stopped fighting in person. So the Feng army selected qualified children from the slaves, and trained them to be stingers that catch the wind. Of course, how could the secret arts inherited by the Feng family really be taught to outsiders, and it would be a waste to teach too much. So what they learned were all assassination skills that required a life-threatening blow and a one-hit kill. With the B-suit developed by the Technology Development Bureau for the Wind Army, the Death Warriors, who are used as consumables, can instantly burst out with a terrifying combat power that surpasses the elf demon assassin. Every year, our Chamber of Commerce has to transport a large number of B-stingers to the Elf Alliance. On the way, I will teach them some skills to survive there. If they are lucky enough and have survived the peak period without any failure, their B-suit will be taken back, and they will retire from catching wind. Some people stay there and become lurking eavesdropping spies, while others join the Chamber of Commerce or continue to sell knives and lives in the imperial capital. No wonder they call Tim their instructor. After all, the Wind Army taught them how to die, and Tim taught them how to live. What is a B-suit? A magic weapon. Matthew rolled up the sleeve of his left arm, revealing a row of round holes on his arm that penetrated the hand bones. It looked like something had drilled through it and sewn it on his hand. I can't explain it, but it seems to be a parasitic biological weapon developed and researched by the Liches. Although it has a strong combat power increase, it also absorbs a lot of nutrients from the human body. After it is removed, the host's body will be very weak. Not to mention continuing to fight for life, it will be difficult to exert force. If left alone, the host will die of illness in 2 years. So the Wind Army and the Technology Development Bureau didn't bother to deal with us, the retired useless killers. It was a special favor that we were allowed to live as a reward for our previous desperate fights. Then Sauron looked at those dead soldiers who were still alive and kicking, Not like they couldn't exert any strength at all. Matthew looked at Tim, and the elf explained, "There is a werewolf tribe in the imperial capital, with unpopular professions such as druids and shamans. It is still a traditional magic system, and the cost of seeking treatment from them is cheaper than that of liches. My wife asked them to save me." I've strayed off topic. In the past, the broken stingers of the equipment that had been removed would be left there to die. Then, there was a kid who, because I had a few more words with him when I was crossing the border, probably didn't want to die like this, and thought I would be able to save him, so he somehow found the caravan. So I picked him up and brought him back, and asked the werewolves for help, and studied how to treat this kind of injury. Unfortunately, the kid didn't get saved in the end, and I was also very unwilling. But broken stingers are available in large quantities, so I picked up a lot of people and saved them. Fortunately, our luck is not that bad. We have been able to save the lives of these guys over the years. Tim explained calmly. When they were recuperating, they all lived in a hotel run by a werewolf. Oh, it was run by Miss Hollow. They were probably fed medicine and taken care of by her. However, her family still owes money for medicine, and I don't know how many people have paid it back now. So you picked up these broken and discarded knives, these stings, and garbage left by the Wind Army and saved them. Why? What's the purpose? Tim recalled for a while. Why? Maybe when I saw the dead men abandoned by the organization, and simply recalled my own experience, I felt very unwilling, right? Anyway, it was just a byproduct. After all, it's a life. No wonder Maelaws, who had a broken leg, still had a strange liking for the elves, and Soren couldn't help but scold him. "Are you really a saint, Tim?" Tim laughed. "Just a rare freak." Matthew talked to the shadow next to him for a few words, then came to Soren and said, "We found the goods. It's still in the city. Do you want to take it back?" "Fuck, I didn't even finish breakfast and the work was done." "Are you sure?" Soren couldn't help asking. "It's not that I don't believe in your abilities, but the Technology Development Bureau is not easy to deal with, right? Will there be any conspiracy or tricks? Or some magic tricks or other tricks?" Matthew didn't mind explaining to him. The reformists don't have enough trustworthy people now, so they directly use the relationship of the Wind Army to find someone to help with the defense. When the old men heard that someone had cast 3 forbidden spells yesterday in order to grab the goods, they were afraid of death, so they outsourced the work to us and hid behind the scenes to make a profit. Fuck. Such trash can be considered the Empire's secret troops? Tim understands. It is inevitable that the Wind Army has no successors. The similar situation in the Elf Alliance is even more serious. Those who licked blood on the blade in the past earned enough merits and became aristocratic families, and they are reluctant to let their descendants suffer the same hardships. It's human nature. Assassins are not a profession that noble people would take the initiative to engage in. Not to mention that the training system itself is very dangerous and difficult, and it is far less safe than the potion system. Even if you become a master assassin, the assassination mission deep behind enemy lines is still a life-or-death mission. Even if you are responsible for guarding the secret guards in the country, you will at least deal with the pioneer assassins or elites like the elven demon assassins. So most of those who have connections have switched to become wizards or death knights. Okay, Soren also understood the subtext. If there is a choice, who would be willing to risk their lives? Isn't it good to live a life of luxury? But even in this situation, you still treat your secret skills as a treasure, hiding them and not teaching them to the selected slaves. You deserve to be deserted by everyone. Then I leave it to you. How about this? If you can successfully grab the goods, bring them to Xing, and she will be responsible for completing the agreement with the conservatives. Don't worry, you have to do some work to join the company. Now the company's positions are very popular. Matthew bowed and disappeared silently with a large group of shadows. Soren confirmed that there were probably no assassins left around, and whispered to Tim, "How much do you usually pay these assassins to help?" People are willing to help because of good intentions and kindness. But if you always say thank you and get away with it, no one will take the initiative to pay attention to you over time. Regardless of whether the mission is successful or not, what should be paid must be paid. If you always think that you are the embodiment of justice, so others should repay you with the same justice and fairness, then you don't understand human nature. Tim also looked at him curiously. "How much do you want to pay?" "I offer the Vanguard a monthly salary of 30 gold sands, 14 salaries, 3 insurances and 1 housing fund, food and accommodation, seniority system, KPI commissions for missions, and a house for starting a family in a rishi. In addition, outstanding cadres can get dividends every year by half selling and half giving away company shares. Of course, there are benefits for illness, death, injury and disability, and I will support my wife." "What is a monthly salary?" Can you please stop asking such a pathetic question? Everyone who heard it wanted to cry. Tim finally understood the company's treatment after Soren explained it to him for a long time. Then the elf was shocked. You actually gave such a high salary to the Vanguard, and there are too many hidden benefits, right? You only get half of the spoils? You don't raise personal soldiers like this, do you? Who is pretending to be a saint? Is this a high salary? Not that high. He is a knight attendant and gets 15 gold sands a month. How can it be the same? Death Knights are high-level soldiers, and most of them are future officers, no generals. Tim looked at Soren suspiciously. Where do you get so much money? Do you pay the same in the factory in Arishi? That's not true. The vanguards were recruited to serve as cadres. Currently, the first batch of people who were recruited to the south for production and construction during the initial southern expedition are enjoying this treatment. There are 200 new vanguards and 200 engineers. It costs more than 40 crystals a month to pay them. But in fact, the loot they won in the Sand Country is much higher than this amount. I'm afraid they don't care about this salary. Soren had to borrow money from the bank to build the corps. General mercenaries and workers in Arishi, as well as troops that joined later like the White Eagle Corps and trained local engineers, can only get half of this salary. In addition, considering that the prices in Arishi are different from those in the imperial capital, most of them are in kind, or delivered with the old coins of the Sand Country, or directly with banknotes issued by the bank. There is no company bonus, but bonuses and food, clothing, housing and transportation are directly solved, and no matter what, it is an 8-hour work week with 5 days off, no 996. As long as you complete the study test of the new Vanguard Army and join the new Vanguard Army, you may not be guaranteed to marry a beautiful woman, but at least you can get a tax reduction and salary increase, and reach the peak of your life. Well, Sauron also admitted that he was shouting against exploitation, but in fact, it was not much better. After all, he didn't have 10 million or 20 million crystals to share before. There are generally two modes for death soldiers. One is to take a mission, get 15 gold sands in advance, and get 15 more after the mission is completed. The other is to sign a contract, get 1 crystal, and complete 10 missions for the employer. However, there are not so many tasks to do. The Empire's territory has been divided up, and wild monsters cannot be captured randomly because they are the private property of the nobles and will be hunted down. That is, the Chamber of Commerce will hire some people to help with smuggling. If the Empire goes on an expedition, it can also get some scout employment contracts from the Foam Army. Originally, the civil war among the nobles was a good opportunity to make money, but... Tim sighed. Actually, you are lucky. I didn't expect that this old face could attract so many people to help. Perhaps part of the reason is that the civil war among the nobles has been fierce recently. Many middlemen who issued tasks were assassinated 2 days ago, resulting in no other channels for accepting tasks on the black market. So there are indeed many people who come to help you because they see that there is no way to make money. Soren Khan, he doesn't mean the slave traders he arranged for the Vanguard to kill. But can't you still accept tasks from the club? What are you thinking? The club is a place for nobles to serve nobles. After all, they are also nobles. Why would they condescend to directly contact these killers at the bottom? There are also layers of agents and middlemen below. The tasks issued by noble customers have to be transferred layer by layer for security and confidentiality. Every time they are transferred, they have to take a share. What will be left in the hands of the knives at the bottom? Besides, these are life-threatening missions, and who dares to take them unless they are middlemen with whom we have cooperated for a long time? So you are lucky, because Matthew and I are here to guarantee you, Tim suggested. If you are willing to recruit people with the same conditions as the Vanguard, I think it will be enough, and the shadow of the entire imperial capital can be used by you. That is indeed good luck. In fact, the assassins are much more honest than the nobles. They talk based on money, and they will listen to whoever pays more. But who made you nobles spend all your money on middlemen? How many shadows are there? I don't think there are more than 100. Tim estimated. I'm afraid most of them have come to join you today. More than 100 doesn't seem like a lot. Sauron didn't have much idea. Even if they gave each person a crystal as a thank you, that would only be 100 crystals. But that's already 10 times their usual reward, right? Alas, it can only be said that the usual reward of 1 crystal for such a life-saving payment is basically the bottom line, and it is too low because of the kickbacks in the middle. Tim glanced at him. He can stand out from the slaves, complete the training of the Wind Army, survive the transformation of the Technology Development Bureau, complete the assassination missions that are close to death, survive the encirclement of the Elf Alliance, and live in the inner world of the Imperial Capital to show off his knives. We have rescued more than 100 people like this, Don't you think it's not enough? Although Tim praised him so hard, Soren was still a little skeptical. It's not that he doubted the strength of these assassins. Of course, he knew that those who could climb out of the lowest slave class were all rare talents. But after all, the strength of these assassins is not as good as before. Matthew's skills should be not bad, but whether he can really deal with the cunning elite wizards of the Technology Development Bureau, Soren is a little unsure. After all, Soren himself was so strong that he cast 3 forbidden spells randomly, and made the Imperial capital a mess. But in the end, he still lost the goods. Now even if there is information provided by the trader, and the location of the goods is known, it is probably not that easy to take the goods back from the hands of the reformist elites in the struggle between various forces, right? Haha, the elites of the reformists, those guys are just born with a good family. Let's bet a crystal. Let's see whether the elites are better, or the shadows are more skilled. That's fine, let's use this task as a test to see the strength of the assassins. So when it was time for lunch, Soren lost a crystal. He received a message from Xing from the transcript. The transaction contract was completed, and the goods and 1/3 of the deposit cash had been counted and delivered. So powerful, Sauron hurriedly wrote. How many people did they lose? After waiting for a while, Xing wrote, no damage. Matthew said that when they arrived, the militant faction and the reformist faction were confronting each other, so they did not alert either side, and secretly replaced the goods. What? The goods were replaced? When was it replaced? It's impossible. We are surrounding the warehouse. Did we find the wrong one again? It seems to be the handwriting of Pollux. You guys, are you going with people to help the reformists, to pick up girls? Soren also frowned. So it was changed again? How did it change? Never mind, the space on the pages of the transcript is limited. Matthew will confirm it when he comes back. At least now, he has a brother like Pollux, so he is not the only one who lost the goods blindly. Xing wrote again. Reinhardt wants to hire our people to transport the goods out of the city. Maybe he thinks we are the only ones who are trustworthy. What should we do? Here we go again. Don't you noble elites have a long memory? Alas, it seems that everyone has completely seen through the fact that Soren is honest and frank, and is a friend worth making. I feel so embarrassed to be trusted and expected by a large group of people, young and old, rich and poor, living or dead. Maybe my charm is too high. There is really nothing I can do. Ha ha ha. Sauron shrugged and wrote, send them out of the city, and give Matthew and the others a commission, 100 crystals, each from my share. Alas, I am still stingy. In fact, these people are much more reliable than his 4 Kings girl group. I have finished my discussion here. It is Shi Qiong's handwriting, and the mold and drawings of the flying wing have been handed over. Prime Minister, Grimjow the White Robe, and Ulrich the White Robe have given me extra rewards in their own names. This time, I can choose any 3 prizes from the treasury of the Empire. I have earned enough, so don't count my share of this transaction. You can divide it among yourselves. Huh? The Prime Minister's reward was expected. Why are those 2 white robes so generous? As if he knew Soren's doubts, Sijin continued to write. Grimjow said he was apologizing for his junior's reckless behavior, and Ulrich was because it was originally its mission to make the high-altitude combat gargoyle core. By the way, because it was busy with alchemy, it forgot to officially transfer the Eastern Star to me. So it was he who paid the fine for damaging the dock yesterday. At this time, it seemed that Sarasis was also hesitant to write. I didn't help, and I don't want to share. Hey, you stupid road deer, Ulrides is probably counting on you to stop the loss. Soren sweated for Ulrides and hurried to stop him. The reward obtained in his own name is his own, and the benefits obtained in the name of the company are collective, so there is no need to be humble. If you want to settle the account so carefully, all the things that everyone has robbed so far have been made by Shi Qiong's personal wisdom. But is it possible for her to take such huge benefits from the mouths of these jackals and tigers in the imperial capital? Not to mention that according to the magic contract that has been reached, the total amount of the contract received by the company has reached 85 million. Of course, it is impossible to really recover so much, but now the cash in hand alone is 18 million crystals, enough for a top assassin to fight for you 180 million times. It's impossible. Whether it is Sijin, Soren himself, or Killian at the time, there is a limit to what they can do. No matter how strong a person is, he can't fight against the whole world, but a group of people. A group of people may not be able to do it, but at least if there is a group of people accompanying you, you will have the courage to try. Maybe it will work, it's that simple. Sijin, okay. Silas, oh. Unfortunately, there was no reply from Skode. I don't know if she received the pages of the transcript, where she is, and what she is doing. Although he came back to save her, Soren also found that he didn't understand Skode at all. Not only did he not help her at all, but he owed her a life. So selfishly speaking, Soren didn't want to settle the matter so hastily, and sever the little bond between the two. At least we have to figure out what's going on between them, right? Sauron sighed and changed the subject. Is there a problem with Plan B? Guilt, everything is ready, act according to the plan. With Chief Guilt's assurance, Soren's plan and purpose are basically all completed. It's really not a flag, but as the leader of a small group, you have to have some basic confidence in your own strength, right? There is the help of the chief magician of the middle stage trained by the Prime Minister himself, the planning of the Green Forest Masters transferred from the whole empire by the Vanguard army, and a lot of shadows following around. If we can't get the trump card back from the conservatives, then we can just wash our hands and sleep. The money is basically in hand, and the goods can't fly out of the Five Fingers Mountain. So everything is ready, only the last item of the overall calculation is left. It's time to meet Anubis. Chapter 145. The white-robed Anubis returned to the Empire on time the day before the Great Council was convened. It was not that he was not concerned about the election of the flag-bearer. On the contrary, probably out of his chauvinism of admitting defeat and doing what he promised, Anubis was more concerned about this election than other white-robed ones. After 2 weeks of fighting over the goods between Sauron and his men, Anubis was no longer idle. He took action directly and dealt with the biggest hidden danger of the remaining forces of the Sand Country, the remaining elven navy of the Punicus Fortress, for his disciple Ejo. Of course, even a white-robed lich couldn't conquer a military fortress of that size alone, let alone massacre all the elven navy that resisted to the end. At least, like conquering Ensa, it would take a lot of resources to build a bunch of psychic towers to pile up the forbidden spells to a strength strong enough to break the city. But Anubis still had to hold elections, and didn't have much time and energy to waste on the remnants of the Sand Elves. So it saved time and directly raided Punicus, bringing back the entire old fleet of the Sand Kingdom that had been idle due to insufficient supplies. It sounds so simple, but it would be hard for someone else to do it. For example, they had to gather a large army to raid Punicus without anyone noticing before the elf navy noticed, and they had to seize the fleet before they burned the ships, and they had to withstand the bombardment and counterattack of the fortress to pull the fleet out and drive away. But Anubis did it anyway. Now the remaining navy can only watch helplessly trapped in the fortress of Punicus, isolated and helpless, waiting for the supplies to run out. The fleet that once made great contributions to the Kingdom of Sand, various cruisers and destroyers, and nearly 100 elven warships, were now seized by Anubis and formed into the shape of an empire, covering the outer sea of the imperial port. Skeleton soldiers wearing enchanted golden armor forged by the Kingdom of Sand stood on the deck. When the sun shone through, it was as if the deck was loaded with mountains of gold. Even the residents of the imperial capital who were previously frightened by various noble civil wars and forbidden spells could not help but gather at the dock again to watch the excitement. After all, the last time the elves' fleet gathered at the port of the imperial capital was during the Third War. And only when this fleet was presented to everyone by Anubis like a treasure, could the people of the empire truly realize a fact. The Kingdom of Sand is dead. Because of the reminder of the ancient branches of the Thousand-Knotted Wood, Soren knew the information about the arrival of the fleet early and boarded the elf navy warship captured by Anubis. In fact, this is an empty ship. Not just this one, the entire fleet is an empty shell. The elf navy was not stupid. They had already dismantled the magic sails, weapons, and crystals, and gathered together to defend the fortress. It was just that they had been using the ship for so many years, and it was a pity to burn it. They hesitated and let Anubis take advantage of it. The cabin was empty, with only skeletons. Do you believe that these sailboats were rowed back by the skeletons? At this time, it was highlighted that when the army was all undead and did not need to consider logistics, how much advantage could the army have? There is no need to consider food and fresh water supply. As long as the flag-bearer lich has enough mana, they can keep fighting and moving forward without stopping. More than 20 ships were captured by Uingiza, and more than 50 ships were abandoned on the coast by the troops, who entered the jungle for repair. In fact, we only succeeded in snatching more than 30 ships from Punicus. There was a large number of warships, about 70 or 80 ships. In the end, the death squads of the Elven Navy rushed out and sank them despite the casualties. The third generation of sand alchemy, Ejo followed Soren and casually introduced the previous battle to him, but at least in the short term, most of the navy was trapped in Punicus and the rainforest and could not move. We can get rid of them in time. Just by listening to it, we can guess that the raid was a bloody battle. I didn't expect that the isolated and out-of-ammunition elf navy could still burst out with such great combat power. It's a pity that Punicus's raid was probably not the kind of bloody battle in the ocean that they expected. That's natural. The Empire has never defeated the Elf Navy on the sea for so many years, so how could it choose to fight on the battlefield where the enemy is best at? Ejo looked at Soren with a smile. Let's get back to the point. I heard that your company made a lot of money, right? Are you here now? You want to exchange this fleet? Sauron patted the side of the ship. It was really a good ship. He was a little tempted. Hee, this is not my fleet, it belongs to Master. And I tell you a piece of news. The fleet has been exchanged. Ejo said with a smile. This is the future Imperial fleet. Sauron suddenly became alert. You have begun to exchange interests in order to compete for the flag bearer. Who is it? Which faction did you give the fleet to? Hellebore of the conservative faction. Ejo did not hide it. Perhaps the moderate faction will also have white robes. I heard that they are still brooding over the past naval defeat, but the Empire is definitely going to build a navy. Could it be that the conservative faction also used the trump card of the Gargoyle Corps to exchange for the fleet? Soren was silent for a while. So you want to invest in the company with the qualification of the Guardian of the Sand? Do you want crystals? Or do you want to take back Iali and said directly? Ejo licked his lips and smiled. Don't be so nervous. I don't want a company, I want a furnace. Sauron thought for a while before reacting. You want to build a second furnace factory in the Kingdom of Sand? Yes. If Master can get the flag bearer, he may leave some of the old legions to me. But these skeleton soldiers have been fighting on the battlefield for hundreds of years. They are really too outdated. If the Elven Alliance reaches the Kingdom of Sand, without a high-standard alchemy workshop to produce troops and weapons, I can't keep my territory at all. Ejo smiled and said, you built a factory in the Iali system, and are also innovating the Gargoyle Core in the furnace. You have someone with technology. I won't fight for Ialishes. I will invest myself. As long as you help me build an arsenal, you can split the company's shares in half. The usual order production will be arranged by you, but the control of the factory must be in my hands. All production in wartime will give priority to my requirements. A cooperative arsenal? This contract can be arranged. Soren nodded in agreement. He was not worried about competition at all. After all, productivity is always insufficient. Haha, very good, then I will also pay a deposit and send the contract to the company. After all, the Kingdom of Sand has a shallow foundation. Even if it is a project worth 10 million crystals, the deposit will be settled with various resources first. Sauron looked at it thoughtfully. Could it be that this guy is worried that the interest ties between the Arishi group and other forces in the Empire are too close, so he is also rushing to send a long-term contract to stabilize the relationship between the two sides? It's quite sensitive. After reaching a private agreement with Ejo, Soren came to the bridge under its guidance. Anubis was waiting for him inside. Ejo was guarding outside the door, and didn't follow him in. Sir Anubis. Soren stepped forward to salute and found that the gray-haired young man in a white robe was studying the sand table, which seemed to be the mountain terrain of Franny. It seems that you have already won? Anubis looked at him with a smile. Ah, Lord Soren, you have had a lot of fun these days. How about the game of the officer? Is it interesting? To be honest, Soren sighed, it's a complete waste of time and energy. Anubis expressed the same feeling. Yes, it's really boring to play with children, but those old men and women are not as good at chess as these children. Alas. Anyway, you have also realized that it is so troublesome to integrate the power of different groups. Some things cannot be done with too few people, and too many people cannot do it either. Especially when violence cannot be used as an alternative means, then we can only rely on the exchange of interests. But human desires are infinite. Sauron looked at him. So you came back at this time. Have you already negotiated with everyone and reached an understanding? Is it enough to just get the support of the conservatives? What about the militant faction? What about the reformist faction? In addition to the fleet, you should have prepared other benefits to appease the emotions of each faction, right? Anubis smiled. It's a rare trip back, so of course I prepared some small gifts for everyone. It's hard to say how much effect it can have, as man proposes and God disposes. So, Lord Soren, what do you want from me? You should know about the Gargoyle army made by our company, right? The trump card for victory? Hee, you mean the army I exchanged for the fleet from Lord Harabel, although I don't think that the army of improved gargoyles is qualified to be called a trump card for victory. Anubis smiled, but your performance is not bad, just listen to it. If it were you, what would you want to exchange for this trump card? Soren looked at it. He should tell the previous plan in detail, and win the credit from the white robe in exchange for its support and protection for the company's power in the future. But the words changed when they came to his lips. Instead of a man's promise, If you are elected as the flag bearer, leave a way out for the Franny People's Army. Don't kill them all. Anubis was also quite surprised. You want me to let go of the main enemy of this expedition on the battlefield? Not just let them go, but win them over to our side if there is a chance. Others may not be able to do it, but you are so good at playing with people's hearts and making all kinds of tricks. Maybe you can do it? Of course, I am not saying that you should tie your hands and let others chop you off. If two armies are fighting, then life and death are determined by fate, and no one else can be blamed. It has been said, and Sauron does not hide it. But at least, please do not punish the Franny People's Army for the resentment of some nobles. Please treat the mortals there with the same kindness as you treat the Sand Elves of Fame. Yes, it really has nothing to do with Sauron, who the Parliament chooses as the flag bearer. He placed his hopes on Anubis, and always had a vague liking for it. There was only this one reason. No matter what kind of conspiracy it was, it at least did not vent its anger and carry out a meaningless massacre. If it was any other white robe, a militant like Grimjow, the Frannies would have no chance of survival, and would definitely be enslaved and slaughtered by the Empire. Anubis is not very merciful, but at least he is not easy to kill. Since he did not raise his knife to the Sand Elves, he would not be interested in abusing his fellow humans, right? But liches don't care much about life and death. To put it bluntly, they are just picking the tallest among the short ones. Anubis put away his smile, touched his chin and thought for a while. I can only guarantee the military discipline of the main army I am in charge of, and promise you not to use unnecessary killing magic, but if other noble families want to plunder the spoils, I, as the commander-in-chief, cannot stop them. Soren looked at the transcript in his hand. Guild had already taken the goods back from the conservatives. So he nodded, okay, I believe in your promise. Then the trump card will be delivered to you before the vote. Anubis tilted his head and looked at him with interest. Sir Soren, is this really your only request? I thought you wanted to bring the company under my wing. Do you support the People's Army? Because we are both Frannies? Or is it because we are both vanguards? It's just a human request. I really want to be like the sages, gather my comrades and unite under the banner of the Empire, and jointly resist the elves to revive mankind, and be a fool who simply rushes forward. But after these days of contact with the upper nobles of the Psychic Empire, it's really time to give up associating with things like them. Sorry, I just cleared my throat. In short, at least you are a man of your words. Then I hope you can keep your promise. As for surrendering, let's see whether you want to revive humanity or the Empire. Sorry for the impoliteness. Anubis maintained his demeanor, smiled and nodded, and let him leave. They fought back and forth, and in the end, it was just for this promise. God knows how effective it will be. But Sauron has no other way to help the People's Army. His power is too small. If Anubis, who is in charge of the main force of the Imperial Army, shows mercy to the People's Army, then maybe there is still a glimmer of hope. In short, this is the only thing we can fight for with the Imperial authorities. The only thing left is to increase efforts and mobilize all forces to transport the escapees from the People's Army to Arishi. From the beginning, Soren did not have many illusions about the magic nobles of the Empire. Maybe occasionally there would be a few freaks with a little humanity, such as the three brothers and sisters who were the chief freaks in his team, but as far as the entire group is concerned, it is hopeless. A simple example is that it has been 1,000 years and slavery has not been reformed. What the hell is there to expect? To revive humanity, we still have to rely on the power of ordinary people at the bottom. We can't rely on this empire of powerful people at all. Soren left Anubis's flagship and jumped back to the Eastern Star at the dock on Ginhwivar. He squatted on the top of the mast like a big crow. On the deck below, a large group of slaves were queuing up to board the ship. Yes, they were slaves, a large number of human slaves bought directly from the Chamber of Commerce with cash, those who had nowhere to stay and were consumed as chess pieces in the war. It was bought by Soren in the name of the Arishi Production and Construction Corps. And it was his 4 kings who negotiated the contract. The new managers of the Chamber of Commerce also knew that their predecessors were assassinated by this group of people, so they naturally did not dare to refuse. These slaves are also the civilian class of the furnace. Anyone who is willing to go to the south to settle down will be transported there repeatedly by the Eastern Star. The Kingdom of Sand is in ruins, but at least ordinary people have a way to survive. The slaves will naturally terminate their contracts when they go there, and after education and transformation, they will become a steady stream of soldiers for the new vanguard army and become the most reliable fire. If Soren and his team failed in their attempt to usurp and reform the empire, Arishi would be another way out. As a time traveler, Soren could not do more. His own destiny would eventually be cherished only if the natives of the alien world took it back with their own hands. What he had to prepare for now was the most serious, and the last and most critical step of the entire plan. Soren wrote in the transcript, "I have finished talking to Anubis, so let's ship the goods. Guilt, proceed as planned." Chief Guilt is really reliable. He is the only one who always gives the answer of "leave it to me." I got it. Go according to plan. No problem. And Pollux is still there. Are there really no problems with you guys? I am fighting like crazy here. It's really weird. The militant faction and the reformist faction of Narum have been fighting for a whole day. Why didn't anyone notice that the goods were replaced? Yes. Why Matthew? Oh. The assassin, who had been leaning against the side of the ship and hugging his wife to enjoy the scenery, smiled and swayed to Soren's side, leaning on the mast to explain, "I don't know about others, but the people trained by the Technology Development Bureau, although they are very smart, never go to the front line in person." Matthew explained, "They are all very old-fashioned mages. During the Civil War, they like to hide themselves tightly. Usually, they use servants, guards, and puppets as their mouthpieces, hiding in the dark and operating remotely. After all, nobles are used to using assassins, and they can be cursed and assassinated if they are not careful. Except for some idiots. I am not talking about you, boss, you are a Death Knight. I mean, except for the famous idiot like the Peeing Blue, who often shows his face carelessly. Most noble mages will never personally check the authenticity of the goods. After all, their lives are so precious. What if something goes wrong? And for this kind of goods, if the first batch dies, the guard will die. So the task has been passed around and it has all fallen into the hands of our group of death warriors. So let's send a message to tell them that everything is normal. After all, the boss gave you more reward money." How should I put it? As a mage, it's not wrong to protect myself. But those elites have been planning for so long. How could they make a mistake in such a small place? Leave the safety of such important goods to the assassins outsourced by the Wind Army. This is not a small mistake, boss. Matthew shook his head. They haven't realized that the assassins in their hands are lying because those shadows are enduring the punishment of breaking their oaths and hiding the whereabouts of the goods. These guys may be smart, but they have seen too little of the world and believe too much in the power of magic. I don't believe we can endure the punishment of the blood oath. Haha, this is just basic training, okay? What? The kind of punishment of the blood oath? I only gave you 100 crystals. Do you have to do this? Sauron was shocked. He knew how painful it was. It's not about 100 crystals. Matthew's assassin wife also climbed up and said, Hollow has been working in the back kitchen of the Imperial Hotel since she was a child. She brought back the leftover meat from the kitchen and stewed bone soup for the assassins, who were recovering in the hotel. Then she drooled and fed us mouthful by mouthful. Wow, that scene was so tragic. I can't forget it even if I want to. Matthew nodded repeatedly, yes, because there are always assassins who go to the werewolf for treatment. I heard that the little wolf seemed to have been saved by an assassin at the cost of his life before, so she also took special care of us murderers, who had picked up a miserable life and came back. Alas, you repay your kindness and I repay my kindness. Once we are involved, it will never end. His wife nodded. This is how people at the bottom of society are. They can't survive without mutual support. If you ask us to take the initiative, I'm afraid we don't have the ability, but if there is a chance, we can help each other. It's just enduring the pain. It's no big deal. You guys. Alas. Yes, it's really endless. Soren sighed. Doesn't he also owe a lot of favors to Shadow? How can he not pay it back? But how can he pay it back? It's really annoying. Don't mind it, boss. It's thanks to Miss Hero that we were cured by her, and were able to break free from the murderer's purgatory like memory. What do you have to sigh about? You are just a pervert who simply likes girls with animal ears. It's a bit disgusting. The couple sang the same tune to insult him. Damn, is there anything wrong with liking girls with animal ears? You are discriminating. Sauron was furious. Penny, who happened to pass by, heard it and ran away in fear, covering her ears. Alas, my aura as a boss has been ruined by you. Sauron looked at the sky, but it's time. So what are you waiting for, boss? Matthew was also a little curious and looked along Soren's line of sight. Are you looking at the Great Council? Yes, it's time to reveal the trump card. Sauron looked at the Great Council in the Imperial City from afar. This is also a landmark ancient building. The architectural style of the Empire is Gothic, which is as handsome and dark as possible. There is no meeting yet, but there are hundreds of golems and gargoyles on duty, which are activated and in a defensive state throughout the whole process. Of course, like other buildings, there are also a lot of magic barriers. As long as it is not a very strong forbidden spell, it is impossible to hurt such a cultural relic. Looking at it with Soren's magic eye, the diffused magic radiation is like a semicircular cover, protecting the Great Council layer by layer like an onion. Even in a magical city like the Imperial capital where wizards often fight, the Great Council is one of the buildings with the strongest magic protection, probably only slightly worse than the Great Library. However, in terms of magic protection, the Council still has weaknesses. It is better to say that any ancient building with magic circles drawn on the ground, especially the Gothic ones, will have this weakness. It's just that the defense against the attack coming from the top of the dome is not strong enough. Sauron explained to Matthew. You fuck. The assassin finally reacted and looked up at the sky. Yes, that's the fuck, here it comes. Sauron jumped up and opened his arms towards the clouds in the deep sky, which were falling like dense raindrops, showing his white teeth. You want to fight with fists, right? You want the strong to prey on the weak, right? You want to absorb the pain of the little people, right? Come on, come and see the performance presented by the young people. After being captured by guilt, the 5,000 high-altitude modified gargoyles were quickly replaced with the help of the vanguards from the furnace. Although Zygon changed the gargoyle body to the Legion standard, the strength of the flying wings did not change. The load is at least 2 tons. On average, each gargoyle can carry 4 500-pound bombs, and 5,000 gargoyles means 20,000 bombs. Ahem, of course, Soren is not so crazy. The main reason is that the production capacity of the furnace is limited, and it cannot produce so many in a hurry. So he prepared 5,000 homemade bombs in advance, sent them to the secret base where the vanguards were hiding outside the city through the canal, and then let the gargoyles bring them together. Taking advantage of the cover of the clouds, he flew over the city wall, and threw the gifts onto the heads of the nobles from a height of 500 meters. Bond, blast you bastards, who don't treat people as human beings, ha ha ha. See? Who's the best now? Who's the best now? Ha ha ha. At this moment, under the reflection of the endless explosions and the sky-high flames, the only thing imprinted on the assassin Matthew's retina was the silhouette of the young man facing the hot wind and waving his fists wildly, and what was deeply implanted in his mind was the devilish sound that penetrated his ears, like the hissing and howling of a baboon. In a nutshell, the Imperial Parliament, which had been passed down for thousands of years, was gone. Chapter 146. Is it serious to bomb the Imperial Council? Of course it is serious. After all, it is the spiritual sanctuary of the Imperial nobles. It is also a cultural relic passed down for thousands of years, and the office of the highest symbol of the spiritual empire. Is it serious to bomb the Imperial Council? In fact, it is not that serious. First, this is not a military arsenal or a magic research laboratory. It is simply a place for the nobles to drink tea, hold meetings and issue tasks. Second, there were no casualties. After all, there was no meeting and no one lived there. Third, if you don't use the forbidden spell, no one will care. Just look at the commotion at the dock and the attitude of Waning Moon who just sits there and does nothing. Soren knows, just blow it up, anyway, it can still be used after repairing it. It can't be repaired. There were too many bombs dropped, and they were all blown to pieces. The white-robed Anubis grabbed a handful of rubble and rubbed it in his hands, clapped his hands, and threw the ashes of the parliament. The cost-effectiveness of repair magic is very low. It's okay to just cut the pieces, but the damage caused by the shockwave requires double the magic power to restore and make up for it. And you mixed in incendiary bombs, right? This place has been cleaned up too thoroughly. It will take a lot of time and effort to repair it with magic. It is more cost-effective to rebuild it. Don't talk nonsense, sir. This has nothing to do with me. Our company has clearly stated that the goods must be delivered in cash. Besides, those gargoyles are now on the deck of your fleet, right? Sauron picked his nose and flicked a pile of snot towards the ruins of the Great Council, where a group of old noble family heads had come to mourn early in the morning. Anubis glanced at him helplessly. Well, your trump card is really important. I roughly understand what you want to do. Sauron rubbed his head. What do I want to do? Oh, great! Ah, genius! Sauron looked in the direction of the voice, and saw a white robe wearing a strange helmet dancing in the rubble, shouting. There were 3 androgynous faces on the helmet. One face was laughing wildly, one face was happy, and the other was posing in an ahigo, spinning like a top. Who the hell is this? Excuse me. The 3 white-robed men came over with a bang, bowed and saluted. General Anubis, Lord Soren, nice to meet you. I am the current director of the Technology Development Bureau, Medness. Please allow me to express my sincere feelings at this moment. You did a great job. The director's scream scared the old men over there, so they could only sob softly. Well, may I ask what exactly you mean? I am a simple warrior, and I don't understand what you mean. Sauron smiled and pretended to be stupid. Anubis looked at this simple guy. Nice to meet you, Director. What have you found out about the attack on the Parliament by unknown forces? Director Sonmian didn't bother with them, and went straight to the point. It works. This raid mode is very effective. First, take off outside the city, rise to the stratosphere 10 kilometers above the ground, cross the defense line, and then raid and dive, drop bombs 500 meters above the head, accurately hit the target, use saturation attack to ensure complete destruction, and finally return to the mobile attack platform. Let alone the Elf Alliance, even my Technology Development Bureau can't defend against it. Even if I had the eye of Panoptus Network and see the air strike force take off, I can't dispatch high-altitude troops to intercept. In fact, I don't have high-altitude interception forces that can reach this level of speed and altitude. I could only watch them dive and drop bombs, and then swagger away to the port to board the ship, and I just dismantled one and checked the spiritual base. In fact, they don't have to rush to 500 meters to drop bombs. Is it aimed at the detection range of the elves? Haha, this is not necessary. We can completely change it to remote traction by the frontline magician, and use magic marks to ensure the hit rate of the bomb. It is a minor flaw, but it can be improved, but the strategic advantage is too great. You can directly cross the front line from the sky and destroy the elves' logistics fortress. You can use warships to transport such a legion and bomb the elves' cities along the coastline, and it can be further improved. For example, the body of the gargoyle is no longer necessary. Our vision was too limited before. Why do we need an extra body to make the gargoyle as close combat as the infantry? If we open our minds, we can just install the high-altitude flying wings on the bombs. In this way, as long as we update the spirit base and connect to the Eye of Panoptus network, we can directly send the bombs just produced from the furnace into the sky and throw them directly to the heads of the elf troops on the front line. Mobility, speed, concealment, accuracy, attack strength, infinite combinations, genius. What a genius. Ha 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 ha. Hiss, this madman is a genius. He got it right away, and even thought of the cruise missile. Director, are you a pro-elves fighter? Sauron smiled and approached. Of course. Director Madness put his hands on his hips. If I don't fight the elves, I won't be able to use the toys I developed. Well, this is a very convincing point of view. Then, Director, are you interested in cooperating with the company? You must have many wonderful ideas that cannot be realized due to insufficient funds in the Bureau, right? You must have a lot of experimental equipment and insufficient manpower, right? You must have many technical bottlenecks and no ideas for the time being, right? Come on, come to the company, let's talk. We have money, people, equipment, ideas, and more importantly, we have an ambition to create the future and move towards the stars and the sea. Oh, you are very interesting. I have also wanted to see what it is like on the stars a long time ago. Well, these two crazy guys are glaring at each other, and have fallen in love with each other. Wait a minute. A mature lady with heavy makeup and a bulletproof armor on her face, aged between 20 and 80, strode over angrily and interrupted their conversation. This offense to the Imperial Parliament must be severely punished. Enter Hero Knight Nair. This is the product of your Arishi Trading Company, right? You must be responsible. Ahem, Countess Baltimore. Anubis stepped forward to stop Soren. This is the armament prepared for the expedition. There may be some misunderstanding. General Anubis, we, the nobles of Starless, are deeply grateful to you for destroying the Kingdom of Sand, helping to build the Imperial fleet, and taking the initiative to take on the responsibility of clearing out Franny's rebellion. I heard that you have reached an understanding with the other white robes, so there is no problem. The entire Parliament will support you as the flag bearer, but... The mature Countess glared at Soren, who was still ignoring her and writing on the booklet in his hand. Why would the gargoyle carry so many bombs? Why did they all vote for the Grand Council? Not even one was off. Misunderstanding? Is this a misunderstanding? This is a planned attack on the Council. It is an insult and a show of strength to the Imperial nobles. We will never succumb to such a blatant threat. We must earn an explanation. Countess Baltimore, the permanent secretary of the Council, is usually responsible for the affairs of the Grand Council as a representative of the Imperial nobles. The family runs a large number of manors and farms, and is one of the top 10 richest people in the Imperial capital. The Countess herself is quite keen on politics. She has never converted to vampire, and has held the title and power as a human. She has served as the Secretary General of the Parliament for nearly 20 years, and is the recognized leader of the imperial nobles. She is very stubborn and deliberately confronts the Prime Minister. She is a conservative who pays great attention to etiquette. But she is still the kind of person who can be reasoned with. The first impression of such people is very important. Soren looked at the information that quickly gathered and emerged in the transcript, nodded in understanding, and bowed to the mature Countess with a warm smile, and took her hand and kissed her hand. It's our first meeting. Dear beautiful lady, you are the Secretary General of Baltimore. I have heard of your name for a long time. I am a newcomer to the Parliament. Please allow me to explain a little to you, madam. Anubis couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and look at Soren. Wow, you have a unique taste, boy. Well, okay, sir. The Countess calmed down a little. I just listened to your opinion. Sauron nodded with a smile, took out the scroll from his arms, and handed it to her. This batch of legions is indeed made by the company, but please see, I have already handed the goods to the Yaja family, the Hellable family, and the Technology Development Bureau. As far as I know, they are also disrupting each other's transactions. Maybe someone's goods have been hijacked? Director Madness couldn't help but come over to take a look. Oh, how come we have also ordered it? That's great, I have enough test samples. The Countess glanced at the three strange faces. So what do you want to say, sir? The company has no idea why these gargoyles attacked the Parliament, right? Sauron smiled and said, of course the company has nothing to do with this, but I have some information to share with you, ma'am. I know who planned this attack. It's the Vanguard. It's the Vanguard? Countess Baltimore raised her eyebrows. Anubis looked at the Grand Commander, who took the initiative to inform on him in silence. Yes, it was those Vanguards. Sauron began to perform. Director Menz and General Anubis can also testify. The Harabel family reached an agreement with the General, so this group of gargoyles landed on the General's ship, and the Vanguard took advantage of this and modified the stone statue's spirit base to carry bombs and bombed the Grand Council, not only slapping the nobles in the face. They want to alienate the friendly relationship between the nobles of the imperial capital, the General and the Duke's family. What a sinister intention. They deserve to be killed. Madness, oh, is that so? The Countess frowned. The Vanguard army is back again? No, it is true that the Franny Kingdom was destroyed by them. Anubis, that's not all. This is just the first attack of the first batch. Sauron didn't give them time to think and shouted exaggeratedly. The Countess was stunned and looked at the three contracts in her hand. Could it be? Yes, that's the one that said, as you can see, our company worked day and night and delivered 3 legions in a row. Sauron cried out loudly, and even the nobles around him could hear it clearly, but according to the news I heard, it's not just the Hellable family that has problems. Now all 3 of the trading parties have been robbed. This means that the terrorist Vanguard now has 2 high-altitude gargoyle legions and an army of 10,000 gargoyles. Bombs are easy to make. If they start to attack the nobles of the Empire indiscriminately, is the roof of your villa harder than the Great Council? Is there a 10,000 suicide-bombing gargoyles hovering over your head, always watching your bedroom, your carriage? Your head is falling. Do you still have a chance to survive? Oh my God, it's really horrible. Everyone was in an uproar. Are you kidding? 5,000 gargoyles dropped bombs and flattened the Great Council. You said there are still 10,000? They are all in the hands of the Vanguard army? What are you waiting for? Search and arrest the Vanguard army. Kill them all. A noble screamed. Good idea. What's your name? Sauron pointed at him fiercely. Ah, I am Viscount Pompey. No, why are you asking this? Why did you write it down in the notebook? Sauron shrugged. No, I am a newcomer and this is my first meeting. I just don't have a good memory. Don't mind it. It's just that I think the Vanguard army has been impossible to kill all of them for so many years. It's really a bad idea to oppress them with violence. If one day I am blocked on the street by them, I will shout that it's none of my business. Viscount Pompey said he wanted to search and kill you. Go find him if you have wronged him. Maybe he will let me live. Ah, what a joke. No, why did you all nod and agree with him? Sauron walked over and patted the fat pig on the shoulder. Everyone remember what to say when the critical moment comes. Thank you for your contribution to our collective. When your whole family, from your 80-year-old mother to your 8-year-old child, are all killed and their heads and skins are chopped off and stuck on gun barrels, my company will definitely come forward to give you a grand funeral, so that your family name will not be cut off and your whole family will lie in a mass grave without anyone to collect the bodies. You? Ahem, Soren, don't talk nonsense. A cough came from above. Soren turned his head, and saw that the Prime Minister of the Empire was also floating on the top of the ruins of the Parliament, with a group of white robes. Killian comforted the blue-faced fat pig. Don't take it seriously, I have experience. The Vanguard army will not kill 8-year-old children. Enough. Countess Baltimore waved her hand to silence the panicked nobles. Prime Minister, you promised to ensure our safety. Now someone is already ignoring the restraints of etiquette and planning to kill us. You don't care? Killian spread his hands. What can I do? The Empire is so big, I don't have enough manpower. I can only give priority to forbidden spell level demon level attacks. Besides, the ones attacking you are neither elves nor demons. They look like simple humans, right? You still need me to protect them. I'm not your ancestor. You? Wow, you usually talk to the noble leaders like this. No wonder they don't like you, boss. I have a suggestion. Soren jumped out to help. Killian sighed. Go away, I have a headache when I see you now. Honestly, your political IQ is hopeless. But the Countess immediately objected. The Knight-in-Chief is also the chief officer of the Parliament. He has the right to speak. Although what he said just now was not very pleasant to hear, he did remind us of the threat posed by the Vanguard army. I think we can listen to his opinion. Killian and Anubis, thank you for your support, beautiful and noble lady. Soren said cheerfully, although everyone is reluctant to admit the threat of the Vanguard army. Franny is not far away, and the ruins of the Great Council are also in front of us. You have to admit that the death threat from the Vanguard army is imminent, right in the Imperial capital. In the Council. Right beside you and me, right? The nobles nodded repeatedly. Yes, the financial resources and military forces in your hands are indeed far superior to those of ordinary people. I believe that as long as we have a little time to prepare, we will always be able to deal with the 10,000 gargoyles currently in the hands of the Vanguard army. However, is the problem really the thousands or tens of thousands of gargoyles that may launch a self-destruction attack at any time? The Countess frowned. Sir Soren, what do you mean? I mean that if there is a first time, there will be a second time, a third time, a fourth time, and an infinite number of times. We found a batch of gargoyles, roadside bombs, poison tea, and arrows from behind. How many nobles are there? How many mortals are there? We just need to keep killing, killing, and killing. It won't be long before the whole race is extinct, and the liches shouldn't care, right? After all, nobles and mortals are nothing but soul crystals, and no matter how many mortals die, they are just crystals. Every time a noble destroys a family, they can get a lot of resources to subsidize military expenses. Now even the liches began to nod, thinking that what he said seemed to be right. It is still more cost-effective to kill the nobles. The Secretary-General hurriedly stopped this dangerous trend. Sir Soren, don't go too far, just give your suggestion directly. So my suggestion is that the nobles of the Empire are too precious. They need to be centralized and protected. Soren waved his hand. If they are scattered all over the place, there will always be places where defense is not in place, there will always be places where security is slack, and there will always be places where it is easy for people to take advantage of loopholes. Therefore, gathering all the nobles together is the most efficient means of security. In a place like the Imperial Hotel, each person has a single room. Breakfast and dinner are delivered to the room, and you can go to the garden regularly to relax, relax. In short, it is a centralized shelter with special protection from the waning moon and the wind army, and fortresses of magic circles and golem soldiers gathered in all directions. There are liches on duty all day to provide security services to ensure that the assassins of the Vanguard army cannot find any loopholes. Such a special shelter and security facilities are only temporary. When the security situation outside improves and you don't need protection, you can take the risk to leave. Moreover, when a full-scale war comes, you can hide in it, right? Viscount Pompey frowned, but it sounds like a dungeon prison. Sauron TSK. The Countess frowned. Don't talk nonsense. It's just a fortress within a city. We can deal with attacks by concentrating all our forces on defense. But if this happens again, a large-scale bombing by high-altitude gargoyles will happen again. Of course, it won't happen again. In fact, this attack has already been monitored by the Technology Development Bureau. It's just that there is not enough equipment to deal with it at the moment. But with our company's assistance and financial and technical support, I believe the liches will be able to plan and build this perfect shelter soon. Our company is willing to take the initiative to undertake this project and build a multifunctional urban economic development zone integrating finance, business, life, entertainment, and shopping, providing top-level life services, so that you can live with peace of mind, use comfortably, and buy happily. Of course, you don't have to really live here. After all, this project will drive up the surrounding land prices, and it is also a real estate with great investment value and appreciation potential. Wait, real estate that can be invested in and appreciated? What do you think of this? Ah, you are interested in this, right? Then let's talk about this. Then Soren began to talk endlessly about the development plan of the new city, the shopping street, the store street, the high-end apartment, the stock exchange, and so on, and he didn't care whether people understood him or not. Anyway, it was a sales pitch, as long as people who didn't understand thought it sounded great. So the final result of this grand council was that the nobles unanimously agreed to grant the ruins of the parliament and the surrounding plots to Soren's company, and let him carry out the plan of the new financial center city of the imperial capital, to test the waters first. By the way, they voted by raising their hands and unanimously approved Anubis as the flag bearer of the expedition against Franny. Because there were no other competitors, Grimjow, Haribel and Darren all gave up the election for unknown reasons. The trump card that shook the whole city on Soren's side was not enough to have such a decisive effect on the three white robes, so Anubis must have made some special deal with his narrow eyes to deal with all the opponents before the vote. But Soren didn't get the specific information. After all, the trump card was used to exchange Anubis for letting the Franny people's army go, so the other party would naturally not take the initiative to tell him about some secret exchanges of interests between the white robes and other factions. By the way, Prime Minister Killian announced that the midterm magician exam would be held next week, but no one paid attention to him because the heads of the families thought that the company's idea was more interesting and wanted to invest their spare money in Soren's real estate. They were surrounding him and trying to flirt with him and show their affection. Anubis, what does this kid want to do? Prime Minister Killian, who was ignored by everyone, looked a little lonely and asked his chosen successor, didn't he come up with a trick of bombing the Great Council? Can't anyone see it? Why did the nobles get together with him again? The gray-haired young man also looked at Soren, who was surrounded by nobles and liches and talking loudly, from a distance, and replied with a smile, you really can't understand it. For the first generation, it is easiest to gain power from the battlefield. After all, your status is earned by chopping heads, so there is naturally a lack of challengers. But for latecomers, without corresponding opportunities, it is more difficult to stand out from competitors. But when Soren Inter Hero Nightmare first appeared, he carved out his own place in the Imperial Parliament. If there is no opportunity, he will create it himself, and he will also use his power, emotion, reason, and profit to show his value, strength, and potential. He used threats, interests, and means to unite and draw everyone to his side. He combines kindness and power, and is both wise and brave. Isn't this the quality of a leader that everyone expects? Isn't this the qualified successor you have chosen? The smart people of the Empire, of course everyone can see it clearly, if you understand. Why ask too many unnecessary questions? Killian was stunned. The heir? But the one I chose is actually... Never mind, I can't explain it clearly, let's just leave it like this. Hey, you can leave only when I say the meeting is over. The meeting is over. The meeting is over. Chapter 147. 1 week later. Good morning, Knight Candidate. Good morning, Sir Neil, the hero of the Ent. It is an honor to meet you, sir. Good morning, good morning, good morning, have you eaten? Sauron greeted passers-by with a smile, occasionally shook hands with them, exchanged a few words, and gave them 2 gold sands. Wandering along the street, he sat down at the door of a cafe at the intersection, took out the newspaper tucked under his arm and unfolded it, then took out a small notebook from his arms, and picked up a feather pen to write and draw. The owner of the cafe brought coffee, bread and bacon. Bowed, sir, can I bother you for a moment? Please sit down, how can I help you? Sauron looked up at him. Thank you, thank you. The owner rubbed his hands and stood by. It's like this, I have a friend who may not be able to pay the rent and taxes of the shop this year, but he is reluctant to sell his children to slave traders, so he wants to borrow money from you for emergency. Sauron nodded. I see, but first of all, is your friend an honest, trustworthy, hard-working and honest person? If lending money can help him through the difficult times, then of course there is no problem. But if he is short of money because of some other bad habits, such as pornography, gambling, drugs, etc. Oh no, don't worry, this family is all hardworking and good people, I can guarantee him. The boss hurriedly said, well, in fact, his family's shop has been in business for several generations, but recently the land price in the imperial capital has risen sharply, and small businesses are becoming more and more difficult to do. The lower-level nobles that his family used to be loyal to are also on the verge of bankruptcy, so they forced him to repay the loan in advance, otherwise they would take back their ancestral land deeds. If there is no shop, the whole family will starve to death. If they are not forced to do so, who would want to sell their children to slave traders? But they really can't support themselves. I see. How much does it cost? Not much, not much. 2 crystals. 2 crystals will allow him to survive this period. Things will get better in the future. Sauron nodded and waved his hand. A shadow stood up from the empty corner of the street. In the boss's creepy and fearful eyes, he moved to Soren's side and took out a purse and put it in Soren's palm. Please convey my advice to your friends. First, the situation in the imperial capital will become more and more extreme. Large amounts of money will be concentrated on the land in the city center. Ordinary nobles cannot afford it, let alone vassals of vassals. But I also understand that he is reluctant to give up his ancestral property and wants to fight for it. To some extent, this is also my responsibility, so there are 3 options for him to choose from. The first option is that I will pay the money directly. Here are 20 crystals. I will loan it to him for 2 years. If he can pay it back within 2 years, there will be no additional interest. If it exceeds this period, I will investigate whether he has used the money in the right way. Then decide whether to collect the debt or continue to provide him with low-interest loans. The second option is that the money does not need to be repaid, and it can be regarded as my sponsorship to him. Let him sell the shop and take his family to settle in Arishi or Sedport. There have been many merchant ships coming and going recently. You should know that there are opportunities there. It is not a lie, right? Starting over is an option. The world outside the imperial capital is very big, and you don't have to be bound here for generations. The third option is that I will help more thoroughly, and buy his shop and the contracts of his family. I can even allow him to continue to keep his shop and continue the life of his ancestors, but from now on he will have to work for us. You have guessed what we do, right? Follow us, you have no choice. We all prosper together, and we all suffer together. You decide for yourself. Thank you for your generosity. Thank you for your generosity. I will make it clear to him. The boss wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and took the purse and left. Sauron smiled and nodded, then took a sip of coffee. Before he finished drinking, a carriage turned from the intersection. The nobleman in the carriage got off, saw Sauron at the intersection, straightened his collar, took off his hat, and came over to salute. Good morning, Sir Knight. Good morning, sir. Sauron looked at the notebook. Please sit down. What do you want to talk about? The noble sat down beside him awkwardly. Sir, I hope to get your help. Just help each other. Sauron flipped through the notebook in his hand. What do you want from me? What do you want to give in exchange? I heard that Sir Knight will replan and develop the city. The noble scanned the newspaper anxiously. Yes, do you want to buy land, sell land, or contract a project, or borrow money for emergency? I want to buy a house in the city, but the land price is rising too fast now. The business houses in the city only accept cash. My manor title deed cannot be sold in a short time. I heard that only you are willing to accept the contract directly now. The noble took out a bunch of magic contracts from his arms. Ah, of course, manor title deed and slave contract. Wouldn't it be leisurely for you to be a farmer outside the city? Why come to the city? Sauron asked as he flipped through the deed. The noble frowned and shook his head. I went to the market rebuilt at the port and saw that there were too many fruits and vegetables shipped from the south, and they were too cheap. The farms in the capital are more or less affected by the spiritual tower, and the land is barren. You need to use potions to protect the plants when you use them for farming. It's not cost-effective to do farm work, and you can't compete with the goods from the south. And they are destroyed by magical accidents from time to time. So I think about it, this will only make you lose more and more. The most valuable thing now is the real estate in the city. If you don't make a move now, you will have no chance in the future. Soren nodded. It's a wise choice. You are a smart man with a clear vision. Then I will give you 2 options. The first option is that I will directly purchase it. I will give you a letter of introduction. You can take it to the manager of the Icenlian Chamber of Commerce. They will organize people to evaluate your manor property and give you a quotation according to the market price after the evaluation. If you are willing to accept it, we will sign the transaction. Of course, I will not deliberately delay the evaluation time. But please understand that there are indeed many small nobles who have sold land recently. The second option is to use your land as collateral and lend you a sum of money to invest in real estate in the imperial capital. Of course, I will charge a considerable amount of interest. And I will state in advance that if you are unable to repay the loan, we will take back your collateral assets to reduce losses. The Chamber of Commerce will clearly inform you of the specific agreement and interest, but the contract will definitely be completed today. What do you think? The noble thought for a while. The land price in the city doubles every day. Just your willingness to lend me money is already a very generous help. I choose the second option. Thank you for your assistance. Soren smiled and nodded. It's my honor to help you. After the nobles got the letter of introduction and left, Soren began to eat breakfast, but only halfway through, another black-robed wizard floated down from the sky and looked at him. Are you the knight candidate of the inter-hero Nair? Soren wiped his mouth, stood up and smiled. It's me. The wizard stood for a while with a cold face. I heard that you can introduce jobs. Soren smiled. Of course, I'm happy to help. Please sit down. What kind of job are you looking for? Full-time or part-time? What are your requirements for compensation? Do you want to trade in materials? Or do you want to receive crystals directly in cash? The wizard opened his mouth and hesitantly sat down next to Soren. Well, I didn't think too much about it. I just heard that you have a lot of cooperation projects with the Technology Development Bureau. Well, I'm actually not very good at fighting, nor am I very good at alchemy and potions, which are profitable majors, but other subjects are okay. Maybe, well, I don't have any good ideas of my own, but I'm a magician after all, so I can do things according to the instructor's requirements. Well, as long as the compensation is appropriate. I see. You are the type who focuses more on learning and controlling magic than developing and creating. You are an all-round magician who has mastered all subjects, right? Yes, that's what I mean. High scoring, low ability otaku. Sauron smiled. I have two options for your reference. One is to sign a long-term contract with the company, enjoy salary and benefits, and be a full-time magic assistant. Using your advantage as an all-round magician, you can provide magic consultation and assistance at any time and provide support to different project teams. Otaku Mage. Oh, this is good. Sauron smiled politely. Of course, there is another plan besides this, that is, you work part-time for a period of time, complete the company's magic task commission according to the task mode, and get paid immediately, and arrange your time freely. It doesn't interfere with your other research. Mage, hiss, this seems to be good. Sauron nodded. I suggest that you work part-time for a period of time, such as a 3-month internship. If you feel that the company's tasks and salary meet your expectations, then sign a long-term contract, such as a 3-year renewal, giving you the power to choose freely. You can also be promoted and get a raise based on your ability assessment. The mage laughed. Okay. Then what tasks are there? I do it now. Sauron also smiled. There are really too many things to do. Recently, we have contracted the fleet of the conservatives, and got a contract to upgrade and renovate 20 cruisers of a squadron. Are you interested? This is how career growth is. People come and go, and you are busy all the time. In the week after officially becoming the chief officer, as the CEO and spokesperson of the company, Sauron became a well-known celebrity in the imperial capital. Everyone knows he has money, everyone knows he has connections, everyone knows he has ways. Such a breakfast often lasts until noon, helping each other with the lower-class people in the imperial capital, and then the company's business has just begun. Going to the nobles' homes for banquets, visiting the big landlords one by one to get contracts, and negotiating various dances and dinners, it has been handled until the second half of the night, and only then have time to return to the Oriental Star to solve some small matters of the organization. The kind that can't see the light. It's really good at running. It slipped all the way to the border before being caught. Penny rubbed her shoulders. I'm so tired. I want to take a hot bath. No, you have too much hair. You should be the last one to wash. Claire threw the sack on her shoulder onto the deck. It's this guy, right? Sauron leaned over to take a look. Yui stepped forward to protect him, untied the sack, revealing a person who was tied up tightly with magic shackles and physical shackles. Sauron smiled and nodded. Well done, now I feel relieved. Our competition has been decided, right, Naram? Nareen curled up on the deck with a pale face, not saying a word. Soren didn't mind, waved his hand to dismiss the hidden guards and shadows around him, and leaned on the side of the ship to look at him. Do you know why I must catch you? Because I guessed long ago that smart people like you are the fastest to betray others, but you love yourself too much. You have offended so many factions in the Empire and lost, so sooner or later you will be ready to escape to the Elf Alliance. The Imperial nobles are not generous and kind people. You have offended your old boss to climb up, and you have offended so many people. There is no way out. How could you not find a way out for yourself? Even if you win this time, you can't guarantee that you will always win in the future. And as long as you lose once, you will definitely not be able to survive in the Empire. At that time, you may defect to the Elf Alliance. It's too dangerous. You are a practical guy with a sharp eye, means, and no conscience. You know the flaws and weaknesses of the Empire from top to bottom too well. If you defect to the Elf Temple, it will be a huge trouble. I dare not let you go. Nareem looked up at Soren and suddenly shouted, "Okay, I promise you." Soren looked at him curiously. "Promise me what?" Nareem glared at him with red eyes. "I will do whatever you want me to do. You didn't kill me directly, but spent so much effort to capture me alive, which means I am still useful, right? Speak now. As long as I can survive, I will agree to anything. You promised to give me a chance, didn't you? I am still useful. Give me a chance." "See, so you misunderstood, didn't you?" Soren shrugged. "It's not that I want to capture you alive. It's the Yaja family of the militant faction who specifically asked for you to be captured alive." Naren trembled with fear. Invisible fear swept over his body, the kind of fear that nightmares come true. Soren looked at him with pity. "You know, I was quite surprised at first. After all, the game hasn't even finished yet. Why are you running? Didn't the Peeing Blue attack the dock at your instigation, and was killed by someone else, and his life and death are unknown? You and the reformists are also entangled halfway, and the outcome is still undecided, but they are all defeated by you in the past, so it's not that big of a problem, right? The conservatives are also in your hands. Even if I have my trump card, you should still have a lot of backup plans and preparations that have not been used, right? Until the last moment. Who knows who will be the winner? So why did you run away? Why did you abandon everything and defect to the country when you heard Grimjow in white robes apologize to Saijin? At that time, I couldn't figure out what tricks you were playing, but I understand now. Forces that are not gathered and cultivated by oneself are not useful after all, right? They can give it to you as soon as they ask, or they can take it all back as soon as they ask. The master of Yaja is really cruel." Naren's forehead was covered with cold sweat, and his face was as pale as paper. Soren sighed. "You know, the Peeing Blue is not dead yet. His equipment and armor are really good. You get what you pay for. He was stuck at the bottom of the ship and crushed for so long, and he is just a high paraplegic. I don't want to beat up a disabled person with congenital mental retardation. The dignified white robe has to apologize for giving you face. The company can't make the relationship with the fighting faction too stiff, so I sent him back to the master. But guess what? The main family of Yaja, that's his real grandfather, right? He just beat up this precious grandson. Wow, I don't know if he wanted to express his sincerity or show his power, or if he was born with the ability to hunt for strange magic. He just turned his grandson into a special thing. Ugh, forget it. I won't scare you. It's disgusting anyway. By the way, there's my Yuli, the culprit. She also reaped the fruits of her own labor, using the potion she prepared on herself. I heard that the last two fertile blood descendants of the Yaja family have been working day and night this week to breed new heirs for the family. It seems that they used a lot of potions and transformation magic with serious side effects, and they didn't stop for a moment to ensure the quality and quantity of the offspring this time. The ghostly appearance of those two people now is really terrifying. They probably had a mental breakdown a long time ago. They should have been disposed of after creating the human beings, right? TSK, this family is so cruel to their own descendants. You dare to pluck the hair from the face of such a vicious tiger. Nareem seemed to have no strength to even breathe loudly. Sauron leaned against the side of the ship. As the heir, you signed a contract with our company on behalf of the fighting faction, right? I really tried to help you. I suggested that if we catch you, we should just kill you and give you a quick death. We can just sign a new cooperation agreement, but they are worried. After all, the company is very busy now. The quotes for various large-scale arms transactions and real estate projects are getting higher and higher. So the owner doesn't plan to kill you for the time being. He wants to borrow you for a while. After this 30 million order and the subsequent 20 million are completed, he will be replaced. I can help you and arrange for the company to give priority to the orders of the militant faction, but you see, it normally takes 10 months of pregnancy to give birth to a new heir, right? I don't know if those disgusting magics will take longer to breed an heir, so you may have to endure at least 10 more months before you can be free. Nareem actually started to cry. At this time, a dark lamp lit up from the dark sea, and the carriage of the Yaja family arrived to pick them up. Don't blame me, you chose the road yourself. Who told you to escape to the Elf Alliance? Sauron snapped his fingers, released the barrier of the Eastern Star, and watched the battlefield lich pick up Nareem and take him away. The election game of the flag bearer ended here. Nareem's faction was an absolute loser, sentenced to death both physically and mentally. In fact, Soren did admire this excellent strategist with a sharp vision and decisive decision-making, and he was sure that he could save his life from the Yaja family by negotiating again. He could even arrange to send him to Arishi directly. Unfortunately, Nareem himself tried to defect from the Elven Alliance in the end, which actually cut off his last chance of survival. The coalition of moderate and reformist factions suffered a small defeat, mainly because of Naram's betrayal. A lot of full-time managers died, and the company seized the opportunity to grab business. On the surface, they didn't lose much, but without Naram, the elite apprentices inside had to fight to decide the new person in charge. If they were slow, they would actually lose to the company in the future. However, the Technology Development Bureau was so large that it didn't hurt at all, and there would be more fights in the future. The conservatives neither gained nor lost, and exchanged the interests of the flag-bearer for the fleet. Reinhardt also established a good cooperative relationship with the company on behalf of the Haribel family. However, Soren only found out later that Gilt was engaged to Haribel's disciple Jaina, and this disciple Jaina is considered to be the adopted daughter of the Haribel family, so Reinhardt is considered to be the brother-in-law of the chief Gilt, but when the conservatives' goods were snatched, this guy actually did it without saying a word. He was so cold and ruthless that he cheated his own family. It was a bit amazing. Then, the fighting faction returned to the hands of the Yaja family again. To be honest, the fighting faction suffered the most losses this time. The heir was beaten by Sauron, his goods were robbed by Sauron, and Sauron used a forbidden spell to kill an entire private army. But inexplicably, the Yaja family reconciled with Sauron, and the relationship was not bad. Because Grimjow unexpectedly admired Sauron, Saijan and the company, and from the perspective of the Yaja family, Sauron killed all the heirs of other fighting families, to avoid the loss of leadership. He helped the main family get rid of an ambitious side branch, a son-in-law who was seeking power and usurping the throne, and an idiot heir who was useless and causing trouble everywhere, and even leaked urine. In disguise, he also created a lot of qualified new heirs, who can be trained from scratch. So maybe from a long-term perspective, the fighting faction, at least the Yaja family, still made a small profit. In the end, the company of the Soren Group was undoubtedly the winner. Although there were various reasons for cheating and Grimjow's half-hearted statement, it has to be said that the company got 3 contracts, including the commission of alchemist Ejo, for contracts, and a long-term contract of 95 million crystals. It got the reconstruction project of the Great Council ruins, and the new economic zone in the nearby central city that they had blown up. He got the loan note of 10 million from the Royalist Casino, the contract for upgrading the Conservatives' fleet, several weapons experimental projects from the Technology Development Bureau, the commission for the construction of the arsenal of the Kingdom of Sand, a large number of military equipment and logistics orders for the Franny Expeditionary Force, and swept the Empire's agricultural products and handicrafts market. A great victory. And this is just the beginning of everything. It's just the beginning. Soren thought about it and wrote in the record book starting tomorrow, it will be the midterm wizard exam. No one paid attention to him. After all, Skord was still in the state of Schrodinger's cat and was missing. Xing, as the company representative, escorted a large amount of funds and goods to Irisi a few days ago. As for Gilt, Saijan, Pollux and Sarasis, they will compete with the magic elites of the entire empire starting tomorrow to compete for the top 3 seats in each session and the right to wear the golden oak leaf on their chests. Probably they are all reviewing their lessons and doing exercises. As for Soren, he will not participate. After all, he is a Death Knight, okay. Chapter 148. Although mages also take exams, strictly speaking, the nature of the midterm magician exam is not very different from the college entrance exam at Soren's time. If you must compare them, they may be more similar to the honorary nature of the Olympic mathematics competition. Whether or not to participate in this test will not substantially affect a mage's future, let alone expect to achieve class advancement or control one's own destiny by passing the exam. This is just to provide a platform for young talents to show their talents regularly and please the Empire's master, the Lich, who comes to watch the performance. The more conspicuous and outstanding you are in this performance, the easier it is to be favored by the Liches. Gaining the appreciation of a Lich is the greatest reward of this exam, and this is the meaning of the golden oak leaf. After all, in a place like the Empire, the likes and dislikes of Liches can fundamentally determine the fate of ordinary people. The election of the flag-bearer is similar. Soren, Naram, and Reinhardt are also trying their best to please the white robes they have chosen. It's just that Naram failed, while the others succeeded. Therefore, Soren's team can be protected by a large group of white robes, and they can do whatever they want and confront whoever they catch. As for Naram, even if he played a good game within the scope of the rules and crushed his opponent with his scheming and tactics, once the white robes he flattered made a contrary statement, such as apologizing to his opponent, then this capable and talented chess player would immediately lose the opportunity he had earned by selling everything, and be treated as worthless garbage and silently disposed of. There is no fairness. This empire only believes in absolute power. The strong decide the fate of the weak. The standard of judgment is not based on the ability of the weak, but on the personal likes and dislikes of the strong. Yeah, I like pig-headed people. Pig-headed people are delicious. I hope I can have them every meal in the future. Penny touched her round belly and licked the grease and sauce on her lips. It's an orc, not a pig-headed person. This thing must be caught in the wasteland. It's very precious. Gattapetta used a knife to poke the abscess on her face in front of the mirror. Claire stared at the mess on the dining table, which looked like a murder scene. The lioness ate half a pig-headed orc in one meal. Sometimes I'm not sure which one is more evil, you or the demons. Of course it's the demons. You said they only eat internal organs, right? Penny picked her teeth. It's too extravagant to eat only internal organs. In the snowfield, calories are life. This kind of extravagant and wasteful behavior is really too evil. This is not a waste problem. Don't you think you are killing your own kind? Ah, you called me a pig. Washboard, you're so picky about food that you won't grow any flesh on your chest, understand? Hey, don't do it. Oh my, I was wrong. So after working all night in Soren, helping a lot of people solve problems, or solving a lot of people who created problems, yawning and walking into the cafeteria, I saw the kings under my command interacting intimately. Claire pressed Penny's head into the plate, and Yui dodged the splashing food residue quickly, and poured the diluted magic potion she had to drink every day into her mouth, and the soup flowed out from the wound at the corner of her mouth, and leaked everywhere. Gattapetta used a knife to cut open the parasitic demon flesh on her face, and applied medicine. She bought a lot of poison from Zygen to poison it to death. Now that the person has been captured, you guys are free, right? Sauron took out a small notebook and looked at it. That's perfect. The mages are going to take exams recently, and there is a lot of company affairs, and no one is helping. I am so busy that I have no time to rest. Gattapetta, these lower-level nobles on the list all owe the casino money, and don't pay it back. Now the debt has been transferred to us, and you are responsible for it. Take some shadows, and check them one by one. Kill the hopeless bastards, and if there are still some who can be saved, help them appropriately. You know their details better than me, so I don't need to say more. Gattapetta put on his mask and took Soren's list, glancing at it. How do you define hopeless? Soren shrugged. It depends on your perspective. If you treat human slaves as people, and go beyond the moral bottom line, you don't have to treat them as people. Do you understand? The demon assassin smiled and licked his lips. I understand. Soren looked at Yui again. Basic training of Death Knights. Are you willing to teach others? If I provide you with potential servants, potions, equipment and weapons, can you train them together? Yui's eyes lit up. You want to train private soldiers, the Death Knights private soldiers. Okay, I do it. Sauron nodded. Then I lead the company's security force. We've bought a lot of slaves recently, and selected those who are qualified as servants. This is the ring of the Isinglian Chamber of Commerce. You can directly allocate the required materials according to the standards of the Legion's training of great knights. I have money anyway. The Death Knight took the ring and put on the ghost mask. Leave it to me. Sauron was very relieved about the two sisters. He could use them as independent generals, and trusted cadres right from the start. What about me? Penny, with sauce still on her nose, came over. Boss, give me a task. If I stay with this washboard any longer, she's going to beat me to death. Ouch, my ears. Ahem, Claire, let her go first. Sauron looked at the lion girl. Penny, come to think of it, I haven't asked you about the beastmen yet. Can you control your transformation freely? Will you lose control and lose your rationality? Is it magic or natural? Can it be taught to ordinary people through some kind of ritual or trial? Or do they need certain qualifications? Penny stretched out her right hand, and her limbs began to grow thicker and stronger, growing white mane that turned into lion claws, but only on the elbow. My dad said that orcism was originally a magic passed down by druids, and it was a power gained by transforming the human body through years of secret methods. Of course, the secret method has been lost, and now it is considered a bloodline talent. Our orc tribe still regards ourselves as orcs, not humanoid beasts, and we will intermarry with other orc tribes. The children born have the same chance of inheriting the blood of either parent, but the degree of beastism also depends on talent. My talent is the highest. I am a genius. I can control the degree and parts of my orc transformation at will, while those with poorer talents are basically no different from humans. Of course, sometimes some people are stimulated to go berserk, lose control, and become monsters, and cannot recover. Have you heard of the King of the North? He is the most famous warrior among the lion people. He went berserk in battle, and became the most terrifying monster king in the Northern Ice Sea. Whether it is the Snow Elf Sword Saint or the Death Knight of the White Frost Crusaders, many masters have died under his claws. I'm a bit related to him. Well, probably because of this, he was captured by slave traders. After all, lion blood is not much. Sauron studied her claws over and over again, and when he transformed, he looked a bit like Tyrant. Do you know Bluetooth? An old man with a fishing spear, a big muscle man from the north. Of course, who in the north doesn't know that old madman? Penny pouted. Who do you think beat the king of the north to lose control? If it weren't for that old madman who beat up the strong, we orcs in the north would have joined the king of the north and established our own tribal alliance. Then, people like me would not be captured as slaves by the Elf Alliance and the Empire. Hey, have you touched enough? Stop pinching your paw pads, you pervert. Well, he was able to keep his head even after being targeted by that old lunatic. The king of the north is indeed quite powerful, and his reputation is well deserved. Sauron rolled his eyes. I plan to visit the local werewolf community, give some gifts, and build relationships. You can come with me. Maybe there will be a bonus of friendship between furry friends. Hey, don't treat me as a pet. Go and carry all the hams that were recently shipped from the south to the warehouse, and go to give gifts. No, the hams are so delicious. Please leave some. Just a little bit. Here, let me touch your claws. Didn't you just have a meal? Is it a white lion or an orange lion? Sauron looked at Claire again. The female warrior knew what he wanted to ask, and shook her head. My power is indeed manufactured, but I don't know the principle and ritual, and I don't smell the smell of demons here. But I think your martial arts and the sword skills I practiced are from the same source. Maybe there is some connection. I thought so too. Maybe there is some connection between the ancient empire and your warrior organization. Soren comforted her. Don't worry, I will find a way to help you go home. Claire didn't show any expression. It doesn't matter. My hometown was destroyed by demons a long time ago. Although the mission of the warriors is to kill demons, it is ultimately to protect humans. Even if you don't have the smell of demons, the smell of humans is still the same. That's enough reason to swing the sword. Soren nodded. I think so. Everyone is fighting for the same reason. Hey you orange cat, don't lick the ham. How can I give it to others? With two girls, who were not so reassuring, Soren visited the wolf pack in the imperial capital. Knocked on the door for a long time, but was turned away. Don't see me? Sauron was a little puzzled. Not here, the hotel is closed. The smell is quite faint. I'm afraid no one has stayed here in the past few days. Claire jumped to the second floor and looked inside. Then I eat this ham. Penny was very happy. Well, maybe they were worried that Miss Hollow would be retaliated by the nobles, so they avoided her in advance. Anyway, I let Matthew and the others check it out. Let's go back today. Well, it's impossible to trigger plot events every time I go out. I'm not Conan. Help! Is there anyone to save me? Then a nun screamed and ran past Soren, and a group of orc mercenaries rushed over behind her. Orcs, not northern orcs. One of them was particularly large and knocked Penny off balance, causing the precious ham she was holding in her arms to fall into the mud with a thud. Soren looked down. Oh who? Ah who? The white lion showed its fangs, roared with a crying voice, and knocked the big mercenary captain into the air and beat him for half a minute, then fell to the ground like a blood gourd and smashed to pieces. Although Claire bullied the lion at every turn, she was very straightforward at this time. She jumped down from the roof and swung her big sword to knock the other mercenaries into the floor tiles and flatten them. Ah, is it the dead disciple? Thank you for your help. The nun came over to thank him. It was Rosalia, who had a little connection with Soren before. Don't you remember her? She was the one who took samples from Soren for testing with Hela. Well, Soren remembered her now. What a coincidence. Soren was embarrassed. He turned his head and saw Penny kneeling on the ground holding her ham, crying as if a comrade had died. My God, a ham is so bad for you. Hey, 3 seconds have passed, stop licking. Ahem, sorry, my men are a little out of control. Sauron and Claire hurriedly separated the lion and the ham. But, I seem to hear you shouting for help just now. What a surprise. Don't the believers of your church want to meet death immediately? Besides, don't you have any means of self-protection such as the law of death? He subconsciously looked at the nun's waist, her plump body with a little fat. Her robe was not the shadow of death, but it was also made of elastic and transparent material similar to stockings. She was sweating from running for her life, and the sweat at the root of her thighs made the short robe stick to her skin, making the curve of her waist muscles particularly attractive. Ahem, he was just looking for a whip. No, he remembered that this nun, like Hela, also had a death weapon, But now it was gone, which was a bit strange, that's all. Rosalia met his gaze without embarrassment, smiling frankly. You're joking, I'm also a mortal, and my current practice is still not enough, so it's inevitable that I will be afraid of the unknown death. But when the day promised by death comes, I will naturally welcome it with joy, but that day is not today. Ah, maybe it's death's arrangement that I can meet you by chance. As you can see, I am carrying out a secret mission of the cult, but I am being hunted. In order to fulfill death's wish, could you please help me escort me to the church? It doesn't matter. It's about time to confirm the subsequent main mission with death. Woo-ahem. Oh, I'm so annoyed. Claire, take her back to the ship to chew her legs. Oh, confirm whether these oaks are alive. If so, take one out and bring it back for interrogation. After sending away 2 unreliable followers, Soren summoned Guan Haifa and jumped into the air with the nun. Sister Rosaria, now there are no idle people listening, and we are all apostles of death. Do you mind telling me who is chasing you? Although the nun's soft and warm body was pressed tightly against his back, Soren was also the boss of a gang at this time. How could he be tempted so easily? Wiped the blood from his nose and asked, as far as I know, there are not many mercenaries of the orcs in the imperial capital. Almost no nobles would use them as pure thugs. They are usually gladiators for performance. What mission are you planning for the Dead Apostle Church? How did you come into conflict with the orcs? Sister Rosaria smiled. I'm so sorry. It's just a small matter, but please forgive me. I have to follow the rules of the church. If you are really curious, I can only trouble you to confirm it with His Majesty the Emperor. They have been wanting to talk to you for a long time. The Emperor of the church? Soren was curious. Soon after arriving at the Dead Apostle Church, Soren knew what the nun meant. At this moment, the Hierophants were preaching in the square outside the church ruins, but it was not quite right to say that it was a ruins. The cathedral had been repaired, and various religious buildings and halls had been built on the surrounding Selene-Alkali land. It was almost a new city district. There were also many nobles' undead carriages parked outside. They even had basic defense forces, mainly golems and skeletons. It seemed that the cult was not short of sponsors. The Hierophants of the Dead Apostle cult were 2 people, a pair of twin brothers, 2 young boys. Well, they must be boys, because they also wore the same cool robes as Hela, the shadow of death, the magical artifact that would not only rot the enemy, but also the underwear of the wearer under the robe. So Soren saw it very clearly. It was just a little irritating. After all, he had his Eagle Sense magic eye on the whole time. Anyway, he felt terrible. Soren covered his face. Why did the cult get 2 naked kids as Hierophants? Well, it is indeed biased to say this. Why can't a naked child be the Pope of the Church of the Dead Apostles? Everyone is equal in the face of death. Many of the nobles, who knelt in front of them to be baptized, were female nobles. They were probably trying to imitate the treasure of the Death Shadow. They all wore a single layer of gauze monk robes, like Rosaria, without any other extra clothes underneath. They probably wanted to show their sincerity to God. TSK, although I guessed it long ago, it must not be a serious religion. Although the baptism ceremony does not seem to have any problems. The noble believer knelt in front of the candlestick of death, and the twin princes poured holy water on her head, letting her bathe in the grace of God. Well, there's really no problem, no extended meaning, just a simple picture of the literal meaning, except that the believer's clothes are too thin. There is nothing wrong with it. I don't know if Soren's mind is too dirty, he just can't help staring at certain places. So no matter how I look at it, it's wrong. I can't help but ask Rosaria, does death really mind you wearing underwear? Did it really tell you personally that you are not allowed to wear underwear? But Rosaria had already folded her hands and knelt outside to pray like other believers, as if she was silent like a statue. Sauron had to wait patiently for the 2 kings to complete the ceremony. They did not do anything extra, just letting the believers bathe in holy water, but that was the problem. This is a magical world. Is it just an ordinary ceremony? Sauron endured the pain and watched carefully from the side, but he did not see the 2 kings use any form of magic, protection or curse. It is better to say that even these 2 children are the same. If they are not wearing the treasures of the cult, they are just naked dead children that can be seen everywhere, and they don't even have any form of magic power. The Emperor of the Dead Apostle cult is just an ordinary person. Puppet? Disguise? No. After completing the baptism ceremony, the twins who came to Soren spoke in unison. It's just because old-school vanguards, like Killian, don't kill children under the age of 8. So I just borrowed this body to reincarnate. Fuck. So this is another old scumbag. The twins waved their hands, and the believers and nuns around them stood up and walked out of the church, closing the door. Sauron put his hands on his waist, touching the dragon's spear on his waist, to see what tricks they wanted to play. Nice to meet you, Knight of Death. I have wanted to talk to you for a long time. The King of the Dead Apostle said, there is a question that has always troubled me. I wonder if you can help me solve it. How do you make death speak? Chapter 149. Sauron looked at the twins in front of him, and suddenly laughed. To borrow the words of death, how do I know? I can do it, just like you can blow out a candle, so don't keep asking me such weird questions, okay? The twin popes were stunned for a moment, and they opened their mouths and said, wow, are these really the original words of death? And you? Will it actually say so many things to you? You should be the emperor. Would you like to consider it? Just help the believers to baptize and join the sect like before, and death will take care of the rest. Well, some ants like to touch you randomly, just bear with it. Hey, if someone touches you forcibly, you should scream and call the police. Kid. Sauron resisted the urge to complain and thought about it. It's not impossible. After all, I have to integrate the power of the entire empire, and I will definitely encounter religious organizations of various races in the future. If your sect is willing to cooperate, I will ask the Parliament to establish a National Ethnic and Religious Affairs Administration Bureau to coordinate the customs of the religious people and approve matters related to becoming a god or immortal. The Emperor said wow again. Can you really do it? Okay. In order to occupy a pile of holy relics of my sect and not return them, Killian took advantage of the loopholes in our original contract and chased me like a mad dog. Can you coordinate and deal with it? And those holy relics are all relics of the sect. When will they be returned? Can the Religious Administration Bureau also take care of it? Sauron immediately used sales talk to evade. Let me think about this first. Then it's up to you. The local natives really didn't understand. You want to see me just for this? Speaking of which, I just saved Sister Rosaria from a group of orcs. Are you planning something? Sauron quickly changed the subject to prevent the Emperor from signing a contract for him. There are quite a lot of nobles coming for baptism. They all voluntarily donated money to the church. Did you not do anything that violates human ethics? Oh, Lord Dead Apostle, are you willing to learn about the affairs of the Order? Great, please follow me. The twins turned around and led the way, heading directly to the underground crypt behind the church. Sauron followed them into the crypt, where several coffins and the dead were placed. Although it is rare in the Empire, not everyone wants eternal life after death. One twin led the way, while the other turned around and pointed at the coffins in the crypt and explained, for those who want to end peacefully, cannot become a lich, do not want to become a slave of the blood ancestor, do not want to turn their souls into crystals, and do not want to be enslaved by wizards forever in the form of skeletons, zombies and ghosts. Our sect will use the words of comfort to guide their souls to the sea of slumber, to the side of death, and arrange for the burial of their remains. No form of magic can disturb their eternal peace. Just like our doctrine, bring peaceful eternal sleep to all things in the world, all living beings, turn this land into an eternal death, and free all human souls from pain and torture, sinking into the sea of eternal sleep, to peace. Wait, isn't this different from what Hela said? The two emperors turned their heads and looked at Soren, a little helpless. At least that's how I understand it. You may not know that death is very stingy with words to other dead apostles. Its imperial orders are usually just a few words, and most of them have to be guessed. Although I am the leader elected by the cult, I am actually equal to all the dead apostles. Maybe what they get and understand is the true meaning of death. But now, we will provide burial services for the nobles in exchange for some financial support. Soren frowned. If the teachings of the dead apostles cult were indeed, as explained by the twin emperors, then the existence of the dead apostles cult and the exile of the mages could be understood. This was simply digging the grave of the psychic empire in disguise. The dead were all buried and could not be used. How could they compete with the elven gods? But as a human being, Soren felt that at least living in pain and dying in peace was a kind of final happiness. But only for the nobles? The emperor nodded. Only for the nobles. According to the regulations of the parliament, the dead are precious materials in the empire, and soul crystals are the foundation of the country. Therefore, the parliament prohibited us from requiem slaves and civilians based on the law that slaves were the private property of the nobility, and citizens were the private property of the empire. In fact, the nobles were not allowed to requiem either. After all, they were the masters of the empire, and had the obligation and responsibility to dedicate their bodies and souls to the empire. But they would take advantage of loopholes and become believers of the cult, so they could bypass the laws of the parliament and go to the human gods they believed in. As you said, the issues involving gods, beliefs and religions are too broad, and the parliament can't intervene. Soren scratched his head. Isn't it said that the dead souls will eventually return to death? Then your process of requiem may be redundant? The Emperor nodded. The liches have indeed written many papers, saying that we are just a superstitious cult that simply destroys corpse materials. But there are still people who believe that the state of soul crystal is not the final death of human beings, so it will produce such powerful and painful magic, but it cannot be verified. After all, no one can be resurrected from that state. So, perhaps in the Empire, a truly complete death is also a luxury. We are here. Please come in. The twins pushed open the door of the secret room in the basement. In the empty cellar, a clay jar was preserved under the protection of magic circles painted on the 6 walls. This is the holy relics, the Pope introduced. It is the remains left after death, or similar to your situation, the part that transfers and preserves the power after taking it. Most of the holy relics were taken away by Killian. This piece was found during our exile, and has not been opened yet. Sauron, I say, is it really okay for you to dismantle death like this? Fingers and skin, too miserable. The Emperor shrugged. It was it that guided me to dig it out. Maybe death itself doesn't mind. As the remains of the humanoid form of death, the holy relics have extremely powerful death laws, but they can't be borrowed immediately. To make them into equipment of the noble phantasm level, at least you have to figure out what the death laws of this item are. For example, this holy relics, I got it from the ancient ruins of the orcs. There is a seal set by the orcs on this clay jar. If you open it rashly, no one can tell what level of disaster this true god body will cause when it appears in the world. Of course, the biggest possibility is that it was discovered by Killian and then stolen again. Then why did you bring it to the Empire? And let me see it. So we need to understand the current status of the holy relics in the jar, and the possible triggering of the death law, so as to arrange the corresponding seal to avoid being discovered by the liches. But we found out that the orc tribe that once possessed the holy relics happened to be destroyed by the Empire's crusade against the wasteland 2 months ago. The remaining residents were taken as slaves and brought to the Empire. Among them, there may be orc shaman inheritors who know something about the holy relics. So I asked the dead disciples to try to find the orcs and negotiate with them when preaching in the imperial capital to see if they can find out some information. You can also ask the orcs you meet if they have any impression of this kind of jar. The death law of the holy bones is so powerful that it must be some kind of magic weapon in the civilization of the orcs, and it will not be unknown. Sauron came over and frowned to look at the clay jar, which was probably a wine jug or a water jug. The opening was sealed, and the ochre patterns and designs did not look like the product of human civilization. But from the perspective of magic, there is still a strong seal in effect. Maybe it is the so-called magic of the OK shaman. Maybe it can be broken with the dragon spear, but the main problem is not to remove the seal, but what will happen after the seal is removed. After all, it is the body part of the most powerful god in the world, who knows what will happen. The Emperor shrugged. Don't worry, it will take a long time for the cult to revive in the Empire, and the scattered holy relics will be collected slowly. By the way, Mr. Dead Apostle, you talk a lot with death, right? If you have a chance, you can also ask it directly what the effect of the death law of this holy body is, which can save us a lot of time. Sauron frowned. Can't you ask it yourself? The twins nodded. Of course I asked. What did it say? It's the liver. Fuck, it's really frugal with words. Sauron was speechless for a while. Okay, I ask for you. Are there any candles? The twins shook their heads. No. No! The Emperor sighed. You have to know that the candle is made of corpse oil. Yes, it is also considered a holy relic. We can't use up one holy relic just to ask about the details of another holy relic. We can only wait for the call of the human god and obey its arrangements. The remaining candles in the cult have been used up. It takes time to make them, and the rest have been taken away by Killian. I heard that it was distributed to the Death Knights of the Empire. Your Excellency may try to get some from this channel. Well, it seems that I really can't get candles from the cult. It's a pity that I can't continue the main quest. I can only take a side quest of a dead liver for no reason. Oh, there's one more thing. The shadow of death on your left hand was lent to you by Sister Hela? I take it back first. What? Sauron reacted and found that the black hand on his left arm returned to the robes of the popes, like a long snake. No way, I came here and lost money. In addition, I heard that your company is very wealthy, Mr. Dead Apostle. I wonder if you can provide some support to the cult? I think the cash of 1 million crystals is enough for the early settlement of believers. Hey, don't go too far. I beat up the naked kid. I lend this thing to you, and redeem it when the cult has money. The twins walked to the secret room across the corridor, opened the secret door, and took out a long strip of gray cloth. Oh, Another holy relic? Wow, you are really rich. You have been wandering for so many years, and still have a lot of assets. No wonder Killian stared at you and robbed you. Soren immediately came over with drooling. The long strip held in the arms of one of the twins looked like a sword, a one-handed sword, but considering that the three of them were still in a state of being more than a young boy, the sword looked quite long. No, it's a weapon I used in the past. I can't use it for the time being until my strength recovers. Please look. One of the twins held the sword, and the other untied the gray cloth, revealing a faint group of starlight in it, star-carved sword meteor god fluorescent. Oh. Soren's eyes almost popped out. It was like holding a ball of starry night sky, with twinkling lights and shadows in the virtual light forming a one-handed sword. The light refracted through the sword body and reverberated, just like holding a crescent of Milky Way in the hand, just like looking at the reflection of the starry night sky above the head. This is called a divine weapon. Look at the divine weapons in Soren's hands. Either they are pitch black with a layer of gray, or they are as big as door panels. How can they be so handsome? Being strong is temporary, but being handsome is for a lifetime. Wow, 1 million is worth it, so I'm welcome. Sauron stretched out his hand, and grasped the hilt of the sword and danced with it. The sword mark tore open a magical twilight, and the starlight was like splitting a piece of the sky. It was really handsome. And it was more than just handsome. Sauron stared carefully at the magic circle that formed the hilt of the sword, and looked at the tip of the sword along the connection of the magic circle. If he guessed correctly, the starlight on the sword body was definitely not for beautiful decoration, but really, it was simply to bind the star meteorite, connected with some more powerful magic, and constrained into the shape of a one-handed sword. Damn it, this is really a casual swing of the sword to release the power of 100 stars. Can magic even do such an outrageous thing as binding the stars? This is too exaggerated. The Emperor looked at him in surprise. Huh? I just wanted to explain the skills of this sword to you. And you actually saw through it yourself? No, can you actually see this magic sword directly? Does the dead disciple have some kind of extremely high-level magic eyes? This is not a secret skill that you can master at your age. Could it be that you are also a strong man who is reincarnated using some props? Oops, exposed again? Should we kill and rob? The twins stared at him for a while, then suddenly realized, so that's why, you sent you to use this sword because you knew I couldn't protect the cult for the time being. It seems that this is all arranged by death, and it's what the gods expect. Your understanding is something you have developed yourself. The Pope didn't ask any more questions after he understood himself. Anyway, this sword is temporarily given to you. In addition, I once injured Killian with this sword, so I suggest you don't use it in front of it. Soren was surprised. Isn't that a personal grudge between it and your cult? It has nothing to do with me, right? The Emperor shook his head. There are not many weapons that can hurt Killian, so it has been thinking about this good sword for a long time. It is very likely that it will take it away, and then it will not be able to get it back. Fuck, that guy is indeed a person who would do such a thing. He is obviously the prime minister of a country, but he would steal other people's spoils. I don't know if it is a personality defect he developed in the past. I have to be more careful. Although I didn't receive the main quest, I received a branch quest and got a divine weapon. It's not a loss to come to the cult. If possible, please ask you to give back the things that Killian stole from the cult. At the beginning, I guaranteed Killian to lend him the treasures of the cult because we are both human beings, and we are fighting against the invasion of elves together. Now he turns his face and cuts me. It's too much. The Pope kept nagging Soren on the way out of the cathedral. Oh, so annoying. This mission is far beyond his ability, okay? I think about it, and then give you an answer. It's all up to you, Lord Dead Apostle. So the Pope of the Order, who is called by Killian, is even more stupid than the Prime Minister. Lord Pope. Lord Dead Apostle. Something bad is going to happen. Huh? What happened? The nuns and believers gathered at the door interrupted the Pope's entanglement. For the time being, Soren suppressed the idea of riding on Guan Haifa and escaping, and stealing the Magic Star sword and the promised 1 million. He gossiped about what the big deal was. Our followers brought shocking news from Franny. Oh, probably about the Franny War. A week has passed, and it is estimated that Anubis' main force has crossed the border and killed over. I don't know how the battle went. To be honest, Soren really hopes that the Franny people's army can create a miracle and defeat Anubis. After all, this can at least prove the power of mortals to the liches, indicating that ordinary people can be used as combat power in addition to being skeletons and soul crystals. But no matter how you think about it, it's impossible. With Anubis' level of combat power and intelligence, Franny has almost no chance of turning the tables. The emperor gently comforted, "Don't worry, talk slowly, Franny has nothing to do with our dead apostle cult anyway, they didn't steal our holy remains." Sauron, Yes, yes. The nun who brought the news paused for a moment, and said, "We got the news that the Elven Alliance has declared war on Franny. It is said that the Elven army has captured the capital of Franny." "What? The elves have taken action? Is the news accurate?" Sauron was shocked and rushed over to grab the nun. "How many troops did they send out?" "I don't know this," the nun said in panic, "but I heard that a large number of Franny nobles have defected to the Elven army, and there are also vassal armies of many other races. Because the main force of the Franny people's army is not in the capital was captured and massacred. All civilians were executed as remnants of the people's army. Now there are rumors that the Franny nobles want to execute all the rebels of the people's army, and the refugees are flocking south to escape to the Empire." "Tisk, it's totally expected." Sauron narrowed his eyes. If the Franny nobles and the elves were kind people, how could they have caused a famine in the first place? The bloody suppression of civilian riots is completely routine operation. However, he really didn't expect the other party to be so decisive and act quickly. This is actually unreasonable. It's not that it's unreasonable to take action, but it's very unreasonable that the Alliance reacted faster than the Empire. After all, the Empire's army is made up of dead golems, and each has its own standing army, which is directly pulled from the waterway to the front line, and there are also a large number of magicians. In terms of war preparations, the Empire must be able to complete it first. The Elven Alliance not only has the differences among the gods within the temple, but also has various human or humanoid subordinate states and vassal states. All kinds of forces need to be coordinated to mobilize the army, and they also need to prepare additional food supplies necessary for biological creatures. It seems strange that they would react so quickly and send troops so suddenly, even if there are human nobles inside. Not only Sauron, but even the white robes of the Parliament and the brave warrior of the Franny people's army should have assumed that the Elf Alliance would not join the Franny war immediately in the early stage. Who knew that they would even take down the royal city in a flash? I'm afraid the other party had a plan in advance. But no matter what, the noble forces in front of them have not been cleaned up, and they have been stabbed in the back by the Elf Alliance, and the Imperial army is waiting for them. This time, the newly born Franny people's army is completely in a desperate situation. Chapter 150. In the manner of the Icenian family, the small court established by the fugitive Princess Lakis, the last Orthodox of Franny, with the support of the company, began to hold internal meetings on the recent new situation. Maelaw sorted out the intelligence and marked the locations of military strongholds, cities, the Imperial army, the Noble army, and the People's army on the Franny map. The western part of Franny borders the Empire, and is mountainous. Although elite spies can infiltrate each other, there are only 2 or 3 mountain roads for the army to pass through, and there are a large number of fortress checkpoints along the way. The defenders were all pro-Elven factions, and some key hills were directly linked to the Elven Dragon Cavalry regiments for garrison. It was almost impossible for the Imperial army to pass quickly, and they could only advance step by step. The terrain in the east of Franny was relatively flat, which was conducive to the cavalry's galloping, and there was almost no danger. There were only 2 military fortresses available for defense in the north and south of the border. They had always been heavily stationed to guard against the Elven Alliance in the east, and protect the large number of noble fiefs and manors in the core area of the king's territory. In general, the northern fortress was closer to the capital, and the knight class, who were traditionally closer to the vanguard army, were organized in this military district to guard the royal family. The southern fortresses have stronger noble forces. This time, the nobles of the southern fortresses raised their troops to restore the monarchy, so the main force of the People's Army intends to eliminate the remaining noble forces in the country and consolidate the eastern defense line before the Elves' army invades the country from the south. But I didn't expect it. It was indeed unexpected. Sauron looked at the red arrows that invaded from the northeast of Franny. It represented the coalition forces under the command of the Elf Alliance. Not only did they enter from the northern fortress and directly conquer the capital, but along the way, the remnants of the Franny nobles also surrendered and counterattacked. I didn't expect that most of the Knights of Franny, who should have a family with a vanguard heritage, would actually join the Elves. I'm not surprised that they joined the Alliance. It was only a matter of time, Princess Lux analyzed. Franny's knights are actually mainly middle and lower class nobles. Even if their ancestors were from the vanguard, they joined the Franny kingdom during the founding of the Empire, or the 3 wars. If they have been passed down for hundreds of years, and have been protecting the royal blood, they would naturally have become aristocrats from a family background. They recognized the bloodline and etiquette of the rulers of the ancient empire. Even if they opposed the Elven alliance, it was only out of the struggle for power, and for the consideration of their own family's rise. As for the vanguard people's army, these civilian wild warriors who only learned a few tricks, if they honestly joined their ranks and pledged loyalty to the kingship, it would be fine, but if they actually killed the princes, then they would completely break with them. But I always thought that the elves would not act so quickly. At least they would wait until the imperial army invaded the kingdom of Franny, and attracted the attention of the people's army before taking action. Maelaz nodded in agreement with the princess. It is indeed a bit strange. The Elven Alliance's countermeasures against the Franny people's army are hard to understand. First, they completely ignored it, and then they suddenly took action at this inopportune time. Could it be that they wanted to eliminate the people's army and restore the Franny royal family before the imperial army was trapped in the border mountains? That's too strange. It sounds like a possibility. What's so strange about it? Soren asked. Maelaz looked at the princess and explained, the empire marched under the banner of the king of Franny. In this way, following the etiquette of magic, fighting on the territory of Franny can directly call on the magic power of the earth veins and activate many ancient guardian magics. At least, they won't be regarded as invaders and attacked by local monsters. But the Elf Alliance seems to have not yet introduced a legitimate heir to the throne, and they don't know the whereabouts of the illegitimate daughter Reyna. They just sent troops without completing the ritual preparations. Will sending troops without any reason really have such a big impact on the outcome? The strength of the elves is overwhelming the people's army, right? From the situation marked on the map, this surprise attack from the elves was quite successful in strategy. The situation in the north changed instantly. The coalition forces conquered the royal city, and the people's army lost its base camp. A large number of noble troops also appeared on the supply line from the royal city to the southern fortress, completely cutting off the supply line and trapping the main force of the people's army in front of the southern fortress, unable to advance or retreat. The news that came in every day was that nobles from all over the place, inspired by the fate of the elves, had restored their power and counterattacked. Everywhere there were places that had previously promoted support for the people's army, and the troops changed their flags and invited the nobles back to serve as generals and lords. Especially after the news that the elf army and the northern nobles' allied forces surrounded the royal city and launched a massacre to wipe out the remnants of the people's army came out, this change of color became more frequent and rapid. After all, mortals are still afraid of death. It is terrifying for the people's army to kill the nobles, and it is equally terrifying for the nobles to kill the people's army. After all, the weak can only follow the strong to survive. But what's the point of crushing the people's army? The key is that the Imperial army will also enter the battlefield. Maryland couldn't help but interrupt. The strength of the Imperial army and the Elf Alliance army is evenly matched, and any magic advantage may directly affect the battle situation. If they don't restore a new king before the Imperial army reaches the capital, there will be no way to fight the Empire in the field. In the end, they still have to retreat behind the previous border. Isn't it just a waste of manpower to help the Imperial army contain the opponent? Maybe they just give up Franny. Maelaz thought for a while. Maybe the elves will not fight the Imperial army head-on, but just want to get rid of the troublesome people's army in advance and take down the two fortresses on the eastern front. Then use the local nobles of Franny as a buffer to hold back the Empire. As long as the Imperial army wastes time in trekking through mountains and rivers and stabilizing Franny's new territory, the Elf Alliance can stabilize the front again. At least it will not fall into the dilemma of a gap in the entire front line of defense. In this way, the sooner the better, the later it is, the greater the possibility that the Imperial army will break through the defense line and cause the overall collapse. There is another possibility. Maryland thought for a while and added, that is, the Elf Alliance has long planned to annex Franny, and has absolute confidence in its own strength, thinking that even if it has not made sufficient magical preparations, it is still confident that it can snatch Franny. That's why they sent out the troops brazenly. For the same battle situation, the brother and sister made completely opposite judgments. No, to be precise, the decision-makers of the Elf Alliance, whether they were smart and decisive enough or too greedy and stupid, would make the same strategic decision, which sounds quite funny. This may be the truth. Lutz laughed. What we are curious about is not how the Elf Alliance reacted, but why they were able to react so quickly. But if the smart people and the stupid people in a political group want to do the same thing, then this usually slow giant will move swiftly and frighteningly. In this way, at least before the main force of the people's army is eliminated, the Elf Alliance will maintain a high degree of internal unity and exert strong combat power, but after that, whether to fight with the Imperial army or not will depend on the game among the upper gods. The brother and sister nodded to agree with the princess's point of view, which seemed to make her feel good. Soren was silent, but he was not concerned about the movements of the Elven Alliance. What if he guessed it? Since the elves had already sent troops, they would definitely destroy the people's army at lightning speed. But he had no chance to provide any kind of help now. Not to mention himself or the company, even the Empire could only slowly climb the mountain to open the way, and perhaps they could only collect the bodies of the people's army when they arrived. Sir Soren. Lakis noticed his expression and reminded him, as long as you remain patient and develop the company at this speed, the entire Empire will be in your hands in a dozen or 20 years. At that time, you can completely call on a more powerful force than the Elven Alliance today to completely destroy this half-hearted giant. Ah, I know what you mean. Now is not the time for small people like us to come on stage. Sauron nodded. I will remember this blood debt and settle it together. Oh, you guys should take care of the nobles' affairs first. I'm leaving first. Sauron left the living room of Isenglin's house and walked into the yard. He actually hoped that the cult had only received rumors and false information from the people, and the situation was not that bad, so he was anxious to confirm with Maelaz. But the accurate information sent back through the Chamber of Commerce broke his fantasy. The Elven Alliance must have sent troops, not only the armies of the vassal states, but also the elite corps of the elves, plus the cooperation of the nobles. The troops of the people's army had almost no chance to resist, and the capital was captured. Now the coalition forces have blocked the area near the capital to conduct a thorough cleanup and search of the people's army, and a large number of ordinary people have been executed for the crime of shielding the people's army. And you can't even say anything about the elves. The elves just raided and killed the people's army soldiers guarding the city, but the massacre was done by humans themselves. The local noble army of Franny, the allied forces of other human vassal states, foreign mercenaries and adventurers, and even the knights of Franny, all drew their swords without hesitation. They certainly had reasons, such as the fact that the people's army had first killed the princes and nobles. They wanted to search for the remnants and supporters of the people's army. They wanted to search for Princess Rhaena and other nobles who might have survived, and so on. But if you don't massacre the city, others will, and if you don't rob money, others will, and the generals of the Elf Alliance will not stop you. After all, if you don't plunder the wealth of the capital of Franny, how can you feed this hastily mobilized army? The spies who listened to the wind could not send back more information now, such as how many enemy troops there were and how many civilians were killed or injured, because they could not protect themselves. The allied forces were burning the city, and the troops from all over the country gathered under the royal city, and then immediately joined the looting of their own military supplies. They even pried up and robbed the golden-laid floor tiles of the Iris Palace. There was no order at all, just pure brutal massacre and looting. Massacred over and over again. It can only be said that a saint like Tim is indeed a rare freak in the Elf Alliance. People of this era, whether human or elf, are actually the same on the battlefield. Sauron. Marilyn walked to his side. You have this stressed expression again. Do you want to vent? No, I'm not in the mood now. Sauron didn't look at her. Marilyn didn't force it, leaning against the wall next to him. So you want to kill people? Sauron snorted coldly. What's the point of killing people? Many of Franny's knights are descendants of the Vanguard army. After killing and killing, they still look like this. Even if the company ruled the Empire, defeated the Alliance, and revived humanity in a dozen or 20 years, humans will still be killing each other in hundreds or thousands of years. Marlin pouted. Okay, the princess sent me to comfort you. But you don't want to vent or kill people, you just want to sulk, right? Then sit here and cry. I have a lot of things to do. I won't waste time with you. Just touch your bird. Sauron sighed. Can you be more civilized? Bullshit. You guys caused so much trouble, killed a bunch of knight apprentices, and forced everyone in Plasma Rose to work overtime, patrol the city, and guard the gates. I was also forced by my brother to help with socializing and business talks, and I didn't even have time to kiss and hug Sally. Oh, you're the only one who's upset? Also, I'm warning you, don't go and hook up with her behind my back. If I catch you two rolling around together without me, I'd be furious. As she spoke, she suddenly reached out and grabbed Soren's chest hard, turned around and left. Fuck, go catch the clerk. Sauron squatted on the ground, rubbing his chest. Why are all his confidants such crazy women? Why not go find Zygon? No, the human mage is taking the college entrance examination. It's even more terrible if you interrupt her train of thought and she goes crazy. But what Marilyn said is right. It's a waste of time to sit here and feel sorry for herself. It's better to touch birds, go kill people. At that moment, he changed his body, the shadow of Sauron, and walked out of the virtual world wearing a mask. He raised the star-carved sword, Meteor God Firefly, in his right hand and pointed it at the night sky, comparing it. The stars are bright, like the Milky Way stretching across the sky, and the meteors are dazzling, as if the light and shadow in front of me are refracted by the sea of stars. Wow, it's really cool. I want to chop off a few nobles' heads to test the sword. Soren covered the star-carved sword with a black robe to cover the starlight of the blade, jumping and flashing, shuttling in the dungeon like a vengeful spirit, thinking that if he met a guy he didn't like, he would shout, "You are so ugly that you are disturbing the public order, I will punish you on behalf of the waning moon," and then rush up and cut the person in half with a knife to test whether my sword is sharp. Ahem, he was just having a crazy thought. Soren was just intermittently mentally ill. Sometimes when he was under too much pressure, he wanted to light a firecracker and set a fire. He was not yet a masked killer walking around at night and committing crimes indiscriminately. Then you ask him why he was looking around the street with a machete? He was not venting his anger on the imperial nobles, because he saw the people's army being slaughtered. It can only be regarded as acting on behalf of heaven. Yes, he wanted to contribute his own little bit of strength to maintain the public order and good customs of the imperial capital as a nameless, faceless, and friendly citizen. Oh, someone is forcibly robbing a woman. A little girl. Good opportunity. No, it's too much. Let go of that girl. Sauron flashed down from the sky, and the star-carved sword slashed down on the head of the passing magician. Fortunately, he used eagle sense to see what the other party was doing at the last moment, and stopped his hand in time, without cutting him into a V shape. Wow, why are you coming out in the dark to fight at night? Pervert, take your puppet, and get out of here. Don't let me see you on this street again. Wow, I didn't do well in the exam today, so I can't even come out to vent. The waning moon is too much. The magician covered his face, and ran away in tears. It's so unlucky. Sauron pouted, exhaled, and wiped the star-carved sword with his robe. Well, I was scared and collapsed in the middle of venting. It was indeed a bit too much. But speaking of it, today is the first round of the magic exam, 2 papers, a total of 2,000 points, 1,000 points pass, 1,800 points or more Silver Oak Leaf Elite. By the way, from the conversation between the 4 wizards in the transcript, they all passed and can enter the next round. The specific score is that Guild got exactly 1,800 and got the Silver Oak Leaf as a guarantee. Zygen is still the same Zygen, with a full score of 2,000. The other 2 guys didn't dare to say more when they saw that there was a top student in the group. TSK, Soren is not bragging here, but with his talent of crossing a single plank bridge with thousands of troops in the past, and his magical talent of throwing a forbidden spell with a flick of his hand, he was not admitted. What would happen if he was admitted? Zygen didn't dare to take this kind of small test, but Silver Oak Leaf was a piece of cake, right? Sauron gradually calmed down after patrolling the streets alone and boasting to himself for a while. He stood alone in the middle of the street, like a silhouette cast by the god of death in the night, because suddenly, a thought rushed into Soren's mind. What is he doing? Why is he still staying in the imperial capital? Establish a company, build power, instigate an empire, and then fight a decisive battle with the Alliance decades later. Do these things really make sense? If that time really comes, the people he wants to save, the people he wants to help, those people in Franny, may have died for decades. Besides, is there really no way for him to help the people's army now? Sauron looked at the star-carved sword in his right hand, and the royal flag wrapped in his left hand. This body full of artifacts, full of magic power, and overflowing forbidden spells. I dare not say that he is invincible, but at least he can't be considered powerless, right? So how about going directly to Franny? The boy's brain began to heat up, the boy's heart began to heat up, and the man's blood began to heat up. Go to Franny and burn all those bastards to ashes. Pa! With a sound, a paper bat hit Soren's mask and woke him up from the burning moment. Damn, what a waste of my brewing feelings. How could there be such a coincidence? Then he lowered his head and looked at the words written on the white paper bat. To Soren. What's going on? Confused and bewildered, Soren opened the bat and saw a few lines of beautiful handwriting. Soren, now is not the time for you to come to Franny. Don't choose that future. Don't worry, I will save that woman. This is my test. In addition, I can see which side the coin falls on. I can see every side of every toss. Good luck, Skode. In the same time and space, or in countless time and space, Skode stood on the hill, lowered the hood that had been covering his face, revealing a long silver hair, and the same magic ribbon that looked like mercury covered the girl's eyes, and tied a small bow behind her head. The hair blown by the hot wind swayed, and the bangs on both sides of the girl's cheeks gently patted her cheeks. Her left hand was leaning on a thin branch that was just higher than her shoulder, and her right thumb flicked a silver coin on her fingertips high up. The silver coin flew up and made a crisp buzzing sound in the hot wind, then fell down and landed on her small palm. The blind girl said, "Human head." The young warrior wearing blue-gray iron armor rode on a red horse, holding a 4-meter-long spear diagonally under his shoulder, and rode slowly past the blind girl in purple robe and silver hair. The black pupils, like a falcon, slanted across the girl's palm. The silver coin was facing upwards, and it was a human head. "You didn't lie." The young man stared at the silver coin intently. The silver coin of Franny, on the upward side, was naturally engraved with the head of the patron saint of elves, the etiquette. "You are the true prophet." Skode put away the silver coin, and saluted slightly to the young knight on the horse, to the once-in-a-millennium, well-deserved, brave man. Then the bay horse kicked its feet hard, rolled up a gust of wind in front of the girl, flashed past, fell straight down from the hill, and rushed down along the almost straight cliff. The young warrior slowly turned his falcon-like eyes, and stared straight down the cliff. The biting hot wind, steamed by the flames of the mountain city, blew directly into the whites of his eyes, and the tragic situation of the Franny King City, the purgatory on earth, was thrown directly into his pupils. The bones of the innocent, the ashes of the weak, were strung high on the tip of the spear, hung high on the city wall. Everyone he knew, everyone he had spoken to, everyone who had given him a task, everyone who had given him a reward, everyone who had thanked him with a smile, the future of mortals, just like this, burned into flames until they were burned to ashes. He thought he had saved everything, but in the end, he had saved nothing. This fact was reflected in his falcon-like black pupils. This man's blood was completely ignited. "Well, then this is the future you have chosen." So the man named Lecarp rushed towards the army that was slaughtering the city alone. "I will kill you all. I will kill you all." Chapter 151. This brutal pleasure will end in brutality. Your Excellency said it very well. Are you inspired by this? The Countess of Baltimore turned her head in surprise, and looked at the young official beside her. "It's not me. I saw it in a TV series, probably written by Shakespeare." "Secretary General, you didn't invite me to watch the game, did you? Or do you have any commission that you need the company to help you with? Please speak up." "I promised to complete the task." Soren held his nose, crossed his legs and lay on the sofa, looking at the crystal projection in the magic theater, outside from the terrace of the theater's private room. The magicians were commanding summoned beasts and puppets to kill slave orcs, who played the role of dungeon monsters, dismembering them on the spot, and collecting materials as rewards for participating in the competition. This was the second round of the midterm wizard-level test, a live broadcast of the team adventure. Fortunately, the parliamentary countess did not invite him to come to eat young grass, but simply invited him to watch the show and talk about political transactions. Soren was slapped in the face by a letter from Skord, so he had to temporarily give up the idea of rushing to Franny to play the hero game, and patiently came to keep the appointment and continue to manage the company's power. By the way, the brief process of the wizard exam was that the written exam ended yesterday. Those who passed the first round of the written exam will have the second round of preliminaries today. Teams of 3 to 5 people will pass through a magic maze made of military chessboards, full of traps and monsters to reach the destination. According to the priority of completing the maze, the top 16 people will advance to the third round of individual battles. The top 3, the 3 most outstanding people of this session, will receive the golden oak leaf badge and be called the chief. Basically, those who can enter the top 16 will be in the eyes of the liches, and as long as they try their best, they will not lack the opportunity to reward. So these preliminaries are also very important. No one wants to miss the opportunity to leap over the dragon gate. Therefore, every exam for mages is also a traditional entertainment activity of the Empire, and it always attracts a large number of audiences like a festival. The Secretary General of the Parliament, the leader of the Starless nobles, chuckled and covered his exaggeratedly bulging chest with a goose feather fan. "I know that the Lord is trustworthy. Before talking about business, I remember that your company also has a participating team, right? How much did you bet for them?" The casino was in a lot of debt, so this time, as the organizer, they organized a big event, inviting nobles to watch the game and bet on the teams. But Soren was not interested. He was the casino's creditor, so what was the point of earning money from the left hand to the right hand? Just bet 3 or 4 for fun, but our company's team is all freaks, the odds are quite low, and you can't make much money. The top 3 freaks who won the Golden Oak Leaf last time were all popular seeded players, and the 2 disciples of Allrides were not easy to deal with. One was the Warcraft-level female Countess Erasis, who destroyed the country as soon as she arrived, and the other was the last heir of the Feng family, Broken Bee. Soren had also seen the little girl. Her magic power was quite strong, mostly the Feng family's own secret arts. Ulrids in white robes said she was a magic teacher, which should be more like her protector and guardian. It was no surprise that this team got 5 of the top 16 places in the second round. Unless all other teams joined hands to besiege them in order to eliminate the strongest competitors, it would be a little interesting. Unfortunately, the nobles had too much internal friction over the issue of the flag bearer a few days ago, and now everyone knows that this group of people in the company are domineering, and the noble elites are naturally well aware of the rule that the strong are respected in the empire. Of course, no one dared to twiddle the tiger's whiskers and kill themselves when the victory or defeat was already decided, so the other team simply walked around this group of monsters. They picked the weakest ones and fought fiercely for the remaining 6 places. Yes, there were 6 left. Because in addition to the company team, there was another 5-member team that was promoted by default: the heirs of the great nobles, the elites of the academy, the moderates, the reformers, and the conservatives. This team of apprentices came with a political mission. After all, the position of the flag bearer of the main legion had been taken away by Anubis, so they had to step up and compete for the qualification of the top 3 seats, so that their faction could join Franny's looting and share a share. In this way, other people who only wanted to show their qualifications and gain the appreciation of the liches would naturally not take the initiative to offend this noble team and the huge forces behind them. So the 10 places were decided internally, and the fight for the remaining 6 places was particularly fierce. Sure enough, from the crystal screen, we can see that another team arrived and bumped into the team that was just looting the dungeon Warcraft materials. So the 2 teams exchanged glances and immediately broke out into a fight. Golems, puppets, skeletons, gargoyles, and all kinds of summoned beasts from other worlds collided with each other, slashing at each other. Fireballs, earth walls, hurricanes, particles of magic energy radiating, and all kinds of dazzling spell effects filled the crystal screen, which made people feel bored. Yawn. Sauron supported his chin fancy. It was really boring. The magic level was too low. The magic concentration was too low. The attack accuracy was too poor. And occasionally there would even be obvious flaws and casting errors, and the spell skills of both sides were very limited. It was impossible to prepare any particularly powerful magic with rituals in a hurry. After the spell slots were quickly used up, the team that had just consumed a wave of battles with the monsters was slaughtered one-sidedly. The young boy and girl magicians who were just killing the slave orcs were immediately beaten to pieces by the magic of their own kind, and their flesh and blood were all over the ground. Unfortunately, this is an alien world, not an alien world-themed game. There is no setting that the remains will turn into a beam of light and disappear after death. The original appearance of this magic world is like this. The body fluids mixed with blood, tears, and brain matter will be smashed out of the body cavity and will be everywhere. The charred, rotten and crushed human bodies have to be scraped off the wall bit by bit to clean them up. It is bloody and filthy, dirty and terrifying. It's no wonder that the magician nobles don't take human life seriously. After all, when human-shaped pieces of meat are shown in front of them too many times, and they themselves may turn into the same pieces of meat at any time and be harvested by others as materials, those who can still maintain kindness and compassion for life are probably the real weirdos. But then again, can this kind of chicken-level combat power really be called the magic elite of the Empire? Of course, the level of being able to use more than 2 magics is enough to be called an elite among the human base. The appropriate name for Zygon is a freak, okay? As for Sauron, no, he is directly a reincarnated god and devil. But even gods and demons can only bear with their temper and smile fakely with the old woman. After all, Soren is a weirdo who cares about human life. Really, sir, you are really confident. Then I will tell you straight. If your company's team takes the top 3 again, the accompanying rewards and the qualification to go to Franny, do you still plan to auction them? To be honest, Soren still wants to do this, but he also knows that doing so will offend people, and the company has already won so many contracts, and it will be indigestion if it eats too much at one time. I understand what you mean. If our company gets 3 seats, we will at least give up the qualification to go to war, and let the parliament coordinate it. Soren understood Earl Baltimore's meaning very well, and agreed immediately. No one would interfere if young people wanted to compete to determine the strength of the strong and the weak, but the company would not go to war, so the 3 expedition permits would naturally be handed over to the nobles to allocate again. Selling this favor to the Secretary General of the Parliament would make other families recognize it and avoid further fighting. Soren also investigated the Countess. She was indeed well connected in the aristocratic circle. Apart from being greedy for power, she did not have any particularly perverted hobbies. To be honest, she coordinated all the things that Killian did not care about. Although she was doing things completely from the standpoint of the aristocracy, at least she maintained the stability of the imperial capital circle on the surface. I feel relieved to get the promise from the knight himself. I also want to bet on the company's team to win in my personal name. Just for fun, I will take out some magic books and materials from the Baltimore family. Please use them as gambling money. It is a personal compensation for the winner of the Golden Oak Leaf. It is really generous. She can be so detached, probably because there is no suitable magic talent in the Baltimore family this generation. Otherwise, they will definitely fight to the death. Why bother you to come here in person for such a small matter? It's really too polite. But if you have any instructions, just summon me directly. Please rest assured. Looking at the treasure chest left by the other party's servant, and taking out a bunch of magic treasures that money can't buy, Soren naturally smiled, and sent the other party away. Countess Baltimore, representing the nobility of the empire, smiled at the company, and Soren naturally smiled back to accept the other party's kindness. Even if suppressing the nobility is a strategy, it must be moderate. If they are pushed too far, it may become like the current Franny Kingdom, where everyone fights to the death, and the elves and gods will really laugh to death. For the time being, we can only endure, or weaken and improve the opponent by boiling the frog in warm water. If we can cultivate a group of idealists from the nobility to work together for reform, the possibility is small, but still possible, and then it will naturally be the best situation for everyone to be happy. If it doesn't work, you have to seize the opportunity to kill it with one blow. You must not leave the opponent a chance to revive and counterattack like Franny did. Hey, this badge, is it the famous inter-hero Lord Neil? Because he saw the Countess off, he was recognized in the casino, and the nobles began to come forward to salute. Oh, hello. Do you need help? I happen to have a private room, let's chat inside. Is it a coincidence? It was no coincidence that these people probably wanted to get close to the company leader Soren, who was in the limelight recently, through the Secretary General's connections, and waited for the second half here. No wonder they specially asked him out to meet, but he left after a short chat. The old man is really not simple. Soren naturally understood the tricks, and greeted the nobles with a smile. It seems that with his public identity, he can't escape the fate of working and doing things wherever he goes. In this way, he negotiated with the nobles in the casino box and helped each other, and exchanged a lot of contracts for the company. It took a lot of effort for Soren to politely say goodbye to the last noble. Before he could even have a chance to catch his breath, another person broke into the private room. Are you the new official who has been rumored in the imperial capital recently, who has great powers and loves to help others? The man covered his face with a large cloak, looking as mysterious as an assassin. Soren frowned, and the casino's bloodline manager, Lestat, immediately came out from behind the door and saluted. Sir, did this gentleman bother you? No, I have no ill intentions. I just hope you can help me. The guy turned his head, and saw a bunch of blood guards around him. Then he reacted and screamed in panic. Ahem, don't mind, I know this friend. Thank you very much. Sauron nodded with a smile, and sent the blood guards away from the casino. Please sit down, how can I help you? The suspicious man in the cloak hesitated for a moment, took off his hood, revealing an ordinary face, well, not the one with the crescent moon scimitar, just an ordinary face, an ordinary young wizard, knight candidate. You are really as rumored, a helpful good man, you don't even know me, and I'm still making excuses for a small person like me. No, I really know you. You are the guy from last night. I'd have forgotten about you if I had a less weird one. Sauron smiled and resisted the urge to complain. You're welcome. I help you today, and maybe you can help me tomorrow, right? We are all ordinary people, just helping each other. What's your name? Please tell me if you have any troubles. Anyway, he was probably frightened and couldn't stand up, so he wanted to borrow some money to treat his unspeakable secrets. After all, he ruined someone's lifelong happiness, so paying some money is just an apology. Yes, I'm a midterm magician, Rockcaster, and I aspire to be a puppeteer. I heard that you will fund the research projects of mages, so I want to recommend myself to you and ask you to invest in my research. Oh, you're a midterm magician, right? Sauron nodded, then looked him up and down, and turned to look at the live broadcast of the magician exam that was in full swing. Why don't you take the exam? Rockcaster looked embarrassed. Because I didn't pass the written exam. Oh, you didn't pass, no wonder. Sauron nodded, Didn't you ask your master? Because I failed the written exam, I was expelled from the sect, and the master called me a fool and forbade me to mention its name to embarrass it. Is that why you broke down? That's really pitiful. You look like you haven't eaten for a long time, right? I give you some money to tide you over. At least you're a magician. If you want to find a job. No, I'm not begging, sir. Rockcaster stood up. I'm an elite. Believe me, I'm a real elite. It's just that I'm a little biased. The written test can't explain everything. Sauron was helpless. Calm down, sir. Even if I'm not a magician, I know that the written test is worth 2,000 points, and there are multiple choice questions to answer. I also know that maybe it's not good to judge by grades alone, but it's okay for you to find a job, but you want me to invest in your research. What do you want to study? A doll girl who can be a wife. Ah, yes. How did you guess it? My doll, and I have been in love for a long time. I want her to come alive. Sauron turned around and left. Rockcaster rushed over to save his feet. No. Please listen to my explanation. Really listen to my explanation. The written test can't explain everything. I'm the real deal. I failed the exam because of that freak Saijan in this class. Soren stopped and looked at him with a smile. Oh, it's Saijan's fault. Then explain it. Rockcaster said stupidly, yes. It's all her fault, if she didn't take the exam this time. Soren reached for his gun. Because the difficulty of her written exam has increased this time. Only the chief of the previous class barely got the silver oak leaf badge. Right. Wow, I wish I had taken the exam a year later. Why are there so many freaks this year? Sauron was stunned. Well, this question is a bit novel. No, it seems that Polly just said this before. Isn't it just a complaint to find an excuse? What do you mean? What does it have to do with Saijan? Will her taking the exam affect the difficulty of the written test? Rockcaster wiped his tears. Of course. Don't you know that the written test is a magic test paper? The written test consists of 2 papers, compulsory questions and optional questions. The compulsory questions test the general knowledge of magic, and the scope of the questions is the magic book of the test taker. In other words, as long as you are like Saijan, who has a photographic memory and can remember all the knowledge you have read, you can answer it easily. Even if you are not so exaggerated, like guilt, at least you have diligently reviewed the knowledge you have learned. Practice makes perfect, and it is not impossible to get a silver oak leaf. In this way, the compulsory questions can effectively screen out diligent and studious talents. But this situation is limited to ordinary people from the middle and lower classes. The disciples of the great noble magic families are not very willing to take the exam. It is not because there are no studious people among the nobles, but because for them, the scope of the questions is implicitly targeted. For most ordinary apprentices, the magic books of the answerer may be limited to the books in the library that he has carefully read. But for the children of the great nobles, it will include a large number of rare books inherited from the family. Moreover, if they have been learning from the family's lich and wizard since preschool, they must also include the inheritance and collection of the teacher's family. Naturally, compared with apprentices from ordinary families, they simply cannot get high scores from the massive question bank, but the selection of the written test assumes that they have such family background and resources. If they do not master the knowledge they have the opportunity to come into contact with, they cannot be called qualified apprentices. Therefore, over time, basically no noble children can get high scores in the compulsory questions of the written test. This is the case with Rockcaster. He is a magic family, and he has been a disciple since he was a child, so he is at a disadvantage in the compulsory questions. Of course, there are also optional questions for the nobles to score points. For example, Fang's Broken Bee and the Idiot Sarassus, although they did very badly in the compulsory questions, they also mastered some secret magic and special knowledge passed down by the family, so they can barely pass the optional questions. But there is a range for the optional questions. After all, the questions are the professional knowledge that one is best at, so in order to select the elites, the questions are wider, and the books that other candidates who choose to answer the subject have read for this exam. By the way, doll making was also included in the alchemy department's multiple choice questions. The alchemy department's multiple choice questions were also popular all the time. After all, it was a money-making technology, so of course Saijan chose it. Woo. How do I know how to make a leyline mine and a magic cannon? It's beyond the scope to have such an obscure question in the midterm magician exam. Wow. This guy is really miserable. Sauron's eyes trembled as he watched this guy wipe his snot and tears on his robe. Okay, you're unlucky, but you want to make a doll into a wife. I'm not questioning your personal hobby. But it seems that there's no use in developing it? How can you say it's useless? Rockcaster was anxious and jumped up to defend his personal interests and hobbies. Didn't the famous Luotian rely on his love for his daughters to win the honor of the white robe? Ah. So you still define the relationship as father and daughter. This is even more problematic, okay? Sauron hesitated for a moment, not knowing whether to spit at him or just chop down the pervert to avoid being infected. However, he hadn't changed his mood of pretending to be a noble, so he said casually, "You also compare with Luotian in the white robe? Others create souls out of nothing. Can you do that?" Rockcaster was furious. "Why can't I do that? This is the basics." He lifted his robe, pulled the magic thread with his fingers, and manipulated the puppet on his back to jump up and land on the sofa. "This is my prototype. Introduce myself, Crystal. This is a doll-like doll, with rough joints and inferior materials. It is obvious that it is a semi-finished product. It only has a glass eyeball, and most of the body is not polished. It is casually covered with a doll skirt. But fortunately, it is not the one from last night. At least this guy did not bring up his lover who had intimate contact with him last night." Rockcaster waved his hands like a puppeteer, and the puppet lifted up its skirt armor and saluted to Soren, its jaw opening and closing. "Nice to meet you, I'm Crystal." Heh, she can even speak in a female voice, even though she doesn't even have a throat, pretending. Huh? Soren stared at her blankly. Did this thing just talk to him through psychic communication? Yes, sorry, this useless idiot is my father. The puppet saluted and apologized. I'm Crystal, a puppet made by puppeteer Rockcaster. Chapter 152. The crystal puppet moved tremblingly, pouring tea for Rockcaster and Soren, who were sitting on the sofa, and then kneeling on the coffee table to watch them drink. Stared at by this puppet, that looked like the protagonist of a horror movie, Soren and Rockcaster could not help but feel a huge pressure, and drank the tea in silence for a while. Then she refilled the cup. Well, how did you do it? Soren looked at Rockcaster's fingers. He could see through the magic eye that the magic thread was holding the key parts of the puppet. This was also a relatively basic puppet manipulation magic. But Soren could also be sure that it was not Rockcaster himself, who was manipulating the puppet crystal to pour tea one cup after another. He was just maintaining this magic connection, so that the unfinished puppet, which currently only had a part of the skeleton body, could have sufficient magic to support free movement. Coincidentally, because of the recent robbery of the gargoyle, Soren also learned about the manufacturing principle of the golem puppet. Basically, it uses various materials and magic circuits to imitate the human body. The puppet's movable skeleton and the magic circuit transmission inside the prosthesis are topics that are studied very thoroughly in this world, because they belong to the lich's own body production. The bodies created by some liches look exactly like living people, but their magic and physical qualities are on par with those of the gods. If there is any bottleneck between artificial people and living people, it is the soul base. Soul base crystal, soul base, soul foundation. The special magical existence simulated by liches based on their transformed soul structure is the so-called soul base. In Soren's understanding, this is equivalent to the core control system of the puppet, which is like the brain, processor, and CPU. Shadow of Time is also a spiritual base magic that projects one soul onto other bodies. The Legion puppets, gargoyles, and golems made in the factory also use various materials to make spiritual base stones, and engrave action instructions, combat skills, and various prohibition rules, just like inputting codes for robots to complete various instructions. The most advanced spiritual base currently developed by the Technology Development Bureau is the so-called Weaver spiritual base, which is made into a weaving puppet. As long as the battlefield lich maintains a connection with the weaving puppet and inputs instructions, the weaving puppet can use the same great magic as the battlefield lich to achieve a large-scale lethal magic attack on the military level. Although the model is more expensive than the general golem soldiers, it is still more expensive than the resources and time required to train a human magician. If the magic puppet can be mass-produced, it can basically replace the existence value of human magicians on the battlefield. In other words, as a race with extremely poor overall magic talent, the significance of human existence will only be the producer of soul crystals and the gene pool with a small probability of giving birth to powerful lich-level souls. And this is not the worst case. The worst case is now appearing in front of Soren. Puppet Crystal is an independent soul that acts according to its own will. Soren is sure that she is an independent soul with independent consciousness. Because she has not even finished the outer shell of the puppet, nor has she laid out the magic circuit, and has not installed the spiritual foundation at all, but she can actually refill the tea cup by cup. It's really fucking weird. Actually, I don't know, maybe it depends on love. Rockcaster doubted. Soren glared at him. Didn't you just say this is the foundation? How come you don't know again? What extra things did you do to make her alive? Explain it to me. It's just love. Rockcaster shrank his neck. If there is any difference, maybe it's because of my love that awakened her? Crystal nodded. When I woke up, my father and mother were in love. Fuck, it really is love. Is this also a kind of ritual? It's amazing that you can make dolls while doing what you love, you elite. Or should we say that the power of love is really infinite? Even in the magic world, this is too ridiculous. Sauron rubbed his swollen forehead and didn't know how to complain. Rockcaster was quite surprised. But you actually believe me and Crystal? I thought I needed to explain it to you again. Sauron frowned. How could he not believe it? Didn't the puppet speak in person? Wait, didn't you show her to your teacher? The perverted puppet master fell weakly on the sofa. Of course, I showed it to it, so it kicked me out. It drove you out after seeing the puppet made of soul? Crystal stood up and showed a fierce look. You useless piece of shit. You can't learn any magic tricks I teach you, and you hide at home all day long doing these perverted things. You've made me lose face. You can't even pass the written test now, and you dare to play such monkey tricks in front of me. Do you think I can't see the spiritual silk in your hand? Get out. Get out. Even if my 48th generation magic family is wiped out. I don't want an incompetent loser like you to be the heir. Get lost. Wow, you counted the 48 generations of inheritance from the cavemen, right? But to be honest, your master has endured until now, and didn't kill you and replace you. It's also out of some kind of love, right? Rockcaster rubbed his face helplessly. I hope you can help me. Let me finish making the crystal, and when the master calms down, I will take the crystal to explain. Explain what? Explain that you can create a doll with a soul while making love. You know that creating a soul through love is something that ordinary men and women can do even if they are not magic elites, right? Besides, are you really sure that Miss Crystal's soul was created in this way? If just joining this kind of love ritual can create a soul, it is impossible that you have not discovered it until now, right? Sauron rolled his eyes at him. Also, your master who expects you to master the forbidden spell and become an elite, will he really calm down when he sees you going further and further on the wrong path of a puppet master? Woo woo woo, but I really don't want to go to the battlefield and kill people. Wouldn't it be good for everyone to love each other? Why is the world so cruel? It's enough for me to stay with my dolls. Rockcaster lay on the coffee table and cried bitterly. Crystal patted his head to comfort him. Sorry, my father who created me is such a crybaby. Alas, although there are humans who fight and kill each other in the dungeon, there are also such weak and loving weirdos. Sauron scratched his head helplessly. Well, anyway, you just need a laboratory and 3 meals a day. The company can take you in first. But what do you want to study? Oh, I have to finish the crystal first, so that she can communicate with normal humans, and then try to repeat the previous process to study how she was created. Rockcaster raised his head. By the way, sir, you seem to not need my explanation at all. You immediately felt that the crystal has its own independent will. Could it be? You are also a loyal lover of the puppet like me. Don't confuse me with you. Soren sighed. Well, it seems that the other party actually didn't use the ability of psychic communication to communicate with the puppet, just out of love. Feeling that he made a unique puppet, I don't know whether to praise him for his simple feelings or too perverted. For the sake of Miss Crystal, I will take you in. Since you are a child of a magic family, you should also know the rumor that the elves started a war for Luotian's research, right? If you don't want anything to happen to yourself and the puppets you love, be careful not to reveal your research project to anyone you meet, understand? Oh, Mr. Neil, the hero of the internet, you are such a good person. Rockcaster and his daughter Crystal bowed together to express their gratitude. A good person? No, if this perverted puppeteer can't figure out anything, it's fine. He's just an idler in the company. But if he can really develop a new magic to create souls out of thin air, then Soren will probably have to consider a solution based on the actual situation. Is this magic going to be made public? Not only the Elven Alliance, but also because of this soul-refining magic that violates their temple commandments, they may once again launch a full-scale war to destroy Sauron's small force that has not yet grown up. Because the liches of the Psychic Empire cannot make Sauron trustworthy. Will the liches really use the refined souls to replace the human soul crystals so that humans can be free from suffering and torture? Or when the souls no longer need to be provided by humans, will the Empire no longer need to continue to breed the human species? Everything can be solved by magic, bodies, weapons, magic power, and now even souls can be created by liches at will. Then what value do humans have, whether they are mortals or nobles, mortals or magicians? To put it more extreme, in their eyes, humans are just inefficient feces-making machines. Therefore, Sauron has always advocated climbing the technology tree in the magic world. so that humans who cannot use magic can also have the strength to fight and defeat the oppressors, and those elves and human nobles can have the strength to resist the oppressors, so that they can't only scream in despair and wait for Sauron, the freak that fell from the sky, to save them. But if they go too far and create Skynet, the Matrix, the Terminator and other things that may destroy humanity, that would be foolish. But now that the Arishi Production and Construction Corps has not even developed an internal combustion engine, it is groundless to worry about Skynet destroying the world. In short, everything must be done in moderation according to the situation. So based on his own judgment, if Rockcaster's research could really lead to the extinction of mankind, then even if he himself is a crybaby who really doesn't want to participate in killing, Soren will personally end them. But before coming to that conclusion, just help out. Mortals should help each other. The mage exam was not interesting, so Soren took Rockcaster to the company's base to settle down. It was called a base, but it was actually a large warehouse rented from the dock. The place was destroyed during the previous attack, and the company rented it again to dock ships, and also as a warehouse for Arishi's goods. A staff dormitory was also built nearby. Soren's previous plan has begun to take shape. Food from the South Continent, fresh fruits and vegetables, various rare monster meats, handicrafts produced by the Spirit Alliance, silk cloth, glass soap, perfume, wine, champagne. The first few batches of ships directly moved the goods into the warehouse for weighing, and then they were directly taken away by the carriages of the Chamber of Commerce and the nobles. Gradually, the merchant ships from said began to transport the squeezed commercial goods from the South Continent in fleet units, and the nobles were too lazy to haul them around. Simply open all your idle warehouses to the company, and let the company directly coordinate and plan the inventory area. The family heads apply for membership cards at the company, and if they need anything, they can just send the butlers and maids to take the skeletons. Soren is also planning a new business with the club's butler Loki, which is a portal. The portal coordinates are directly set at the company's dock supermarket, and the servants of the nobles can directly open the door and come in to get fresh ingredients. Payments do not need to be converted back and forth between crystal gold and gold. They are directly settled based on the previously signed bulk contract and the membership status of the nobles. And the Irishi Bank was also introduced to promote paper money. In short, all companies can provide you with a one-stop service for food, clothing, housing and transportation. Merchant ships also return from the Empire with full loads, mainly alchemical products and magic jewelry produced by various magic workshops, and the most were weapons and equipment. Various armors, swords, muskets and cannons. This will indeed cause some of the armaments to flow into the hands of the Elf Alliance, but the Liches don't care about this. After all, they still think magic is the most powerful. In their eyes, there are only elves and gods, and they don't think much of the fighting power of other flesh and blood races. It can be said that the supermarkets opened by the company now almost completely replace the status of the black market opened by pirates before. Why don't pirates rob the company's ships? Because there are no pirates anymore. After the conservative Harabel family got the fleet, they are recruiting pirates from the Storm Sea on a large scale to prepare to build the Empire's fleet. The latest news is that Harabel in white robes has used the fleet to pull his family's private soldiers to the Minoan Labyrinth Islands. The deadless labyrinth that Soren and his team had visited before has begun to plan the construction of a secret naval base. It seems that they intend to gradually mobilize manpower to clear the monsters on the nearby islands, and use it as the base of the Imperial Navy. The pirates nearby were either recruited by the Empire Navy and the Kingdom of Sand Navy, or became captains of the company's trade fleet. After all, the Empire's power extended to the ocean, while the elf fleet was gone. Anyone with a brain would know what to choose. I have some children here. They were slaves before. Because they have qualifications, they are now being trained as future executives of the company. Some teach them martial arts, and some teach them magic. If you have time for research, you can also come and give some alchemy courses. You actually took in so many people. Rockcaster saw the children being trained in swordsmanship by Yuyui on the playground. Do you know how much it costs to train a magician? The nobles can't take care of their own people, so they naturally won't choose talents from slaves. But it doesn't mean that there are no talents among slaves. Soren explained, and I don't want to train them to the level of magicians. I just want to provide them with 9 years of compulsory education as rare magic qualifications in this world, an opportunity. I will train the most elite group to become the backbone of the company in the future, and the others can be assigned to help in various places. We are in the rising stage of our business, and talents are always scarce. The puppet Crystal was on Rockcaster's back, looking at the group of children eagerly, and it seemed that he wanted to make friends. Rockcaster looked at Crystal and said hesitantly, "Well, I have to teach crystal anyway, so let the children who are interested come to listen to the class together. However, I was expelled from the school, and I failed the exams. I don't have the face to show off my little alchemy knowledge, so I will teach some other magic knowledge. Soren asked curiously, since it's your private matter, I won't ask about your master and family name, but if you don't teach alchemy, what other magic are you going to teach? To be honest, what else can you do besides puppet making, a guy who failed the exam? Oh, I'm good at a lot of other magic, although it's not my interest. I was forced to practice it by my master since I was a child. Rockcaster said. Really? Sauron looked at him sideways. From the perspective of this guy's magic power, he can only be regarded as an ordinary elite magician, and there is still a certain gap compared to freaks of the level of Polygus, Salasus and Shing. It's not that I don't believe you, but everyone wants to see it. Rockcaster hesitated. Do you want a magic duel? No, I'm pretty strong. What if I hurt your men? Ouch, are you putting on a showdown? Sauron smiled. How do you compare to Guilt? You know Guilt, the chief of this term. Of course I know him, Rockcaster said with a bitter face. My master always wants me to compete with him, but we are different types. He obviously learned magic from the Prime Minister, and specializes in one-on-one combat. How can I fight him with battlefield magic? Huh? Can you tell who Guilt is from? It seems that Zygen didn't see it at the beginning. This guy is really an elite? Battlefield magic. You are not a fighter, right? Fighter? No, my family's political stance is strictly speaking a royalist. Oh, let's not talk about it. It's insulting to say it out loud. I just demonstrated to you with the spell slot. Rockcaster put his hand on the awning and saw that there were no ships on the sea outside the dock, so he pointed and sang in a strange rhythm, Elf Magic Thunder Sea. From the puppeteer's body, dazzling magic light flashed at a high frequency, and suddenly fell into the calm water. A cone at the tip of his finger spread out to the sea level. In the space hit by the magic flash wave, the magic energy in the air and the sea surface vibrated and jumped violently as if vibrated by sound waves, and then expanded, with an amplitude getting bigger and bigger, until it reached the limit. Some kind of rope in the air was broken. Then the sky and the sea surface were connected by dazzling lightning. A thunderbolt spread out from the vibrating cone, just like a downpour. Fierce electric snakes danced wildly, and violently bloomed energy. Purple and blue lightning were densely intertwined like branches. In a flash, the thunderstorm swept across the sea surface, ionizing the air with waves of ozone. Thunder Sea, Rockcaster turned to introduce to Soren. The elves like to use this magic, and ordinary knights can't stand it. Soren hadn't recovered yet. The female knight who was training on the side, Yuyui, came up unconvinced. So what, do the elves dare to deploy all the great wizards on the front line to release the Thunder Sea? If they dare, we will charge and crush them in the first wave. Rockcaster waved his hands quickly. I don't mean anything else. I just want to demonstrate it. I can't teach the secrets of my family, but I can teach the elves magic. Soren nodded repeatedly. Okay, I learn it too. By the way, you are good at alchemy, right? Have you heard of alternating current and generators? It's over. This guy is simply a genius from heaven. Is it a law of cause and effect that good deeds will be rewarded in this magic world? Soren just casually pulled over an SSR. He is simply too eager to help others. Chapter 153. It's a beautiful day today. It's a good day for fighting. My fellow warriors, welcome to the finals of this year's Mage Upgrade exam. I am the judge of the exam, Dan Ding. Thank you. Thank you for your applause. In the middle of the white magic competition field, a thin black-robed lich with a floating figure opened his arms. With his arrogant laughter and the flick of his knuckles, circles of bright magic array patterns rippled like water waves, and spread out layer by layer like waves to cover the entire field. The stadium and the audience seats were separated by a powerful protective magic. Sauron was wearing a mask and sitting with a group of black-robed wizards. The other party's barrier arrangement was brilliant, but he looked around. No one applauded. Isn't this quite embarrassing? Mobilizing one's emotions through exaggerated performances is a simple and effective trick to increase the effect of magic. Sir Dante is a master of barrier magic passed down from generation to generation. He presided over the stadium for all previous exams. Knight candidates don't need to worry. Sitting next to Soren was a bald black man who was hard to identify as a human. It was just a weird-looking puppet, with a layer of black sebum hastily wrapped around it, barely making a head shape. It was as if something had eaten the human body and got into the human skin to replace the identity. It was disgusting no matter how you looked at it. Oh, thank you for your advice, Duke Yagia. Sauron touched his chest and bowed to the strange thing beside him, the leader of the fighting faction, the head of the Yajia family, and thanked him. Yes, that is the super awesome patriarch who combined his own grandson and his good daughter with magic to create the next generation of heirs. No matter his appearance or personality, he is a supervillain monster. No wonder his offspring are scarce. This guy is more extreme than the nobles who usually join the blood clan. He has completely given up his human form. But now, this guy is actually one of the company's closest allies. Sometimes, the more evil and pure a person is, the easier it is to talk to him, because their own values are different from ordinary people, and they will not be comforted by moral values and emotions. If they are generous enough, the lives of their subordinates are just consumables, so they will not care too much about worldly interests. When the core demands of each other do not overlap, such as the company pursues financial interests, while Yaja only values family inheritance and the leadership of the fighting faction, the cooperation between the two sides is the most straightforward and pleasant. So other families have to negotiate agreements with the company one by one, considering their own economic interests and future competitiveness. Yaja has even started to discuss the second phase of the contract. Although this is indeed partly due to the replacement of the heirs, and the need for a new contract to stabilize the relationship between the fighting factions, the main family has indeed responded to the order of the ancestor Grimjow, and fully supports the company's power. So, because the real body has been busy with the generator these days, today Soren came here in a shadow, hiding his identity, and having a secret date with this ghost thing. Ugh. Excuse me, I came here to discuss some serious matters about the subsequent cooperation contract between the two factions, and I came to watch the performance of the children. The first opening match, Ulrid's apprentice, Count Saras's Sorg, against Dalen's apprentice, Shifa Nicholas. As usual, Sarasis opened the chest of the mid-stage magician's red robe and draped it over his shoulders, hung the banshee sword diagonally on his waist, and looked at the audience seats around him absent-mindedly. I didn't see someone's face that deserved to be beaten. It's all mages. They didn't come. Be confident, Sarasis. This kind of low-level battle is just a game compared to the battlefields we experienced. There's no need to be nervous. The banshee sword flashed, and the silver protection enveloped Sarasis. Sarasa bit her lip, I know. Don't worry about the opponent being weak. I haven't seen him for a long time, and I don't know what he's busy with all day. He didn't come to see me, which really annoyed me. Hey, what do you mean by very weak and not to worry about? It's really rude to be so absent-minded and underestimate the opponent during the duel. Although I am indeed the weakest one in the academy, you are also the weakest one in the southern group. Aren't you just a humanoid monster relying on your title and talent? How much magic have you learned? Don't look down on the elites of the Empire, who have fought hard to get ahead. The opponent of this duel, the tall wizard, Shifa Nicholas, was ridiculed in front of him and was furious. The black snake around his neck also spit out its tongue to intimidate. Saras glanced at him, and because he was not very happy, he could not help but return to the unique upward tone of Franny Nobles and said, "Oh, you said your true feelings out loud, right? Sorry for being rude. Then there is no need to waste time. I heard from Christine that this exam is an opportunity for elite apprentices to show their talents to the Lich. I don't want to take this opportunity away from you, so as an apology, please start your performance first. Take advantage of the opportunity that others are still watching you." Nicholas gritted his teeth and sucked in cold air. Don't be so arrogant, Franny. I don't need to prove myself. I am the disciple chosen by Dalen the White Robe. This exam is just the most basic daily performance assessment. He lifted his robe, and a large cloud of thick fog poured out from under the robe. Hundreds of puppet soldiers almost covered the arena. Not only low-level golem soldiers, but all of them were specially made puppets, cavalry, heavy infantry, magic beast armor, and even woven puppets, each with enchanted equipment and weapons. And more gathered. Hey referee, you are cheating. Why did you even summon the golem army? Isn't it a one-on-one match? Why do you want to compete with the company's people to see who is richer? Sauron immediately jumped up and raised his hand to protest. If the head of the Yajia family had eyes, he would roll his eyes. Sir, calm down. As long as the props and equipment are made by the apprentices themselves, they can be used in the finals. This is also a talent show for the alchemy and potion departments. Dante nodded repeatedly. That's right. Objection is invalid. The game continues. The two people in the field didn't pay attention to the noise of the black robes next to them. The thick fog under Nicholas's robe kept surging, and the puppet army was still crawling out of the thick smoke like summoned undead, and the black snake wrapped around his neck also grew stronger in the thick smoke, turning into a giant python, circling layer by layer to protect the core mage. Nicholas said coldly, Originally, these were prepared to assist the master in the expedition to Franny, but they were all messed up by the incident caused by your southern faction. Well, since the Earl is so confident, I won't hide it. At the opening ceremony, let me, the weakest member of the Academy team, face the weakest member of the southern faction, and perform a good show for everyone's amusement. Sauron frowned. Is this guy really the weakest member of the Academy team? Even if the alchemy-based puppet group fighting method is very popular in the Empire, it is rare to see a guy who can pull out a legion of artificial puppets at once, right? To deal with this kind of summoning wizard, you should kill the main body in seconds before he uses his ultimate move to summon a bunch of miscellaneous soldiers. Or at least interfere and interrupt him, right? But I really don't know what that stupid roe deer was thinking. He really didn't take any action, waiting for the opponent's summoned puppets to spread out completely, and letting the opponent's body be protected by a pile of puppets layer by layer in the center. Please, do you think this is a turn-based game? He really let others prepare magic. How? Showing off his noble style? Moreover, if Soren's magic eye is not wrong, the human body that Nicholas is protecting is actually a puppet, but it is made more realistically and finally, almost indistinguishable from the real thing. If Sarasis didn't see through the opponent's disguise, even if he defeated a bunch of miscellaneous soldiers, puppets and magic pythons with great effort and successfully subdued the opponent's body, he might still be tricked and overturned. Hey, sit down in front. It's all blocked. Yes, sit down and watch. Sauron turned around speechlessly, and glanced at the black robes watching the show behind him. As a result, when he turned around, he saw that they all stood up. What the hell? What kind of magic is that? Is this the midterm exam? What's going on? What's going on? Sauron turned his head and saw that the black fog released by Nicholas was getting thicker and thicker, and something stretched out a claw from the thick fog. It was a claw of a lizard or a bird, as big as a cruiser, and the claws could easily cut cattle and horses, and the muscles of the thing were tense and exerting force, as if it was trying to squeeze into this world from the gap. What the hell is this? Dalong, what is your apprentice doing? In the audience seat where the white robes gathered, Ulrides asked the bearded man, why did you summon the demon god? I want to end this competition. Dalong didn't care about the lich's dissatisfaction. He just summoned the puppets he made and summoned the monsters from another world, but he didn't use any form of forbidden spells, right? Besides, your disciple allowed him to cast the spell himself. In this case, considering the target's huge magic power, using puppets to protect the main body first, and then summoning the troll god to fight, so as to consume the opponent's magic power and find a chance to win, is just a textbook tactical response. I don't see any violation of the rules. You guy. It's really no problem. Just take care of it after the trouble. Killian pointed at his elbow that gradually stretched out from the void. Killian! Ulrides was furious. I'm happy to do it. Dalen raised his head and didn't care. He naturally knew that his disciple was best at surviving. Even if he lured a demon into the present world, the main body would have a high probability of surviving, but the opponent was not certain. Selas looked up at the giant claw that almost covered the sky in amazement. What kind of magic is this? Is it a physical entity? He actually has such a huge amount of magic to transform into an entity. It's not a big deal, he probably didn't consume too much magic. The banshee sword flashed with silver light, and the shining light was like a silver glass cover, blocking the dust raised by the giant claws when they fell. This Nicholas just opened a gap leading to a specific space, and summoned the demon to come in and disrupt the situation. It's a very smart tactic. Look at his puppets and snakes. Selas retracted his gaze and lowered his head, only to find that the puppets had formed a formation layer by layer, wrapping the black snake, like a huge... What? As long as the magic works, it's fine. He should know the details of this demon, and he has also investigated you. So he chose the puppet's equipment and protective gear in a targeted manner, all of which are armor resistant to water magic. It seems that he hasn't even started to use his trump card yet. He should be trying to make a countermeasure based on your reaction. General Silver Dragon quickly advised, we must defeat the opponent as soon as possible before this demon rushes into the present world. Only by ending the game can we escape from danger, otherwise the situation will be very dangerous. But it may be difficult to easily defeat such a well-prepared opponent. He just needs to delay until the demon comes in. Sarasis, I have told you many times that your powerful magic and soul are a huge piece of fat in the eyes of the demon, so your life is not so easy to reverse. The powerful beings will salivate when they see you and stare at you to attack. Who is the fat meat? Sarasis gritted his teeth and subconsciously reached out to cover his chest that was bounced by the flying stones and dust. Now is not the time to joke. The sword became brighter and brighter, or you can just surrender, remove the barrier, and let the Lich deal with this demon. Anyway, you don't need the badge of the top 3 seats. Ulrides has already accepted you as his apprentice, right? Serasis turned his head, and saw Ulrides in a white robe, who had rushed out of the barrier and started negotiating with the referee Dante. At this time, the demon's shoulder and elbow were already squeezing in. Serasis was silent. You should make a decision quickly, whether to surrender, attack me, or try to close the rift. Nicholas spoke through the outer puppet head. Hesitation is the worst option. If you really don't want to surrender, my personal suggestion is to try to close the gap. Although I might take advantage of your air strike to interfere with you, at least there is a chance of success. After all, it would cost too much to just use magic to flatten my puppet defense. There is no time to prepare spells at this time, right? Then I can only use the spell slots. But is it really okay to use all the spell slots right away? But if you can't get rid of me quickly, you will become the devil's meal. Oh, by the way, have you really learned space magic, the extremely talented noble master Franny? If you don't recognize the space barrier I set up, how can you close the rift? Well, doesn't this mean that even the only viable option has disappeared? Just because of your ignorance? Then you'd better try your best to defeat me. Ahahaha. Calm down, Serasis. Don't be provoked by him. Serasis looked at the puppet head coldly. So your performance is over, right? That's all. Okay, then it's my turn. The arm of the troll god is exerting force, as if trying to squeeze the head in. I know. Serasis drew the banshee sword in his hand, and the magic power around him began to vibrate. I am aware that I am not very smart, so I have been working hard. Today, I will show you the results of my efforts. The banshee sword noticed that she was preparing to chant magic, and was immediately shocked. Serasis, could it be that you? Humph! Do you know what the biggest problem of inherited nobles like you is? It's your arrogance and ignorance. The skull head angrily fired a cannon at the silver light flashing in the dust. You think you have superior magic power, and want to compete with the elites of the Empire. Ignoring our years of hard work and research, do you think you can surpass us with 2 or 3 months of hard work? If this world can only rely on the level of magic to decide everything, what are we fighting for? Why are we humans struggling? The whole world has long been the devil. Who do you think you are? Come on, just watch. Not only will I defeat you in front of everyone, I will also defeat this summoned demon. Let all you liches see. Dalen's disciple, Shifa Nicholas, is the real elite. Yes, everyone who climbs up to perform has his own persistence. Sauron sat back in his seat. To be honest, if this guy didn't shrink in a turtle shell and talk big, he might look pretty handsome. The head of the Yagia family tilted his head, and probably glanced at him. Why, you are not worried about your fiancée? Sauron shook his head. The winner has been decided. In the blink of an eye, the silver ball of light flashed in the dust and turned into 4. It was the figure of Serasis holding the banshee sword horizontally, which flashed and turned into 4. Oh, some kind of magic illusion. The head of the Yagia family was silent for a while. No, what kind of magic is this? Serasis. General Silver Dragon sighed. This is an unnecessary game. Why reveal such a trump card? Sorry, General Silver Dragon, but this is not a game. The 4 Serasis spoke together. This is the stage where we can show our determination. Look at my results. Elf Magic Naraku Great Swamp. Super Emperor Flame Flows Slash. Super Ultimate Corpse Explosion. Red Scar. In Soren's vision, the magic power in the venue was perfectly utilized. The terrain transformation magic coordinated with the magic power of earth and water formed a huge quagmire in the vast area supported by the palm of the demon god, causing the demon god to lose his center of gravity all of a sudden. The half of his body that had penetrated into the present world tilted over, and then a guillotine composed of fire and wind magic power above his head cut off the demon god's arm with one knife. Then, the severed arm was hit by the black curse, and it rotted, festering, and exploded at an alarming speed, with the dregs turning into rotten flesh and pulp scattered all over the sky, and large pieces of broken flesh sank into the mud, with no chance of recovery at all. The demon in the last gap let out a tragic scream, as if it was hit by some magic spell, and was severely injured, and even the broken arm and the remaining flesh were no longer wanted. The space gap closed in an instant and disappeared. Celaders did not choose to surrender, did not choose to attack Nicholas, and did not choose to turn off the teleportation magic. She killed the demon god first. The whole place fell silent. Killian sat for a while, then stood up and announced, Ulrids' disciple Serasis violated the rules of the midterm wizard exam by using forbidden spells. You are now disqualified from the competition. The first match was won by Dalen's disciple Shifa Nicholas. Soren couldn't help but give the Prime Minister on the rostrum 2 middle fingers. But he didn't object to this judgment. Sarasis was obviously overloaded. She panted as if she couldn't catch her breath. She knelt on the ground with the Banshee sword. The illusions around her had all disappeared. She was sweating all over her body. Her face was pale, and she couldn't stop trembling. If she continued the game at this time, the opponent's puppet would be able to cut off her head with one knife. Obviously, this idiot didn't think about how to win. She just wanted to prove that she was working hard, and that she was qualified to stand with others. Allrights flashed over, and waved his robe to sweep away his disciple without saying a word. Only Nicholas, who was still hiding in the puppet shell, was left on the field. Huh? What happened just now? What did I miss? Where is the demon I summoned? Where is the huge demon I summoned? Huh? Dalong in white robe also looked at the muddy and bloody arena, sighed, stepped down and kicked the confused puppet's head, come out to clean up the mess. Such a big scene let others steal the limelight. What a fool. The whispers of the black robes around gradually spread. What's going on with the 4 clones? Do you understand? They actually cast 4 forbidden spells at the same time. Can humans do this? And the last move? That should be red magic, right? Ah, I heard it too. There are still people who know red magic. Red magic. Red magic. Red magic. What is red magic? Sauron poked his head to ask the head of the Yaja family. The monster was still staring at the venue. I only knew that Count Sorg was extremely talented, but I never thought her talent was so incredible. It's really sad that such a talent was not born in my family. Unfortunately, my grandson and daughter are both complete losers. If I had planned properly and successfully brought her over to be the heir of Yaja, my family would have prospered. Unfortunately, they are more likely to cause trouble than to accomplish anything. They have created such a powerful enemy out of thin air. It seems that I have to punish these 2 losers again when I go back and let them have more babies. Sauron didn't know whether he should mourn or turn hostile at this time. The monster fumbled in his robe for a while, took out a magic book and handed it to Soren. The Countess has a bright future. It was my Yaja family that offended her before. Please don't blame me. This book contains my notes on red magic, my life's work, and I have entrusted the knight candidate to pass it on to your wife as an apology. However, sir, I advise you that only rare talents are qualified to practice red magic. If you don't want to become like me, you'd better not practice it easily. Of course, at least you have to give birth to enough excellent heirs with your wife before you try. Sauron opened his mouth and nodded, not knowing whether he promised not to touch this strange magic easily, or promised to give birth to enough heirs first. Chapter 154. Because most of the midterm magicians who come to take the exam are teenagers, considering the age limit, even freaks cannot be all-rounders. Due to the limitations of age and qualifications, they must have their own specialties, expertise, and inherited secrets. Therefore, there is no special schedule for the one-on-one competition, so that the contestants do not have to restrain countermeasures against the opponent's weaknesses, which will become a one-sided battle, leaving no room for both sides to display their talents on the spot. Therefore, after the game, Prime Minister Killian drew lots on the spot and randomly arranged the next match. By the way, although the winner of the first game was Shifa Nicholas, his puppetry and summoning skills were not particularly outstanding, and this tactic was only qualified by the standards of a wizard. Without the opportunity to fight the demon god, he had to continue to play in the quarterfinals, otherwise it would be difficult to get a higher evaluation. And Sarasis Sorg, who was judged to have violated the rules and lost the qualification to compete, was in the limelight. Well, she was a magical girl who had only been kidnapped from Franny for 2 months, but she could withstand the assassination of Yachukas, serve as the flag bearer, destroy the Sand Kingdom, and release forbidden spells to hang up the demon god and beat him. The liches have been shocked, and numb. What else is there to say? The next golden oak leaf will be hers sooner or later. Not to mention the chief, the lich has been chosen by her, but I didn't expect that she could bring more surprises to the liches. Can Ulrids actually know red magic? That's impossible. I haven't heard of such a family tradition. Could it be that Franny's Sork family is actually a hidden black magic family? We have to check. Maybe there are some hidden family and magic books. While Dalen and Nicholas were washing the floor, the liches were buzzing. So what is the red magic? While Soren was chatting with others in the record book, he asked the old monster beside him. The head of the Yagia family thought for a while. I don't know either. You didn't know that he wrote such a thick notebook. Soren looked at the magic book that the other party threw out on the spot to make peace after being frightened by Sarasis's talent. No, This can only be regarded as a magic notebook. Soren flipped through it and found that there was no magic in it, and there was not even any systematic knowledge. It was more of a record of human magic experiments. The physical characteristics of the experimental data, the age of qualifications, the origin of blood, the spells used, the body mutations after the backlash, the death conditions, etc., all of these, judging from the handwriting and ink color, this experiment has lasted for more than a few generations. Of course, the recorders are the heads of the family, and the experimenters are the descendants of the Yajia family. Well, now Soren knows how the Yajia family, a top-level wealthy family with clear protection from the white robes, was reduced to a sparse population and almost extinct. Do you know what the most dangerous magic is? It's unknown magic. The head of the Yajia family spoke slowly. Red magic is a name that refers to a specific category of magic whose principles have not yet been studied. All I can tell you now is that, first, red magic can only be used by living people, which is also the main reason why this magic is extremely rare in the Empire. It is not in the same field as the mainstream soul magic of the current psychic empire Lich and the fully developed natural four-element magic. Liches cannot use it, so there is no way to start experimental research. Second, red magic is called red. There are two speculations. One is that the magic light it releases will appear red, which is obviously different from the mainstream four-element magic. Another speculation is that when the caster uses red magic, his eyes will be bloodshot and his vision will appear red. There may be a connection between them, or there may be no connection, I don't know. Third, the elves have been studying this. Red magic is magic that has been enshrined in the commandments of the elves. It can be regarded as a forbidden spell of the gods on the other side. Sauron raised his head, elf. So that's it, I learned it from General Silver Dragon. If the blood of my family cannot be transformed into a lich, it must participate in the research and experiment of red magic. If I am lucky, I can still maintain human thinking. If I am unlucky, you have seen it, right? This note can be regarded as Yaja's research on red magic. Since your wife is good at red magic, let her use it as a reference. I have also written down the consequences of the spells clearly. Please use them on your own. Sauron scratched his head. Are you really going to give me the secrets of your family inheritance so easily? Family inheritance, huh? There is no inheritance at all. The spells recorded in this notebook were stolen from the elves by my ancestor Grimjo. The magic of the Empire is actually obtained in this way. Look at the golden oak leaf they are fighting for now. Although they say it symbolizes the source of human magic and the sacred object of druids, it is actually just a self-flattering move. There is no real druid inheritance in the Empire. Even the orcs' own heritage was cut off. The ancient empire was full of warriors who were like killing gods. So where did the magic inherited by humans come from? The systematic history of human magic can be said to have started from the founding of the psychic empire. The mainstream magic system is actually very young and has a very clear route, which is to steal from the elf magic. Generally speaking, all mainstream magic disciplines are obtained by cheating and robbing the elves bit by bit, relying on the original collections of the elf temple, library and magic guild of the kingdom of Starless, as well as the looting of wars. The head of the Yajia family said, as far as magic is concerned, the magicians of the empire are still at a very entry-level starting point. The further you go into the darkness, the more unknown knowledge you will encounter. Red magic is something in the darkness, and the qualification requirements are much higher than those of ordinary elemental magic. My family has a thick book on the plight of those who fail to meet the requirements, and perhaps other families will have the same experience. However, this is also the necessary price of trial and error. Don't mind it. According to my family's records, your wife is probably the human who has gone the furthest on this road since the founding of the country. If these words can help her, they will be valuable, otherwise they are just waste paper. If she can really create a specialized discipline of red magic for the psychic empire in the future, then this magic can be called the inherited magic of mankind. I've learned from you. Sauron nodded and took the notes. Indeed, magic is a bitch. Some people are neither human nor ghost, and they can't give favor even if they give everything for her. But for some people, she will take the initiative to stick her butt up and pounce on them to flatter them. Isn't a genius magic girl like Zarathus just a little bit of effort? She can use forbidden spells to hang up the demon and beat him. Talent, qualification, these are the rules of magic. Well, this is a bit biased. The difficulty of red magic is that only living people can use it. Without the corresponding talent for casting spells, people may be almost extinct as the Yajia family was. But if no one takes the risk of trial and error, it is impossible to figure out what the qualifications required for red magic are. If the principle can be figured out, at least the sacrifices made by the Yajia family will not be in vain. All unknown knowledge, whether science or magic, is actually similar. Success comes from 99% sweat and 1% inspiration, but that 1% inspiration is the most important. The second game, Armstrong's apprentice, Polygus Armstrong, against Inficot's apprentice, Brunhild Inficot. Oh, Polygus is on the court? Sauron came back to his senses and looked at the one-eyed dragon walking onto the court. Sauron has always believed in Polygus's strength. Although he has never seen this guy fight seriously, just from the level of magic power, this guy is at the same level as Sarasis or even stronger. Moreover, he is the inheritor of the Duin/ and the Battlefield Lich, and is also good at making puppets and military fortresses. In normal times, it should be no problem for him to be the chief. Oh, interesting. The head of the Yagia family chuckled. The heirs of these two Battlefield Liches have come together. Two Battlefield Liches? Sauron looked at the opponent of the one-eyed dragon, a purple-haired beautiful girl with a katana on her back, with dual attribute magic power of wind and earth, but the magic level is very average. That is, the level of ordinary elites. At least there is a clear gap with the freak level. As for the rest, apart from the long legs and beautiful feet, the perfect figure, paired with black stockings and a cool miniskirt, there is nothing particularly eye-catching. The so-called Battlefield Lich refers specifically to the Lich stationed in the main battlefield for a long time. If you want to subdivide it, it can be divided into two groups. The old monster knew that Soren had no concept in this regard, and explained casually, one group under the Schwartl Corps, and one group under the Priscilla Corps. The Armstrong family is from the Schwartl Corps, and Infic is from the Priscilla Corps. I don't know how strong the heirs of these two families are. Armstrong's humanoid monster Pollux. Brunhild drew out her long sword and held it across her body, as if facing a formidable enemy. It's really bad. I got this tricky guy. It seems that if I don't use all my strength this time, there is no chance of winning. Pollux also looked serious. Her magic power is average. If she doesn't have the intelligence of Saijan, too strong magic will probably kill her instantly. The forbidden spell is against the rules again. TSK, I have to fight with restraint again. Let's try it with 1/10 of my magic power first. Brunhild, Eagle Sense, Leopard Swiftness, Iron Scales, Stone Skin, Pain Suppression, Ivy Binding. Pollucius, Stone Wall, Ice Ring, Wind Barrier, Fire Net, Fire Ring, Fire Wall, Fireball, 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 Fireball. The two descendants of the family of Battlefield Liches have two completely different fighting styles from the beginning. Brunhild chose to apply a few buffs, and then quickly drew her sword and rushed forward. It seems that she wanted to use the advantages of magic and martial arts to fight in close combat. In addition to the combat enhancement magic for close combat, she only used a vine binding magic, probably trying to tie up Pollux. But the one-eyed dragon was not stupid. When he saw her coming up with such a big sword, he immediately reshaped the battlefield and divided the terrain. He used water, fire, earth, and wind to isolate the terrain around him, and firmly protect his close safety. After confirming that the opponent used the vine binding at the first sight, he immediately began to cast targeted fire magic, instantly blasting the stadium into a sea of fire. The opponent was forced to rush up and break through the line of fire, and there was no way to use advanced earth and wood spells. He could only run around to avoid explosions, smoke and flames, and in turn was forced to get farther and farther away from Pollux. Oh, what an old-school magic duel. The Monster Master's evaluation is probably the voice of the audience. Pollucius's response strategy is really quite orthodox and old-school, a textbook case, and his casting speed and completed magic level are also very good. He can definitely wear a black robe. Theoretically, as long as the ability is judged to be sufficient, and the master agrees to let the apprentice become a master, the midterm wizard can wear a black robe and become a wizard. However, if you change to a black robe, you will not receive the scholarship from the Empire. All research topics must be funded by yourself, and you must complete the production tasks of the Parliament or go to the front line to participate in the war. Therefore, unless there is a certain source of income, not many apprentices are willing to graduate. Of course, his father knew the strength of Pollux very well, so he only had one request, to win the first place for a term, so that his resume would look good. As for his opponent Brunhild, her reaction was actually quite quick. To be honest, with her tactics, if the opponent didn't react, 9 out of 10 could be tied up and cut in half. However, Pollux's casting speed was too fast, and he threw targeted fireballs randomly, causing the sword girl to be forced back by a series of fireballs after failing to rush in close. She could only move around the field with the swiftness of the leopard still in effect, trying to avoid the fire magic and wait until the opponent's mana was exhausted. But, fireball, 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 fireball. Damn, this guy is really cheating. Why does he have so much magic power? Has he not finished shooting yet? Brunhild ran away in the sea of fire. Her short skirt and shirt, which were not very revealing, were also ripped by the flames, leaving only a few pieces of cloth hanging on her body. Well, she wore it like this to distract her inattentive opponent and find the right time to attack. But now her body hair was almost burned, and she was forced back to the corner by the flames, with no chance to draw her sword. Brunhild bit her lip. When she attacked just now, she didn't use her special move because the opponent pulled out the stone wall immediately. Now the distance is too far, and the chance of hitting is even smaller. Damn it, are you going to use that move? Is that all? This is just a basic duel tactic. You can't even deal with this, and you want to compete for the first place? Lucius stopped throwing fireballs. Then I just finish it. Rise up, Flame Serpent! The flames in the fire field obeyed his magic call and began to gather. The raging flames turned into a huge fire snake, emitting a blazing golden light and approaching Brunhild, who retreated to the side of the field. Do you underestimate me so much? You are going to end the battle with a finishing move? Brunhild gritted her teeth and raised the sword. Well then, let me show you my family's sword skills. Blade of wind, blade of rain, the blood rain falling on the world, cut it in two with one stroke, unmatched sharp blade, gather on my blade. Sauron frowned and looked at her. What was she doing? Is she charging and reading? Indeed, as the magic was chanted, the magic of wind and water began to swirl and gather on the blade of the sword, and the tip of the blade seemed to be wrapped in a tornado, and a dense frost mist and water vapor condensed on the bright tip of the blade. It is a magic slash that targets the enemy's attributes, gathers the restrained attributes, and launches. The head of the family said, "This girl has good talent. She can launch a magic slash with water and wind attributes, and the earth-type vine binding is also cast very quickly. If she can practice to the point where she can change the slashing attributes at the moment of drawing the sword, she may be able to compete for the top spot." Soren also nodded in agreement. Yes, the moves are quite practical, but they are too slow. Cassock slash. Brunhild roared and slashed out diagonally. The dual attribute wind of the sword cut the fire snake into two parts and dispersed the sea of fire covering the sky in the field. Success! What? Before the sword girl could be happy about cutting off the opponent's fire snake, her smile froze on her face. During this time of accumulating power, a rock snake, an ice snake, and a wind snake wrapped in smoke and fog stood up in front of her. The huge shadow of the difference in strength covered Brunhild's face, forcing her to soften her feet and fall to the ground. Are you kidding me? Is this really a mid-level wizard of the same level? Do you want to kill two more? Show your strength. Lucius did not order the elemental summons to attack. You must have never been on the battlefield. When you first attacked, you should have rushed forward with the determination to fight to the death. You will die if you keep your distance from the magician. You will also die if you have to chant the ultimate move on the spot. Not wearing armor and wasting spell slots on iron scales and stone skin is even more of a death wish. And that sword, even if it is a treasure, is kept too clean. It has not experienced much fighting, right? Practice more. I lost. Brunhild stuck the sword into the ground. So the winner of the second round was Pollux. But how to say it? It's so boring. Sauron propped up his head. Is the elite only this level? The human elite is only this level. The monster family head continued to act as an emotionless script-reading robot. This girl's strength is not bad among the heirs. At least she knows how to practice and doesn't waste time indulging in pleasure and lust. But her talent is only this. She just relies on her family's exquisite learning, but can't make full use of it. Her combat awareness is still one level lower than that of combat elites. Even if she relies on treasures and secret methods to save her life, she can't go far. It's better to just give birth to a few children. Don't waste the safe delivery body. Sauron, cough. This is the gap between our empire and the alliance. Although the top combat power is almost the same, and the prime minister can even fight a group alone, the high-end combat power is seriously insufficient. The gap between the elite and the same level of elves is like a world of difference. Only when you reach the level of a lich can you catch up. But how many freaks can reach the level of a lich? That is why the empire constantly lets the elites compete with each other and try to fight to the death, so as to select the golden oak leaves suitable for key training as soon as possible, which is the meaning of this exam. Okay, although the head of the Yaja family is a bit extreme, Soren does understand the values of the liches and the old-school nobles a little bit. Although the top liches and gods are evenly matched. But in terms of high-level combat power at the elite level, the Empire has no way to compete with the Elf Alliance. Well, it is not fair to say that. A teenager or 20-something can already kill a monster with one sword. How many people can do that? Can't they be called elites? Elves of the same age are still babies. If human elites also have the same lifespan as elves, then there is no doubt that human elites will crush them, but the problem is that they don't. The definition of elites in the Elf Alliance is at least a swordsman, a great wizard, or a master of magic assassin who is over 500 years old. This is an asymmetrical and unfair competition. Human qualifications, human lifespan, and human resources all limit the number of qualified high-end combat forces. It is absolutely impossible to fight a total war with the elves and gods, who have a huge total amount of resources and a huge reserve of super soldiers with a small territory of the Empire. However, the nature of the top-level combat power is different. Qualified monsters are very rare and cannot be piled up by piling up resources. Only monsters with qualifications, wisdom, and fighting will have the opportunity to break through the limits of humans, complete numerous trials, and climb to the top. So they took advantage of the population, the growth and renewal rate, and molded the Empire into a purgatory where the strong preyed on the weak, where there was only fighting and climbing up to survive. Then, they selected the rare freaks from the gene pool filled with mortals, mediocre people, and elites, and after constant tempering and polishing, they finally cultivated them into real monsters. This is what the liches are doing. This is what the ancient nobles care about. Raising a freak. Although he defeated the freak Pelusius of the elite sword girl with an overwhelming advantage, he was not particularly happy. In the previous years, he could definitely get the golden oak leaf chief, but this time he was more worried. Because there were too many freaks in this year. The third match, Sally's apprentice, Sijin Essel, against Ulride's apprentice, Broken B. Chapter 155. Is this duel really randomly arranged? Well, forget it, but this one should be quite interesting. The old monster's voice rarely fluctuated. Are you interested in a bet, knight candidate? A bet? Yes, I bet that Sijin Essel will win. The old monster said. Sauron was speechless for a while. Hey, what are you trying to say? Your Excellency actually thinks Sijin is good? Sauron thought for a while and asked, by the way, this is Sijin's second time participating in the competition, right? Your Excellency should have seen her performance in the last session? The old monster nodded, yes, although she lost to Guilt Caesarion in the top 16 selection, we unanimously agreed that she could be evaluated as the second place based on her performance at that time. Don't be surprised, except for the first place, which will be awarded to the champion. The other second and third places are all based on the performance of the rest of the people and the audience vote. After all, it doesn't matter whether you are eliminated in the top 16 or the champion and runner-up are eliminated. As long as you can't get the first place, you are just a group of losers. Damn, this standard is too cruel. Although it is true that this is an exam to select freaks, it is meaningless to rely on luck to draw lots to enter the top 4. But you have all seen Sijin's methods. Why didn't anyone accept her as a disciple? Sauron couldn't help asking. It's precisely because I saw it live. In the last duel with Guilt, she used a homemade poisonous puppet to attack, and used the annihilation technique to interrupt Guilt Caesarion's spellcasting. She interrupted it 6 times in a row, and finally her mental power was exhausted, and the puppet was defeated by Caesarion with pure physical skills, so she admitted defeat. Frankly speaking, she was really good. She used the broken puppets, and the low-level herbs available on the market, to almost drive Caesarion into poverty. If she had been replaced by an ordinary elite, she would have been defeated long ago. If she could also use a few long-range magics, maybe she would have a considerable chance of defeating her opponent, and becoming the chief of that session, but the problem was that her magic talent was too low. She could only rely on potions and stimulants to interrupt her opponent with annihilation. In the end, she only managed to use it 6 times before she was overloaded. Her mental power, mana and physical strength were all lost. How could she have the energy to use other magic? This talent is too weak to be used as an assistant in spell research. However, compared with the performance of others in the duel with Caesarion, as the only player who could fight with him for more than 10 minutes and still survive, we all agreed that Sijin Essel did a good job and could be promoted to a mid-term magician and get the second place golden oak leaf. Okay, I roughly understand Sijin's situation, but what the hell is Guilt? Is that guy that strong? Sauron was speechless. Chief Guilt Caesarion? Well, he is really strong, and quite rare among the freaks of all generations. But the main reason is that the magic he masters is too strong, several levels higher than his peers. Almost all of them are subject to the rules of forbidden spells, high magic between level 10 and 14, and very rare. Not to mention that he is a descendant of the Death Knight. Ordinary magic families don't have so many weird tricks. Young people of the same period can't handle it at all, the old monster speculated, but his registered master Badru is a battlefield lich with mediocre record, and most of the time he is stationed on the northern front, so it must be someone in the white robes of the imperial capital who gave him extra lessons. I just don't know who is so excessive. Even if he has the qualifications of a freak, it is too shameless to teach ancient magic since he was an apprentice. Which heir can beat him? He is really shameless. Sauron glanced at the rostrum. Yes, it's really shameless. At this time, the stadium was cleaned up, and the prepared players began to enter the venue. Ulridus's disciple, Broken Bee, was a high school girl with short black hair with bangs, braids tied up with ribbons on both temples, and long whiskers that looked like insects. She wore some black martial arts training clothes underneath, and her wrists and ankles were tied tightly with arm guards and leggings. The robe she wore had the family emblem of the Feng family, a pattern of a bee-like insect. From under the fluttering robe, you can see that she has a pair of magic daggers crossed at her waist behind her back. The style is quite familiar. Soren and Sarasis also have a pair, probably a gift from Ulridus. Huh? Is this your Soifong so young? The head of the Yaja family said with a gloating tone. Someone will die in this fight. What? Sauron almost jumped up. Humph, she just became a disciple of the King of Soldiers recently. She can't learn any magic. If she wants to fight the runner-up of the previous session, she can only use the secret techniques passed down by her family, right? But the secret techniques of the Feng family are all powerful moves that kill with one strike, specifically targeting mages. Too young, this generation of Soifong is too young. I'm afraid she will bleed as soon as she strikes, and she won't be able to stop the knife at all. That's really too much. I want to see what progress Miss Estelle has made. What the old man said does make some sense. Soren himself has faced the assassin trained by the Feng family. Although it was just a surprise attack, he was completely unable to react. If it weren't for Guan Haifa's protection, Soren would have been killed with one blow. And the new head of the Feng family will only be more powerful in his secret skills. Sometimes this kind of family secret method is really bad for people. If we only consider magic knowledge, then this Broken Bee is definitely not Zygen's opponent. But if we have to fight in the battlefield, let alone Zygen, I'm afraid that old-school magicians, like Pollux, will be panicked when seeing this kind of magic assassin, who can kill with one blow. But can you question that this game is unfair? No, because in fact, there are many such magic assassins in the Elven Alliance, and they will encounter them sooner or later. This can only be regarded as an advanced exercise. I don't know how Zygen will deal with it. Well, what is that thing? Sauron and the old monster, as well as all the black and white robes watching, couldn't help but tilt their heads and look at the thing entering the arena. There was a huge 2-meter-tall human figure, with a round head, and 2 tubes inserted in his nose. His body was made of heavy iron blocks, holding a rotary machine gun in both hands, and a trident on his back. Magic iron statue? Iron golem? Magic armor? No, is this really magic? This seems to be company-made, exoskeleton puppet, codenamed Zaku. Sijin took off his helmet, and sat on the torso to drive. Although I don't know why I chose this name, I finally finished it before the duel. Fuck, can this be completed? Contestant Sijin Estel, you can only use homemade alchemical tools and treasures given by your teacher in this exam. Wearing purchased magic armor is against the rules. Dante wiped his sweat and reminded. I can walk in without violating the rules, right? Shion explained. The focus of the competition is to let the apprentices prepare their own props and show their knowledge. It is not so strict that all herbs must be cultivated and all ores must be mined and smelted by themselves, right? So even if semi-finished products are used, as long as they are alchemy props designed by themselves, they are in compliance with the regulations, right? Others just purchase parts and assemble them into their own puppets, right? My armor looks weird, but the shell is indeed a semi-finished product. Because someone has been clamoring to use the furnace to make this huge soldier puppet, the union asked me to cooperate with them. I first made this miniaturized puppet model, and then studied how to make it into a large weapon. I spent too much time making the wings a few days ago, so I had to borrow this shell first. So this shell can also be regarded as a semi-finished product that I participated in making. At least the puppet skeleton, metal structure, magic circuit, various enchanted inscriptions, and weapons inside were all designed and adjusted by me these days, so it fully meets the requirements of the midterm exam, right? This is beyond the scope of a normal exam. It should be taken to the Technology Development Bureau. Dante turned his head to look at the podium. Killian waved his hand. No need for forbidden spells. After the boss said so, Dante shrugged and closed the barrier, announcing, "Then the game begins." "You said start." Sui Feng looked up at the huge steel golem and was dumbfounded. "How do we fight this? Do we have to use the secret technique at home?" "No mercy." Shi Qiong closed the helmet of Zaku, and a red light flashed in the gap of the helmet. This armor was originally designed to be used on the front battlefield against elves. Let's take this opportunity to do a field test. Please play the role of a magic assassin to attack. Come at me with all your strength. Wow! Interesting. At this time, the director of the Technology Development Bureau, the White Robe Madness, jumped down from the rostrum and sat cross-legged on the arena. 3 smiling faces turned around. "Don't mind me. Weapon testing is such an interesting thing. Let me confirm and evaluate it up close." Sui Feng, Sauron, Dante, The red light on the Zaku helmet turned, staring at the white robe, and Saijin's voice came out indistinctly. "Sir Madness, I have a suggestion. In order to avoid hurting Sir Ulride's disciples, how about letting me use you as a target to test the weapons?" He. Madness suddenly changed his smile to he. "You are so petty, Miss Estel. Are you still jealous of me for rejecting your application? Didn't I say that because your design and your thinking are too rational and lack imagination, we are not compatible as researchers, so I won't accept you as my disciple? But this toy is different, and the idea of the flying wing bomb is also very interesting. I like it very much. Come on, attack me, don't hold back, let me feel your wisdom and madness." Zaku suddenly turned sideways, and the metal joints and anti-magic armor plates rubbed against each other, making a sharp sound like the roar of a steel dragon, and the 6-barreled rotary machine gun was pointed directly at Madness's head. "You 3-headed monster said that my imagination is not enough." Bang bang bang. The machine gun sprayed flames, projecting tons of ammunition onto the 3 faces. Holy silver demon-killing bullets, armor-piercing bullets, explosive bullets, incendiary bullets, 4-element custom magic bullets, and radiation bullets mixed with magic dust brought by the demons from another world were sealed and fired with corresponding revolver barrels. The attack changed its damage attributes in an instant, and there was no possibility of direct resistance. The colorful magic energy roared and exploded. Kinetic energy, thermal energy, magic energy, and endless destructive power were projected by explosives, like hundreds of heavy punches hitting the ugly face of the Lich. Sui Feng could only stare in amazement as the white robe was hit into a sea of fire with burning magic ions. As an underage girl who had just stepped out of a big family and entered society, her young heart suffered a huge blow. "Don't stand there stupidly, start attacking. If I had aimed at you just now, you would have died once." The metallic voice of Saijin came from the Zaku. The huge iron puppet spent 3 minutes firing all the ammunition. He held the machine gun in his hand, which was burned red by the hot magic energy, and pulled out a long belt of bullets from his waist bag. "If you don't rush up while the bullets are being replaced, you will die. Didn't Allrides accept you as his disciple? Show me the skills that the white robe taught me. Show me your full strength. Prove it to me. Prove that it chose you. It didn't choose the wrong person." "Woo!" Sui Feng shuddered, leaned forward, pressed the 2 swords behind her with both hands, stepped back with her left foot, and bent her right foot. In the blink of an eye, the magic energy around her body coordinated with her breathing to the maximum rate. "Be careful. Be needle." Bang! With a roar, Sui Feng crushed the bricks and tore open the air curtain. With the help of secret skills, she accelerated to the extreme and blasted the hot air to both sides. Even with the eagle's magic eye, she could only barely see the afterimage of her 2 swords rushing forward, like a meteor sliding across the arena, flashing a dazzling light, blasting a straight track on the ground, smashing the giant's magic iron statue, and beating Zaku into scattered phantoms. "Wait a minute, Phantom. Don't just go up when someone tells you to, you idiot. You can't even tell the difference between the mirror image and the target and just rush forward. Isn't your special move wasted? That move consumes so much energy, you can't just use it casually. You're dead for the 2nd time, idiot." Shi Qiong cursed mercilessly. "What? It's actually the mirror image technique. Such a big steel puppet can actually use the mirror influence technique." The old monster jumped up at once. Of course, most of the black robes had already stood up at this time, talking about it and wanting to see more clearly. When was it set up? When was it launched? When the attack began, using the cover of violent explosions and smoke. A magic circle was set up on the armor in advance, using the scattered magic energy to automatically generate an illusion defense. It's a very clever design. And it also used hints to distract the opponent's attention, causing her to rush and fail to see through the attack, wasting a blow. Great, but with such a clever idea, why did you make the armor so ugly? And what the hell is the name of Zaku? It's also some kind of suggestion, just like the orcs, to lower the opponent's vigilance. I see. Sauron, What? Bee knelt on the ground with her two swords supporting her body. The sequelae of the burst sprint caused her legs to tremble uncontrollably. She couldn't stop at all. She could only lie on the ground with difficulty, and turned her head to stare behind her. On the side and rear of the ice crystal illusion she had just aimed at, just a few steps away from the trajectory of her bee stab, the intact Zaku finished reloading, aimed at the white-robed target that was still standing in the smoke again, and began to rain bullets. The recovery speed is too slow. You can only use a killing move once, and if it misses, there will be such a big flaw. Don't you have any countermeasures at all? Because while you kneel there to catch your breath, your friends and relatives may all be killed. Are you worthy of the expectations of the teacher? I don't know if the magic sound transmission was disturbed or something. Shi Qiong's voice was so harsh that it sounded like the noise of nails digging on a blackboard. The magic power around Shattered Bee instantly evaporated, and the magic power of her whole body exploded. The airflow mixed with the magic breath made her braids on both sides of her temples flutter, and her whole body seemed to be wrapped in a layer of white light, charged the magic power. The black-robed onlookers were in an uproar. Fuck. It's magic. How old is she? How come Olride's found all the freaks? It's so unfair. Sauron frowned. What kind of move is this? What is the fusion energy? It seems to be a mixture of magic and air. It seems that the strength of the magic light in the body has suddenly stepped from the elite to the freak level. Olride's really gave this move to you. Shi Qiong sneered. Sure enough, you are the disciple it really values. Moonlight slash. Sobi seemed to have recovered to her peak state in an instant, spreading her arms, and her two swords slashed out a dazzling white light like bee wings, and the blades mixed with magic and energy swept across, and the dazzling knife light covered the sky and slashed at Zaku. Although it gave up speed, it was a sweep without any blind spots, and there was no room for evasion with illusions. And the steel giant also reacted in a way that was completely inconsistent with his clumsy body, jumping. Shit! Fuck. It can actually fly. What's that behind it? Yes, it's the flying wings of the gargoyle. The kind of enhanced wings that can blow up the parliament? This thing is invincible. The onlookers were almost going crazy. Sui Feng was also dumbfounded for a moment, looking up at the Zaku that quickly pulled away, climbed to a high altitude, and continued to reload, aim, and shoot steadily. Shi Qiong's voice came down coldly, like a needle piercing her heart. You've died for the third time, idiot. Is there a chance for you to make mistakes bit by bit on the battlefield? Use all your strength, or else abandon your sword and leave. Me. Sui Feng gritted her teeth and stared at the iron soldier in the sky. I must save Z. She suddenly lowered her head and closed her eyes, put the two swords back into the belt behind her, dispersed the white light that enveloped her body, took a deep breath, and let her braids flutter in the overwhelming explosions and hot wind around her. It was as if she suddenly fell into a meditative sleep. But everyone knew that the girl was not giving up. She was going to use her ultimate. Although Zaku was still shooting at the target below, the red light in his eyes was fixed on the girl on the ground, without any carelessness. Let me see it. Xiong muttered to himself. Let's see if my work can withstand the attack of the top level. Sui Feng closed her eyes, held the elbow of her right arm with her left hand, raised her right hand high, extended her index finger, pointed at Zaku, which was spreading its back wings and constantly dodging in the air. A black line swam across the back of her hand like a living thing, broke through the fingertips of her right hand, and turned into a blood arrow that shot into the sky. The almost black blood arrow was moving very fast, and it passed over Zaku's head in almost the blink of an eye. Soren was stunned. He closed his eyes and used his ultimate move, but missed. However, he knew the answer in the next moment. As the blood arrow shot out from the fingertips, Sui Feng's entire right arm, from the fingertips to the elbow, shattered layer by layer, and the entire sleeve was empty, as if the whole arm was used up. But Soren could see that it was not really shattered, but the flesh and blood turned into something else, some kind of extremely thin silk thread, tied with huge red and black magic energy, as if a large bundle of steel wire was ejected from the right arm, like an open spider web walking into the sky. Then Broken Bee opened her eyes, the whites of her eyes flushed red and black in an instant by the blood, her pupils emitting scarlet magic light, and the incredibly surging spiritual pressure exploded, covering the entire area. She looked up at Zaku, and disappeared from the ground, from Soren's eagle-sense gaze. Beflowered dance. The black robes said together. So Soren also remembered the name of this move, and raised his head with them, watching the girls after him and stepping on the silk thread in the sky and flashing continuously, fluttering like a spirit bee, flashing in front of Zaku, stretching out his left hand, and tapping the red light in the gap of the helmet. Without any magic power or additional energy, the finger force at that moment alone shattered the entire steel helmet of the Zaku, and even opened the skull, revealing the torso in the cockpit. Sitting in the cockpit was Sui Feng's bloodshot eyes were staring at Shi Qiong in the cockpit. No, this was a puppet with only the upper body, wearing a human skin hood, made so lifelike that it was almost indistinguishable. If the spiritual thread control had not been disconnected by the shock of magic power just now, I'm afraid I wouldn't have recognized it as a fake even if it was in front of me. No wonder I was asked to use all my strength at the beginning, or am I just too clumsy? The black blood in her eyes disappeared, and she fell from the sky in shock. Sejun, who was driving the Zaku, watched her fall indifferently, because the close-range impact of the top-level spiritual pressure, just a touch, the powerful magic shock destroyed the spiritual thread of the remote puppet and the internal spiritual base circuit, so although the Zaku was fine, the puppet inside lost control for a while. Fortunately, the vines growing from the earth spread out a flower bush in time, holding the unconscious and falling Sui Feng steadily on the branches, and at the same time the vines waved towards the sky like a snake, entangled the legs of the Zaku, and pulled the out-of-control iron puppet back to the ground. Alas, it's still useless. It's just a toy for bullying children. It's still too far to fight against the gods and demons on the top. Xiong, who had been hiding underground to observe the experimental test, emerged from the vines. Enough, enough, this firepower is completely enough. After being used as a target for a long time, Madness, who was finally unharmed, rushed over alive and well, hugged Zaku and touched it. Very good, multi-attribute magic bullets with all-round strikes, automatically activated mirror influence, and can be matched with flying wings to change clothes. Oh, you are also equipped with a trident, so it also includes a close combat spirit base, right? Whether it is a remote-controlled puppet elite soldier or a magician's own armor, it is very qualified. At least it is more than enough to fight against ordinary elites. The next step is to save costs and start mass production. Xiong didn't care about the screams of the white robe, and checked the injuries of the bee, and gave her simple treatment. Well, the wound on the right hand is old. Has it been broken before? What was shot out just now was a knife thread, which should be the self-defense treasure made by Allrights. Saijin pinched the face of the unconscious Sui Feng. What a lovely apprentice. So stupid that it makes me worry. Yes, he is quite stupid, and Soren nodded in the audience. He was already experienced. He scanned the whole place from the beginning, and saw that Saijin's clone was hiding underground. So he was as steady as a rock throughout the whole process, and was not worried at all. At this time, the voice of the Prime Minister came from the rostrum. Sui Feng, the apprentice of Allrights, violated the rules of the midterm wizard exam by using forbidden spells. Now you are disqualified from participating. The third game was won by Sally's apprentice, Saijin Estel. I say, did that guy forget to tell his apprentice that forbidden spells cannot be used in the game? Next game, next game. Chapter 156. Sauron will not watch the next game. In fact, after the two stupid disciples of Allrights exhausted themselves and were eliminated, there is no need to watch the subsequent games unless it is the civil war of the top three in the previous session. It's not that I look down on the elites of the Empire. The old man of the Yajia family said it very clearly before. This kind of interview-like exam, the final ranking of the top 8, the top 4, and even the finals is actually not very meaningful. Apprentices of this age now have limited knowledge and experience. If they spend a lot of time and energy to study the family secrets and forbidden spells, they are forbidden to use, which is equivalent to fighting with people with their hands tied, and basically they can't do anything else. Considering the evaluation criteria of the liches, if you can't get the first place, you have to vote based on your performance on the spot. Considering the basic skills of using combat magic, the one who performed almost impeccably was Pollux, who grew up on the battlefield and had rich experience in battle. Judging by the use of alchemy technology and puppet props, the one who got full marks was naturally Saijin, who had almost no other way to go except to study these unorthodox methods. In terms of the overall level of midterm magicians, I am afraid that even if you look for the magician families in the entire empire, there will be no more outstanding performances than these two extreme freaks. If nothing unexpected happens, these two people will have secured 2 gold leaves. In addition, although we don't know what potential Guild has, there must be a shameless person behind him, who helps him draw lots and give him special treatment. It is expected that he will not only make it to the quarterfinals, but also the finals. So if Soren's estimate is correct, it will be a civil war among the three chiefs in the end, and at most the rankings among the three will change slightly. The remaining family heirs, knowing that the chances of winning are slim, and the company and the parliament have made a deal in advance and arranged a way out, are unlikely to show their true strengths and expose their family secrets to compete for the position of chief. Alas, only Ulride's two stupid apprentices would be so stupid as to overload themselves and faint. But to be honest, could it be that Ulrides chose these idiots who only had magic power when choosing his apprentices? Oh, that's really no wonder. Soren suddenly understood. No wonder it refused to accept him as a disciple. It said that it would not accept male disciples. Maybe it was because it saw Soren's intelligence that shone like gold, because he and Zygen were the same type of intellectual characters, so it had no choice but to reject such a rare magic talent? Ah ha ha, it must be like this. Ah, there is nothing we can do about it. It is so perfect. I am so sorry. Ha ha ha. In the dock base of the company, the puppet Crystal looked at Soren, who was laughing strangely and drooling. Father, he started to giggle again. Is his magic disordered? Is it really okay? The beloved puppeteer, Rock Aster, was in the laboratory, helping his puppet daughter adjust the arm joints. Don't worry, the brain capacity is not enough, and there is no ability to do two things at the same time. Forcibly using the magic of long-distance clones will make you unable to control your expression and have intermittent convulsions. Move your fingers, bend, stretch. What do you think? Do you want to adjust it to be more flexible? I can feel that the power is very strong, the control is very good, and I can also use the magic recorded in the spiritual base. I don't know why, but I still feel that it is not as convenient as the body made by your father. Crystal looked at her hands. Now most of her body has been replaced with the parts of the most advanced woven puppets in the company warehouse. The appearance is just a lotus root-shaped puppet like a puppet show, but the shell is polished dragon teeth, and the magic circuit and magic energy silk are gathered inside the puppet body. It is a high-end product that can resist the large-scale dispersal of elves. It is very different from the original brass body, and is an expensive custom product. I think it's because I polished every part of your body by hand, so it is infused with true love, and belongs only to you, and the parts installed now are actually soulless parts. Rock Aster adjusted his daughter's eyeballs. Sorry, bear with it for now. Use this prosthesis first. I will definitely finish your body. Yes. With a wig, false pupils, and a skirt, Crystal looked like an ordinary human little girl. Ah. So your love doll creation requires love to create the entire doll to be effective. Sauron didn't know when he recovered, and he circled around the crystal while looking up and down. I knew it wouldn't be a free lunch. But this is too useless. If it's not a separate soul creation, its practicality will be greatly reduced. It's more convenient and simple to train a special puppeteer and then create a living doll from head to toe than to arrange marriage and childbirth directly. Of course, if the puppet created can become a special force source that can be continuously updated through the innovation of prosthetic weapons, it's another story. But in this way, the value of humans as a race in the eyes of liches is becoming increasingly insignificant. Perhaps it's safer for humans as a whole to nip your dangerous experiment in the bud now. Hey, it's strange that I made the same judgment as the elf temple. Crystal stood on tiptoe on the stool and wiped the saliva from the corner of Soren's mouth with a handkerchief. You'd better not use this magic too much, sir. You've spoken your mind out loud again. Rock Aster stood up while collecting the parts. Well, no matter how you want to deal with us, it's because of your help that Crystal and I have a place to stay. I will make what you want according to your requirements. What is it you want? The generator and the motor. Sauron looked at him with a cross-eyed look. Well, frankly speaking, I have no idea what you are talking about. Rock Aster touched his chin. One is a device that converts kinetic energy into electrical energy, and the other is a device that converts electrical energy into kinetic energy. Because his main consciousness was in the other body to deal with the old monster, Soren could only try his best to maintain his sanity. There is a mutual connection and conversion relationship between magnetism and electricity. As long as the magnetic flux passing through the closed circuit changes, an induced current will be generated in the closed circuit. You've told me this many times, including cutting magnetic flux lines and the right-hand rule. Rock Aster scratched his head helplessly. But even if I have common sense of alchemy and thunder magic, it's too much to ask me to make a motor based on these theories. And what's the use of this thing? What's the use? Of course, it's used to start the Second Industrial Revolution. Do you really think that this empire can be on par with the Elf Alliance just by relying on 19 white robes? Wrong. It is because of the rapid development after the Third World War, the puppet alchemy magic popular in the Empire, and the remains of the furnace left by the dwarves, all of which together have promoted the development of the overall human handicrafts and basic engineering technology, which has enabled this Victorian, steampunk-style, first industrial revolution to happen. This is what made productivity surpass the limits of the land. It has made the comprehensive national strength of the psychic empire rise rapidly. This is how it has risen to the point where it can compete with the entire Elf Alliance today, but it's not enough. Sauron waved his hands, with his teeth bared and his saliva sprayed everywhere, but it's not enough. It's still not enough. The slave-based production relations of the old era restricted the development of productivity. The disregard and waste of human resources made it impossible to effectively and reasonably integrate the power of the entire empire. The overemphasis on magic rules and violence in turn limited the vision and strategic thinking of decision-makers, and the most important thing is that the equipment of World War I is still not powerful enough, the caliber is not large enough, the firepower is not enough yet, the combat power is far from enough. We need more. We need to be stronger, more terrifying, more destructive firepower. If muskets don't work, use cannons. If cannons don't work, use rockets. If rockets are not enough, use Zaku. I use Zaku to fight a feudal elf. If I can't beat him, I will kill myself. So you understand. What we should consider is not how many more magicians we should train. It's not how many more awesome forbidden magic tools we should develop. It's about how to further improve productivity. So the conclusion is simple and clear. If one industrial revolution is not enough, do it twice. If 2 are not enough, do it 3 times. If 3 are not enough, do it 4 times. Productivity solves all problems. Productivity is the core of all problems. So you are the key. Sauron suddenly returned to normal, waved his hand, and pointed at Rockcaster. The responsibility of reviving mankind is handed over to you. Make the generator and motor for me. Hey. Soren patted Rockcaster on the shoulder, silently shook his head, and walked out of the laboratory quickly. He found an empty warehouse to hide in, sat quietly in the dark, and took a deep breath. His heart was thumping wildly, and the chaotic thoughts in his head finally calmed down. It was so dangerous. If I hadn't jumped into the virtual circle in time to hide, I would have been separated. In a literal sense, I was almost divided into 2 people. The magic of Shadow of Time really has some obvious flaws. Just now, Rockcaster just said his guess, and Soren felt that the magic connection between the 2 bodies was about to be separated, just like tearing one person into 2, and the memories that were linked together were completely intertwined. It was like pulling apart a sweater, pulling apart the meat strips that were cut together. It was not a pleasant feeling. Of course, Rockcaster's mistake was probably an unintentional one. But it also sounded a warning to Soren. He should not use this magic as an extra life. If half of the personality was split into an independent shadow, it would be fine if it died, and the memory could be restored. But what if it didn't die? That would be 2 identical Sorens. Who would listen to whom? Even if it was the same person, would the same person with different memories really make the same choice? Even if they really make the same choice, is it really a good thing? A bit too philosophical? Okay, let's be a little more vulgar. What if there are 2 Saurons? One chooses Saijan and the other chooses Sarasis? What if both choose Saijan? Is this a crystal palace or a minotaur? But speaking of this, if there is no split, and one person still senses 2 bodies at the same time, maybe we can try one in front and one in the back at the same time. Your Excellency, you smile so coquettishly. Damn it, Matthew, how many times have I told you not to come out of my shadow and scare people? This is a skill setting. The assassin Matthew didn't know where he got into this small warehouse. Your Excellency, what happy things are you thinking about? It's rare to see you smile like a teenager. Fuck, that's not a teenager smile, it's a man's smile. Okay, forget it. So what happened again? Matthew took out a letter from his arms. The Franny people's army was defeated. To be honest, when a letter was slapped in the face, Soren was mentally prepared. But deep down, he still hoped that they could create a miracle, at least fight to the death for a while. But unfortunately, the Franny people's army still ushered in the destined and inevitable defeat. Because the situation was too chaotic, even the intelligence personnel of the Empire spent a lot of time to confirm and report back the news. Now it can be confirmed that it happened, not just rumors. The People's Army received the news of the noble uprising and dispatched its main force to defend the southern fortress of the Elves. However, after arriving at the city, the troops who had originally informed and promised to support the uprising did not take action and closed the city to defend. The People's Army, which originally wanted to seize the strategic location before the Elves entered the country, was trapped under the southern fortress waiting for supplies and reinforcements because they were lightly equipped and did not carry enough siege equipment and baggage. Who knew that not only did they not wait for supplies, but they also waited for the news that the noble armies in various places turned against them, and the northern fortress was the first to turn against them. Later, the news came that the elf army suddenly attacked and captured the royal city and began to massacre the city. So the main force of the people's army collapsed without a fight. Most of the soldiers in this main force were locals in the royal city. After hearing the news of the massacre, a large number of deserters began to appear. The leaders of the people's army also had no intention of fighting and wanted to return to the army for rescue, but they were intercepted by the noble troops, who cut off the supply line, and the army of the southern fortress went out of the city to pursue and kill them for a while. In short, it was a messy battle with no beginning or end. How many people died? I don't know. The organization was gone. The camp was burned down. The birds and beasts were scattered. There were rioters and bandits everywhere. I only know that the Franny nobles are spreading the word that the south annihilated the main force of the people's army, and the north destroyed the people's army's lair. Now the rioters have been pacified, Matthew said. This scene is not surprising. The peasant uprising with rioters as the core is, after all, just a riot without any organization and action program. Where is Leicart? How is the hero? If the core leader of the riot dies, the throne of Prince Franny will fall into the hands of the Elf Alliance in an instant. Emotionally, Soren hopes that the people's army can perform miracles, but rationally speaking, it is impossible for a country that can jump back and forth between the Empire and the Alliance to not have an army with considerable strength. In terms of human standards, the Franny Kingdom army trained by the Vanguard army still has a certain combat power. Even without the intervention of the elves, it is more than enough to crush the bandit armed forces such as the People's Army. The whereabouts of the brave Leicart is a mystery. Matthew naturally knew that the leader of the People's Army was the key. The noble army said that he had been beheaded and his head was hung for public display. Some people also said that he was alone to cover the rear of the army, and ended up being trampled into a pulp by thousands of soldiers. Others said that he abandoned the army and fled, which led to the collapse of the army. Some even said that he was in the capital, fighting the elf army alone. In short, there are all kinds of rumors, and spies from various countries are looking for his whereabouts. I'm afraid they can't find it. No matter whether I'm dead or alive, as long as Franny is not stable, there will be rebels in the name of the People's Army Leicart. Sauron sighed. The elves are progressing very fast. Not only did they instantly eliminate the power of the People's Army, they also won over a large number of old members of the Franny Kingdom, and have the support of nobles and warlords. Can you confirm how many people the elves sent into the country? Where is the main force now? They are still gathering in the capital of Franny. It is said that more than 100,000 troops have been mobilized from surrounding vassal states, mercenary groups, and adventure guilds. They should be collecting military pay in the capital. Matthew sneered. Where is the Imperial Army? Where is Anubis now? Sauron closed his eyes, and recalled the Faerun map. Matthew was silent for a while. The Imperial Army has not crossed the border yet, and Lord Anubis is watching the midterm mage competition now. Huh? Sauron jumped up. What a joke. At this time, stand still. Sir, you have never been to the border, and Griffin Castle is very difficult to attack. I know, it is easy to defend but difficult to attack. Only 1,000 or 2,000 people can go up the mountain road at a time. There are 5 or 6 checkpoints along the mountain stream, and there are elven garrison archers and dragon cavalry on the hills on both sides. This is not an excuse. Anubis cannot fail to defeat them unless it does not want to fight. Sauron frowned and stamped his feet. Don't want to fight? The assassin was confused. Military supplies and equipment have been transported to the front line. How could it be? Of course it won't happen. The People's Army can't hold on at all. The elves acted too quickly. If the Imperial Army's offensive is not smooth, they will be blocked halfway through the mountains. If the battle starts in the mountains, the Elf Alliance can get supplies from Franny nearby, but the Imperial Army's supplies have to be dragged out from the underground river and then transported up the mountain, which is overwhelmingly disadvantageous. If we cannot win the battle, we will be forced to cross the mountains and establish a new confrontation line, which will only increase the cost. It is better to maintain the current front line and not fight at all. Sauron suddenly realized that the current command of the Empire may also be in an awkward situation, facing the same problem faced by the Elf Alliance. Should we fight or not? The Psychic Empire also has various factions, and if the nobles of the Empire knew that the People's Army had been quickly slaughtered by the elves, they might not be able to get any benefits from this expedition, and it might even be a loss-making business, so they would most likely not want to fight. Anubis has a very clear strategic vision, and can see through the current situation. There is no need for a war. Then, just as Lux once analyzed, the Empire may make the same choice because of the judgment of the smart people and the brainless people, that is, to maintain the original front line and deliberately avoid fighting. That would be the worst situation, handing over the kingdom of Franny to the Elf Alliance. Will the Liches really make such a decision? Is Anubis really pretending to obey? Sauron can't say for sure. He has to ask Anubis in person what his plan is. It can't be that he stays in the Imperial capital and doesn't move just to watch these children, who Sauron doesn't even bother to watch fight? Chapter 157. Arrange a carriage for me. I'm going to the venue to find those guys and confirm everything. Sauron thought for a moment and told Matthew. The shadow of time almost lost control just now, which made Sauron feel a little guilty. Especially for the Yaja family, the bad example of the failure of magic and the impact on the body is not far away. It is even more uncertain what kind of serious consequences the failure of spells will cause to the soul. Sauron, who is a complete idiot in magic, dare not mess around and cause trouble. It's better to slow down and act honestly with his body. Yes, I will prepare immediately, but there is something more urgent. Matthew added. Is there anything more urgent than Franny? Matthew hesitated. Well, in terms of urgency. Maybe I am meddling in other people's business, but you seem to be completely indifferent and not taking any action, so I am a little suspicious that you have not paid attention to this matter at all, so I have the audacity to remind you. Just tell me what it is. The assassin nodded. Okay, sir. I want to remind you that you are a knight squire. Sauron scratched his head. Oh, thank you for reminding me. Matthew covered his face. You really didn't realize it at all. You have been a knight squire for almost 3 months. Ah! Oh yes, time flies, and 3 months have passed in the blink of an eye. You have not fulfilled your duties as a knight squire in these 3 months, and you haven't done any tasks, and you haven't signed in at the guild, and you haven't received your salary. I only noticed it because the bat notice letter was sent to the company's address. It would be bad if it was any later. You will be expelled if you continue like this. Huh? Oh, what? So you will be expelled? Is this a bad thing? Sauron curled his lips, then change your job. I won't be a Death Knight anymore. This version is so weak. Matthew sighed. If you are expelled from the Legion, you will not be qualified to be an Imperial noble. Everything you have in the Empire can be said to be built on this foundation. If you are expelled, I am afraid that all the magic contracts you signed as a company executive will be judged as your breach of trust and breach of contract. However, there are many ways to make up for this. At most, you can marry Count Sorg immediately. It's not a big deal. What I am worried about is that the holy contract you signed to become a Death Knight is not directly signed with death. I have never heard of a Death Knight who can change his job. I am not an expert in related magic and gods, but logically speaking, the moment you break the contract of death, you will die, right? Damn, Matthew, what you said makes sense. Seeing that he reacted, the assassin sighed and took out a purse from his arms. Besides, this is not a big deal. The task of a knight squire is just an ordinary training patrol. Your Excellency, you are also a famous warrior who slays gods and demons, but you were removed from the list because you forgot to do your daily tasks, and even died because of it. Isn't it ridiculous to tell others? If you don't want to waste time, just show up at the Servants' Guild and pay compensation to be exempted from labor. This is also allowed, but reporting every day is considered a formal military training, which is a very ancient and serious magic rule. You must sign in person, and I can't do it for you. Sauron sweated. Matthew, thank you for your reminder. Okay, I go there right away. But it's too much trouble to sign in every day. The assassin nodded. Then you should graduate as soon as possible and get the title of a formal knight, but that's not enough. Generally, knights must serve in the war zone, and at least be generals above the rank of warlord to move freely, otherwise they must obey the call for deployment at any time. Oh, there are also professional mission routes, but it's true, the problem now is still time. 3 months to kill gods and demons, 6 months to make 2 bombs and 1 satellite, 9 months to sweep the world, and then travel to another world to complete the game in a total of 1 year. Isn't that too bullshit? In short, it takes time to accumulate technology. Rock Aster can only start from scratch, and the start of the Second Industrial Revolution is a long way off. It is not that the army can be modernized in an instant. The research and production of muskets and cannons take time. It is conservatively estimated that the development of Arishi will take 2 to 3 5-year plans to complete. And those freaks who have taken on the bond with Sauron have unlimited potential, but they are too young and need more time to grow. As for the war on Franny's side, as Scode specifically reminded in a letter, I am afraid that in the next few years, the Elven Alliance will have a huge advantage, and there is no room for Sauron to intervene. In this case, let's climb the military rank by following the career quest line. This is not a waste of time. After all, we will have to fight against the Elven Alliance in the future. Only technology and funds are not enough. We must have our own army to fight, and we must also build a loyal army on the front line to be reliable. Guns are the most important thing. In this way, Sauron is not in a hurry to communicate with the White Robes. He rode to the Plasma Rose Guild to sign in and pay the fine. Yes, not riding one Haifa, but riding a horse. Because Soren is rich now. As the CEO of the company, you can't always walk when you go out to discuss business cooperation. And Guan Haifa's ghostly appearance is fine if he doesn't speak, but once he speaks, people will be scared to death, and it's not very good looking. So Soren also bought a new mount. In addition to the company's carriage, he chose an undead warhorse for himself. The 12th level Mount Scroll can summon a high level and enhanced undead warhorse at any time as long as magic power is injected. This kind of high-level undead and alchemical creation can resist the magic breaking and dispelling below the 12th level. Men, what they play with is guns, cars, and balls, and the undead warhorse is equivalent to a motorcycle. Soren specially equipped it with a set of blood-red battle robes, and customized a full body of graded magic-carrying horse gear and customized accessories. And gave it a resounding name. Let's go Midnight. Midnight ran fast on the fire cloud, carrying Soren across the city of the imperial capital. He couldn't get it no matter how hard he tried to brush it, but he finally got it, after traveling to another world. So cool, all life, perfect. Arriving at the fortress station of the Plasma Rose Guild again, Soren was here for the second time. He searched for a long time before he found it, because there was originally a dwarf antique, a bronze cannon, at the door, but it was gone this time. Soren remembered that he had asked the furnace engineers to dismantle the cannon and study it. Is anyone there? Clerk? Merlin? I'm here to sign in. Sauron entered the fortress and looked around, but he didn't see anyone training in the training ground. Merlin. Why do you call me clerk, but you call her by her name, so intimate? Sally Whitemane came out of the side door, holding a treasure chest. She was wearing full plate armor, the standard of the Legion but painted in the red of the Blood Riders. Without a helmet, her white hair was covered with a chainmail hairnet, and she was fully armed with only her face exposed. No, you're not suspicious. Hey, why are you dressed so tightly? Sauron quickly changed the subject to nip in the bud. The clerk curled his lips. Why else? How many Death Knights have died in the capital recently? If this goes on, everyone will really become Death Knights, okay? In case of another attack, I ordered everyone to wear heavy armor when patrolling. It's so hot. The Iron Dragon, the Lion King Society, and the Dark Flame Bull were wiped out, causing our workload to double, but the number of staff has not increased. And you are also amazing. You are so good at slacking off. It has been a long time since you came back from the Sand Country, but you didn't come to sign in, didn't reply to letters, and you were nowhere to be seen all day. If you were 2 days later, you would be expelled. I didn't dare to walk around these 2 days, lest no one in the guild would help you handle the roll call. Finally, you showed up on time. Come here and make up these leave applications. I am really troubling you, clerk. Fortunately, he had a good relationship with the person in charge of personnel. Soren nodded and followed the female knight to the office, and signed the leave application prepared by the clerk for him. Sally put the treasure box in his hand on the table, put on the armor after signing. Do you see the task on the panel? Do this patrol mission. Well, I heard that you can pay to replace it. Sauron really didn't want to go on duty. Laziness was one of the reasons. No, it was the main reason. After all, this kind of mission, with no reputation and no experience, is a pure waste of time. He is making millions of dollars a second now. Your company is big now, and you have money, right? Well, the Empire is not rich enough to let the Great Knight, who destroyed the Sand Country, patrol the gate. Anyway, you have killed 3 Death Knights on the first day, so you don't need extra sacrifices. Prepare yourself and go to the border in the near future to find the big sister to do the night trial, and let her help you officially canonize. The secretary waved her hand disapprovingly, indicating that Soren could leave after signing. She didn't want to pay attention to this side. She was carefully opening the treasure chest and taking out the things inside. Okay, I go first. Sauron glanced at what the clerk took out, walked to the door of the office and turned back. Because in the treasure chest, there were boxes inside boxes, boxes inside boxes, and when they finally opened it, there was only a small thing wrapped in linen. It was a candle. The candle that summons death. What are you doing? The clerk stuffed the candle back and closed the treasure chest, staring at Soren warily. Well, Sally, how about we discuss it? Soren smiled and came over. Hey, you're not called a clerk now. The female knight rolled her eyes at him and said firmly, No, I gave you the candle last time as a thank you for saving my life. No. Oh, you're so stingy. Then tell me where you got it from, and I get to myself. Oh, this is a divine weapon. Of course, it was obtained from the Imperial Treasury. The guild can only apply for one per month, and it's very troublesome to prepare the book. I gave it to Marlin last month. I'm going to use it myself this month. You can wait until next month. Damn, we have to wait until next month. So annoying. Come on, we are all so familiar with each other. Let's discuss it. You use this candle to learn a death charge, and you can't use it indiscriminately in the capital. It has been nerfed so badly on the battlefield, the improvement is not big at all. Anyway, it's not urgent. It doesn't matter if you wait until next month, right? Why don't you exchange it with me? The company won't treat you unfairly. Sauron made a gesture of giving money. Secretary, please name a price. Crystal? Magical weapon? Asset? Or do you want me to help you with a task? What do you want? Just tell me. I can promise you anything. Sally raised his eyebrows and looked at him. But what's the use of candles? Do you really want to do the trial of the prophecy of death? Have you found the ice cream shop? Yes, you may not believe it, Sauron said seriously. But just finding the ice cream shop may have changed the fate of many people. So I must complete this mission. Seeing him like this, the clerk sighed helplessly and looked at him again. Do you really agree to everything? Just tell me. Soren patted his chest. Sally hesitated for a moment, leaned over and whispered in his ear. Soren frowned. Speak louder. I can't hear you. Sally glared at him, leaned over and whispered again. Soren, well, although I can communicate with spirits, if you don't use your vocal cords, I really don't know what you want to do. Ah, I said be my squire. Before you are officially canonized as a knight by the big sister, be my squire. Do you understand? The clerk blushed and got angry. Oh, what's wrong with that? Sauron was a little confused. Is it necessary to whisper and get angry at the same time? Are you sure you don't want an equivalent artifact? Or help you kill a few enemies or something like that? Okay, then I promise to be Sally Whitemane's knight squire before I am canonized as a formal knight by Aubes. Do you want to sign it? No, you don't need to sign now. Sally suddenly avoided Soren's sight in a panic, and threw the treasure chest in his hand directly to Soren, almost knocking him over. Okay, the candle is for you. Oh, thank you, secretary. Oh no, my lord, sir knight. Soren smiled. This is good. After searching for a long time, it is easy to get it, so the main task can continue. If you have anything, just tell my servant to do it. Yes. Sally swallowed uneasily. Then, since you are my servant, you have to fulfill your duties as a servant, right? Oh, so you want me to help you with patrol missions? Or kill someone or something? Sauron stuffed the treasure chest into Gwan Haifa's mouth and hid it. Well, I'm a little hot. Sally blushed. Help me take off my armor. Oh, help you take off your armor. Sauron froze instantly, staring at the clerk expressionlessly. Sally. You? What happened? Isn't it the duty of the squire to help the knight take off his armor? The secretary stared at him with all his might. Although what he said was true. Soren shrugged and came to help the female knight take off her heavy armor. She was really covered in sweat, and the female hormones penetrated into her nose. The hot air that came over her, exuding the smell of the secretary's body, was like a furnace fire, burning Soren's mouth and tongue. I just practiced the power of fire this morning, so the smell is a bit strong. The clerk took off the hair net of the chain mail, and turned away from looking at Soren. She was wearing really thick clothes, chain mail under the plate armor, chain mail over leather armor, and a layer of training clothes under the leather armor. It took a lot of effort to help her tear the belt apart and take off the armor. It was really inconvenient for one person to wear it. Not only was it uncomfortable to wear, it consumed physical energy, and the protection was still insufficient. It was unbearable to fight a high-intensity battle, and if it was attacked by surprise, there was no time to put on armor. It would be better to improve the Zaku and make it into a self-propelled exoskeleton system. At least the magic warriors, like the Death Knight, can operate it. It is also much more convenient to get into the cockpit and start it. Soren was busy for a while before he helped the clerk take off his full body armor, leaving only the sweaty and wet single-piece training clothes sticking to his body. Anything else, Lord Knight? Help you boil a pot of water for bathing? Sally sat on the table with a platform, raised his right foot towards Soren, revealing the long combat boots protecting his legs. It's not finished yet. You are really playing with fire. Sauron swallowed his saliva, sat on the clerk's chair, held her right leg in his arms, helped her untie the straps of her leggings, and then lifted her calves to take off her boots. She only had spider silk stockings on her legs, and the contradictory touch of warmth, smoothness, softness, and wetness made Soren almost unable to control his hands, and he couldn't help but stroke along the curve of her calves, almost holding the clerk's right foot in his arms. Sally blushed, watching Soren take off his combat boots, but hugged her right foot and refused to let go, nor did she resist, and stretched out her hand to brush her bangs behind her ears. My feet are sore. You can help me massage them, Squire. What do you want to do? I remember you said you liked muscular uncles, didn't you? Since he got permission, Soren started to massage her thighs, calves, and ankles. Yes, what does it matter? Sally bit her lips, and was rubbed by the hot hands. She couldn't help but bend her waist and rub against the desk. I'm interested in young servants too. Isn't it okay? You like stockings so much, and you call Marlin so sweetly. Does she often let you do this? No. Soren controlled himself with a dry mouth. I didn't do it with her. This? Humph, I don't believe it. While saying this, the clerk moved his waist closer, and sat on the servant's thigh. Why, she didn't help you a bit recently. Soren didn't want to talk now. He just wanted to close his eyes, and feel it with his body. You, tell me the truth. Sally hugged his neck, and put his face close to Soren's ear. Have you slept with her? No, really not. Sauron only felt the soft and wet body in his arms was as hot as a stove, and of course, he felt the same. Really, don't lie. The clerk bit his earlobe. Really not. Definitely not as passionate as you. Is that so? It's good that she didn't cheat. Then what about the Countess of Baltimore? Ah. Who? Sauron's brain was confused. The Speaker of the Parliament, that old woman. You are really good. I heard that you and her rolled around in the casino's private room for a whole day to discuss business? How could you have the heart to do that to a woman of that age? And can you last a whole day like this? The clerk did not give Soren any room to relax. Are you particularly interested in women older than you? Boys seem to like this kind of mature charm, right? Mature women have a strong smell, right? Like me now? It's unfair, sister. No, really no. Sauron begged for mercy. Don't call me sister, call the master, you little brat. Sally slowly rubbed Soren's waist and sat down, biting his earlobe. You are just a servant, but you actually made a move on the female speaker. Did she force you? It's not okay even if she forced you. Because you are my servant, it's unforgivable. You little brat must be punished. I will punish you to do what you did to her again. No, do it until I am satisfied. Do you understand? You must serve your master first and make him satisfied first. You are not allowed to stop until he is satisfied. This is the duty of a servant. Chapter 158. Sauron picked up his clothes, and while the clerk was still sleeping on the table, he tiptoed out of the office and closed the door. The female knight's endurance was very strong, and it was obvious that she had not had sex with Marlin for a long time due to various circumstances recently. In addition, she heard the rumors about Soren and the old woman, and she was jealous of it was obviously me first, and she lost her mind for a while. Fortunately, Soren had the lucky dice to protect him. Wow, in a sense, this thing is worthy of the name of a divine weapon. But to be honest, the Empire's servants are too hardworking. Are they obliged to satisfy such physiological needs? If the master is Marlin, it would be fine for a female knight like Sally, who can become a Buddha without regrets after being squeezed dry. But he is actually the servant of the great knight Alfred. Soren shuddered and shook his head vigorously to drive away the horrible images in his mind. In short, after paying countless prices in exchange, Soren finally got the third candle. Now he can continue the main quest. He came to the secret library under the Plasma Rose Guild, in the center of the basement engraved with sacrificial spells, next to the desk where the Death Covenant was placed, opened the treasure chest and took out the candle that summoned death. The moment the linen wrapped around the candle was uncovered, the candle was automatically lit, burning and emitting a faint and cold white light. Soren looked at the linen. He had to use his magic eyes to see the complex inscriptions on the cloth. It was probably a sealing magic circle specially used to preserve artifacts. Maybe it would be useful in the future. However, in order not to waste time meeting death, Soren did not have time to study the magic of the sealing cloth. He simply put the linen cloth into the treasure chest, and let Gwan Haifa swallow it. He put the candle on the candle holder next to the desk, blew out the flame, and fell into the endless darkness. Death? Say. You are here. If you are here, just make a sound. Soren was speechless. Doesn't this guy make a strange sound like Soren? Squeak. The human god Death responded to the apostle's request and squeaked. Huh? Sauron? Wait, you're not dead? How can you ask someone why he's not dead when you meet him? Oh, this guy is Death. Forget it. No, you're not Death. You don't know whether you're dead or not? Oh, stop talking nonsense. What about the next round of Oracle mission? Oracle mission? Oh, damn it, Sauron, you kid, damn it. The godman yelled like a naughty child. Sauron. Ah, what's wrong with you again? I wasted the candles I exchanged for with all my strength. My heart hurts. But how could it be? Could it be that? So that's it. No, it's not like that. Not like that. Oh, you guy, how can I put it? It's so interesting. So I understand a little bit. No, I don't understand it at all, but this is just right. Death made a strange cry that made no sense, and said happily. There are no more Oracle missions. Be happy. Your mission has failed. The trial has been interrupted. Huh? What's there to be happy about? Not the boss. What exactly failed? Didn't he become a chief officer as required? Don't take my mission literally, idiot. Is your first mission to find an ice cream shop? How can I say too much when I'm being stared at by that woman? You want to know where you failed, right? Well, because it's too late. Franny is gone. So it's over. You became the chief officer too late. You made such a big detour for something that can be solved by getting married, and I'm confused. The female knight who was confused by you on this ceiling. Wasn't she the one who helped you find me the first time? You two should have a close relationship, right? A comrade in the Knights Templar, who saved each other's lives, and hugged each other and bit each other. If you talk to her, you will understand. Her family is qualified to be a member of the parliament. If you had married her immediately, you could have gone to the Blood Riders trial last month and intervened in Franny's battlefield. I deliberately used your relationship to lay out clues. Don't you have a particularly close relationship at all? What's wrong with young people these days? They are not married yet, and yet they play so wildly, with tables and walls. Fuck. Sauron was speechless. So it seems that he took a long detour. The Whitemane family is a declining noble family. He has seen the mansion with his own eyes. If he just asked the clerk himself, he may be able to complete these things directly. And if he got engaged to Sally, he could get the position of acting chief officer. In fact, there was no need to help Zarasis destroy the Kingdom of Sand and become an imperial noble before getting engaged. As a result, he didn't think about her for a while because of this node. No, he deliberately didn't think about her. Because deep in his heart, Soren felt that he was the one who caused the secretary to be injured and dying, and he didn't want to use Sally to achieve his own goals. He deliberately avoided contact with her out of guilt. As a result, because of this trivial matter, he didn't negotiate with the secretary and seek her help, which led to a divergence in the route, missed the civil war in Franny, and took an extra detour to the Kingdom of Sand. So, because of his momentary weakness, he ruined the previous opportunity. But, is it really right to sacrifice one woman to save another? If time could go back, I'm afraid he would still make a similar decision. Isn't it to avoid involving Sally by going through such a big circle? Besides, didn't Scold write to him not to go to Franny? Wouldn't that conflict with Death's mission? Who is the woman she wants to save in the letter? Oh, you finally remembered Scott now. You're a weird guy. Weren't you the one who said to her in a cheesy way that you loved her for 10,000 years, regretted it when you lost her, and didn't know how to cherish it when you got her back? Now God has given you a chance to start over, but instead of staying together for the rest of your life, you hugged another woman's thigh and licked her nonstop, and you're worried about implicating her. Tut. Fuck, you're Death, not gossip. Don't mock me by reversing the order of these famous lines. It really makes me look like a jerk. Ah, you've digressed again. It's really hard to talk to you. Okay, stop talking nonsense. Anyway, although you failed in the trial, it may not be a bad thing. It's better to say that failure is better. Whether it's success or failure, it's even thanks to your failure that the trial can continue. What we are going to do can continue. Now listen carefully, this is a rare opportunity. Because of the failure of the trial, I almost thought you were dead. That woman should also regard you as another dead disciple of mine, and won't pay too much attention to you. Scold won't let you go to Franny. Yes, it's true. If you really go, you be dead. Very good. This means that the group of women came to help you deal with that woman, so that woman has temporarily withdrawn from other things. Now do whatever you want to do before that woman reacts. Damn, I don't even know what I'm saying. You can understand a ghost. Ha, you are really worthy of it. Sauron, What that woman, this woman, a group of women, So tiring, it's so tiring to cooperate with this psychopath. Hey, be smart, show the wisdom of Sauron. Okay, then, let's go step by step. Do you know what our enemy is? Think in your heart, you are too weak to say it out loud. Elf gods? Closer, more specific, or more abstract at the same time, you know their habits. More specific, more abstract at the same time. Sauron frowned. He wanted to save Skord and defeat the elven gods, so his common enemy with death was fate, yes, there is alchemy, etiquette, and a fate. Very good, remember not to say it out loud. This kind of name has a strong magical power, and it will definitely be used by the old bitch. I have used this word too much, and it is now taboo. My fault. Anyway, calling her by a specific name will be noticed by that woman. So to be on the safe side, when you can't call the god's name directly, just use the man and the woman as substitutes. In short, that woman is a very annoying opponent. Just think of her as the complete, godlike version of Skuld. She is always watching all the changes on the observable world lines, especially focusing on the ongoing Oracle trial, and that woman has no awareness of being a bystander. She will definitely intervene at key points, and guide the outcome of the event in the direction she expects. So even if you can hide the reincarnation from the future from her for a while, as long as we plan and arrange at the pace of a normal trial, she will always see it, and gradually fall behind her. But now it's different. Your mission failed at the beginning. She won't and can't observe a trial that is already ended. Because each god only gives a trial to his servant once. It's another rule in your world. But we are different. We are friends. I won't give you a mission, but I can give you guidance. Although I don't have a reward, I can give you my suggestions based on your needs. If friends help each other, it won't be considered a trial. Ah. Wow, you are such a jerk for making collusion and cheating sound so fresh and refined. That's not what I said, it's what you said. Fuck. You also misunderstood one thing. Going to Franny is not my mission for you, it's your mission for you. And not letting you go to Franny is not a conflict between Scott and me, but a conflict between Scott and you. Do you understand? I'm almost fainting. Alas, Sauron, you are so silly and cute now. It's a pity to abandon this innocence and grow up. Well, then I will give you a direct guide. Your world line is a brand new world created by Sauron to reverse the death of his Skuld. But at the moment of creation, when all the futures changed and converged to one point, those who had eyes that could see the future, those prophets, including that woman in Skuld, also saw what Sauron was doing. They saw the new future he created in order to try to save Skuld. That's why they don't let you go to Franny. Sauron frowned, and understood a little bit. That is to say, when he started this world, those gods or people who had the ability to see the future, those prophets, fate and the scoundrels in other parallel worlds, could also observe this world, this possible future trajectory. But don't these scoundrels want Sauron to change his own mortal future? Don't they want Sauron to change Scoundrel's fate? After all, Skuld also told Sorin that as long as she did nothing, that would be the future she wanted. Out of anxiety, jealousy, or worry? No, for all the other Skuld who are watching this world, they are destined to be with you, and they can even accept the future of their own death, so what is there to be jealous of or worried about? For them, the things happening in your world now may be just like an interesting drama. A performance that they don't know what the future will be like, and it has not yet ended. But for the onlookers, the end of the story, only when Skuld and Sauron are together, is the ending they want to see. Even if the heroine can be saved, if the hero dies inexplicably in this future that has never been seen, wouldn't it be putting the cart before the horse? So if my guess is correct, not only Sauron, but they, Skuld, also personally took the lead. The longing in your arms is proof that you think this kind of thing can be woven by humans at will? You are really lucky. Such a wonderful woman is stuck in your cow dung. Sauron understood a little. So, the Skuld saw Sorin's actions, and they refused to sit there and wait to be saved. So, just like Skuld chose darkness at that time, the Skuld also made a choice. They guided Skuld out of his gentle and safe nest, out of Skuld's destined happy future, toward Franny, who was shrouded in death and fire, and toward a happy future with Sauron. Not to save Skuld, but to save Sauron. This was a trial that belonged only to her. She was really a good woman. Sauron and the gods were silent for a while. Then wouldn't it be even more necessary to go to Franny to continue the next trial? Don't, since there are so many vision of the future who have come here together, Franny must not go. Now there are real prophets competing there. Even gods and demons may fall. It's too dangerous. You don't have to worry about Skuld. Her death is inevitable. Since you can't change her fate, the men and women over there should not even think of threatening her. But I can't give you any instructions. Everything has to wait until they decide the winner. But there is still some time. Do you have any needs? I give you some advice. Sauron sighed. He was under a lot of pressure now. Why did this peerless woman scold like him? They haven't even had a few serious conversations, right? Is it true that he is loved by everyone because his hidden charm is so high? Ugh. What the hell are you talking about? Forget it. Suggestions for needs, that is, rewards for completing trial tasks, right? What were the rewards for the previous tasks? Noble phantasms? It feels like he has enough noble phantasms in his hands, but I still feel that he is not particularly strong. Now Franny can't even intervene in the Prophet War. Do you have any suggestions for becoming stronger? Haven't you already chosen the fastest way to become stronger? Just continue to complete the Death Knight trial. What? Do you think this profession is weak? This is a profession created by the Liches, with a clear path to top-level enhancement. If it's fast, you can participate in the top-level battles between the gods in 50 years. But this version is too weak. Don't be picky. There are no rubbish professions, only rubbish players. Although your magic power is high, your learning ability is too low. It will take at least 1,000 years for you to reach the top-level white robe level by following the path of a mage. No, I'm not scolding you, I'm praising you. Look at those liches. It's been 1,000 years. How many of them can be called top-level fighters? That's true. In this high magic world, the damage limit of a mage's skills is very high, but the blood skin is too fragile, and the speed is not enough. If you don't transform into a lich, you are still immortal. If you transform into a lich, you are an elite. Even if you wear a white robe, only a few of them can be considered top-level, and most of them are both magic and martial arts. Well, it seems that the main quest is stuck, and the next step is to return to the professional quest line, graduate first, and then serve in the Death Knights on the border to find the possibility of continuing to strengthen the combat power. Brush up to the maximum level and full equipment, then fight in the battlefield and dungeon. Is there nothing else you want? These suggestions are all prepared by Soren for you. It is a rare opportunity to convey them through me, so don't waste them. Well, since you have become a chief officer, I will recommend you 3 political allies worth making close friends with. There are 3 white robes. It will be beneficial to get acquainted with them. It will never be wrong to support their proposals in the Great Council. Maintain a high degree of consistency. They will never harm you. When there is a disagreement, it is usually your own problem. Do you understand? Suggestions from the future about allies, backers and thighs? This is possible. The first one is Rivendell. Obviously, the ancestor scored is a relative. He is a white robe, a prophet, and a vanguard. This guy is a thigh. The second one is Ulrids. Wow, this is another father-in-law. But this guy is the guide who brought Soren to the Empire. In addition to being good at refining treasures, he also has strange tricks like showing him Gong that don't match the style of painting. It's really worth flirting with him. Then the third person is probably Killian, who happens to be the 3 people who guaranteed his contract trial. Ha! What do you want? What's the benefit of getting acquainted with Killian? He is just a bandit who only takes in and never leaves. Killian. As a prime minister, a lich, or a human being, your reputation is terrible. If it's not Killian, then it must be Anubis, or Mednus from the Technology Development Bureau. It can't be Grimjow, right? To be honest, the most confusing thing about you is that you went through so much trouble to win over Anubis as an ally. Don't guess, it's Hua. 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 It's almost done. The little girl upstairs is about to wake up. It's my duty as a servant and a man to help her get dressed. Don't say I didn't warn you. After the first time, sneaking away is a forbidden scum behavior. Goodbye, Soren. Goodbye, my friend. I'm the only one you see again. Sauron opened his eyes and looked at the burnt candlestick. The human god Death had disappeared again. Only a line of big words was left on the ground. A man's duty. This idiot. Sauron sighed and frowned. There was another lot of shocking information that was useless in changing the status quo. The long-circuited quest, the interrupted trial, the fate of the elven god, the trial of Skord, the war of the prophet of Franny, the strengthening path of the Death Knight, and 3 trustworthy white robes. And the flower, this imaginary opponent of Sauron, was actually judged by Sauron to be as reliable and trustworthy as Rivendell and Ulrids. It seems that I really need to visit her and confirm the capacity of this white robe. But it seems that there is something I forgot to ask. What is it? Forget it. I will go to fulfill my duties as a servant first. I will fulfill them a few more times before graduation. Chapter 159. How can a Death Knight become stronger to the top level? The clerk went to the lounge to change clothes and came back, combing her hair. When you say stronger, you mean the literal strengthening of a great knight, right? Have you decided? You're not going to be a flag bearer? I don't think I can be a commander with my mortal wisdom. Sauron wiped the desk clean. I just noticed that Grand Commander Abis is very strong. Based on the age of the eldest sister of Abis, the Grand Commander must be in his 40s or 50s, right? He has already saved the princess from the world's top dragon king. There is also Grand Master Stormheart of the Golden Lion, the strongest knight below the Prime Minister, but the Prime Minister was 1,000 years ago, and this Golden Lion should be of the same generation as Grand Master Abis, right? In other words, the profession of Death Knight is not only not weak, but on the contrary, it has a shortcut to improve the combat power of humans to the top level. Enough to fight against dragons and gods. But the Death Knights I saw in the Imperial capital are obviously pure noobs, so the Legion must have some special training for the graduating knights, right? What is it? You should know, Secretary. Sally looked at him and blinked. So it took you more than 2 months to notice this? Then you are really not suitable to be a flag bearer. Sauron, eh? But it's too early to think about this now. Have you digested your cornerstone potion in 2 months? Why, are you considering choosing the second bottle to strengthen yourself in the direction of the Great Knight? Sally came over, grabbed Soren's waist from behind, and put his chin on the squire's shoulder and rubbed his neck. Soren. I say, Lord Knight Sally, why are you? Hey, stop touching me. Hee hee. The female knight pulled open the squire's belt and touched her with both hands to explore. You are trying to find out the Death Knight's strengthening secrets, so you have to pay a price, understand? Damn, this squire is working too hard, and can the knight's physical strength recover so quickly? Well, but your body quality is okay. Well, you recover so quickly. So hard. You haven't already drunk the second bottle. Well, you're thinking about graduation now, want to get rid of me. Oh, that's not what your body says. Slurp. The clerk hugged Soren and sucked like a cat. Hey. What's wrong? Are you getting addicted? Why do I feel like I'm the one being sucked now? Sauron had no choice but to push away the clerk, who came up to lick him again. I've already strengthened to the 8th bottle of potion. Yeah. Sally raised her head suddenly. The 8th bottle. How could it be so fast? You haven't been taking medicine since you were a child. Let go first, hiss. Soren sucked in a breath of cold air and distanced himself from her. I am gifted, and strengthening the 8th level potion is a piece of cake. Otherwise, how do you think I destroyed the Sand Kingdom? Did you really destroy it? I thought you relied on the help of those wizard freaks. The female knight looked at him suspiciously. Then why are you asking me how to practice? Have you killed people on the battlefield? No. Have you killed elves or demons? Does it count if you kill a large group of people with a death charge? That doesn't count. It's even a waste. No, you can charge. Death is really kind to you. That's not right. Love at first sight, bond at second sight, and best friends at third sight. But what does it mean to waste? Death charge is to sacrifice your soul to death. You have to win by your own strength in a fair duel. Sally came over, pushed the attendant against the wall, and stared into his eyes. Then you can eat the loser's soul, and use secret techniques to enhance your spiritual pressure. As she spoke, she sucked hard on Soren. Eat like this? Soren was shocked. Haha, sometimes you are really silly and cute. Of course not. Do you know the spiritual pressure? The pressure brought by the soul of the upper level. This is the oppression that can only be felt when the opponent's soul strength and purity are far greater than your own. Not to mention directly suppressing lower level monsters and humans. High intensity spiritual pressure can even directly melt the middle and high level magic network circuits. So the white robes usually restrain their soul power, and do not release it casually to destroy the magic environment of the imperial capital, to avoid being fined a huge amount by the waning moon. In the top-level battle, the strength of the spiritual pressure of both sides plays a fundamental and decisive role. Magic, treasures, and combat skills can all be selected and strengthened in a targeted manner. Even the improvement of magic qualifications is difficult, but not impossible. However, there is no particularly effective way to enhance spiritual pressure. The strength of human souls is mostly fixed at birth. Only a very few very dangerous forbidden spells and secret techniques can enhance one's own soul by absorbing the souls of others. The white robes all have their own moves, and they are basically tailor-made, so it is difficult to promote them. They can only choose apprentices with similar conditions, such as family bloodlines or people with similar qualifications to inherit. The secret skills developed for the Death Knight profession can increase the strength of spiritual pressure. It is a new technology that the Liches have perfected in the past 100 years by imitating the vanguard army, or in other words, imitating the ancient martial gods. Otherwise, how could His Excellency Hua get the white robe all of a sudden? Do you need to explain more? Well, aren't you a vanguard? You know the truth that the more people you kill, the more murderous you become, right? Killing your opponent in a fair fight will shatter the loser's soul, although most of them will dissipate over time or be absorbed by the surrounding spirit towers. But if you kill more people, over time, these soul fragments will be stained on your body, weapons, or some props, which can suppress the enemy. Yes, such as the famous Vanguard ring. She picked up Soren's right hand and sucked the servant's thumb. Soren's scalp tingled, but he had to endure it because he was being held. Before the soul dissipates, use a special secret method to effectively absorb the soul energy and strengthen your soul and body. If you ask what secret technique or shortcut the Death Knight has to strengthen, this is it. However, this secret method has the most basic soul strength requirements. Only the top knights who are outstanding in soul, magic, physical fitness, combat experience, and personal will can practice while alive. If you are not qualified enough, your will is not strong enough, your faith is not firm, your body is not strong, and your soul is not pure, then forcibly merging the souls of other people or creatures is just an act of seeking death, and at the very least it is madness. It is a lucky thing to die cleanly when magic fails. She said this, and pulled down the servant's pants again. Wait! Sauron snatched the belt back. I think I am quite strong, I can challenge it and try it. Do you have this secret method? Or do you have to go to the Legion? Sally looked at him dissatisfiedly. Sauron, do you think I'm ugly? Ah, no, you are very attractive. Yes, your body says so too. Then don't always talk about these boring things, hold me tight. Sauron sighed. Secretary, this is not a boring thing, I promise to compensate you tonight, okay? Now tell me how to strengthen myself first. If I don't strengthen myself, how can I protect you? Are we really going to end it when I graduate as a squire? I still want to hold you forever. Sally shuddered, rushed over to block Soren's mouth, almost sucking him unconscious, and then let him go with a red face. You are just a squire, but you always say such disgusting love words when I am not prepared. I really can't stand you. Okay, you have the qualifications for level 8 potion enhancement, so you should give it a try. I will help you apply for the trial. If you want to take the route of strengthening the Great Knight, go directly to the border to find the Big Sister for guidance. However, I have to remind you of one thing. There is a world of difference between the knight attendants in the border, who aim to become great knights, and the knight attendants in the imperial capital. Is it very strong? Stronger than the elves? Soren asked curiously. In terms of fighting will and danger, yes. The clerk nodded seriously. To be honest, the female knights of our Plasma Rose Society are all mixed in, relying on family background, parents' relationship, and direct spending like the Maryland family. There are also Dark Flame Bull, Lion King Society, and Iron Dragon. The 4 families are similar. They are children of noble birth, whose qualifications and wealth cannot make them mages, or children of generals, who continue to inherit their family relationships and private soldiers. They are all trained as officers, so it doesn't matter whether they are strong or not. Sauron nodded. I've heard of this. It is said that the Direwolves, the Frost Crusaders, and the Chimera, the Monster Suppression Team, focus on strengthening individual combat power. By the way, aren't there 7 legions? There is another one. There is also a 100-man regiment, which is under the Technology Development Bureau and assists in secret experiments. Because of the special war zones and missions of these 3 legions, there are not many opportunities for large-scale combat, so the children of the Legion Knights will also be given priority in combat training. But this does not mean that our other 4 knights are full of good-for-nothings and have no fighting power. Of course, we still have fighting power. After all, we have to be stationed on the front battlefield, but we do not select the knights from the nobles of the imperial capital, but from other special channels, mainly from the military chess gladiators. There are also people like you who have excellent qualifications and are specially registered under their names by the knights. Sauron understood. So that's it. The commander of the rear front is a noble, and the senior soldiers fighting hard in the front are slaves. Gladiators, slaves, commoners, and servants who are not of noble origin generally choose the direction of the Great Knight, because starting from the advanced potion, the flag bearer, the battlefield aura, and the legion strengthening potion have to be purchased by themselves, and even the knight family does not have that much money. As for the strengthening potion for the Great Knight's battle, you can ask His Excellency Hua to prepare it. As long as you have made enough merits, His Excellency Hua will tailor-make advanced potions of level 10 or above for those geniuses who are qualified to practice secret skills, and help them train them into the top combat power of the Empire. This is also considered as a combat power enhancement project of the Empire, and the funds are all borne by the Parliament. The white-robed Hua, I see, after all, she is the one who developed the magic potion enhancement system. If it is a rare talent with enough qualifications to become a top-level combat power, it is reasonable for her to configure top-level magic potions for these great knights and elites at the level of Grand Commander. Wait, could it be that Soren made him have a good relationship with Hua for this reason? After all, he specially arranged for Soren to become a Death Knight, follow the path of the Abi's family, and directly strengthen the Great Knight to reach the top in a short period of time. Coupled with his own buggy magic talent, he can gain the power to control his own destiny. Then in the later stage of the Knight route, for the most critical potion enhancement, it is natural to have a good relationship with the top potion master, the white-robed flower, and mix some super awesome enhancements. So that's how it is. Soren really has planned the strategy points clearly, just follow it. Then it is indeed necessary to curry favor with this Saint White Lotus flower. But? The clerk turned Soren's face to look at him. But, it is precisely because the top potion requires very precious materials, and is difficult to make, and the requirements for practicing secret skills are high, so the selection of great knights is very, very strict. The squire knights of the Legion who were born as slaves are all crazy people who have nothing to worry about except their own lives. They are pure murderers. Not to mention the elves, they can even cut off their own comrades at any time just to get the qualification to upgrade the potion. They are very, very dangerous and terrifying. Sauron, are you sure? You are no longer the squire picked up by the Abi's family, right? You already have your own concerns and ties. Even if you don't take this thorny road, you have other choices, don't you? Do you really want to go? Isn't it good to live a stable life in the imperial capital? If it was that Sorg who forced you to stand out, then you should inherit Whitemane's family business. Even if the person holding me is just a mere squire, but he can save my squire every time, I can accept it. She said so seriously that her ears turned red. Sure enough, this is really as Death said, running to the Sand Kingdom, and taking a big detour. If Soren had focused on the line of the clerk from the beginning, he would have won the white, rich and beautiful woman, become a chief official, and embarked on the relatively safest and most regular upgrade and enhancement route. Maybe at this time, he would have joined the ranks of these ghosts, and started the standard novel routine process of upgrading, and fighting monsters with the Squire Knight, fighting bravely and fiercely, and snatching breakthrough materials. Now that we have wasted time, we still have to go back. After all, Soren has officially certified that this is the most efficient way to hit points. Although the secretary confessed to him, it was a bit rogue to get on the car first and then be confessed. But Soren's general policy of going to the new map to level up and strengthen has been basically finalized. In this world, strength still determines everything. If your fist is strong enough, like Killian, who kills and robs to become a boss, no one dares to say a word in front of him. But if your own strength is insufficient, you may be like the dignified human king of the Millennium Empire, Yuchukas, who was shot to death by a servant who jumped out of a corner, and countless plans and calculations were in vain. The strong prey on the weak, and the winner takes all. Soren held Sally's waist and put her on the table. Don't worry, I'm the protagonist. I won't be so easy. What an arrogant man. It seems I was dumped. The clerk looked at him with a sad look, pressing Soren's face hard, tears flashing in his eyes. My father is the same, my brother is the same, and now you are the same. Why do you always leave me? Leaving me alone in an empty house. Is it really so important for a man to be a winner? Alas, it is a man's duty to stop a woman from crying. Sally Whitemane. Sauron looked at her seriously. I promise you, I will become a great knight, and come back alive to hug you. A mere squire. The clerk bit his lip, and turned his head away. He hesitated for a moment, and finally took out the necklace buried in his chest, and took off a red copper key from the necklace. Last time. You refused? This time, Soren took the key to Whitemane's house. He once didn't want to involve this irrelevant woman, but now, after experiencing so many things in this world, he understands a little bit. There is no coincidence. Just like Sauron made him appear at the door of Abi's house, just like Sauron made him appear next to Sally Whitemane, there is only cause and effect. No matter how you evade or go around in circles, you will eventually return to the route designed at the beginning. If it is really as Death said, this is also within Sauron's plan. But what if it wasn't? Then maybe it was something that Soren could solve alone. Perhaps because of his recklessness and soft-heartedness, Skuld was pushed into a more dangerous situation again. And why was it Sally Whitemane? Did the causal bond between them link together when the clerk gave her candle to Soren? Or did Soren choose Sally Whitemane earlier, When he chose all the routes? When he realized that the secretary was designed to be a person who could not be bypassed in this destined route, Soren understood that for Soren, Sally Whitemane was definitely not an insignificant person. He didn't know how important this woman was in Soren's future. He just needed to remember his promise to the woman in front of him. I will definitely come back to you. Humph. Ouch. In the ruins of Franny's royal city, Skode tightened the bandage so hard that the falcon-eyed black-haired young man screamed in pain. Sorry, I saw an upsetting scene. The prophet of the little girl explained casually with a bad face. Really? Another prophecy of the future, it's so bad. The brave man covered in blood, Leichardt looked at the little prophet with a livid face. It seems that Franny's future is really grim, as it can make this girl, who has no expression when seeing the massacre, so angry. But this doesn't have to be seen by prophecy. He stood up and pulled out the spear from the head of the elf beside him, the dragon general. This guy must be quite strong, and he can actually hurt him. Okay, sweat more now, and bleed less in the future. No, you misunderstood. Sir Brave, are you okay? Although you are not seriously injured, your physical strength is exhausted, right? There are no living elves nearby, you can take a rest. Skode was ashamed, because he was very ashamed of the misunderstanding he caused, but he was embarrassed to say the reason for his anger. Oh, don't worry, your magic bandage is very effective, hide it yourself. The brave man smiled, and untied the silver bandage, and returned it to the prophet girl. In this instant, although his body was still covered with thick plasma, the scratches on his body had healed instantly, and his physical strength and energy had completely recovered to the peak. So this is the magic. It's a rare trip, and I finally got to see it. It's also a wish come true. Thank you, in every sense, for your help. Now I have to continue to fulfill my promise. He carried a spear, walked through the barracks that had been slaughtered, stepped on the pile of corpses of former sword masters, assassin masters, and great wizards, waded through the sea of blood that was like a quagmire, and walked towards the execution ground outside the royal city with a smile on his face under the rippling flames of the royal city. Yes, the execution ground. The executioner arrived a step late, but still rushed back, and then turned into a crazy, revengeful warrior of the people's army. The criminals in the execution ground were oppressed by boundless fear, kneeling on the ground, frightened to the point of incontinence, slaughtered without even the strength to fight back, the army of the Elf Alliance. Because they committed the serious crime of massacring the city, they were sentenced to death and executed immediately. If you are a man, you must keep your word. If you say to kill them all, you must kill them all, and not a single one can be spared. Chapter 160. After a busy day and night, Soren yawned the next morning and rode midnight back to the company headquarters in a daze. Sir, you signed in all day. Did you go to do the squire's mission? Matthew suddenly appeared from behind the gate. Soren covered his chest and pointed at him. This guy never changed his ways, so he was too lazy to say more. I will go to the Nightmare Blood Knight Corps to do the night trial in a few days. I guess I will be leveling up on the front line for a long time. I will leave the company's affairs to you. Shouldn't it be a problem? Matthew nodded. Of course it's no problem, you don't help much anyway. You always take on a lot of things. It doesn't matter whether you are here or not. You are getting more and more proficient in your resignation skills, Matthew. If there is nothing else, I will go to sleep. Oh, there are still a few things. The assassin took out a magic letter like a postcard from his arms. You said you wanted to visit Lord Orride's, didn't you? This is his invitation. You can go to his workshop with the invitation to visit Miss Sorg. Because the quarterfinals will start after dawn today, and the other 3 wizards will also participate. If you go to visit, Miss Xiqiang has prepared some potions to restore energy and physical strength. Please bring them to the 2 disciples of Lord Orride's, to prevent them from overconsumption and leaving hidden dangers. Oh, okay, Xiqiang's mind is really meticulous. In fact, it's okay to sleep after the magic is used up. But those 3 masters and apprentices are stupid and careless, which really makes people worry. Just go there. Then it's about Franny. We got bad news again. What bad news could be worse than a massacre? The hero died? Sauron had a headache. That's not that bad. Matthew took out another secret report. The specific information is all here. In general, the Chimera Regiment of the Death Knights made a forward reconnaissance and tested the front line. They confirmed that the Silver Dragon Knights of the Elven Alliance stationed on the opposite side had been transferred and replaced by a new regiment on the second line. If I'm not mistaken, they are the vanguard of the invasion of Franny this time. This is the top trump card army of the Elven Alliance. The People's Army has absolutely no chance of winning. Silver Dragon Knights? They all ride silver dragons or something. Is it the army of the half-elf Banshee? It's just the name of the army. The elves are used to honoring the strongest general under God as Silver Dragon General. The strongest army is the Silver Dragon Knights. The selection is based on the strength and military achievements of the generals. Previously, this trump card unit has been used to suppress the strongest Chimera regiment among the Death Knights. Unexpectedly, it was changed without anyone noticing. As soon as Franny got into trouble, the Elven Alliance reacted so quickly and decisively, sending the strongest legion to suppress it. It was really surprising. Reacted so quickly? Maybe not right. Sauron frowned. Not long ago, he seemed to have heard from Tim from the smuggling guild that he noticed that the elves had sent a new legion to the front line, and suspected that they might launch an attack. At that time, the civil war of Franny's election had not yet been decided. Could it be that this new legion was actually sent to replace the Silver Dragon Knights? The Elven Alliance had long been planning and preparing to swallow Franny in one go, so they prepared their main forces in advance to intervene militarily. So this action was so swift. This is quite possible, because as Death said, the Elven Alliance also has a goddess of fate, who is using future vision to cheat and observe the future to provide advice to the elven gods. It is very likely that the woman had already seen the turmoil that was about to happen in Franny, and made military mobilizations in advance. So now, she can catch the Franny people's army, and even the Empire off guard. Matthew continued to add, as for the hero Lakehart, Jifeng's intelligence department analyzed that he and the remnants of the people's army are still near the southern fortress. There is accurate information that although the noble army of the southern fortress won, the commander's family was killed. We suspect that it was the hero who did it. After all, the role that an individual's combat power can play on the battlefield has its limits, but if it is an assassination, almost no one in Franny can survive the hero's hands. This killer cannot be caught, and the nobles in the south are also panicked. The army also shrank in the fortress, and dared not come out and walk around casually. Alas, the army in my hand has been lost, and all the people I care about have died. Even if I get revenge, what's the point? If I can't let the people I love survive, then no matter how powerful my power is, it's meaningless. I understand. Continue to get information and try to save people. Sauron put the secret report and invitation in his arms. In this case, I will go to visit Orids, and by the way, the White Robe Rivendell and the White Robe Flower, prepare some gifts in the name of the company, and help me make an appointment to visit them. Let's not talk about these three, Indix, Anubis, Grimjow, and Mednus. Every White Robe gave me a gift, favors are earned. It's always good to brush up the friendship. Seeing him turn around and leave, Matthew coughed. Sir, is it really okay for you to go like this? Yeah, oh, by the way, give me the medicine prepared by Shicheong as a souvenir. Don't worry, I can hold on for the whole night. I go back and sleep. Sauron yawned. Ahem, no, I mean, you're going to visit your fiancée who is recovering from an injury. Is it really okay to smell like another woman's perfume? Why don't you take a shower first? Soren turned his head and looked at him expressionlessly. The assassin smiled and slipped into the shadows. Soren sniffed secretly himself. Well, the perfume smell of other women is considered a high EQ statement. If you use a low EQ statement, it is a mixed seafood smell, or squid fried with abalone. Cough cough cough, this car is going to drive into the sea. In order to avoid being beaten on the spot by his father-in-law Allrides, Soren hurriedly took a shower and changed clothes, but it felt unsafe to wash with water alone. There were still some marks on his neck that could not be washed off. After Matthew said this, Soren became suspicious and always felt that there was still an indelible perfume smell on his body. Fortunately, Soren has another way. Change people. Watch my body carefully, and don't damage it. After telling Ginhuvar, Soren threw his body into Ginhuvar's lair and hid it. He used the shadow of Soren, took off his mask, changed into clean clothes, and walked out of Hueco Mundo. Perfect, this shadow of time is really a perfect spell. No more worrying about being caught cheating. If Indix knew that the forbidden spell he developed was used like this, he would probably go crazy. However, Soren accidentally noticed a very interesting point. After changing to the body of Sauron's shadow, the fatigue from staying up late disappeared. Yes, it disappeared, you can believe it. The energy has returned to a perfect state. After all, the fatigue from working late is physical, so although he can't use two bodies at the same time, he can use the two bodies alternately to move all the time. When tired or injured, just put one body in Hueco Mundo to recuperate and change to another body. Theoretically, before the magic of the shadow of time is lifted, the two bodies are regarded as the same person, so the growth of any body will be projected onto the shadow exactly as it is. But now, the damage and fatigue are not reflected in the same way. This is a bug. For example, if a person is training for physical combat, in theory, there is no need to repeat the training. Both bodies can be strengthened, but only one body will get tired. At that time, the body can be changed to continue training and strengthening. As long as this magic is not lifted, it is equivalent to unlimited energy and an extra life. As long as the person continues to change and rest, it will never be discovered that there are two people. It is simply the perfect magic that the leveling emperor dreams of. It seems that it is really time to level up. It feels disadvantageous if such a good cheat is not used. Soren shook his head and rode midnight to visit White Robe Ulrid's. The White Robe's residence was naturally hidden by magic. After all, the imperial capital would often explode forbidden spells, and the group of rubbish in the lower crescent moon could not catch the criminals and find them. He could only find ways to protect his own workshop. Of course, this time he was not going to a workshop or a magic tower. Soren followed the invitation and arrived at a magic mansion. It was neither particularly luxurious nor shabby. It was similar to the architectural style of the imperial capital, just like the old villas of ordinary imperial nobles. Soren fell from midair and saw from a distance that Sarasis and Broken Bee were meditating in the center of the magic circle in the yard. Meditation? Soren rubbed his eyes and took another look. I was not dazzled. They were really meditating with their legs crossed. They sat facing each other with their eyes closed. One exhaled, the other inhaled. Their heartbeats were coordinated. The breath transformed by the special magic circle was divided into two streams, black and white, rotating like a whirlpool, clockwise and counterclockwise respectively, converging around Sarasis and Broken Bee, and being inhaled into their bodies between breaths. Damn. Isn't this what? This style is wrong. This is the charging magic skill, which can convert the magic power of the mage and the aura of the warrior into special energy and store it in the body. When the magic power and physical strength are exhausted in battle, it can be released in one breath for emergency. Ulride stood beside Soren without knowing when, but this is a secret skill that can only be learned by girls who have huge magic power and simple minds. You don't have to stare at it. You can't practice it even if I teach you. You might even become paraplegic. There is such a setting, so that's why he was not accepted as a disciple. Moreover, he was required to have not only magic power, but also a simple mind. Zygen did not meet the requirements. Wait! Are you a simple-minded girl? Soren reacted suddenly, turned his head and stared at the mummy in a white robe beside him, almost twisting his neck. If Ulrides had eyes, he would definitely roll his eyes at him. Why? People are always young, and they will die sooner or later. Is it necessary to care so much about the skin? Soren was speechless. Well, he was obsessed. He had been dead for many years. Who cares if he was a man or a woman before? Killian must be a man, right? It should be, otherwise, it would be too shocking for a princess to elope with a female hero. But, can I ask you, how did you develop this, the Chongimo Gong? It doesn't look like a skill from this world, right? Soren felt that the magic circle and the black and white cyclones in the yard looked like Tai Chi. Yes, I was indeed inspired by the demon gods from another world. I imitated their moves to develop this technique. It can be said to be the strongest secret technique to improve combat power. In a life and death battle, I am invincible in the same realm. I survived the Third War with this trick. But only people with similar physiques to mine can practice it. Your aptitude is not bad, and your mind is quite simple. It's a pity that you are not a woman. Do you want to have an operation? Ulrides boasted proudly. Then your secret technique is so strong. But Yachuka's men killed more than a dozen disciples in a fair duel? That's cheating. If my disciples are particularly outstanding and my guards are no match for them, Yachuka's will use his treasure lighting spear to attack them secretly. Even liches can't handle that kind of artifact. So using it to assassinate my disciples is too shameless. Thunder gun? Yeah, using the thunder gun to summon a forbidden spell level heavenly thunder to assassinate, not even the corpse can be preserved. No matter how you defend yourself, it's useless. If you're not careful, it will hit you with a bang. And it's not just once or twice, it's probably 7 or 8 times. Sometimes it even hits me. It's simply insane. Heavenly thunder? Will there be heavenly thunder? Is that really summoned by a treasure? Of course, apart from the thunder lance, the treasure inherited by the Starless royal family, who else could possibly release such a powerful forbidden thunder spell? Who else could it be if it didn't do it itself? My first generation disciple was almost transformed, but was inexplicably plotted against. I questioned it, but it refused to admit it, saying that the treasure had long been given to the loyal knights of the Stormheart family. Bah! pushing the blame onto the subordinates. It has no generosity as a leader. And this bastard, it doesn't even know how to change to another treasure. It's simply humiliating me. Soren falls con. Oh, so this is how you became enemies. But is this really the fault of Yachukas? Well, forget it. You finally got rid of this lunatic and helped me a lot. Sarasis is indeed a little stupid, and I don't know why. Not only did her life force not get rid of it, but it got worse. I have to trouble you and Zijin to take care of her more. The other side has also been acting crazy recently. I have some urgent things to do, so I don't have time to entertain you. Please don't disturb them to practice. Before Soren could react, the white robe disappeared with a bang. Soren opened his mouth and looked at Sarasis, who was meditating in the huge black energy vortex, sweating profusely. Damn, Ulrides is such a fool. His mind is so simple. At least half of his disciples were struck to death, and he himself was struck by lightning and didn't react yet. This is cultivating immortals in the magic world. The style is different. My god, isn't this going to die under the thunder and lightning? Ouch, my head hurts. The law of cause and effect, fate, and predictions of the future are annoying enough, and I want to change my fate? Crazy, really crazy. Why don't I ask Zijin and Rockaster to help install a lightning rod or a Faraday cage in Ulrides' house? I don't know if it will be useful against thunder. Oh, Soren, you came to see me. Sarasis interrupted Soren's thoughts with a smile. Why are you frowning? Oh, do you want to learn this secret technique? I teach you. Sister, Master said that man can't learn that move. Suifeng followed immediately. Sister said if you can learn it, then learn it. Go and do the exercises. If you do so badly on the test, you are not allowed to come out to play until you finish copying your notes. Silasis rubbed Suifeng's face, drove this little light bulb sister away, then put on a smiling face and approached Soren. Don't worry about her. Are you thirsty? I peel an orange for you to eat? Then please give me a copy of the practice method. I won't learn it randomly just for reference. Also, I suggest you don't practice too hard. It's hard to say whether it's really cultivation. Maybe it's just a Chukas who's gone crazy and hits people with a lightning spear. But after all, this Chongmo Gong is a unique secret skill that combines magic and chi. At least it's worth studying. Sauron took out all the potions while talking, these recovery potions. Don't worry about me. It's no big deal. Just take a good sleep, and your energy will be restored. Sarasis stretched out his hand, and held Sauron's arm. And the top touch from the elbow and arm suddenly made Sauron hold back the words in his mouth. Oh, so big and soft. No, Salasis, why are you suddenly? So, what's wrong? What's the matter? Salasis smiled a little embarrassedly. Aren't we engaged? Princess Lux came to visit me yesterday and asked when we would hold the celebration. Fuck. Suddenly I was hit in the face by a straight ball. Sauron was shocked. Salasis blushed and looked away. Well, I thought about it all night. Franny is probably going to be completely destroyed. Then I don't have a target for revenge, and then I think it might not be bad to start a new life again. Well, I thought you were annoying at first, but now I think you're not that bad. You always have a way, and you always protect me, and you're willing to protect others. Anyway, you're a good person, and it's not hard to be with you. I can't talk. Anyway, I asked, and the custom of the imperial nobles is that as long as the patriarchs of both families allow, the couple will register with the parliament and sign a love contract. Or do you want to follow Franny's custom? Then we can hold a celebration dance, invite friends to come and have fun, and then dance together under the blessing of relatives. Oh my god, the pressure. Alexander, oh, what's going on? What's really going on? You are all so worried about getting married. Is my body so sweet and delicious? Does it make you salivate? This delicate body of my old man is still that of an immature teenager. I can't stand you riding me one after another. CCZZs, Sarathers, I'm a scumbag. I got engaged to you in order to become a chief officer. Actually Sauron stuttered and evaded. I know, of course I know that. Sarathers interrupted him in a panic. Aw, you know I'm a scumbag? No, I mean, I know, you have a lot of things you want to do, right? You have a lot of goals you want to achieve, right? I really know, because you have never looked at my face seriously, always looking somewhere else, right? That's not the case. It's mainly because you're too big. If you look in your direction, your sight will be attracted to a certain part of your body. I know that all of you have goals to pursue, but I always feel that I don't have anything special to cherish in this world. Because this world is really too cruel, and it takes a lot of courage to survive. Maybe when Ulrides kidnapped me to test me, maybe I fell asleep at that time and reunited with my sister and my family in the afterlife. That would be the peace I have been looking for. But why Why didn't I fall asleep like that at that time? I have never figured it out. Maybe I will never understand it. She looked into Soren's eyes, and suddenly smiled. But you are the only one in the world who needs my help. You are the only one who needs me to be your fiancé so that you can become a chair officer. In this world, you are the only one who needs me. Soren was silent. So as long as you need me, I will be by your side, because I have nowhere else to go. Franny's magic girl took Soren's hand. Let's get married. Salacious, Soren sighed, but I like Saijin. Now that he has spoken out, he is such a scumbag for treating me differently. But there is nothing we can do. The matter of Skode is still inexplicable, and the progress of Saijin is slow. Sally has been implicated. The three of them are already in trouble. Do we really have to open the Crystal Palace? That is a beautiful fantasy that only exists in male-oriented online novels. Okay. Oh, I know this, it's obvious, right? Sarasis was a little confused. Then you can marry her. Why, do you want to hold a celebration with her? I don't mind, but does Miss Saijin mind? Huh? What? No, hold it together. Can such a thing be held together? Why not? Sarasis was also a little surprised. Aren't you also from Franny? There are wedding ceremonies almost every day. In the Empire, you can only get married once, which is really strange. I heard that the nobles of the Empire are very romantic. It's the love contract magic of the wedding that can only take effect, said the bee who had been chewing an orange and watching the show. If it weren't for the officials' agency, who would get married in the noble family? Marriage and divorce require trials. Being able to get married is also a symbol of strength. The young ladies of the noble families will take the initiative to come over and ask Count Sorga's husband, Lord Sauron Interhero Neil, to spread powerful seeds in their bodies, so that they can breed stronger heirs. Humph, there is no emotion or bond at all, and they are just promiscuous for the sake of inheritance. The imperial nobles are so disgusting. Sarasis wrinkled his nose and hugged Soren's arm. It's okay for Miss Shichung, but it's not okay for others. Do you understand? Sister, don't you understand what he means? Suifeng said with a smile. He likes Miss Shichung, and dislikes you for being too fat. Stinky girl. Sarasis was anxious, grabbed Soren and glared at him with his chest puffed out. You really dislike my fatness. This is held up by the clothes. If you touch it, it's not that big, not particularly big. Do you want it to be smaller? Poof, Sauron's nose was bleeding. No, it's just right. No, it's better to be bigger, etc., etc., etc. Let's not discuss this topic. Yes, I'm going to take the professional trial of the Death Knight. Yes, I'm going to the border trial. I'm really sorry that I won't be in the capital for a long time. This time, I came to inform you of this. Now that I have been notified, I have something else to do, so I will take my leave. Whatever happens, wait until I finish the trial. Hey, Sauron! Shuren jumped into the Hueco Mundo and escaped. Damn, it seems that I really can't stay in the Shura field in the Imperial capital any longer. If this goes on, the dice and 2 bodies will not be enough to squeeze. What the hell is this charm? Could it be that this is also some kind of magic designed by Sauron to force him to level up? You are really good, Sauron. Chapter 161. Sometimes Soren really thinks this world is absurd. Some places are still in the midst of war, while others are singing and dancing like it's a festival. Some people are being massacred, while others are still building crystal palaces. It's true that people's joys and sorrows are not the same. Of course, Soren is not a moral model, nor is he Lu Xiaohui. He actually accepts beautiful girls who come to him. It's just that if the other party is an adult woman, at least a high school or college student, it would be fine. But Sarasis, although precocious and big and soft in every aspect, is actually only a teenage magical girl. In the previous life, she would have been a junior high school student, right? Not to mention the little prophet, who was basically an elementary school student, right? Talking about marriage with a minor so seriously, and missing and being a lover, with the values of a time traveler like Soren, it's really a bit. Sigh. Sorry, no matter how you explain it, it can't change the fact that he is a scumbag. Ahem, anyway, the current situation is not the time for Soren to indulge in pleasure. Look at the full-level warrior next door, he can't even protect the people around him. Now that Soren has made so many bonds, he is happy for a while. But if something like Franny happens again, wouldn't it be another tragedy on Earth? So in the final analysis, we should continue to upgrade farming and climb technology. First, practice the ability to protect yourself, then gather people and horses, crush them with strength, and completely destroy the elven gods, or at least cripple them, so that everyone can have a bright future. By then, everyone will be adults, right? Then we can consider whether it is a crystal palace or not, lest this world be destroyed by a forbidden spell like 404 again. Cough, cough, cough. Sir Knight, are you here for the master and the young lady? They are temporarily out, and His Royal Highness is handling official business. Please wait in the side hall. What official business? Isn't she just wandering around talking nonsense when she has nothing to do? Get out of the way. Sauron impatiently avoided the maid. He rushed straight to Icelian Manor, intending to find the eldest princess, who had instigated Sarasis to question him. Wasn't it she who started this? Why ask about weddings or not? Since she asked when she came to visit the patient, it must be more than just wanting to have a meal, dance, and attend a wedding to have fun. This Lord Franny is not a simple-minded fool. Soren is almost certain that the sudden change in Saras's attitude towards him must be because Luck said something behind his back to fool this fool. She must have her own purpose, although Soren can't guess what it is. But if the Lord returns to his old ways and starts to play with people's hearts like the previous lords of Franny, and does not regard Saras as a friend, but just a tool to manipulate Soren, then she must be warned seriously. Stop her idea. But His Highness has a distinguished guest visiting. Don't disturb him. The maid hurriedly chased after him, holding up her skirt. What kind of shameful visitor? What are you plotting behind her back? Franny has killed so many people. What else is there to plot? Sauron waved his hand to remove the barrier of the secret meeting and pushed open the door of the living room. Then a group of waning moons stuck their heads out of the door and stared at him. You are awesome. Yes, it's the Prime Minister and the Speaker. The maid caught up and pulled Soren away, muttering in a low voice, there are more than a dozen dukes and marquises who were teleported here by magic. It seems that something happened to Franny again. The Prime Minister and the Speaker? As a mere knight candidate of the lowest noble class, Soren had to wait in the side hall. So what happened again? How long have you been here? Soren asked the maid who was serving tea and water. Just now, the Prime Minister brought them, and appeared directly in the living room to see His Majesty the King. He didn't even need tea or water. The maid squatted beside Soren and handed him tea and cakes. Soren frowned and thought. Today was the quarterfinals of the midterm wizard test. Wasn't Killian the referee? He actually left the field in this situation, and brought all the nobles of the parliament to visit Franny's king. Well, something must have happened. Damn, thinking about it is the same as not thinking about it. I might as well ask Lux directly later. What are you doing? Soren stared at the maid who suddenly took off all her clothes in front of him. The maid smiled, and knelt between Soren's legs. The Lord and the Master have ordered that you, the knight, have just returned from fighting for 2 months and need someone to help you relax. Please don't be nervous. I have received professional training, and my tongue is more skilled than yours. Oh, is that so? I really want to learn from a professional. What the hell? No, what's wrong with you? You have been so weird these past 2 days, right? I didn't do anything. How did your charm suddenly soar? Put on your clothes first. Put them on first. Oh, so you really like maid costumes? Then put them on first. You want to vent your stress on skirts and stockings, right? Put them on first, don't do it. And I haven't thought about it that way. Sauron supported his head weakly. What's your name, maid lady? You don't need to care about my name. Just treat me as an insignificant accessory, and play with me to vent your stress. As she said this, she sat straight into Soren's arms. Oh, a tool to relieve stress, right? That's really convenient. No. Soren jumped up and distanced himself from her. Calm down, calm down. This is too weird, isn't it? 1 or 2 is fine, because they do have some unclear ties with me. But you, sorry for the offense, but why did you, a stranger who just met me for the first time, rush over to pull off my pants? The maid was stunned. You are really a bit offensive. I have been to the manor many times, and when you and the young lady were in the house, I helped you watch the door. Have you forgotten? You are the only maid in the Isenglian family. Sauron was speechless. Well, why did you never provide this kind of extra service when we met before, but today, when the next room was full of imperial dignitaries? Why is it so exciting, or what? Because before, you were a kid who didn't look that good. I really had no interest in you. Huh? The maid was stunned, and her expression gradually changed from trance, confusion, doubt, to solemnity. I had no interest before. Oh, you understand, don't you? I wonder if you are cursed, or drugged. Hey, you don't have to commit suicide. Before Sauron could stop her, the maid had already taken out a long and sharp bayonet, and she didn't know where it was hidden before, and stabbed it into her abdomen. Wow, is it necessary to be so fierce? It's too scary. The maid's face was distorted by a headache, and beads of sweat as big as soybeans oozed out of her forehead. She stared at Sauron with a ferocious face. Yes, it's really strange. Now that I think about it, obviously you look so shabby. If you took the initiative to rush over, I'm afraid I would have to suppress the urge to draw my sword and cut you, and endure it. When I knew that the lady was interested in you, who looks like a monkey, I almost couldn't hold back and wanted to castrate you with a knife. What's wrong with me? How could I? I'm so disgusted, but I'm throwing myself at the feet of a disgusting thing like you. No, aren't you going too far? I'm so sorry for looking as ugly as a monkey. Huh? Thank you for your reminder. It seems that I have been affected by some magic or drug. The maid knelt on the ground, her expression twisted and twitching. I'm so rude this time. As a shadow guard entrusted with an important task by the master of the family, I'm so out of control. It's a capital crime to offend you. Hey, forget it. It's just a few words of scolding monkeys. There's no need to care. Drink the healing medicine quickly. It hurts me just looking at it. Sauron's eyes twitched, and he took out a bunch of healing medicine. But the maid refused. No, I need to use severe pain to stay awake and rational. This is a compulsory course for shadows. Please don't worry about me. But now I'm not sure what's wrong with my mind. It's very presumptuous, but it's urgent. Please interrupt the meeting in the next room. Check the condition of the Lord King. Oh, that's right. If even this maid who hated him was influenced by some kind of magic and threw herself into his arms, then maybe there was something wrong with Lux, who was responsible for her personal protection. Maybe this was also related to the sudden and drastic change in Saras's attitude. Hey! Lux! Soren no longer hesitated, regardless of the waning moon guarding the door, and pushed open the living room door with his shoulder. The King of Franny was startled and looked at him strangely. What's wrong, Lord Soren? The Prime Minister just left. I invited the speaker to stay for a while, and we were chatting. There was only one speaker of the Parliament, Countess Baltimore, in the room, drinking tea with Lux, but the Prime Minister and other princes were not seen. Sorry, my knight was rude. Don't mind, I have heard of the style of the knight candidate. The two foxes smiled at each other, until the maid covered the knife in her abdomen and knelt at the door, with blood on her hands. They stopped being polite and became serious. What happened? Are they controlled by charm magic? Or hallucinogens? Sauron did not answer them, but turned to ask the waning moon who was guarding the house. Waning moon looked at Soren, then walked to Lux, and the Countess shook her head. What about her? Sauron pointed at the maid again. Waning moon still shook her head. What the hell? Impossible. The female speaker smiled. It seems that your knight has some private words to report. I won't disturb you. Ah, I'm so sorry. Let's meet again another day. Lakis also stood up with a smile. Enough, stop acting. Sauron stared at the two nobles angrily. Why did the Prime Minister come here? What happened to Franny? And how many people were slaughtered? I won't ask. But seeing that you can still drink tea and chat with a smile, you don't really care about the lives of your subjects, right? Lakis kept smiling, and the knuckles of both hands holding the teacup turned white. But I don't have time to discuss this with you now. Anyway, you didn't want to be the king. We forced you to do it. It's my fault, okay? Soren pointed at the maid who was still kneeling outside the door and enduring the pain. But she was controlled by some kind of magic or drug, and she might unconsciously do something against her will. Therefore, she can only hurt herself and endure the pain to maintain her sanity. I guess it's probably because of protecting you that she got into trouble again. Just like the common people of Franny who got into trouble because of your Franny family. So I'm sorry. At this time, I really don't have the mood to hold a wedding or celebration. If the king has been cooped up in the imperial capital for too long and wants to hold a celebration for fun, then find a duke to marry. Don't mess with Saras's, understand? But now, please recall what you have done in the past 2 days. Who you have offended, and whether you may have been drugged and plotted against by some enemy. If you have any clues, please tell me, a young fool, who to trouble, and how to help a maid who doesn't even have the qualifications to enter the house to remove the magic control on her body. Oh, sorry, Miss Speaker. Please don't wander around before the control magic is lifted. If you have any information worth referring to, please share it, so that I won't be so angry that I can't think clearly and be used by the shrewd king to kill the wrong person. Lux still smiled, but she looked very reluctant and was about to cry. The speaker looked at Soren, then at Princess Franny, and sighed helplessly. Knight candidate, I'm afraid you have some misunderstandings. Really? Then please tell me what you misunderstood in a way that even a fool like me can understand. Oh, you are smiling and drinking hot tea here. Have you discussed how to save Franny's refugees? Not really. If you care so much about Franny's information, the things we just discussed behind closed doors will spread quickly. But before that, Please forgive me. The female speaker walked towards the maid kneeling at the door. What exactly is the control you are under? The maid couldn't help but look up at Soren. The female speaker nodded. I understand. You want to throw yourself into the arms of the man you like, right? Oh, then you. Yes, sir. I did have an irresistible affection for someone who shouldn't be fantasizing about me as a humble person, and I couldn't control my emotions for a while. I'm so sorry. The maid bowed her head and apologized. Who called me a monkey just now? The Countess of Baltimore looked at the maid meaningfully. Then I know your situation. In fact, it's not necessarily a good impression. Even if it's a negative emotion, gratitude, hatred, jealousy, envy, as long as it's an overly paranoid and persistent emotion, it may be activated by this magic and transformed into pure lust. We were talking about this over tea just now. This great magic that only exists in the Empire originally had no malicious intent. It was more like a blessing in its original intention. Oh, a blessing that forces a woman to go against her own rationality. No, it is a blessing that makes a woman face her true heart. You also know that a dark and terrifying place like the imperial capital is not really suitable for human habitation, let alone the reproduction of love. Even for nobles, it is very painful to raise offspring in such a dark and terrifying place according to the requirements of the liches. So the white-robed flower responded to the request of the imperial female nobles, and occasionally used this forbidden magic to reproduce the flowers and help the empire cultivate the next generation. Haha, after all, the number of noble heirs who died for various reasons in recent times is really quite large. Well, the female speaker pointed to the spores falling outside the window. Soren took a closer look and saw that they were indeed shining with magic. As I said just now, the affected woman will put down her past defenses and disguises, face her true heart, and throw herself into the object of her affection. Making a person face his true heart is not a charm, right? The original intention of this magic is only for women who have a crush on someone, to help them muster courage and add some interest. Of course, in order to avoid causing social unrest, this magic will not work on men. In addition, some people do not want to continue to have children, so they need to prepare magic jewelry in advance to avoid being affected. I also guess that His Majesty King Laminios is not aware of the magic customs of the Empire, so I stayed to remind her. These liches, these nobles, these magicians, what do they think of people? Sauron really has nothing to say. As for Franny's matter, I won't say anything as an outsider. The female speaker nodded to Lux. Your Highness, I take my leave first. Sauron frowned and did not stop the female speaker from leaving, and the maid also bowed, stood up and closed the door. Only Lux and Soren were left in the living room. So it was this magic that caused? No, you guessed it right. I was the one who suggested that Sarah's marry you. Leica seemed to hold back the tears that were about to fall, and said nonchalantly, I went to visit her yesterday, and told her that the enemies who harmed her family have been killed by heroes or warriors of the People's Army. Enemies of Sarah's family? It seems that they were killed by unknown vanguards. Her family was originally a prominent family in the south. How could there be so many vanguard warriors entrenched near the border of the Elf Alliance? They also slaughtered her entire family overnight, and even spared a child like her sister. It doesn't seem like the behavior of the vanguard, right? The garrison of the southern fortress did not react at all. Even if it was not arranged by the local commander, it was at least tacitly approved. There are some other clues and evidence. Anyway, they killed everyone, and they did not hide them with great care. It is easy to see. Well, although someone did not know who the enemy was from beginning to end, the Vanguard Army still had to be called the Vanguard Army. Lakis shook her head. In short, the commander of the southern fortress has been assassinated, and there is no place to avenge the family of Sarasis, so I asked her what her plan was. Or I can start over, and live with you in the Empire. Use her? I didn't want to use her, I just gave her a new goal. As you said, many people died in Franny, but so what? We can't save them. No matter happiness or pain, no matter what reason and persistence, we can only continue to live. We can only continue to pass on. Human beings are such creatures that reproduce from generation to generation. As long as new fetuses are born, life can continue. Franny, or any other name, it doesn't matter whether it's the royal city, the royal blood, or the kingdom, these are completely irrelevant. What's important is that humans can continue to live. So I really envy the Empire, the reproduction of flowers. It's really a great blessing, isn't it? So even if it only starts with you and Sarasis, I hope to see the reproduction of Franny. Do you understand what I mean, Soren? Soren was silent. Sorry. You don't have to apologize to me. Lux looked at her knight. I've seen it for a long time. You've always been very upset about not being able to save Franny, and being powerless against the elves. Marlin, Saras, they can't let you vent your anger. To be honest, I'm a little surprised that you would pour it out on me. Logically, I shouldn't be a particularly important person to you, right? Sauron, who am I to you? Sauron sighed, I just hope that if this world must be ruled by a king, or a queen, or some kind of human king, you can behave better, and be better to your people. Don't let us down again. Lakis was silent for a while. I'm sorry. I can't be the benevolent king you expect. I'm just a coward who only thinks about self-preservation and how to survive. That's enough. Sauron sighed, that's enough. Let's live together and reproduce together, my majesty. Yes. Chapter 162. But the reproduction I mentioned is abstract, broad, and strategic. It doesn't mean that it will happen right now. By the way, you shouldn't be affected by the magic of mass estrus, right? Do you have the urge to throw yourself into someone's arms? Or any strange, indescribable sensitive physical reaction? Sauron couldn't help but look Princess Lux up and down. No. And I don't want to discuss this issue with you any further. The expression on the other party's face was one of physical disgust. Well, that's a relief. No. It's hurtful to just look at him without getting hit. Forget it. Let's get back to the point. What did you nobles discuss in the meeting just now? The Prime Minister also attended in person. Oh, I came to complete the ceremony, exchange the territory, and reset the title, just like our plan. Now I am the official chief of the Psychic Empire, the king of the Kingdom of Franny, and the Duke of Carolingian of the Kingdom of Spania, with 2 votes in my hand. Lux explained casually. Oh, this is the first time I've heard of this, but it's really easy. If you don't cling to someone's influence and become a son-in-law, ordinary people like Soren can only fight to the death and make great contributions to destroying the country to become the chief official of the empire, while Lux only needs to sit in the house and drink tea, and the Prime Minister will come to give her the title. But our plan? Why do you look like you just heard about it again? Lux stroked his forehead helplessly. This is not a company. No, it's mainly your plan, right? Huh? Are you going to rescue refugees from Franny? The vanguard warriors can enter the country secretly, but it is difficult for ordinary people to cross the mountains and sneak into the empire by evading the army at the border. These refugees have no protection. It is impossible to arrange for them to cross the entire empire and change ships to the imperial capital to go to Arishi. The company does not have enough manpower and energy to protect the refugee team. Even if the human nobles let them pass through, the local forces may not necessarily be honest. The empire is full of slave trade associations and mercenary groups, and there are countless non-human tribes and monsters. Perhaps there are too many dangers in attacking the refugee team. Living people are precious commodities in the empire. Without the protection of magic, we can't track down who attacked, and we really can't restrain these tigers, leopards, jackals, and wolves. It would be more convenient to transport the refugees as slaves of the Chamber of Commerce, but you must be jumping up and down, right? And I'm afraid that normal people would not believe such a strange promise that after signing a slave contract, the company would protect them to the south and give them freedom. So we reached an agreement with the Imperial Parliament. Based on the previous contract signed by the company and various nobles, we added some additional supplementary transaction terms, and finally realized the territorial exchange between the Kingdom of Franny and the Kingdom of Spania. I got a new title of Duke of Carolingian, which was pieced together. In this way, although Franny has not been occupied by the Empire, I became a noble official of the Imperial Parliament as the Duke of Carolingian. In this way, the refugees of Franny, as long as they admit that they are my people, are the subjects of both the Kingdom of Franny and the Duchy of Carolingian, and can get entry permits at the same time and obtain the magical protection of the Empire. If anyone wants to attack the refugee team again, they will be making an enemy of an Imperial noble. They have to consider whether they can afford to offend the company. In addition, regarding the resettlement of refugees, going to the Earldom of Arishi and Sarasis is a way out, but it is still not very convenient to sail long distances. Fortunately, through the development and loans of the Imperial Capital's commercial district, the Chamber of Commerce, well, mainly you, has recently acquired a lot of land and farms from small and medium-sized nobles in the suburbs, right? There are also places like Furnace Town and Mining District, which can accommodate the population. The brothers and sisters of the Isenglian family have already gone to the border to deal with the resettlement of the refugee team. Why are you hanging your chin? Haven't you signed all these plans? Oh, that thick contract and company development plan. Only a ghost would read that thing. CEO Soren's business strategy is to let General Manager Maylaws, Secretary Marlin, and Senior Advisor Lux take care of everything. He just needs to sign, and then lie back and watch the numbers in his bank account rise. I'm sorry, you guys have been carrying out this specific rescue plan, and I'm just complaining and losing my temper here. Sauron felt ashamed. If he was lazy by mistake, he would betray the working class. Forget it, I knew you were the type who could only shout slogans and talk about plans, but you were confused about how to do it specifically. There's nothing wrong with that. At least you have self-knowledge and know that the actual operation should be left to professionals. The most fatal thing is to give orders and interfere without knowing anything. Lux complained while drinking black tea. It's a bit rude to say this, but it's really hard to deal with a leader like the Prime Minister. We submitted our plan a long time ago. After all, it's a big event for the enfeoffment of new dukes. The speaker originally wanted to hold a formal ceremony. We can just show up at that time. But it thought it was too troublesome, and had to grab the heads of the families and dukes from their bedrooms early in the morning to complete the ceremony on the spot. What else did it say? Why waste time on such a simple magic ceremony? Don't delay it from watching the game. It's really offensive. I don't care, but if it were any other prince, wouldn't he be full of jealousy? And you've seen it too, recently, the reproduction of flowers. Some family heads are still in the process of having children, but they were pulled over to watch the ceremony in pajamas wrapped in sheets. Alas, the speaker even stayed to explain to me that the imperial nobles are not exhibitionists, which is really too much trouble for her. After all, in order to avoid any rift between the other party, I have to pay a return visit to return the courtesy and appease the emotions of the family heads to be on the safe side. I almost saw a very interesting scene. What a pity. Oh, then I leave everything in the capital to you. I'm going to the Death Knights to upgrade. Well, I'm going to the border war zone for trials. I probably won't be back to the capital in the short term. You can decide what to do with Franny. Go to the army? Sir Soren, then I have a suggestion for you. Princess Lux suddenly said seriously, don't be too kind. Kind? I'm kind? Soren was puzzled. I was actually called kind? Yes, you are too gentle and kind. You are a principled, reasonable person who cares about others' feelings and is willing to lend a hand to the weak, Lux said seriously without any sarcasm. Your character is very popular among nobles who have learned etiquette and commoners who are unable to control their own destiny. Needless to say, your charity in the imperial capital has earned the company a great reputation. Even the nobles of the empire, although they are shrewd and selfish egoists, will not be disgusted by you, a generous person who abides by the rules and can negotiate transactions. Especially since you don't care about personal gain, don't eat alone, and are willing to share business with others. The benefits of maintaining friendship with you are far greater than being your enemy. So our company's rise has hardly been hindered, but has received help from all sides. With your accumulated reputation and friends, the business in the capital will be smooth sailing. Don't worry. You need to worry about yourself. Myself? Yes, in the army, you must not be too soft-hearted. The girl rarely revealed the murderous spirit of the king in her bloodline. Anyone who disobeys your will, anyone who shows a trace of disobedience to you, must be eradicated at the first time, and absolutely not tolerated. Any kindness and leniency will be seen as weakness in the army. Once you are seen as weak, your prestige is completely gone. I grew up in the Iris Palace, and saw with my own eyes the interactions between the Holy Spear Guards, the loyal knights, and their servants. The first batch of people who will die quietly in the corner are those foolish boys who were deceived by knight novels, embraced high-quality fantasies, and noble morals, and swore loyalty and love to the seemingly gentle girl as soon as they met. So do you understand? The upright and righteous paladin is just a propaganda image created by our royal nobles. In the eyes of warriors who grew up on the battlefield, the lives that are casually destroyed on the battlefield are worthless. But you value human lives too much. You actually still want to save everyone and make everyone happy? Sir Soren is too arrogant. You don't have that kind of power at all. You don't even have Prime Minister Killian. So do you understand? Whether it's Franny's people or the Empire's people, whether they live or die has nothing to do with you. From the beginning to the end, you can only make one person happy, and that person is yourself. Anyone who wants to hinder you from achieving this, who wants to hinder you from achieving your own happiness, you must kill him. Do you understand? You go to the battlefield to kill people. You must survive. And in order to achieve this, everyone else can die. Don't think about fairness, morality, protection, love, women. Those messy things can only make your gun slow, make your sword dull, let your heart soften. The only thing you need to think about is to survive. Kill all enemies and survive. That's all. Sauron stared at the murderous King Franny, and recalled what the girl said when they first met. If you want to swear love and loyalty to me, you must at least get the 12 golden irises from the Lancer tournament. Otherwise, no matter how big the dream, how ardent the love and oath, will just disappear silently in the shadow of the Iris Palace. You have experienced a lot of this? As the only knight of Lord Laminio's, Soren asked. Yes, Lux rubbed her brows tiredly. I don't know if you are cursed, so I won't say any blessing words to you, it won't work at all. I understand, I received your instructions, Soren nodded, knelt on one knee and performed a knight's salute. I will kill everyone who dares to stop me from realizing my dream. Go kill people, my knight. Sauron left Iceland Manor. To be honest, he was a little confused. It was just a change of map to upgrade and do the task, but he met 3 or 4 girls, all of them were like parting ways before a battle. Isn't it a bit unlucky? And these girls were those he didn't actively pursue, but they all wanted him to promise, marry, and kill people. Wow, the pressure was too great. It made him dare not go to Zygen. After thinking about it, I can chat with Shi Cheong in the transcript anyway. In order not to interfere with her competition, I should not disturb her competitive state by parting with her. Then just do it directly. No, there is one thing that is not settled. Soren frowned and looked at the sky. The magic spores were being blown into the imperial capital from outside the city by the gentle spiritual wind. The sky was full of stars of magic light. The reproduction of flowers, the spring sowing magic that effectively increases the population of the imperial capital. Compared with the magic that is usually used to kill people, it is really a miracle. With this trick, no matter how many heirs Killian kills, the nobles can still continue to sow seeds and continue to inherit. It is really true that the fire will never go out. With such means, it is no wonder that the disciple Mayuri can also prepare a super advanced love potion. But, is it true that Soren's previous guess about the flower was really a misunderstanding? It did not plot against Zerasis, and arranged for the disciple Christine to protect it secretly. It also protected a large number of female wizards, including Zygen before, and responded to the request of the female nobles to develop this great magic to help reproduce the population. At the same time, it also developed a magic potion system to help upgrade the Death Knight to the top level of combat power to enhance the strength of the Empire. Apart from hating the Vanguard, he is really a perfect saint, right? But to be honest, if it is a Vanguard like Killian, it is really annoying. But, Soren still feels that something is wrong. Even though Soren said that he could trust the white-robed Hua, Soren still felt that something was wrong. If we have to analyze it, it is that Hua's character is too incompatible with the current situation of the Empire. Yes, it is too strange from the perspective of the setting. A truly kind person cannot tolerate the Empire at all. With such a view, Soren is considered a rare good man in the Empire. If the white robe flower is really a perfect saint, why has it remained indifferent to the tragedies of the Empire for 1,000 years, and made no fundamental changes? Instead, it only protects women superficially, and allows them to give birth to more new lives in this suffering slave empire? Is this really the behavior of a kind saint? It must have some other purpose. And this purpose is definitely different from that of the Vanguard like Soren. It does not really care about the happiness of mankind. For the white robe flower, it is enough for mankind to continue to exist. Of course, most liches probably hold this view, but others don't care. Zygen will most likely become Hua's apprentice in the future, but Hua actually allowed his apprentice Mayuri to be treated like this by the Yaja family. As a master, he is not qualified at all. Even worse than a fool like Orides. So even for Zygen, he has to figure out whether the white-robed Hua is trustworthy. Soren thought about it, and directly drove Midnight against the spiritual wind, and rushed towards the direction where the magic spores were floating. Before leaving the imperial capital, he must confirm this last thing with his own eyes. And this is a great opportunity. The White Robe's workshops, magic towers, and residences have always been protected by magic, which prevents them from being affected by the chaos outside and prevents the internal experimental projects from affecting the outside city. Just like the Ulrids family, if you want to visit it, you must first make an appointment by letter. After receiving its invitation, you can find the other party's residence during a specific time period. But there is another situation. Riding Midnight all the way to the outside of the city, Soren really pursued the source of magic and found his target. In fact, once you reach the outer area of the city wall, you can see from afar the towering trees standing on the plain outside the city. The magic plants that are spreading magic spores. The manor-like townhouses covered under the trees are probably the academy where the children of the nobles gather. This should be the workshop of the flower. Sure enough, this forbidden magic occurs regularly, and the spores of the spreading magic affect the thinking of women, and it will last for several days. You need to wear crystal jewelry to avoid the influence. That is definitely not some instantaneous magic released by a lich. It must be a treasure, or prop, that is maintained by a stable magic circle. And from the nature of it, it will affect the women of the entire imperial capital. Such a treasure will definitely not be placed randomly. It is most likely in Hua's workshop. This means that in order to use the forbidden spell of Hua's reproduction, Hua's workshop was also opened. At the same time, at this point in time, the white-robed and black-robed were in the imperial capital watching the quarterfinals of the magician level test. There must be no one in the workshop. Soren put away Midnight, put on the crescent-shaped mask and black robe uniform, and sneaked into Hua's workshop. He was not sure what he was looking for, but with this pair of magic eyes that could see cause and effect, he could always see something hidden by the other party. If the other party was really a saint, there would be nothing to hide, right? Quickly jumping towards Hua's workshop, when passing through the sky, Soren could see the situation of the noble school outside. Well, what else can happen? Just reproduce. Gray robes, red robes, and sometimes black robes. Clothes are scattered on the ground. Everyone is having sex. Young people are always energetic and unsatisfied. But Soren is not here to watch live porn. Anyway, he quickly passed the college area and entered the interior of the experimental workshop. By the number of magic circles outside, it is easy to determine the residence of the flower. The magic eyes developed by General Silver Dragon are really not simple. They can easily see through the opponent's details. It will not fall into magic traps, will not be deceived by illusions, and will not miss hidden secret passages. The more sophisticated the magic is, the more the hidden truth can be seen at a glance. Coupled with the magic-breaking dragon spear, Soren rushed directly into the inner layer of the workshop, waving the dragon spear, picking up the ingeniously designed magic networks from the nodes and the spiritual network, and rushed into the roots of the big tree, rushing into the root that the white robes had spent so much effort to protect. The white robes may have been alarmed a long time ago, but Soren didn't care. At the critical moment, he had to rush in to catch his opponent off guard. At worst, he could just pull Killian over to save the situation. Anyway, Soren could use the excuse that he wanted to investigate Hua's purpose. If he really suspected that Hua had wronged her, then he could just apologize and get away with it. But if Hua really had some hidden conspiracy, he could take this opportunity to reveal its trump card and summon Killian to kill it. Soren rushed through the last barrier with a gun, broke through the last barrier, and then in front of him was. These are. At the bottom of the tree's roots, there were fruits hanging like light bulbs on countless vines. This was the magic used by Zygen, so the fruit should contain the same thing. As Soren approached, he saw human bodies soaked in the chaotic juice of the fruit. Each of them was a woman between 30 and 40 years old, with the same face, which was just an ordinary face by the general standards of the Empire. Is this a flower? Yes. What do you want to do with my body, Vanguard? Hua in a white robe stood behind Soren with her hands behind her back, and spoke to Soren, who was holding the dragon spear, in a gentle tone. Soren turned his head. You put so many barriers to protect, just to hide a bunch of clones? Clones? What a strange name. These are my backup prostheses. Of course I have to keep them well. She turned her head to look at the passage that Soren had destroyed all the way, and sighed. I guessed it was like this. How could ordinary invaders break through so quickly? It turned out to be the Vanguard Dragon Spear that breaks the magic. Now I have to repair the workshop again. So what are you looking for? Sauron was silent. Frankly speaking, he didn't know what to look for. And from this scene, Zygen was really determined to become the apprentice of the flower. He had already started to imitate, and use the same magic as it when he conquered the Kingdom of Sand. Let me guess, the uniform of the waning moon and the fused dragon spear. You are Killian's man, but something is wrong. If it was arranged by it, at least it would have stopped me. So you didn't inform him, it was purely reckless. Hua smiled gently, but you're not bad. You're a living person, but you're not afraid of my murderous aura? This is really difficult. If it gets more serious, the children in the academy might not be able to bear it. It actually has such a powerful warrior under its command. Aren't the Caesarians competing? Or did you just come from Franny recently? You're not the hero, are you? Forget it, it doesn't matter. You can't afford to compensate for such a huge loss, so I won't make it difficult for you. Really? You can let me go? Hua was also stunned, and smiled. You are quite humorous. No, I will catch you and hand you over to Killian, and ask him to compensate for my losses. Something is wrong, really wrong. Sauron frowned. The dignified white robe was broken into by someone, and even the prepared puppet prosthesis was almost destroyed. He didn't get angry. If it were someone else, he would have slapped the intruder to death. They are still chatting here with a smile, and only ask for compensation for the losses? This flower thinks differently from normal people? Or you are hiding something, afraid that if you kill me, Killian will use this as an excuse to forcibly search, and once it is exposed, it will be difficult to deal with it, right? The white robe was silent, and it seemed that he was seriously considering how to deal with the thorny problem of Soren. Because Killian is really like this, he can sell out his bad men at will to achieve his goals. This makes Soren even more strange. It really has something to hide from Killian. Even if Soren only holds the dragon spear and is just a possible prime minister, Hua can't take the risk. Mr. Hua in white robes, I just want to ask you a very simple question. As long as I confirm this, I will never get involved in the fight between you and the prime minister again. In front of Hua, Soren took out a pearl brooch for polygraph from his arms. What do you think of Saijan Essel? The white-robed Hua slightly widened his eyes, looked at Soren, thought about it, and smiled gently. She is not qualified. What? The white-robed Hua finally put away the smile on his face, and there was no expression on his face. Is this what you want to confirm? Then I say it straight, she is too soft-hearted and doesn't deserve to inherit my mantle. Chapter 163. Soren suddenly opened his eyes, and found himself lying in Guan Haifa's lair. He looked up for a moment, a little confused, and stared at the Hueco Mundo for 10 seconds before he reacted and returned to his original body. What happened? Sauron's mind was empty, and he couldn't react for a while. He got up and fumbled for a while, and suddenly something jumped out of the darkness. Guan Haifa. Sauron was shocked and picked up the ghost who bumped into his arms like a kitten. What's wrong with you? Didn't it grow as big as a tiger? Why did it shrink back? Shit! Guan Haifa's stomach cracked open, and a large mass of blurry flesh and blood was spit out, which fell to the ground with a crackle. Even though the light was not bright enough to see clearly, the fishy smell of blood and the warm and wet touch made it possible to guess what kind of SN-lowering thing it was. Soren jumped up and dodged in shock. Fuck, what the hell did you eat? Sauron took a soul crystal from the lair, rubbed it, and lit it up, and then saw clearly what Guan Haifa vomited out. I understood it all at once. It was Soren. To be exact, Soren's shadow. The moment he realized that he was looking at his own corpse, the memories, images and information of the shadow of time before his death rushed into Soren's vision and mind. You are not worthy of inheriting my mantle. After the woman in white robes said this, her figure flashed and appeared in front of Soren, raised her right arm, chopped it down with her hand knife, and then Soren died. It was so clean and neat, but it turned out to be right. The appearance of the Virgin Mary was a disguise. Decisive and ruthless, this is the inner character of Hua. No wonder he hates soft-hearted people. Soren squatted down and carefully examined the body of Time Shadow. The knife was smashed directly from the top of the head, with such force that the whole head was broken like a rotten watermelon, and the eyeballs, gums and brains were all burst out. Then the spine was cut all the way down, and the whole person was split from the middle line, breaking into two halves, and the internal organs and intestines were sprayed out from the burst abdomen. The equipment of this Time Shadow's body has not been changed. It is still the same as when he robbed the goods and attacked the dock. Under the black robe of the Waning Moon uniform, there is the Legion armor, and the War God robe obtained from Lux. On his left hand, there is also the King's flag of Baldwin, which is immune to magic. When attacking Hua Workshop, he also handed over Guan Haifa in advance, and tattooed the Shadow Guardian on his body. It was considered a battle state with all the treasures and equipment, and the magic defense and physical defense were all piled up to the top, but the result was this tragic scene. The Legion armor was useless, and was directly destroyed, but the King's flag and the battle robe were fine, not even a bit of blood. After all, in terms of material, it was just a piece of cloth. It was chopped off by a knife and directly torn off by the strange force, and twisted into the intestines and internal organs. Soren searched for a while before pulling the battle robe out of the flesh and blood. No wonder Franny's old knight had this treasure, but put it in the box and didn't wear it with him. This thing is just not destroyed by magic, and has a certain commemorative significance, but it is useless to the wearer. Moreover, instant kill. Soren thought about it carefully, took out the lucky dice from his arms, threw it, and it was a skeleton. Well, dying once can verify many things. First, in terms of the order of death, the death of the Shadow of Time will be triggered first, followed by the lucky dice, and finally, probably, the thoughts of Scold. Second, after death, consciousness will awaken from the remaining body, but it may take an opportunity and time to regain the memory before death, such as seeing your body after death again, and the Shadow of Time will not disappear like magic, but still exist in the form of flesh and blood. Third, the shadow protection of the ghost seemed to have a price. It was directly beaten from a tiger to a cat. But thanks to Guan Haifa, it was able to find a chance to swallow his body and bring it back. Wait! Sauron jumped up suddenly, searched around the body for a while, and then picked up Guan Haifa, who was like a kitten. Where is my gun? Well, in fact, Sauron already knew that the ghost couldn't touch the dragon spear. When he tried to put it into Guan Haifa's mouth before, it refused to eat. It's over. Relying on his invincible resurrection armor to avoid damage, he attacked the boss recklessly, and ended up exploding the Vanguard Dragon Lance. Oh, it's such a loss. If only he could reload the save file, he would never mess around again. He was still too arrogant. He was as weak as a chicken, and still tried to provoke the white robes. When he met a decisive one, it was over. Sauron fell into deep self-reflection and self-examination. Then he found a money box, poured out the gold sand and crystal, and stuffed the flesh and blood of Sauron's shadow into it. My talent is so good that even if I die, I will still be a precious magic material. I can sell it for money to stop the loss. This is the so-called blessing in disguise. I suddenly found that I can use the shadow of time to clone my body infinitely. Then his nose felt hot, and Soren wiped his nose. No, it was a nosebleed. Okay, I know, this magic can never be used casually. There will always be a price. So this reckless action is really a complete failure. Sauron rested in the Hueco Mundo for a long time before he recovered and returned to the headquarters of the real-world company with a dusty face. Sir, are you okay? You look so bad. Matthew frowned and came up to greet him. Oh, Matthew, it's okay, just get some sleep. Sir Hua in white robes came to visit in person. Fuck, it's over, I'm really being chased and killed, this game is ruined. Are you feeling uncomfortable, or maybe another day? No, it's okay, I go see her. Sauron had a gloomy face. He had already expected that the situation would develop in the worst direction. So he was prepared when he came out. He had the god-killing musket, and the star-carved sword of the cult on his waist. The star-carved sword was the artifact that the leader of the Dead Apostles cult used to injure Killian. The musket was made for Zygon, when he went to the Land of Sand to deal with the elven god. He couldn't say whether it would be effective against the Lich, but it might be useful to cause damage to the top level. He turned into a dominant body at the first moment, and with the dynamic vision of Hawkeye, he should not be completely powerless to fight back. In addition, he also had the 3 death savings of the dice, and the thoughts of Skull to block him. At least, he would not be killed unexpectedly this time. If it didn't work, he would call Killian over and flip the table. Your Excellency Hua, your presence is truly a great honor to my humble home. Sauron smiled widely, tensed all his muscles, and saluted with his left hand on his chest, while his right hand had been pressed on the hilt of the star-carved sword under his robe. Hua smiled gently, and looked at him for a while. I wonder if you have any advice? Please tell me, and I will do it. Sauron bowed, and reached for the musket at his waist with his left hand. I have to go back to the workshop for repairs recently, and I am a little short of money. I want to sell a divine weapon. I wonder if the company is interested. Could it be? Sauron looked up and watched Hua pull out a 4-meter-long dragon spear from her robe, like a magic trick. Does the knight candidate recognize this weapon? Wow! Could it be the dragon spear of the Vanguard army? Hua smiled and nodded. It is exactly this thing. It is useless for me to have it. I wonder if you want to buy it. Sauron subconsciously wanted to nod, but suddenly stopped. It is really difficult to judge the intention of this kind of person, who smiles, and turns hostile, and attacks at any time. Is she trying to reconcile or test? Has she confirmed that this is Soren's thing? Or is it just a suspicion? Or does she really just want to take action? If she takes it, will she suddenly twist Soren's head off? Haha, you are joking. I heard that the Vanguard Dragon Spear will only choose qualified vanguards on its own after the owner dies. Sauron kept smiling. Since Mr. Hua can take out this artifact, he has killed the previous vanguards, right? But as you can see, I am just a vulgar person who loves power, indulges in women, and is dedicated to climbing up. I don't want to get involved in the great cause of the vanguards. The Lich held the spear in both hands, but his palms did not smoke like Killian's. Oh, really? Maybe you can give it to your guards? Isn't the company helping King Franny to protect the Franny people? Maybe there will be many suitable vanguard warriors? Maybe, but you know, I was born in Franny. I only lent a hand, and did my little bit of help out of the friendship of my compatriots and loyalty to His Majesty the King. But I heard that the vanguards killed nobles all over the country recently. Wouldn't that mean I am in danger too? It's really scary. I'm just a mortal. I don't dare to keep their leaders' things in my hands. Hua stared at him for a while, nodded slowly, and put the dragon spear back into his sleeve. Okay, forget it. I keep this gun temporarily, but I really need a repair workshop. I understand. Everyone has a tight budget. I will ask the bank to prepare 1 million crystals and send them to your house, which is also a little gift from the company. This is not good. How can I accept it without any merit? Look at what you said. How about it being an interest-free loan? You are the top potion master in the empire, a respected great lich, and there will be many opportunities for you to trade and cooperate with our company in the future. If you really feel bad, if you have any potion formulas and are willing to transfer them to our company for production and sales, our company guarantees to give you a more satisfactory offer and profit-sharing plan than the Technology Development Bureau. Hua nodded. Your reputation in the imperial capital is indeed not false, and you are indeed a person who always has a way. Unfortunately, the potions I develop are usually given to the family of my assistant disciples for management. By the way, I heard that Miss Joan Essel is one of the shareholders of the company, right? I watched her competition, and I like her very much. Why don't I take her as my apprentice? In the future, the company can also sell secret potions. What do you think? Sauron was overjoyed. That's great. I know Miss Essel has always been working hard to become a potion master, and I hope to become your apprentice. Now our company has one more backer. Hua nodded and smiled without saying anything. Sauron licked his face and came up to me. Mr. Hua, please take a seat. Actually, I have always wanted to visit you in person. I heard that this flower reproduction is your masterpiece? It's really great. It's really great. To be honest, as a foreigner, I always feel that the imperial capital is too gloomy, but your great magic is like the sunshine after the rain, which dispels the dark clouds in my heart. To be honest, recently several girls, who usually don't speak to me, suddenly threw themselves into my arms, which made me flattered. I never thought that this beautiful blessing was developed by a gentle and dignified mature woman like you. As expected, those young girls have no idea how wonderful and happy reproduction is. Only a MILF like you, sorry, I mean a mature beauty, can understand the joy of men and women, how simple and happy it is. As he spoke, he seemed to hold Hua's hand involuntarily. Even Hua, who was wearing a white robe, couldn't help but tremble her eyebrows, and pulled her hand out with a forced smile. Haha, some rumors in the market are really. Thank you for the compliment from the knight candidate, but I may be too old. No, I am an absolute feminist of equality. It is better to say that age is like fine wine. The more mellow it is, the more fragrant it tastes. Things like the cruel killing of women by the previous human king are what I cannot tolerate the most. Your Excellency Hua has protected so many beautiful flowers. You are really like a saint, and people can't help but want to get close to you. Sauron came over, reached under the white robe, and climbed up Hua's thigh. Ahem. Hua was probably dumbfounded when someone dared to touch her for the first time. Even Matthew, who saw that Soren looked wrong and secretly followed him to protect him, couldn't stand it anymore and coughed twice. TSK, Matthew, how rude. Your Excellency Hua and I have something private to discuss. Get out now. Soren's left hand was still on Hua's thigh. He turned around and pulled out the hilt of the sword with his right hand. He's got her legs. Let's just go all the way. Stab this bitch to death with one knife. No, I was just about to say goodbye. Hua jumped to the door and glanced at Soren with a frown. Well, your hobbies are indeed extraordinary. You are rare in the Empire. Never mind. It's probably the effect of this great magic that made you misunderstand me. I will take my leave today. Besides, I am not free recently, so I will not invite you to visit me. It disappeared with a beep. Sauron's face darkened instantly. Took his gun. I must find a chance to steal it back. Matthew, continue to send letters to request a visit to Mr. Hua. Don't forget to give money and gifts to build relationships. Your Excellency, you really. Alas, that's a white robe. It means that Mr. Hua can tolerate your offense without getting angry. Forget it, who doesn't have a habit of changing coughs. The assassin covered his face and couldn't bear to look. Soren couldn't help but roll his eyes at Matthew. You know shit. Flowers are not easy to talk to. Think about him and Killian. They were chatting and laughing. You yelled and I scolded, bickering with each other like enemies. Ugh. And Orides and Anubis, they all looked at him as a child and didn't argue with him, which shows that they have this kind of temperament and the bottom line of not using violence against the weak. Although they are liches, they still regard themselves as human beings in their bones, and dead people are also human beings. But the flower didn't even have time to exchange a few words, and it killed him right away, just like slapping a bug to death. The magic it used didn't care about the will of the weak, just like breeding pigs and sheep. The human body inside it no longer has a normal human soul. So the advice given by Death knows Sauron is actually very reasonable. Getting along well with the lich flower may not necessarily bring much benefit, but if you are its enemy, you may be crushed and killed at any time. So if we have a good relationship with it, we can at least get a peaceful and safe opportunity to grow. This is what Sauron sacrificed a shadow and a dragon spear to figure out. Of course, there's another big hidden problem, which is what the flower's conspiracy is. We must find out what it is planning behind Killian's back. Otherwise, when it becomes the manager of the Empire, this lich, who is not a human at heart, will definitely cause far more terrible damage to the human race than the elves. But this is really a matter of the later stage. At least there is still Killian to suppress it, so there is no need to worry too much. Now Soren is more and more certain that he must rely on his own strength to grow to the top level, rather than relying on additional props such as the dragon spear, in order to truly control his own destiny. Otherwise, even if he has a set of divine clothes, a wide network of people, and a huge company to support him, he still cannot change the bad luck of being killed by someone with a slap. Matthew, I will leave immediately to level up in the Legion. Ah, so soon? Don't wait until the game is over. At this time, a paper bat flew into the living room and landed in Matthew's hand. The assassin took the letter and took a look at it. His expression suddenly changed. Franny is in trouble. I have heard this sentence so many times these days that my ears are calloused. Sauron rolled his eyes. What's wrong? Before rolling his eyes, he was still in the living room of the company. But after rolling his eyes, he found himself standing in front of the Prime Minister's desk. Killian held his chin with his hand. Franny is in trouble. Sauron, who was summoned, had a blank expression on his face. Oh. The Prime Minister looked at him. You have a good mental quality. You are not even slightly upset. And what's that smell on you? Eating seafood with your girlfriend. Enough, let's get to the point. What happened to Franny? Sauron continued to have a blank expression on his face. The Prime Minister shrugged. Well, this is not something you, a low-level acting chief officer, need to know. But because some of the situations involve the covenant between us, I must inform you. Lee is dead. Sauron, oh. Who is Lee? Oh, I remember, the Gwain that the Frannys worship during festivals. No, the guardian deity. Well, you really realized it. The Prime Minister nodded. It was killed by Lakehat of the Vanguard People's Army, a while ago, probably before the Franny King election. So the people in the Franny Temple were scared away, and hid the body. In fact, when I heard that the heroes slaughtered the Iris Palace, I already had some doubts, but that was something I couldn't do. After repeated confirmation, I can confirm that the noble etiquette based on Lord Franny has completely lost its effectiveness. There is no so-called Franny now, and everything under this title is no longer protected by magic. Yes, the little princess's title of Lord is actually invalid, but I gave her an imperial title, so there is no need to worry about her. The key point is that with the death of etiquette, it is not just Franny's everything that loses its effectiveness. The noble contract between elves and humans back then was woven around Franny's etiquette and covenant. Now this great magic is completely ineffective. I was a little skeptical at first, so I arranged a monster-killing team to test it out. As a result, they successfully broke into the hinterland and crossed the defense line set up by the temple. So it can be confirmed that the so-called front battlefield no longer exists. Although the Allied army is still on the front line, it is meaningless. With the cooperation of teleportation magic, as well as airships and transport ships in the underground river, the Empire's army can break into the elves' territory without restraint. And the breach of the front line is not the most fatal point. Sauron, The Prime Minister stood up and turned around, looking at the big wine cabinet in his office with his hands behind his back. If the Elven Temple does not quickly select a person to complete the trial, and take on the name of the god of etiquette to restore the effectiveness of the great magic, then soon everyone will realize that the title of nobility is no longer useful. The old aristocratic feudal order will lose the protection of the magic rules of etiquette. Any kingdom, any army, and any ambitious person can ignore the title of nobility. As long as they have soldiers, they can invade the territory of other countries at will. The ruling foundation of the Elf Temple was built on the original etiquette contract. Based on the original enfeoffment regulations, they used magic to define the boundaries of the princely territories. The enemy's army could not cross the border, and the teleportation magic would be affected. Only a small number of elites could secretly travel across the border. Without a title and a reason, it would be impossible to invade other countries and annex territories. Not only would the leyline magic and magical creatures in the occupied area not recognize your rule, but you would also breach the contract and lose your title power. It can be said that the elves used the order of etiquette to maintain long-term peace, allowing humans, elves, and other races to coexist peacefully. But now this kind of restraint and protection has lost its effect. The elves are too few in number, the human population is too large, and the contradictions between humans and non-human races are too great. The Elf Alliance will fall into serious civil strife. If order is not restored as soon as possible, it is uncertain whether the alliance of the elven gods can continue to exist. A full-scale war is about to begin. Chapter 164. If it is true as Killian said, this is indeed a great opportunity. There has been no better opportunity in 1,000 years, no, tens of thousands of years. To put it in a more understandable way, the magic of etiquette has failed, which is the alien version of the Han losing its power, and the world chasing it. In the future, when going to war, there is no need to make titles, make claims, worry about diplomatic penalties, and find reasons to launch the army of justice. There is no longer any nobility and class hierarchy. As long as you have a knife in your hand, everyone can be a noble. Then what's the point of him working so hard to get the title of chief officer? Oh, the title of chief officer of the parliament is still valid, because the empire also has magical protection similar to etiquette, which was set up by me. I am not dead yet. Killian said sorry, that he forgot to say the most important thing. What? You are a big leader of the Vanguard army, and the leader of the rebels, and you are actually involved in etiquette? Didn't the founder of the Vanguard army fall out because he disagreed with the contract signed by Etiquette and Franny? Soren said that his worldview was shocked. The Prime Minister waved his hands impatiently. You are a fool who knows nothing. The great magic of etiquette is very powerful. It binds the title and the land together. The owner of the title has absolute control and ruling rights over the earth vein magic, natural elves, and magic beasts in the inherent territory, and is a legitimate king. Standing in your own territory will have considerable magic protection and amplification. The elite level can even compete with the top level outside with the bonus of this title. The strength of the top level is already comparable, and the difference is even more obvious with or without the title bonus. I tested it myself, and it takes at least 5 times the combat power of the opponent to defeat a normal top-level title guardian. If the opponent is slightly stronger and has more combat experience, it is not easy to end the battle. It is very difficult to increase combat power after the top level, and there are not many people in the Waxing Moon who can fight 5 at once. The territory of the Elf Alliance is so large, even if the gods are not the main gods, they all have the title of Guardian God, and they have so many elites that they can use a title as the top level at any time. Do you want me to pry them one by one? Do you want to tire me to death? Anyway, after the disastrous defeat in the Third War, I also recognized the reality. Not only could I not defeat the gods alone, but my teammates were also useless if they were too weak. So I imitated the etiquette of the Elf Temple, snatched the title of Palace Prime Minister, and established the etiquette of the Imperial Parliament. I used the same type of magic to maintain the restrictions on teleportation magic around the Imperial capital, and maintain the order among the human nobles in the Empire. Of course, the most important thing was to use the title to enhance the combat power of others. The title of the Parliament is the chair, and each of the Waxing Moons is the guardian of the Parliament. In addition, there is the flag officer. These are powerful magics that can substantially enhance the title holder. It can be said that as long as we fight on the territory of the Empire, our combat power can be multiplied several times. Therefore, after the Third War, the Elven Alliance did not continue to launch invasions. They had too many enemies, and it was impossible to mobilize more than half of their forces to the Empire in one direction. That's why everyone was wasting time on the front line, and no one could move. So that's it. Sauron understood. So this is why Sauron made him the chief officer. In the magic world, empty titles have direct benefits. Elves still can't mobilize troops to attack the heartland of the Empire, but the Empire can launch a counterattack. In fact, we almost lost. The Prime Minister squinted at Soren. Didn't you crack the Empire's etiquette? The key to etiquette magic is to have a legitimate core. The Prime Minister raised his index finger. The King of Men, Yachukas, has the qualifications. So the first great magic is woven with it as the core. I took great pains to protect it with layers of magic, but any magic can be dispelled. At that time, my etiquette left 3 loopholes, so that no one could get rid of this scum king even if I fought to the death with the elves in the future. 3? Sauron was stunned. The Prime Minister raised 2 fingers in succession, the blood of the rebellious king, the thorns of the rebellious ministers, and the anger of the rebellious people. Of course, the triggering conditions are very strict. Either it is a fair fight with the heir of the king's blood destined by the great prophecy, or it is a sneak attack and backstab by the king's guards, who swore eternal loyalty, or it is a rage to kill the rootless and untouchables under his rule. They all look like a death that fits the identity of the human king, don't they? I thought it was either the heir of the royal blood or the descendant of the Wu that killed it, but I didn't expect it to be shot to death by a lowly person like you, hee. What the hell are you talking about? Wait, then it's dead, etiquette. Killian nodded, yes. In fact, from the assassination of the human king until this morning, the Empire has not had any etiquette magic to protect it for 2 months. I looked at the direct bloodlines of Yachukas. Oh, this guy really set me up. They are all useless people. Not even one royal blood of qualified purity. If the elves came with a large army at this time, it would be really dangerous. Fortunately, we still have the legitimate princess of Franny, so I can gather all the conditions in time, borrow the blood of Franny from Duke Laminios, and complete a new magic to protect the Empire. I see. No wonder the princes of the Empire were dragged out from the Warm Kong to sign the contract at the first time. Killian is pretending to be so sure of victory now, but I'm afraid he was really panicked at the beginning. The ceremonial magic of the Empire is gone, and the ceremonial magic of Franny is gone. If Lux dies, the Empire will not be much better than the Elf Alliance. The Elven Alliance is now experiencing the same crisis that the Empire has just resolved in the past 2 months. I wonder if they can defeat Franny within 2 months, complete the second-generation ritual of the God-making trial, and restore the Alliance's protective magic. But they will never be easier than Killian, because the gods missed the opportunity to overthrow the Empire. But Franny's brave men and the Empire's army gathered at the border will not allow the trial of ritual to be completed smoothly. As long as Franny drags on, the longer it drags on, the Elven Alliance will collapse. Now the offense and defense are reversed. And all of this today, the key may be Lux. No, the key is the Grand Commander of the Blood Knights, Alfred Abies. Today, the only advantage that the Empire has over the Elf Alliance was fought back by the Grand Knight with his life. Even if it seems that he just easily abandoned his life, hatred, ideals and daughter to save a vase princess kidnapped by a dragon, but from a long-term perspective, it also won the only chance for humanity's counterattack. A true vanguard. 4th generation Dragon King, I, Soren, swear here that your whole family is dead, and it is destined to be materialized, understand? So do you understand why I am telling you this, Kingslayer Soren? Killian pointed at Soren. You are now also a knight of Duke Laminios Caroline. The magic of the Imperial Parliament is based on her blood. You have to protect her, but you also have to shoulder the responsibility of the Kingslayer. If she becomes the next Yachukas in the future, you have to take on the responsibility of a traitor. First the rebels, then the traitors? Okay, Soren nodded silently. The Prime Minister lay in the chair leisurely. Tsk, I don't know how to fight with such a big advantage. If the Alliance does not break through the defense line on our side, and forcibly push the front line with the disadvantage of magic protection, it will definitely not pose a substantial threat to the Empire. But we can tie down a large number of the main forces of the Elven Alliance on the front line, and teleport to their hinterland at any time to launch a surprise attack. The temple will be unable to suppress the rebellion and infighting of the local countries. The longer it drags on, the greater the possibility of internal friction and collapse. However, if a general mobilization is launched to launch a general attack on the Imperial defense line, when etiquette has already collapsed, it will only accelerate the collapse of the temple's rule. Tsk. No wonder they ignored etiquette and forcibly invaded this time, and acted so quickly, because there is no etiquette to follow at all, and this is actually the beginning of a full-scale war. The Alliance must seize this last opportunity to occupy Franny. Etiquette is the patron saint of Franny. The trial of etiquette is in the Franny kingdom. If Franny is not occupied, even the trial cannot proceed smoothly. How can the next generation of the main god be selected to restore the great magic of etiquette? Now the news I got is finally confirmed. The vanguard is the Silver Dragon Knights, and at least 5 other main gods have rushed over. All the elites that can be mobilized in the entire temple have been dispatched. This is an epic battle with many tops gathered. Soren glanced at the complacent guy. Can Anubis hold on alone? Who knows? I sent all rights to help. At this time, a golden bat flew in front of the Prime Minister. Killian opened it and looked at it. He glanced at Soren and threw the secret report on the table to him. Oh, I'm afraid that the brave Franny doesn't need our help. Look at their leader. He not only killed Lee, but also massacred 100,000 allied troops in Franny's royal city, and wiped out the entire Silver Dragon Knights, at least 5,000 elites. Look at yourself, you only know how to pick up girls all day long. Soren was speechless, ashamed really. We are all vanguards, others are sacrificing their lives for the revival of mankind, but he is still picking up girls. He is really sorry for the organization and the people. I have decided to go to the Border Legion to level up. Level up as soon as possible and serve mankind. Killian shrugged. Oh, go ahead. Sauron looked at Killian, and Killian looked at Sauron. What? Are you not leaving? Ahem, Prime Minister. Sauron's old face turned red. Aren't you the strongest in history? Can you teach me a few moves? Killian tapped his nose with his little finger. Didn't I give you the dragon spear? Use that to poke. Damn, the dragon spear exploded. Sauron clenched his fist with tears in his eyes. I won't use the dragon spear this time when I go to the Legion. Weapons are weapons, but what's important is your own strength. Only, Prime Minister, you are not restricted by external objects, bricks, stones, grass, and trees, and you can defeat the gods with your bare hands. This is the combat power that we dream of. I'm sincere. Please teach me the tricks to slay the gods and demons. Huh? You're telling the truth? Killian touched his head. Are you really going to challenge the trial without the dragon lance? But when I was your age, I also relied on the dragon lance to kill my way through, so I can only wish you good luck. Hey, that's too much. Sauron was angry. What's there to hide? Aren't you always guiding guilt behind the scenes? And you are the royal guard martial god. Why do you keep so many inherited secrets to yourself? Just teach me a few tricks. Don't you want your allies to get rid of their weak status as soon as possible and slay the gods together? Killian was not angry. He propped his chin up and down and looked at Sauron. But your aptitude is not good. Oh my god. Why are you always so awkward? Every white robe is picky about qualifications. Qualifications, character, morality, wisdom and quality. Why do you care so much about imparting knowledge? And my aptitude is not good? You are the first white robe I have ever met to say that my aptitude is not good. Sauron was going crazy. Wow, Shi Cheong was rejected by everyone like this. It was really painful. Killian shook his head. No, it is necessary, because the white robes do not impart knowledge casually. The general skills of cultivating elites have long been sent to the Great Library for public disclosure. The disciples we are selecting for inheritance are trained in the direction of the top level. Frankly speaking, every top level has his own opportunities and trials, and the road to the top is only suitable for himself. So to guide others to the top, you must choose those who have the same character, morality, and qualifications as you. A slight difference can lead to a huge mistake. Your magic talent is very strong, but you are asking about the fighting skills of the god of war, right? You are still being pretentious with me. Okay, I will translate it through psychic communication. Sauron regained his composure and thought about it. Are you saying that my fighting skills are not qualified enough, so I should develop in the direction of a magician? Killian shook his head. No, your physique is not bad, quite good. The vanguard who can pick up the dragon spear, and the death knight, who can drink potions to strengthen himself are 1 in 1,000 in this world. And you have also mastered the dominant body, right? That move is almost lost. You are a standard descendant of the god of war. I'm talking about personality. Your fighting style is different from mine. Fighting style? You are the type who plans and acts after careful consideration, and becomes more and more crazy as you fight. The Prime Minister leisurely instructed Sauron. Guilt, and I talked about your fighting style in the Kingdom of Sand. You think and prepare before the battle, and try to arrange plans to make the battle situation tend to your advantage. But when the war really starts, you give up thinking and rush forward to wipe out everything in front of you. You fight more and more crazily until all enemies are killed. This style is not bad, it's just completely opposite to mine. Opposite? Sauron scratched his head. You don't think at all in normal times, and only think about what to do when the battle starts. Killian, why are your words always so irritating? Okay, it's not wrong to understand it this way. My personal style is to be able to calmly judge the situation in battle, find the enemy's flaws, and design corresponding tactics according to the changes in the battle situation. After all, I've been dead for so long, so I have a lot of tricks to use. So he can fight any opponent with ease, and always find ways to restrain them. But with your personality, even if I teach you dozens or hundreds of powerful techniques, you can't remember which one to use when you get excited, right? Sauron was speechless. So Guilt is your inherited disciple. He is the same type as you. The Prime Minister shook his head. No, I just teach him because I value his talent, because his qualifications are better than mine. This kid was a peerless genius in the ancient empire, known as the heart of the god of war. I have only met him once in 1,000 years. Wow, what is that? It sounds awesome. Sauron was shocked. How could he tolerate being overshadowed by someone? It's not just sounds awesome, it's really awesome. The genius of the heart of the god of war is born with a talent and inspiration for fighting. Killian also introduced while wiping his chin and chatting. He is born with an extraordinary combat awareness. Before the battle, he will choose the best solution at the first time, and then maintain efficient combat thinking throughout the battle. I still need some time to warm up and enter that state. He is the most efficient throughout the whole process. It's just that his physical fitness is average, just normal elite level, but if he grows up, it will be amazing. Wow! There are so many freaks in this class. But such freaks are not accepted as disciples. Sauron is speechless. Killian yawned. So I said, it must be similar to the White Robe's own situation. Those with 2 poor qualifications, and 2 good qualifications are very extreme. There may be no one in the White Robe who can pass on the inheritance to such people. They need to create their own path. Soren nodded. Okay, I understand. My talent is too good. I have to create my own way to the top. Oh, that's not the case. You are not that good yet. There is a person in the White Robe whose inheritance is very suitable for you. Killian didn't keep it a secret, and said with his chin in his hand, the flower of the White Robe. Sauron, eh? The Prime Minister touched his chin. You are really similar, really too similar. You are a low-class commoner, a squire of a knight's family, with a very high talent for magic, and a very strong physical talent. You are a person who plans before you act, and you act like a mad dog. Soren, eh? Killian tilted his head, and thought for a while. Hua was born a slave, and was a flower slave of the nobles. He has outstanding talents in magic and martial arts. How good is he? When he was developing the potion system, and the Death Knight profession, we gathered the inherited combat skills of the war gods at that time, and distributed them to the Death Knights of the 7 legions for practice. As a result, he learned all the combat skills just by watching. Even if it is the waxing moon, few people know that it is a very strong warrior. I let it wear a white robe and join the waxing moon, not because of its great magical contribution, but simply because it is really strong enough. Strong enough to hurt me with bare hands. Killian seemed to think seriously, and even shuddered. That woman is really scary when she goes crazy, but her mind is very strange, and I don't know what she thinks normally. Oh, this is quite similar to you. Sauron was helpless, so I should take Hua as my master. The Prime Minister put his feet on the table. What's the need to take Hua as a master? Didn't Hua, as you said, already display all her inheritance to everyone, go to the Death Knights and train to the top, and then complete the 14th level potion enhancement? This is the flower of the White Robe, the enhancement route to the top. Okay, it has been arranged clearly. Why are you still asking here? Soren sighed. Oh, then I go. By the way, I almost forgot. Soren took a bottle of wine from Guan Haifa's mouth. This is from the palace of the Queen of Sand, and I give it to you. Give it to me? Killian opened his chin and couldn't help shuddering. You kid gave me something? So disgusting. Sauron rolled his eyes. I asked the chief eunuch. This bottle is the best champagne in the Sand Country. What is it called? How come you are so honest and don't accept gifts? Then I will auction it off and send you some thick socks later. Then he lowered his head, and the bottle in his hand disappeared. Killian had to hold the champagne bottle. Oh, you are really sensible. I knew you were a talent at first sight. Sauron squinted his eyes, and watched the old man stuff the champagne into the wine cabinet. With his popularity, I'm afraid no one has ever given him gifts. Of course, those with a low status have no chance to see it, and those with a high status have probably been cheated. But giving gifts to NPCs is also a basic quality of players, and it is a habit to increase their favorability. Then Killian also came over with a bottle of slender red wine. Since you are so sensible, this is for you. Oh, is it so effective? Sauron wanted to take the wine, but he pulled it for a while, and it didn't move. As a result, he looked up and saw Killian looking reluctant. Or you can change to something else. How about a divine weapon or a forbidden spell? You're thinking pretty well. You want to exchange a bottle of wine for a magic weapon. TSK, what a stingy guy. Are you Xiang Yu? It's really hard to find a descendant as stingy as you. The Prime Minister sighed, handed the red wine to Soren, and told him seriously, remember, when you go to the battlefield, experience bloody battles, and kill powerful enemies with murderous intent, just drink a sip. A shallow sip is enough. Do you remember the magic of pain transfer and perception deprivation? This is a similar improved magic, which transfers my 1,000 years of combat experience and the real feelings on the battlefield into the wine, and uses wine as a medium to make the blood wine of the battlefield that carries my combat experience. Drinking it when the killing spirit resonates, not only can you digest your killing intention, but also inherit my combat experience. Of course, the amount here is only a little bit of the human era, but it is enough for you. Sauron looked at the blood wine of the battlefield in his hand in amazement, and then looked up at the rows of wine cabinets behind Killian. Damn. Don't look at it. I have to leave it to my true disciples. Killian put his hands behind his back and looked at the letter paper of the golden bat. If the brave man of Franny can survive, he is a good candidate. After all, my inheritance is not alone. The courage and experience to fight against the whole world, I am afraid it will be difficult to inherit. Let's see. Chapter 165. In the quarterfinals lounge, Shi Cheong was fiddling with a puppy-sized pocket-sized wild boar. This was not a special breed of dwarf pet, but a battle monster, the rare wild boar king, whose size had only been temporarily reduced by a special contract magic. And at this moment, it had no demeanor of a wild boar king at all. It curled up in Shi Cheong's arms and groaned in pain. Something had bitten its butt and it was bleeding. Miss Shi Cheong, is Parker's poison okay? Flower's apprentice, Christine, was anxiously gathered around Shi Cheong. She was a magic elite inherited from her family, and a beast user with a very serious bias. Because of her family's inheritance and her affinity with beasts, she not only signed a large number of family-inherited beasts early on, but also had an amazing talent for animal potions. She obtained 6 R-shaped potion exam badges early on, and became Hua's apprentice. But she was helpless at this time, because the wound on Parker's but was a human. Ahem, it was a special poison formulated for humanoids. This was a basic course for ordinary potion masters, but Christine, a veterinarian, was completely helpless. Shi Cheong was not panicked. Well, it's not a strong poison, it's made with snake venom, and it strengthens the pain part, which will affect the soul. There should be some targeted tricks to cooperate, which is actually quite creative. It's a pity that there is no chance to use it. In the last quarterfinals, Christine's opponent was Dalen's disciple, Shifa Nicholas. Although he was also a man with the confidence to challenge the demon god, this time his opponent was not stupid enough to give him time to prepare. He used his ultimate move before his puppet army was deployed. As a result, the strongest boy in the girls' school was beaten up by a group of flying dragons, earth dragons, wild boar kings, and golden lions, and was eliminated. Parker. It hurts. Have a meatball. Christine took out a meatball from her bag and stuffed it into the wild boar's mouth. Don't worry, this is a potion for humans, and it only works for a limited time on monsters. I give Parker an anesthetic shot first to help him endure, and then I prepare the serum after the competition. Sejun returned the wild boar to its owner, and took out a steel needle from the medicine box to prepare the medicine, which scared Parker so much that he groaned. Thank you, Miss Sejun. I'm so useless. I wish I could learn more prescriptions. I can't help it all now. Christine hugged the wild boar to comfort her. Although she also participated in the competition, it was purely for fun. Her elders didn't force her to achieve good results, but simply wanted to show off the talented beast-taming girl they had cultivated. Have you ever seen such a lovely girl? She is not lost, I just want you to see her. Maybe she is showing off with this mentality. Because the Prime Minister had to leave for something, the schedule was temporarily interrupted, and Christine came to seek help. But at this time the referee's magic announcement came. The third game, Armstrong's apprentice, Polyjus, against Helibal's apprentice, Jaina. Oh, it's like this, it's too bad. Flower's apprentice. Christine heard the announcement in the lounge, and was restless. Lord Palucho versus Lord Jaina. It's not good for either side to lose, and doesn't this mean? The passers-by in the top 16 were eliminated, and the top 8 players were almost all elite disciples of the previous Golden Oak Leaf and White Robe. The first match was a civil war between the academy teams, and Neliel's apprentice, Lukia, defeated Sayada's apprentice, Agus. The second match was another civil war, and Christine defeated Darren's apprentice, Nicholas. And the third match was between Palucho and Jaina, which means that the last match was between the remaining 2 people. Sijin Estelle versus Gil Thessarian. The first and second seeds faced off in the quarterfinals, which was the hottest match of the day. After yesterday's highlight performance by Zaku, the Liches also wanted to see what trick Sijin could come up with to deal with the defending champion after the puppet was destroyed by the bee dance. Sijin didn't react much. Anyway, he would have to fight Gil sooner or later, and the sooner he fought, the fewer cards he would expose. Christine, don't you want to watch Pollux's match? Shi Cheong stabbed Parker's, but with a needle, twisted it to anesthetize the wild boar. You are engaged, right? You must be worried about him. Christine's family seems to have taken a fancy to the old-school battlefield lich son Pollux. Christine has also been in contact with this one-eyed dragon, and has a good impression of him, so she proposed a marriage. It seems that the parents of both parties have agreed on the engagement. Then this girl can also be included in the company's alliance in the future. Hee hee, You can see it, yes, I am a little embarrassed, because Senior Jaina is also the strongest elite in our college. She is also a classical elf mage, but I don't know who will advance between her and Mr. Pollux. Christine smiled shyly. Then I go to the audience first and cheer for you, Miss Sijin. She ran out quickly with the fainted wild boar in her arms. The elf mage, I'm afraid he can't beat Pollux, he's restrained. Sijin packed up her props. She knew the strength of this one-eyed dragon battlefield lich. The one-eyed dragon has been fighting elves since he was a child. To be honest, it would be a bit troublesome if we met Palucho first. As an opponent, this guy has too much magic power, and is quite difficult to deal with. If he consumes too much magic power, Sijin has no confidence to deal with Guilt in the subsequent battle. On the contrary, it is the best option for Sijin to face Guilt today. She just used up a puppet that was useless in the first place, and she still has a lot of trump cards in her hand that have not been revealed. She can definitely fight Guilt in the best state. Moreover, the victory or defeat of the two will be decided in a few rounds, and there will be spare energy to deal with Palucho, who has 3 seats. As for the other disciples of the academy, they can't be said to be useless, but they are still a step behind. They can only fight casually. Next, they just need to go all out, use the accumulation of these years, and the things they have fought hard for, and fight Guilt in an upright battle. Let these liches see, let them all see her Zhejiang. Oh, your eyes are not bad. A gentle female voice came from the side. Your Excellency Hua. Zhejiang was surprised. I'm sorry. I should be the one to say sorry. Miss Estelle is preparing for the 4th game. Hua in white robes looked at the talented girl in front of him gently. I'm sorry to bother you at this time, but there are 2 things I want to discuss with you. Ah, yes, please go ahead. Shi Qiong was caught off guard by the sudden visit of the white robe, who planned to become his apprentice, but he calmed down and adjusted his mentality in time. Then I tell you straight, Hua smiled and nodded, pulling out the dragon spear from his sleeve. Do you know the owner of this spear? Shi Qiong's pupil shrank suddenly. How could she not recognize Soren's spear? There was no need to be so hypocritical that she would never forget her lover's weapon. Besides, this feature was very conspicuous. The Vanguard Dragon Spear was double-headed. How did you? You have seen it, that's good. Hua smiled and nodded. The Vanguard warrior holding this spear raided my workshop and was killed by me. What? Hua's smile remained unchanged. The owner of this spear was killed by me. Is he someone you know, Miss Estelle? Killed? Shi Qiong lowered his eyes and clenched his right hand tightly. This idiot. I understand. Hua nodded and put the dragon spear back into his sleeve. You didn't clear yourself at the first time. At least it's not in vain for him to rush to me to confirm how I think of you. Shi Qiong lowered his head and said nothing. The white robe looked at her with a smile. Miss Estelle, do you want to be my disciple? Shi Qiong trembled all over. I don't mean a registered disciple like Christine, who gets a 6 or potion score. The flower nodded and repeated, it's a true disciple. Shi Qiong raised his head and looked at it. Didn't you refuse before? The white robe's face bloomed with a flower-like smile. Yes, I refused because you were too weak. Miss Estelle, you have allowed Saint Estelle and the entire royal family of Stannis to live well until now. Are you satisfied with killing Ichukas? His bloodline, his heritage, and the sufferings brought to you by the royal nobles he protected are not enough to arouse your resentment? You are disqualified. You are really disqualified as a human being. That's how I judge it. But your eyes are very good now. I like this expression of hatred. For men? Haha, at least there is a little bit of it, so it is a good awakening for a woman. Do you want to be my disciple? Shi Qiong stared at it. The flower didn't care. Instead, under Shi Qiong's hateful gaze, it smiled brighter and brighter. Of course you can refuse. Continue the competition with this hatred and get a golden oak leaf. However, you have tried it last time, right? With your intelligence, you should understand that this time, the liches will not accept you either. The strongest witch of the same period, who is the best in self-study, who else is qualified to guide you? We are all apprentices of magic, and you are too outstanding, which makes everyone embarrassed and delays your future. But at least, you can still get the treatment of a seed and continue to open up your own path. However, if you agree, if you want to understand my true teachings, know my background, and one day avenge your dead lover. Shi Qiong's eyes flickered, and the flower in the white robe flicked his fingers, and a piece of letter paper fell with a flash of fire. Then give up. If you want to be a disciple of the white robe, it is the most basic etiquette to abandon all other ways out, isn't it? Give up the protection of the golden oak leaf seeds, and then follow me, be my assistant, complete my trial. If you succeed, I will show you all my inheritance. The flower in the white robe showed an unprecedented, warm and vicious smile. admiring Shi Qiong's eyes. What's your answer? Shi Qiong clenched his right hand tightly, and was silent for a long time, until the magic judgment of the master of ceremonies came from above his head. Player Jaina lost consciousness. The winner of the third match is Palucho. The next match, Badru's apprentice, Guild Caesarian, will face Sally's apprentice. Okay. The moment the name appeared, Zijin's eyes suddenly regained clarity, causing Hua's smile to freeze. I give up. The letter received the confirmed waiver, and burned up in the void. You? Hua was a little confused. Sir Hua, you probably don't remember that you have such a poorly qualified registered apprentice, who only got the 6R potion qualification at the age of nearly 60. Her name is Sally, a commoner without a surname, who likes to grow flowers and plants and guide the registered master. The first contact introduced to her apprentice for practice. I also like to curl up under the shade of the willow trees, eat ice cream and watch the sea. Xiong took a deep breath, wiped her face, brushed her bangs behind her ears, and raised her head. You white robes are too proud of yourselves. I have only one master, Sally, and now I want to fulfill her dying wish and become the true disciple of Mr. Hua. Please take care of me. At this time, the echo of magic came from above her head. Xiong Estelle abstains. The winner of the fourth game is Guild Caesarian. The white-robed Hua nodded and returned to her gentle smile. I see, that's fine, follow me then. She threw her robe and teleported with Zijin to her workshop, the tree hole full of fruits. Zijin's pupils suddenly contracted. There are so many embryos of wood elves. Hua smiled at her new disciple and pointed at a dark red bloodstain under her feet. He died here, but the body was stolen by the ghost. Ah, the ghost raised a big one, and it didn't die even after I glared at it. Shi Qiong looked at the tragic murder scene with blood splattered everywhere, and was silent for a while. Why? What is the test you want me to do? Clean up the blood and flesh? Hua smiled and shook her head. Don't be so boring. I guess before that you, a little girl, might be too restrained. As a disciple, it would be too boring. Yes, you are responsible for cleaning up the blood and flesh here, and restoring all the barriers and magic protections that he broke with the dragon spear. This is the content of the trial. When you finish it, you will be my true disciple. Shi Qiong looked at her. Is your trial so simple? Don't you need to prepare a few medicines? Hua smiled and shook her head. Is it simple? Maybe. The main thing is that the price you have to pay has been paid for you. Originally, it took several years to prepare the materials for the barrier of my workshop. In the end, your company directly sent millions of crystals in cash. And that executive knight candidate, TSK, what a disgusting guy. Is he a baboon in heat all year round? I really can't stand the smell on him. Could he have made advances on all the women in your company? Huh? What? You're not coming with me? Shi Qiong was stunned and stared at Hua. Baboon. Did you kill him? Hua pouted. No, I'm not the strongest person in this empire yet. I can't do whatever I want. He has too many connections. He has friendships with every family. He knows the most powerful group of white robes, and it's mainly the prime minister who protects him. What? He's pursuing you too, right? Yes. He also proposed that I accept you as my apprentice to increase the company's potion income. TSK, it's disgusting, isn't it? The loyal pursuer died in my hands, and only this disgusting male monkey is left to harass you. Do you want to kill him and then kill me? Shi Qiong met Hua's expectant eyes, opened his mouth and hesitated. Well, think about it. Sometimes, I really want to strangle him to death. The white robe nodded with satisfaction. Then, I really look forward to that day coming sooner. I hope that the death of my lover and the existence of this disgusting pervert can help you change your weakness of being too kind. Come with me. I think it is unlikely that you will fail the trial. But there are some things that need to be explained to the direct disciple. Shi Qiong was speechless for a while, and could only frown, rubbing his temples that were slightly swollen due to Sauron's manipulation, and followed the white robe into the depths of the tree hole. Shi Qiong, I will call you Shi Qiong. Hua walked in front. The white robe was as conspicuous as a torch. Do you know my origin? Shi Qiong hesitated for a moment and said, Yes, teacher, you were born a slave, a flower slave. Hua turned around and smiled at her. Very good, you can hide your hatred for me so quickly, you are very talented. But remember not to forget that I killed your lover, and you must avenge your lover as soon as possible. Shi Qiong, oh. Hua turned her head. Well, but do you know what a flower slave is? Shi Qiong speculated. Probably a slave responsible for growing flowers. A gardener or something like that. Did you accumulate experience in potion science at that time? Hee, yes, gardener, what a cute name, but the important knowledge was indeed mastered at that time. About the human body. because there were no skeletons in that era, and everything was done by slaves. Planting flowers is an easy job, so it is usually done by the master's favorite female slave. Of course, I not only have to take care of the flowers, but also deal with the bodies of slaves who were tortured, played to death, and exhausted by the nobles. I cut off their hands and feet, separated the bones and flesh of the corpses, and ground them up and fermented them to make fertilizer for flowers. Shi Qiong froze for a moment, looked up at the back of the lich, and continued to follow it in silence, following the stairs woven by vines inside the tree hole, circling towards the deep darkness, where there was no light except for the white robe. And Hua's gentle voice continued to float over, echoing in Shi Qiong's ears. Now that I think about it, using people to grow flowers was also my master's bad taste, right? But it's all the same to me. Slave owners and nobles, their habits are the same in the past and today, there is no difference. Men, women, old and young, all kinds of slaves, I have to use their remaining value to cultivate beautiful flowers for the Lord, and when they come back from hunting, I will welcome them back with this gentle and warm smile, holding potted plants made of bones. Because if my flower is not bright, my smile is not beautiful, and my body is not soft, then I will be chopped and crushed like others, and buried in the soil to become a flower. This is the origin of my name. Is it clear now? Yes. Shi Qiong nodded softly. Alas, don't be too gentle, little girl, so I can't stand people like you. The white-robed lich sighed. What kind of world is this? How can anyone be truly gentle? Only desperate lunatics and pure fools can smile like me. Because my personality was broken and twisted at that time, and now I can only smile like this. But you, if you still have hope for this world and think that you can save someone with gentleness, I can only say that people like you really disgust me. But do you know what the most ironic thing is? It is that I can't help but smile like this, but you, Sally, a kind-hearted moth, flew over and was attracted by this smile, thinking that you found a gentle fellow. Oh, it's really annoying. I haven't experienced a happy life like you, a life that can make me laugh from the bottom of my heart. It's really enviable, don't you understand? Shi Qiong was speechless, and the flower was still chatting with its disciples. Inherited disciple, haha, in fact, you really don't have to be obsessed with this title. It's really hard to find someone with similar experiences and temperament as me. It's not because there are not many people who have experienced these things. There are too many in this world, but they are either dead or crazy. It takes luck for a person from the lower class to climb up to the same level as the nobles, you know, my luck. Hua stopped and sighed. Killian saved me. Prime Minister saved you? Xiong's eyes widened. Ah, he actually forgot about it a long time ago. Hua still smiled bitterly and whispered softly, he saved too many people. The vanguard army just killed the trash when they saw it, regardless of the king's laws and rules. You see, I was this age at that time, and I was not young anymore. I couldn't be a slave of Hua, I had to be made into Hua. But at the very end of my life, I had a stroke of luck. He killed all my masters and saved us back to the empire. No, there was no empire at that time. It was the independent kingdom of Spania that rebelled against the Elven Alliance. They were going to fight, and were short of manpower. They were selecting people with magic and martial arts qualifications from civilians and slaves on a large scale, and I was selected. It was so simple to change my fate. And now, haha, look at the empire now. Do slaves still have such an opportunity? Shi Qiong sighed, but I heard that you hate the vanguard the most. Of course I hate it, Hua smiled. He killed my master so easily, leaving me no chance to vent my resentment for so many years. Don't you think it's too much? Well, Killian doesn't need me, one of the countless ordinary slaves he saved, to repay his life-saving grace. I have been wearing this ordinary face for so many years, and it has never remembered it, so naturally it has never cared about such things. So I just repay it myself, silently help my benefactor, and obey its orders to repay its kindness. Of course, I hate the vanguard because of what happened to me when I was a vanguard. I was rescued from hell and brought to heaven, and then thrown down and smashed in a pool of blood. There is nothing more despairing than this. Alas, it has been a long time since someone called themselves a vanguard in front of me, especially a vanguard from Franny. Although some things happened a long time ago, I thought I had let it go, but I remembered them all at once. It's really hard to control myself. Your boyfriend died in my hands like this. When I reacted, the ghost had snatched the body and ran away. I couldn't confirm whether I could give him first aid, but I think there is no way to survive. Sorry. I know that even if I say this, you will never forgive me in this life. Sigh, so your personality is really not suitable, just treat it as paying back your debt. Xiong was so shocked that he didn't speak for a while. You, How come you are also a vanguard? Hua smiled and gestured with her fingers. Yes, I was a vanguard for a short period of time. Sigh, just this once, I tell you, in order to prevent me from losing control again, don't ask about this topic again in the future. Let me think about it, That was after I was rescued to the Kingdom of Spania. Because I was a rare talent with magical talent, I was incorporated into the Spania Vanguard Cavalry Regiment established by Killian. Oh, your sad expression, maybe you have guessed what will happen next. What an outstanding witch, you can remember such obscure knowledge. Sorry, since I have started, please listen to me. Yes. In short, the Spania Vanguard Cavalry Regiment is actually a vanguard organization established by Killian when he first founded the country, selecting talents from slaves and civilians in order to revive mankind. It is similar to the current Franny People's Army and the new Vanguard Army in the South, so I hate the Vanguard Army. They just like to repeat the past failures and have not made any progress. We were born as slaves and were the lowest class. We had the first chance to change our fate. In the early days of the expansion of the independent Kingdom of Spania, which was the era of the Second World War recorded by the Psychic Empire, we fought bravely and made outstanding contributions, far surpassing the noble knights of the Royal Court Knights and the human King's Guards. Then, in short, we were betrayed by our own people. Of course, there were traitors within the Legion. In short, we followed the plan of the noble generals and fought against the elf army and were surrounded. The noble army of the kingdom watched the Elven Dragon Cavalry Regiment encircle and suppress us without helping. Perhaps it was us, the lowly armed forces of Killian's faction, that made them sleepless and restless. In the end, when they ran out of ammunition and food, most of the people who fought their way out of the siege were discouraged, and with the instigation of some people, they defected to Franny. And I and a small number of people who were loyal to Killian fought our way out, and sent the flag back to Killian. That was really a bloody road. At that time, there was no technology as convenient as teleportation magic, so we could only ride horses all the way back. In the end, only 12 of the 5,000 elites came back alive. I still remember clearly that when I entered the city, my whole body was covered with dried blood plasma, my eyelashes were stuck, my cheeks were cut in half, and there was no intact part of my body. The military flag was stuck to my wounds, because I was holding it against my chest. When I tore it off, it broke a large piece of skin and almost made me faint from the pain. But it was all worth it. We brought back the organization of the Legion. We were the vanguard, the slave army. At that time, the slaves in the whole city were cheering, "Blood Cavalry! Blood Cavalry! Blood Cavalry!" I was quite embarrassed. At that time, I really felt reborn and happy from the bottom of my heart, because so many comrades had not died in vain, and Killian had already rushed back. Of course, it had been dispatched by the elves at that time. He rushed back immediately after hearing the defeat. But as long as he was there, and the flag was there, our sacrifice would not be in vain. We can still build the Vanguard Cavalry Regiment, build the Blood Cavalry. In the end, I was hacked to death by several guards on the hospital bed at night. Those who came back alive were all killed by the nobles on the eve of Killian's return. After Killian came back, the princes told him that we were seriously injured and could not be cured. The reason for the defeat was that the warriors who were born as slaves were greedy for life and afraid of death. They thought that the reward he gave was not enough, so they betrayed their comrades, and most of them defected to Franny. Since then, the kingdom or the empire has never recruited soldiers from civilians and slaves. Our military flag was also taken away by other nobles, who fought for military power. Now it is also one of the 7 Death Knights. I remember that I turned into a lich on that day. Chapter 166. Hua stopped, turned around, and smiled at Shichiong, who was covering his mouth and shaking all over. "I'm so sorry. I'm actually quite impulsive. When I think of the past, I can't control my murderous intent. I scared you, didn't I? Sorry. Let's talk about something else. By the way, look at this. You are my direct disciple, so you need to take care of the following things." It waved its hand beside Shichiong's ear, as if dispelling some haze, and sprinkled silver flakes, temporarily restoring the disciple's rationality. So Shichiong saw that he had followed Hua to the bottom of the tree hole without realizing it, surrounded by the light of the 4 magics, an independent space, like a flower garden and a medicinal field. "This is my garden. There are some precious herbs and some flowers I planted. It's okay for you to take care of it, right?" Hua untied the surrounding enchantment. "Hua, teacher, didn't you tell the Prime Minister about these things?" Shichiong couldn't help asking. The white robe sighed. I'm telling you this not because I want you to sympathize with me. The biggest problem for a girl like you is that you empathize with others on your own initiative. I took the initiative to put myself in the position of the suffering people and cried for their sufferings. But what can crying change? Nothing can be changed. You know what inheritance means. Not only knowledge and resources, but also one's own life experience must be passed on to one's disciples without reservation, so that they can learn lessons from it and extract the essence of it more efficiently and quickly to reach the peak, without repeating the mistakes and detours of the previous generation. So the more similar the personalities are, the more profound the lessons they learn from the master's experience. So you see, if my disciple is a warrior from the same low-class background, a vanguard, a reckless man like me, he might have realized my despair at the moment before death, and resonated with the murderous intent I want to pass on. But you, a smart girl, are asking here, why don't you tell these things to Killian? Hee, let me ask you, what will happen if you tell these things to Killian? What will it do? It will at least. Xiong was stunned. Hua nodded in satisfaction. You understand. It will take revenge and kill all the nobles who betrayed us. This is the way the vanguard army solves the problem. It is also the only way to solve all problems. Do you think that killing all the enemies is enough? Will I accept it? Will my dead comrades accept it? Will it really accept it? The only thing a person can do is die. If the enemy dies, everything can be settled and all grudges can be written off. Then even if I do nothing, isn't it the same? It was all so many years ago. If I just sit and wait, my enemies, my comrades, and all the people involved will die sooner or later. But the blood of the princes and nobles was replaced one after another, and there were always people to fill the gap, and the empire returned to its old ways. That's why I won't be a vanguard anymore. They never solved the real problem. Shi Qiong was speechless, not only because she was speechless, but also because she was led by Hua into the flower garden, and saw what it was planting. She finally understood why Hua had endured all these things. No, it's wrong. It never endured. Xiong, what do you think is considered alive, and what is considered true death? Is it considered dead when the body dies? Then what are we, liches? The resentment left by the dead in the world, and as long as the body is alive, it is considered alive. Then why do we need to transform? We can achieve it with some special magic and potions. Hua smiled and turned to look at the disciple to confirm the girl's expression. Fortunately, at least she would not be scared to scream and faint after the trial of Yachukas. This garden is a paradise for flowers, and it is also something that flowers must never expose. The experience of being a flower slave came in handy again, and all kinds of precious magic potions were cultivated on the incomplete human body. The limbs were cut off, the eyes, ears, mouth, and nose were dug out, and the vines spread out from the empty body, deeply rooted in the heart, lungs, and bone marrow, absorbing nutrients from the brain and blood, and blooming countless beautiful flowers and rich fruits. It was no different from the past. It was a skill taught by the nobles, and it was put to use by the flowers again, and used back on themselves. There is just one difference. In the past, the potted plants of slaves were dead, but now the potted plants of these nobles are alive. This is the Grand Duke who refused to send us military rations. Hua smiled and stroked the humanoid that was strung on the thorns of the rose. It was wriggling in pain and bleeding, but it was always cured by the treatment fluid dripping from the test tube at the moment of being exhausted. She picked a bright red rose from his torn chin and handed it to Shi Qiong. Do you recognize it? Plasma rose. With Sejun's knowledge, of course she recognized it. Plasma rose, a necessary material for making superior potions, Nightmare Blood Knights, the core of the Death Knight's late-stage enhancement. Then she could even guess the other party's name and surname, and also knew his life recorded in the Empire, and died in the third anti-elf invasion. Smart girl, Hua praised her with satisfaction. You don't know, this group of people was quite strong at that time. To resist the gods, slaves alone are not enough. These are the great nobles of the ancient human empire. Each of them has the inheritance of the god of war, and they are the top-level strongmen gathered under the banner of the human king. Although none of them are as strong as Killian, at least each of them is smarter and more vicious than him. On the surface, they are all loyal and brave, but secretly they blame the elves for their bad deeds. They can betray their comrades just because they are jealous of our achievements and despise our origins. No, they have never regarded us as comrades. They are nobles, we are slaves, and this will not change no matter what they do. Unfortunately, Killian can't see this. It has a deep hatred with the gods. One more of us is not much, and one less of us is not much. As long as we don't cross the bottom line and stand shoulder to shoulder with it to fight against the gods, it can endure anything. The nobles had seen through it long ago and devoured it. Of course, since it was the elves who did it, then just kill them all and that's it. All the grudges will be avenged. This is the simple logic of the Prime Minister. Well, considering its single method of solving problems, I won't bother it with the complicated troubles of humans. However, I have to say that it really helped a lot. If I didn't use such a top-level body to cultivate, I wouldn't be able to grow so many beautiful flowers. Yes, it really helped a lot. Shi Qiong looked up in confusion, looking at this huge flower field, countless human bodies, wriggling and struggling, unable to live or die. From the shoulders, mouths, noses, spines, heads, chests, hearts and lungs, various magical fruits and flowers flashing red light emerged. Even Shi Qiong could only recognize a small part of them, and he could recognize them because they were all ancient species that were extinct in the books. There were only sketches, and they were not seen at the auction house. For the other half, there are no sketches or even written records. They are completely unrecognizable and impossible to recognize. They are probably new species cultivated over hundreds of years. Each one is top-notch. Then how did you? Oh, it's not me, it's the elves' fault. The flower in the white robe smiled happily. To be honest, I was born as a slave of humans, and died as a slave of humans. I don't really have that much hatred for the elves. Instead, the gods helped me a lot. If they hadn't mobilized a large army to destroy the country, I think revenge would really only be waiting for these scums to die of old age. If I acted rashly, I would alert the enemy. But I used the same method as them and pushed the matter onto the elves, and no one has discovered it until today. Ah, this is really a useful trick. The white robe bowed and saluted like a performer, because I happened to be the rescue captain during the third anti-elf invasion. At that time, the beggars unit was responsible for rescuing the human war gods who were defeated by the gods. Alas, it's a pity that their abilities are limited, and many people died of their injuries. Fortunately, they still made their final contribution, using the flowers cultivated from the remains of the martial god to open up the career path of the Death Knight for the Empire. Thanks to them, I was appointed as the first director of the Technology Development Bureau, wearing a white robe, which is really interesting. Fate is a joke, isn't it? Ha ha ha. Ah ha ha ha. Ah ha ha ha. Shi Qiong looked sadly at the Lich, who was dancing like a white butterfly in the flower field of flesh and blood and laughing wildly. The only people who can laugh like this are either pure fools or desperate lunatics. But if it is the martial god of the Third War era? Xiong frowned, looking at the Grand Duke with a rose-like face. How did he let them all survive? It's elven magic. Hua suddenly dodged behind Xiong. Otherwise, why do they say that the elven gods always help me a lot? This is the secret method obtained from the elves in the war, a taboo that was still being studied at the time, the greatest secret of the gods, the magic of reshaping the divine body, the secret method of reshaping the flesh and blood. You should have heard of the name here. It is the red magic. The third generation of the elf divine body. Shi Qiong understood it in an instant, from direct flesh and blood replacement and transformation, to the magic divine body constructed with magic power, and finally to the use of magic power to reshape the flesh and blood. Oh! You actually know that this is the creation of the third generation of divine body? And you even know the essential difference? You are really excellent. I don't know what else to teach you. Hua smiled helplessly. This is a completely different route from our soul magic. Do you know the defects of the current gods and the second generation of divine bodies? I'm afraid no one in the Empire knows the structure of the elf body better than Zaijin. Yes, it is equivalent to using magic power to make a prosthetic body to hold the soul, but it requires extremely huge magic power. I used to think that their core reactor was hiding the secret of magic power generation, but the result is... It turns out that it is just a contract object, a device used to bind to obtain magic power transmitted from a specific earth vein. It is not even made by the elves, but just the remains of the titans. Therefore, elves need to undergo trials to obtain titles, to reach a contract with a specific land vein, and become masters and patron saints who can use magic. Hua smiled at her. Anubis said, this is his research report in the Sand Country for many years, and he used it in exchange for information to win our agreement to let him be the flag bearer. How come you heard it from him? It overheard it from me. Xiong is going crazy. Hee hee, Anubis is also a loyal remnant of the royal party on the side of the great nobles, a general family, and even more cunning and treacherous. This kid noticed a long time ago that the casualties of the martial gods I rescued were very high, and he has always been wary of me. Humph, I also want to kill it, but unfortunately the guy has been serving as Killian's deputy commander, helping him command the army, so I can't find a chance. Well, I leave it to you in the future. Hua happily patted Shi Qiong's shoulder. Let's get back to the point. The red magic we got from the elves is not perfect, and the elves themselves are also at a loss in their research and experiments, but in general, there are 4 links: analysis, decomposition, reshaping, and maintenance. What you see now is maintenance, but it is a failed maintenance, not only because I have to entertain them day after day and year after year, but also because this kind of maintenance requires something extra. It leaned close to Zijin's ear and whispered, "We need the soul and flesh of their direct descendants." Flash. Then Zijin's eyes flashed, and he saw the white robe leading him to stand deeper in the tree roots. Under the dense roots was a huge blood-red magic circle. The wriggling flesh in the magic circle was glowing red. From time to time, vines would inject some flesh and blood into the culture dish, and from time to time, vines would stretch down to absorb the scarlet blood. This is part of the remodeling exchanged from the Yajia family, mixing the flesh and soul of the imperial nobles together to become the nutrients that sustain the lives of their ancestors. Fortunately, the nobles have long intermarried and bred in their inner circle, which saved me a lot of trouble. I just mixed them together. As a disciple of inheritance, the most important thing you need to do is to master and maintain this magic. This blood pool of the imperial nobles must never dry up, because all the things above rely on the fertilizer here to survive. Don't get me wrong, my hatred has lasted for hundreds of years. In fact, if I don't think about it, it won't be that big. But those precious flowers and fruits are the top ingredients for magic potions, the core materials for cultivating new top-level combat power for the Empire. If there is no flesh and blood of these old top-level people to nourish, the general method will not work. You must not waste these precious materials, understand? Don't be nervous, just regularly confirm that the magic circuit is normal. You don't need to do anything actually. I have done everything. Technology Development Bureau, well, I have signed countless agreements and contracts with the nobles of the Empire, and handed over their high-level bloodline, superior people, magic family, excellent qualifications, flesh and blood to me to handle and preserve the secrets of their bloodline. The same is true for souls. The souls of civilians will be absorbed by the spiritual tower, after death, and transformed into crystals. Their souls will gather here directly according to the contract, and continue to exist for the Empire's endeavors and the revival of mankind, and continue to contribute their own meager efforts like their ancestors. Ah, you are so great, nobles of the Empire. You are worthy of being the cornerstone and core of this country. I am so moved. This country, isn't it born from your flesh and blood? Ah ha ha ha, ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Then Shi Qiong saw that in Hua's laughter, the squirming sea of flesh began to wriggle like a raging sea wave, and countless human figures condensed by flesh and blood rushed over like evil spirits, trying to tear the demon in front of them to pieces, and more flesh and blood could only reveal the mask of pain, uttering silent wails and screams, trying to wriggle away from them, avoiding the terrifying murderous aura emitted by Hua. Alive. For so many years, so many people, everyone is alive. The white robe stopped talking and smiled at the disciple. Look, the sufferings that countless slaves suffered when they were alive were worse than death, and the nobles also tasted it after they died. How is it? Isn't it ironic? Ah ha ha, ah ha ha ha. Xiong shivered. Oh, don't be afraid. Hua smiled warmly. Yachukas knows what's here, and its offspring will not be involved. Xiong was shocked. What? Our human king probably has his own channels and secret methods. In short, he knows everything about what I've encountered and what I'm doing, but he has no reaction at all and ignores my communication with the nobles. Watching me set a trap for them, he didn't stop me at all. TSK, he's really a guy who can't see through. If you say it's kind, it turned a blind eye to the fate of the imperial nobles. If you say it's cruel, in order to prevent its descendants from suffering such a tragic fate after death due to careless contracts with the Technology Development Bureau, it deprived all the magic circuits of the collateral and guard vassal, and strictly prohibited the royal family's direct descendants from learning magic. Hua shrugged. Maybe it also thinks that compared to killing them, this is a more fair way to deal with it, right? Then I can only ignore its killing of the girl. It's really cruel, the world of adults. It doesn't matter. Anyway, these things must not be seen by Killian. This is beyond his bottom line. He will definitely not agree. He might get angry. Or you can tell the Prime Minister immediately. I don't mind. The white robe looked at his disciple. Just don't say anything unnecessary. It will kill me instantly, right? That is the ending I have been looking forward to for a long time. Everything will be over. Maybe you can become the true heir of the royal blood who saved the imperial nobles, and you can also avenge your lover. Isn't that great? What do you think, Miss Shi Qiong? What's your decision? Shi Qiong stared at the pool of blood and flesh in front of her. So hatred can really last for decades. hundreds of years, thousands of years. This is cause and effect. This is the rule of this world. I won't interfere. Huh? Hua was really surprised. After seeing all this, are you willing to be my disciple? Maybe I really misjudged you. You are more resilient than I thought. The inheritance that Sally gave you is really quite powerful. Shi Qiong suddenly smiled. No, you are right. When Master Sally taught me how to use poison, she told me that poison is far more merciful than it looks, because if I regret it, I still have a chance to detoxify the other party. But I failed the first time. The first time that Yachuka's disciple came to fight me to death. I saved his life, and I watched him kneel down in front of me to apologize, saying that he knew he was wrong and begged me to spare his life, and his nosebleed could not stop. You may think I am hypocritical and disgusting, but at that time, I really didn't have any thoughts like, he deserved it, he came to kill me, this was legitimate defense, this was a fair duel, etc. I thought that this person was going to die, it was all my fault. So I gave him the antidote, but Master Sally didn't tell me that it is easy to poison a person, but it is really difficult to save a person. Some poisons require all the blood in the body to be replaced. So I watched him, a boy about my age, die in front of me, and all I could think in my mind was that it was my fault that this person died. Because I couldn't save him. Because I poisoned him. This happened 4 times, because I'm really not a genius. I just pretended to be one by hiding under the quilt and reading in the middle of the night. From that time on, I knew that I was just a coward. As for inheritance, when my master was seriously ill, I had no way to help her. I could only kneel in front of her and cry, vowing to master the potion science of this world, and never let someone I care about die in front of me like this. But she told me that death is just the beginning of another journey, nothing to be afraid of, and she couldn't master potions either. Maybe you are the only one in the world who can master both at the same time. Now I really see that you can really do it, as long as you want. Some people can't die even if they want to. Shi Qiong let out a sigh of relief and looked at the flower firmly. I understand. Although I am a clumsy disciple who doesn't meet your wishes, please still teach me. Please pass on all of this, everything you have, whether it's knowledge, grudges, or cause and effect, to me. Even if you die one day, I will continue the research here, mastering the science of potions, the red magic, and the principles of life and death in this world. Never, never. Watch that boy die in front of me again. Alas. So I hate gentle girls like you. Hua smiled helplessly. Well, since you still choose to become my disciple, then I will pass on some of my experience to you. You know, I was stabbed hundreds of times on the night I died. Because they wanted to fake a fatal injury, they couldn't just chop off my head and show it to Killian saying, well, she's back, but she's fatally injured, right? So they held my hands and feet, hacked and stabbed at non-fatal areas, and hacked all night. Everyone else was tortured to death, except me. Because I had already touched the threshold, you know? The threshold at the top. I was able to fight my way back from the siege of the elf generals. Once I got angry, this little injury would definitely not kill me, as long as I grit my teeth and hold on with all my strength, hold on until they can't help but chop off my head. Their conspiracy will be exposed, as long as I hold on until Killian comes back. But then I thought that Killian would be back soon and would be able to save me soon. It was already dawn. Why hadn't he come back to save me? My face was chopped off. So I couldn't hold on any longer. The flower in the white robe held Shi Qiong's cheek and smiled gently. So my disciple, throw away love and tenderness. These are the most useless feelings in this world. Epilogue. You brought so many people. Pelusius wiped his sweat and looked at the army assembled by the company. There were the 4 heavenly kings, shadow guard assassins, and warriors with muskets and swords jumped off the carriages and set up machine gun positions on the surrounding buildings. Gargoyles flew around like crows, with bombs on their backs. And Soren, who was covered in plate armor and wrapped like a tin can, rode midnight and descended from the sky. We have to fight the boss again, so of course we have to gather several groups to fight. One group for output, and one group for substitutes. Oh, these two. The one-eyed dragon was embarrassed. On his left, the little girl holding a wild boar, Sauron. Is this a wild boar? Smiled and saluted. It's Parker. Hello, knight candidate. I am Christine Bist, the disciple of Hua, and the fiancée of Sir Armstrong. The purple-haired, long-legged lady with a katana on her back on the right of the one-eyed dragon blushed and turned her head away in embarrassment. I am Brunhild, I am. A friend of Pollux. Soren narrowed his eyes, hooked his finger at the one-eyed dragon, called him over and whispered, you smell like fish. Pollux was shocked. Really? I've washed it. No. Stop talking nonsense. You know these 2 days are the breeding of flowers. Soren shrugged. Of course he knew, he just wanted to find an opportunity to mock others. Where's guilt? He's waiting for the opportunity in Hueco Mundo with his elite soldiers. Pollock silently rubbed his unshaven chin. After all, he's a white robe again, the old plan. We go first. He sees the opportunity and rushes out to attack. Soren nodded. This is a tried and tested plan. Okay, then start the boss. So Pollux also put on a smiling face and turned to look at Christine. Christine, excuse me. Can you open the barrier? We want to pay a visit to Mr. Hua. Are you really here to visit? Christine glanced at the fully armed army on Soren's side. There were so many people, it was not impossible to say that they were the guards of the company's executives, and there was even a lion in the crowd. I wanted to touch it. Okay, I also know that you are worried about Miss Saijin, who was suddenly taken away. There may be some misunderstandings. Please don't be impulsive. I will negotiate with the teacher. Thank you. Pelusius winked. Sauron nodded, and under the cover of the armor, he grasped the star sword and activated the hegemony. The white-robed Hua, who was strong enough to kill Soren instantly and injure Killian, suddenly forced Saijin to withdraw from the competition and kidnapped her. Well, Yachuka's alchemy, Hua, Soren is basically used to it. He has to rescue Saijin about once a month and brush the dungeon. But it's not without a chance of winning. Killian said that Hua and he have the same fighting style. If there is no preparation in advance, they will just fight crazily and will not change their moves suddenly. Then he and Polly just will lead the charge, and let Guild seize the opportunity to attack from the side. Polly just walked to Soren. I heard from Christine and Salasis that you are going to the Legion for a trial? The people there are not easy to get along with. Do you want me to introduce you to a few reliable brothers? Let's talk about it later, if we can survive this. Soren flexed his muscles and showed his fangs under his helmet. Polly just nodded and was silent for a while. Is it really interesting? Soren, be serious. We are saving Saijin. What are you all doing here? Get out of the way. I'm going to buy detergent. Xiong teleported out of the workshop, frowning and glaring at the crowd at the door. Sauron, Polly just, Christine was very happy. Ah, Miss Xiong, are you okay? Why did you suddenly give up? What does the teacher want to see you about? Xiong looked at her, then at the two over there, and sighed. She had experienced too many similar things, and didn't need to guess. She also had rich experience in being rescued. It's okay, Mr. Hua accepted me as a disciple of inheritance. Oh, that's great. Oh, congratulations. Huh? Although everyone else began to congratulate Shi Qiong, Soren was dumbfounded. Accepting a disciple? That's not right. Isn't that Hua's personality similar to his? Didn't he try to get rid of Shi Qiong? Or did he mean that because her personality was too similar to his, she also liked Shi Qiong? Eight maybe. Hey Soren, you want to pursue me, right? Shi Qiong walked up to him and asked. Yeah. Ah. Sauron was shocked and looked up at the magic spores in the sky. You got it too. What nonsense are you talking about? I grew up in the imperial capital. Don't I know how flowers reproduce? Don't make a fuss over there. Shi Qiong sighed and glanced at him. I heard from Christine that you are going to the border corps to the Blood Knights. Nightmare Blood Knights trial, right? Well, now everyone knows it. Soren looked expressionlessly at the Beastmaster girl, who was chattering over there, and introducing herself to Penny, who looked puzzled. You are really talkative. It has spread in a short while. Yes, I may not come back for a long time. I know that during this time, I will master the true teachings of Master Hua under his protection, so you don't have to worry about me anymore, understand? Xiong looked at Soren seriously. If you really like me, and want to help me with something, bring the flag of the knights back to me. Soren was stunned. Flag? His. Pelusius touched his chin. Doesn't that mean you have to be the Grand Master of the Knights? That means you have to be at least a top-level knight, right? This requirement is too high. Oh, don't worry. Soren patted his chest and promised. Leave it to me. I will definitely bring the flag of the Blood Cavalry back to you. Chapter 167. From the Storm Sea in the south to the Franny Mountains in the north, the middle section is divided by the Monster Swamp, forming a confrontation line that stretches 800 kilometers. According to the terrain blocks, on the side of the Psychic Empire, it is roughly divided into two frontal war zones in the north and south and a salient battlefield. The southern war zone, from the coast of the Storm Sea to the Monster Swamp, the traditional territory of the Old Kingdom of Spania, is a plain and smooth road that leads directly to the core of the imperial capital. It is densely populated with noble fiefdoms and family businesses, and has a large number of precious farm crop areas that sustain human survival. It used to be the soft underbelly of the empire. The last war was fought in the south by the army of the Elven Alliance. In the later stages of the war, the gods also placed the so-called curse of gold and wheat in this area, creating an uninhabited area as a strategic buffer, which also caused the Empire's southern plantations to be affected and produce significantly less. The Empire took a defensive stance in the southern theater, building long fortifications along the front line, and built hundreds of psychic towers, trenches, walls, magic cannons, traps, and barriers. In order to protect their own industries, the nobles had to strengthen their family castles and fortresses day after day and year after year, investing in the latest magic barriers and alchemical weapons, golems and stone statues, etc. The family's private army mercenaries were stationed here as the weak spot that the Empire spent hundreds of years repairing and maintaining, and focusing on guarding. The southern war zone is now a well-deserved iron wall. So much so that the elf army lost interest. They are not stupid. Who wants to grind the precious and limited population into such a meat grinder? In addition, with the existence of the strategic buffer zone created by the Golden Wheat Curse, the situation in the southern war zone is relatively calm, and border military conflicts are almost rare. The Empire has equipped a Death Knight Order in the southern theater, commonly known as the Dark Flame Bull Knight Order. The formal name is the Imperial Martial God Guard. As the core heritage legion of the ancient human empire, it was once the main force of the human empire. It suffered a devastating blow in the Third War. The old generation of martial gods suffered heavy losses, and a large number of martial arts inheritances were cut off. In addition, the children of the nobles are now more inclined to follow the path of magicians. In terms of the individual strength of the knights, this orthodox old aristocratic legion is no longer what it used to be. But now the times have changed. The Imperial Guards no longer have to fight in close combat on the battlefield. Just sit in the rock-solid fortress in the southern war zone, use the magic sandbox to remotely command the army to charge and strategize, just like playing military chess when they were young. This is exactly the same as the war game that the nobles played when they were young, except that it is a real war. Whether it is the Death Knight or the Imperial Guards, these identities are just joined by the nobles in order to continue to control the military power of the Empire. If it weren't for the battlefield aura that at least needs to be on the battlefield to take effect, I'm afraid they would all be reluctant to live in a mansion in the imperial capital as a general, surrounded by maids and slaves and commanding the battle remotely. Who wants to be assigned to the Legion and eat dust on the front line? At least the southern war zone is closer to the villa at home. Therefore, the Dark Flame Bull Legion assigned to the southern war zone is the first choice of the nobles. The number of commanders in the war zone is limited, so naturally there is no quota for a slave knight. In fact, without the inheritance of several or dozens of generations of warlords and nobles, there is no qualification to join the circle of the King's Guards. It would be more appropriate to call it a general corps rather than a knight order. Then, there is the Monster Swamp, which is also the battlefield of the Salient, the lair of the White-Robed Priscilla, the Queen of Monsters. This area has a complex terrain, and is filled with various monsters and non-humans. It is equivalent to an autonomous region formed by the alliance between the Empire and this great monster. When the Empire was extremely weak in the past, it relied heavily on the assistance of these non-human races and monsters to deal with the Elves' army. It even formed an alliance with these man-eating monsters and maintained a considerable army to guard the swamp border to prevent the Elves from launching a surprise attack from here. But again, things are different now. If the Empire has stationed the most elite of the Death Knights, the monster suppression team is stationed in the Monster Swamp. From the name, it can be seen that it is not only intended to threaten the Elves, but also to monitor and suppress Priscilla's monsters. The monster tribes living in this swamp have also been gradually attracted and assimilated by the Empire's magic and economic advantages over the years. A considerable number of tribes have joined the Empire's forces, such as the Werewolf Group, the Elf Nest, and the Rat Clan, and began to trade with humans and imitate the way humans live and develop. Of course, there are still many monsters in the deep swamp forest that still regard humans as food, but these monsters will also regard elves and other non-humans as food, and humans can also hunt them as materials. This is the basic rule of the survival of the fittest, and it will not anger the Queen of Monsters. Therefore, those who are strengthening the direction of the Great Knights in each Knight Order will regularly come to the Monster Swamp to hunt, hone themselves, or feed themselves to the monsters, and the strongest group of them will be invited to transfer to the Monster Subjugation Team, stationed in the Monster's Nest, stationed at the forefront of the fight against the Elves, chasing and fighting with the Elven Assassins, Sword Masters, and Great Wizards, who have also infiltrated the trial, fighting desperately and honing their skills, just to climb to the top. It can be said that there has never been a large-scale war in this salient war zone, but it can also be said that small-scale fighting is going on all the time. Of course, with the growth of the Empire's strength in recent years, the Elf Alliance has also begun to increase its troops to deploy around the salient for defense. And the Empire cannot really leave a gap unattended. Outside the Monster Swamp is the test site headquarters of the Technology Development Bureau. There is also a Death Knight Corps stationed here. The Technology Development Corps of the Technology Development Bureau is the first Death Knight Corps established by the White Robe Flower. Because there were only 100 people at the beginning, but they were invincible like a legion, so they were called the 100-Man Legion. Now they are responsible for protecting the Technology Development Bureau, assisting in the development of various magic and martial arts, and as a reserve force on the front line, they can be mobilized at any time to deal with possible emergencies in the North-South War Zone and the salient battlefield. Of course, the main job of the Technology Development Force is still technology development. The death rate of technology development is usually frighteningly high, so it is jokingly called a legion of 5,000 people left by the Technology Development Bureau. It may be a bit exaggerated, but the actual force is not enough to serve as a reserve force for the entire front. Therefore, the Empire has recently established the Iron Front Dragoon Regiment, a special strategic mobile force that can quickly maneuver the national front to provide support at any time when the teleportation magic is sealed. At present, this new legion has been assigned to the command of Anubis in white robes to assist in the attack on Franny. Of course, a small number of backbones and a large number of newcomers are still selected to form a new army, and the combat effectiveness needs to be verified. There is also the isolated White Frost Crusaders stationed far away in the northern Ice Sea, which is also a death squad that made great contributions in the Third War. Almost only a number is left. But there are still some old and young, and the flag has not been lost, so it has been retained as the top number of the Death Knights. But it is too far away from the main battlefield, with limited strategic value, difficult to supply, and no great nobles to support it behind the scenes. It is basically in a state of being forgotten. It is freezing cold, pouring cold, so the Legion can only rely on its own birth if it wants to replenish its members. Slaves are not willing to be used even if they are bought, and they can't afford to waste that money. They are basically wives, so the knights under their command are considered half-blood discriminated by the imperial nobles. After all, there are only a few surnames, and you can tell it as soon as you hear it. Due to their special backgrounds, special tasks, and special compositions, the 5 knight groups mentioned above cannot be called standard legions in terms of number or combat power. They are better called the Staff of the Officer Group, the Anti-Scout Special Forces, the Experimental Assistants, the Experimental Second Line Mobile Reserve, and the Nursing Home Nursery. The real front battlefield, the main battle zone in the front battlefield, is a small section of hills north of the Monster Swamp and south of the Franny Mountains. A small gap in the front line is the main attack direction of the Psychic Empire. Because from here, the straight line distance to the headquarters of the Elf Alliance, the World Tree Pantheon, is the shortest. The strategy of the Imperial Council, or Prime Minister Killian, is really very simple. I won't play those empty-headed tactics with you. If I want to fight, I will hit your heart and lungs, stab you with all my strength, insert it, stab you to death in front of you, take down the Great Temple, dig up the World Tree, and destroy the Elf Gods, then this war will be over. The 2 knights that the Empire has placed here, the Golden Lion and the Nightmare, are the Spania Lord Knights and the Spania Vanguard Cavalry. They are all full-strength main legions, with 10,000 at least elite level, and there may even be many Death Knights, who have reached the top threshold gathered here. Even with the national strength of the Elven Alliance, this level of power cannot be underestimated. Moreover, the strategy is so clear, and they have been fighting with the Empire for more than 1,000 years. What else is there to not understand? Once the fight starts, Killian will definitely stand first, and lead the charge forward, just like he has been doing for the past 1,000 years. If the Elven Alliance cannot win the decisive battle and cannot stop it, it will lose. So this battlefield is called a confrontation, but it is actually a dynamic confrontation. Because the so-called battle line is defined by the Empire. It is a battle line where there are psychic towers, and liches can be invincible. And the Elven Alliance certainly cannot let the Empire pile up psychic towers into its territory bit by bit. Therefore, both sides had to launch various scales of field battles, build cities and obstruct city building, transport materials and hijack supplies, attack cities and counter siege. And the battlefield finally stalemated in this small hilly area with neither mountains nor rivers, and there was a reason for it. This place is neither within the range of the Elven Veins nor within the range of the Imperial Spiritual Tower. The four elements of water, fire, earth, and wind are not particularly prominent. Moreover, in so many years of fighting, the natural magic power nearby has long been drained and exhausted. Both sides must transport magic crystals from the country as strategic reserves. Normally, the magic materials prepared for the decisive battle cannot be used easily, so when there is no large-scale battle, both sides do not use or restrain the use of magic, and only engage in pure physical fighting. Once one side starts to use magic support, the other side will naturally upgrade its combat power accordingly, turning a small conflict into a big melee. Even if the melee can determine the winner, once it crosses this battle zone and enters the range of the psychic tower in the back, or the elven magic bow army supported by the earth vein, then the battle line cannot be pushed forward. After all, it is a defense line arranged by both sides, with the final battle as the standard. The tops gather. So in the stalemate area, the Empire built the psychic tower and the Alliance demolished the psychic tower, just to push the battle line forward an inch. A small fight every 3 days, a big fight every 5 days, soldiers against soldiers, generals against generals, from beginning to end, all year round without rest, all year round. Oh, rest is still allowed. After all, many death knights are still human, and they have to rotate and relax regularly, but it is limited to the tops of the level of the Grand Master, the elites of noble origin. If you are a servant who is born as a slave, or a soldier who comes here to be cannon fodder, and you are waiting to report at the gate of the military camp, and you want to squat for a while because you are tired of standing, the warlord will rush over and kick you away. You bastard! You squat at the gate to shit! Oh my god! Sauron jumped up, holding his butt. Damn, he hadn't slept for 2 days. He thought that everyone was fighting, and he couldn't be the only one who was still rolling in the sheets, not to mention that he had to take the military flag to Shicheong, so he came directly and rode to the camp of the Blood Cavalry Corps to report. I sent a letter to ask the big sister Abis to register with me, and then I started to do quests to level up and brush up my reputation. As a result, I waited for the female knight at the camp gate for a long time, but she didn't show up. Because my legs were bowed from riding a horse, I just wanted to squat down and stretch my muscles, but I was kicked for no reason. Whose squire are you? Did you sneak to the door when you were gathering for the battle and wanted to be a deserter? The officer wearing a blood-red battle robe and full-plate armor roared at Soren, who was wearing a plasma rose squire suit, and his voice was muffled in an ironkin like thunder. Soren glared at the sneak-attacking knight with his teeth bared. Seeing that this guy seemed to have just come down from the battlefield, his armor was still smoking with hot blood stains, and 2 long-eared heads were hanging on his belt. He was finally a warrior who was fighting the elves seriously. So he gritted his teeth and endured. Gathering for battle? The elves are attacking? I, a newcomer, don't know the way. Humph, idiot who can't read, don't stand there stupidly, go change your armor and prepare for battle. If you dare to escape, I kill you. The officer pushed Soren and made him stagger, and then he walked into the barracks. Soren scratched his head. It was okay, after all, they were fighting elves. Everyone had reminded him that soldiers had bad tempers, but that was not true. Nowadays, people kill people with knives and cut off heads in front of them. Who is polite and courteous? There are not so many perverted killers. So Soren did not wait for the female knight. Anyway, they were in the same barracks, and would see her sooner or later. He quickly followed the officer into the camp. The military camps of the Empire were all planned in a standard way, probably the inheritance of the ancient Imperial Army. The camp planning of the Nightmare Blood Knights was almost the same as the camp built by Pollux during the previous expedition to the Sand Kingdom, but it was larger in scale and more tightly guarded. The entire military camp is divided by 3 layers of bunkers, stone walls, trenches and towers, with their own magic barriers and artillery towers. Generally speaking, a standard legion of 5,000 people has 5 camps of 1,000 people, and each camp of 1,000 people is divided into 2 camps of 500 people, forming a horn-shaped formation with left and right symmetry, and in the middle is a corridor for supplying the army and transporting supplies. The camp of 500 people is a basic garrison fortress with walled fortifications and a supply unit. The logistics of soldiers, food, weapons, and magic crystals will be transported to such a small camp, and the camp is also divided into 500-man teams for garrison. If conditions permit, these 100 men will live in bunkers, and if conditions permit, they will set up tents. In short, the 100-man team is the most basic combat unit in the Imperial military system. The production and construction corps that Soren set up in Iarashi was actually based on the 3-3 system that he was more familiar with, but in order to facilitate the understanding of the local vanguard warriors with military backgrounds, The basic unit is also a 100-man team, that is, the company level is 100 people, and 300 people above 3 companies form a battalion. 3 battalions form a regiment, and the company, battalion, regiment, brigade, division, and army, and then 3 armies form a construction corps, which is probably designed to have a staff of 100,000 people. In fact, of course, it is far from being reorganized, and even the ones who make up the numbers are goblins and rat men. The military system of the regular legions of the Empire is consistent with the division and management of the camps. The centurions manage the 100-man team, and the commander of the 500-man camp is a lower-level warlord. On the battlefield, this warlord will also be responsible for commanding the 500-man teams to form a square or a squad. Even the basic middle-level officers. Among the 2 warlords in the 1,000-man camp, one is a centurion and the other is a deputy flag officer. Usually, the warlord with the battlefield aura will command the battle, and the other is a thug strengthened by the Great Knight. A 1,000-man commander is a mid-level warlord. In this way, among the 5,000-man camps, the commander of one camp is the legion commander himself. Of course, the legion commander may not necessarily be in the central camp. One is based on the terrain of the garrison, and the other is based on whether there is an arsenal or magician that needs protection. If there is also a lich, or the leader of the Death Knights to serve as a special flag bearer to command multiple legions to fight together, then the leader of a standard legion is considered a high-level warlord. Of course, each legion has different tasks and different configurations. For example, the general legions of liches have all skeletons, golems, and gargoyles as infantry, so the officers such as centurions, commanders, and centurions are usually vampires. The legion commander is usually a blood knight of the Earl level, or a formal knight of the Death Knights, or a special battlefield lich. If we compare it to the situation of the expedition to the Kingdom of Sand, the mid-level magicians such as Pollux are called magic commanders, and Soren, the Death Knight attendant, is a vanguard officer, which is equivalent to a mid-level commander of a centurion. As the flag bearer, Sarasis is the legion commander himself. But it was different when we got to the Nightmare Blood Knights. Not to mention the mid-level and lower-level warlords, the centurions and commanders. Every soldier was a formal Death Knight, so it was a full-strength Death Knights. Sauron estimated that as a squire, he had to start as an ordinary soldier. I just don't know if he would be given a warlord centurion or something like that because of the knight title and the support of the big sister. After all, the survival rate of infantry cannon fodder is too low. As he walked along, Soren saw carts of dead bodies, and the fresh minced meat that had just been removed from the bones was being fed to non-human monsters. Of course, it's not just these Death Knights who are fighting the elves. There are battlefield liches, blood clans, monsters, golems, necromancers, and hybrid freaks made by the Technology Development Bureau. There are all kinds of messed up things. One camp after another, they are intertwined with the knights, and this is just the Blood Knights. Not far away, there is also a half-comrade-in-arms and half-competitive Golden Lion, the King Lord Knights. The scale of this army is so huge. It's nonsense. This is the main battlefield of the main battlefield. It is conservatively estimated that there are more than a dozen fully staffed field legions. Right? No. Sauron suddenly realized that he was stupid again. He just landed at the gate of a camp with a knight's flag, and gave the bat to the female knight, saying that he had arrived at the gate of the knight's camp. When will Obbies find him? Get your equipment, line up. The leading officer led Soren to a camp and shouted at the young men in the camp, who were about the same age as Soren, and wearing attendant robes, Death Squad, assemble. It's your turn to go to the battlefield. If we don't take down the Mountain Elves castle today, all of you slaves will die on the front line. Sauron, Well, once we return to the pre-liberation era, we have to start climbing up from the bottom of our feet again. Chapter 168. Well, anyway, Soren's original intention was to fight on the battlefield to level up, so it doesn't matter if he follows him around first. By the way, you can also observe on the spot what the actual combat power of the so-called main Empire Legion is like. Let's see if the real level of combat power of this Death Soldier team, the Death Knight attendants trained by talent selected from slaves, is exaggerated. In order to avoid not knowing the situation, the airborne flag officer saw that there was only one cooking squad on the line, and felt that he had a great advantage with a division, so he decisively framed and attacked, and then was surrounded and captured. So he put on the Legion's standard armor silently, picked a big sword, and Soren nixed in the 500 attendants of this battalion and followed the officer just now to fight. The attendants around him were of different ages, but the oldest was probably no more than 20 years old, and the youngest was a little shorter than Soren. They were all young soldiers of junior high and high school age. When they marched, they were silent. with only the metallic sound of shields and swords hitting armor. No one cared about Soren, the guy who slipped in. Along the way, through the corridor of the military camp, there were camps opening their doors on both sides. Various races and various arms joined in with combat units of 100 or 500 men. It was unknown how many soldiers there were. Soren turned his head and looked, and could only see a black mass of swords, spears, halberds, and claws. He didn't know if it was a real monster or a decorated armor. Yes, these people are following them. The Death Squad, the first wave of soldiers to charge the battle. They have no flags, no numbers, and no direct superiors. Only when they are about to go to war, they are pulled out of the cage by the officers like a dog, and then let go to bite people. It doesn't matter how many are left in the end, anyway. There are batches of slave boys filling in the name of servants every day. Soren frowned, a little confused, because it's obvious, doesn't the Empire have skeletons and golems? Even if we save magic crystals, there are still many monsters following behind. In any case, there is no need to put the Death Knights Reserve, these high-level soldiers, in the first row as cannon fodder to charge, right? Soren remembered that the attendants were also considered officer candidates and had military pay. Is there any special tactics? Stop! When they walked out of the camp and came to the front line, the officer shouted, and the slave soldiers of the Death Soldier team stopped and formed a loose square formation. Although their equipment was of standard specifications, and was not bad, they looked like a mob without any military discipline at first glance. Of course, cannon fodder did not need to practice marching and relying on weapons. They just had to rush forward when the battle started. At this time, Soren heard the sound of horse hooves. He thought he was going to assign mounts to them to charge. But in the blink of an eye, he saw a cavalry team holding a nightmare flag and galloping past the front. A full cavalry team of 100 men, all wearing gorgeous magic armor that shone like silver, with bright red feathers on the top of the helmet, holding 4-meter lances with red ribbons fluttering on the tip of the lance, and riding nightmare war horses that were also fully equipped. A cloud of magic fire ignited between the horses' hooves and burned across the red earth. The leading centurion lifted his mask, revealing a female knight with rose patterns embroidered on her silver armor, and a huge silver rose carved on her left shoulder armor. Pig! Ah, Pig! Then Soren saw their leading officer, the guy who kicked him, ran to the female knight centurion and knelt down, took off his can-like helmet and saluted. Ha! Your Highness greets the knight candidate Kulyachevsky. Knight candidate? Is this centurion also a squire? A noble commander? Soren took another special look at the officer who kicked him. Name, Pig. Gender, male. Appearance, ugly. Well, this is really recognizable, with a bald head, obviously disfigured by large-scale burns and scars. It's really strange that this guy is not dead yet. Then, there were 1, 2, and dozens of blood marks on the face of the pig commander, which were caused by the whip on the spot. Why haven't you taken the fortress back yet? Didn't I say to bring it back to me before dark? Bastard, bastard. Do you want me to lose face in front of the knight commander? You bastard. The piglet knelt on one leg on the ground, letting the female knight whip him like a storm, venting her anger. The whip marks with blood foam hit the armor, leaving white marks. The piglet endured it silently, waiting until the female knight whipped her hundreds of times and her hands were sore that she couldn't lift her arms. Humph, I give you one last chance. If you don't take back the position today, I skin you alive. Puff. The female knight spat on the pig's forehead and turned her horse to return to the camp. The 100 cavalrymen under her command also turned around. It can be seen that their horsemanship is quite superb, but don't you have to take back the position today? These elite magic knights, don't they come to help? Soren glanced at the people around him. The slaves of the dead soldiers had no expression on their faces. Maybe the scene is also a daily routine. The pig stood up without taking it seriously, wiped the saliva and blood on his forehead, put on a steel helmet like an iron bucket, turned his head and roared, "March!" So the soldiers moved forward again, deep into the battlefield and headed for the death. The further north they went, the more scarce the magic elements became, even to the point where the magic power on the magic equipment and props would continue to dissipate on its own. This situation is even more extreme than the Kingdom of Sand. There is still magic power of the earth and wind in the desert, but this hill is a completely barren dead land. Not only will the power of ordinary natural magic be greatly weakened, but the use of magic props and scrolls will also be ineffective. If you don't consume a lot of crystals to replenish magic power, it may not be of any use at all. Even Soren himself clearly felt the burden of mana consumption. Yes, Soren actually felt that his mana was being consumed. He came to the battlefield, So of course he used the Shadow of Time to save his life. It turns out that maintaining this magic actually consumes mana. Before, in the sea of magic surrounded by the Spirit Tower in the Imperial capital, Soren didn't pay much attention to it. Ahem, I'm showing off. In short, in addition to maintaining the forbidden spell of Shadow of Time, there are also 8 magics enhanced by the Death Knight Potion, Achilles Bone, Pain Suppression, Shadow Step, Eagle Sense, Bloodbath, Magic Resistance, Bond, and Prometheus Burning. Soren also activated them all at the same time, and never turned them off. Now even he felt the pressure of mana consumption, and he couldn't use battlefield magic casually, not to mention forbidden spells, like Medusa's Breath. But Soren was not panicking. He still had dice, he still had overlords, he still had grenades, he also bought a bunch of healing medicines. If it really didn't work, he could just take out a bunch of crystals to replenish his mana. What was there to panic about? Then they arrived at the battlefield under the leadership of the pig. Soren raised his head woodenly, and looked at the bunker standing on the top of the cliff. The so-called hills refer to special terrains composed of low hills, with a relative height of less than 200 meters. This fortress is built on the top of a hill of more than 200 meters. From the architectural style, and the distance to the camp, it can be seen that it is a garrison fortress built by the Empire. On the top is a standard fortress that can accommodate 500 garrisons. The 4 walls of the hill are obviously transformed by magic. 3 sides are dangerous. There is only a winding and narrow mountain road in the south that can barely be used for skeleton trucks to transport supplies. It can be seen that this is a strategic place that is impossible to conquer without magic. But it was captured by the elves. Death Squad, forward! The military supervisor pig roared. Are you kidding? Soren raised his head and sweated coldly. Pushing infantry up in this terrain? Are you stupid? Using magic to attack? Besides, what is there to fight? The elves' supplies can't be delivered. It's not a military stronghold. Just surround and kill them. At this time, Soren saw a bright silver light flashing on the camp on the top of the mountain, and it seemed that there was a figure flying into the sky. In the direction of the camp behind them, a gap was torn in the dark clouds, revealing a hideous eyeball, staring at the battlefield here. That should be the Eye of Panoptos, the sand table magic used by the Empire to command and monitor the battlefield. So, is the current battle considered a live broadcast? Probably the top leaders of both the Empire and the Alliance are watching. Soren understood a little. This is a fight. The elves captured the camp position set up by the Empire, but the Empire could not counterattack and could only use magic to blow it up, which means that the Empire admitted defeat. Consuming magic crystals is secondary, the main thing is shame. So to save face for the big guys at the top, it's the turn of the Death Squad to fight for their lives. Fuck. Attack! The pig drew out his long sword and roared, actually leading the charge, running with big strides, rushing up the mountain path to the top of the mountain. The 2 long-eared elf heads on his waist also swung and hit his armor, making a clanging sound. Sauron was stunned. Wait, this guy, could it be that he rushed to the top of the mountain last time, chopped off 2 heads, and then all the people he led died, and then turned around and rushed back, and brought another group of people back to chop? That's a bit fierce. As a result, he didn't pay attention, and the soldiers around him rushed out together with a bang, but not all of them rushed to the mountain road. There was only 100-man team following the pig commander, and the other 400-man teams went around to the sides, as if they wanted to climb up the cliff. Wow. They really went up without saying anything. I feel more reckless than him. Then Soren turned his head, and found that he was the only one standing there. No, only the dead soldiers rushed up, and the monster infantry of other races who followed them stood there without moving? What kind of routine is this? Do we have to wait until the first wave is dead before we go up? But if we just keep going up like this, can we really make it up without losing tens of thousands of lives? This is fighting the elves, or attacking the mountain city. There is no chance to show combat effectiveness at all. I don't know how many people will die if we go through. Forget it, we are here to level up anyway. Although the warlord kicked him, he seems to be quite brave in fighting the elves. He can barely be considered a talent. We can't let him take all the heads. Ah! Ah! With his hegemony fully activated, Soren gave himself a leopard swiftness, and rushed forward with 1 step, like a male dog in heat. Cough cough, he rushed out like a mad wolf. Although he was wearing full heavy armor, his speed was as fast as a flash, surpassing the other soldiers, who were jogging and adjusting their breathing. He soon caught up with the pig commander, then passed him and rushed up the mountain road. Climbing up the mountain with heavy armor on would consume even a professional soldier, but Soren didn't care about this level of fatigue in his hegemony state. It would be better to say that he wanted to run faster, because he couldn't maintain his hegemony for long. But of course, this abnormal speed attracted the attention of the elves on the top of the mountain, and they reacted immediately. With a flash of his eyes, Soren saw the arrows with magic energy, shining with light, flying towards his forehead. As for the elves, the top archery skills are a racial setting. Not to mention the elite soldiers on the battlefield. But Soren was a little strange. The bow and arrow skills were weaker than he imagined, not just a little bit weaker, but much weaker. It flew slowly, had low magic power, and didn't seem to be very accurate. Even if he rushed forward, a small part of the sniper turned into a covering rain of arrows, but it still couldn't do anything to Soren. It was enough to dodge the arrows with shadow steps. Soren even deliberately got hit by a few arrows, but found that these arrows could not penetrate the Legion's armor at all. What the hell is this? This is the elven magic archer? That's it, that's it, that's it. Soren roared, and stomped his feet with all his strength, shattering the bricks and stones, stepping out a spider web pattern, leaping up, pulling out the Legion's great sword on his back, and slashing in the air. Under the shocked and angry eyes of the elven archers on the tower, he slashed at the gate of the Legion's camp. Ping! The Legion's sword was cut off, and the broken blades spun and fell to the bottom of the cliff, flashing and disappearing. Fuck, this gate is made of steel. Then, there is nothing I can do. You force me to use the divine equipment. Star-carved sword meteor god Firefly. Boom! In a burst of gunpowder, the camp gate was blown away, and it came crashing down with a bang, forcing the elf sword masters who were lined up in a square behind the gate to dodge, and leave a clear space to avoid being hit and knocked down. Soren walked into the camp holding the invisible magic sword with starlight in one hand. This sword was indeed buggy. In fact, there was no enchantment. Soren just called it out to look cooler. He just casually hit the door with an ordinary blow, and it exploded with a huge force, like a meteorite falling to the ground, blowing the steel iron door of the military camp away like paper. After all, one is a meteorite, and the other is a steel iron door. The quality is incomparable. Although it does not have the characteristic of a dragon spear that kills with one blow, it is also a sure death if hit. That's the end. Isn't this a battlefield where the big guys with godly equipment slaughter the newbies? Although it's despicable and shameless. But it's fucking cool. Sauron roared and rushed forward, swinging his sword, and at the moment he launched, 5 elven great sword masters swung their elven great swords together and rushed up to attack and besiege. The speed they burst out in an instant even caught up with the level of the hegemon plus magic acceleration, and that sword skill is 10,000 times better than Sauron. The 5 swords were launched later but arrived first, as if they were stabbed by the same person at the same time, slashing heads and necks, piercing eyes, breaking hands and sweeping legs, killing from 5 tricky angles. No matter how skilled a master is, he can't defend against it. And Sauron, of course, he can't defend against it either. His sword skills are just that of a rookie. He can only swing the artifact horizontally like an iron rod, and in an instant, 5 sword lights burst out and pierce at him. Although he saw it roughly through eagle sense, his body couldn't react at all. He didn't have long-term training as a warrior, muscle memory, and didn't know how to deal with it. Fuck. So Sauron was hit by 5 swords without any ability to fight back. But it was useless. The elven sword chopped on Sauron's Legion standard armor, ding ding ding, and the 4 swords didn't break his armor. Only one sword pierced through the gap of the helmet and stabbed towards Soren's eyes, forcing him to close his eyes and turn his head subconsciously, so the tip of the elven sword pierced Soren's brow bone. Was blocked. Did not penetrate. Impossible. The sword master left the last words. Then the 5 people were swept across the chest by the star-carved sword, neatly cutting through the armor, skin, bones, and internal organs, and bursting into brilliant blood flowers. Sauron broke through the human-shaped blood curtain and fell to the ground. His eyebrow was stabbed, and he was a little dizzy. He didn't react to what had just happened. But the eyes of the onlookers are sharp. This human warrior rushed all the way up, knocked down the gate, and then killed 5 centurions and elven sword masters with 1 sword. Asshole, you have a title, right? You actually got into the battle of ordinary soldiers to cheat. The silver figure floating in the air fell down. This was an elven warrior with 2 swords. His whole body was shining with brilliant silver light. The light of protection was loudly awakening the fighting spirit of the ordinary soldiers, who were frightened by Sauron. You don't have to intervene. Just deal with the infantry behind. I will deal with the top title holders. Sure enough, this confrontation on the main battle line is actually more like a competitive duel. because both sides have not received the order to start a full-scale war, so they are restraining their fighting. Cannon fodder against cannon fodder, elite against elite, top against top. Sauron narrowed his eyes, and stared at the magic warrior, who looked awesome at first glance, and only wanted to say one word in his heart. Fuck. The invincible experience time of the hegemony body has passed. Just now, 5 sword masters rushed over to kill him in an instant. Although I don't know why they didn't kill him on the spot, Sauron's eyes were almost blinded, and he was shocked. This shock lifted the hegemony state. Now his whole body began to be seriously weak, and his muscles were sore. As a result, the boss came out just when the ultimate skill was about to finish its cooldown. And you? What do you mean by you can deal with the top-level title holder? Does that mean you have the ability to deal with the top level? Don't. I'm just here to score points. Sauron had no choice but to stand there, hoping that the other party would say another line, so that he could recover his strength and then escape with a domineering body. As a result, the little boss glared at Sauron, and immediately raised his double swords high, pointed them at the sky and shouted, "God of war and victory, my lord, fearless, please give your supreme guardian to your temple apostle." Damn it, you guys don't even have martial ethics. You don't even have to fight him in the first and second stages. You just turned on the cheat and transformed. It's over, it's over. Then the wind and clouds changed color, and a thunderbolt struck the clear sky. A dazzling silver lightning fell from the sky like a thunder snake, and it was like a heavenly calamity that struck the camp on the top of the mountain. Boom. There was a dry thunder, and endless divine power and magic energy were infused. The magic power of this blessing was so powerful that the overflowing magic power exploded like mercury, creating silver waves, splashing on the face of the temple apostle with 2 swords next to him. Huh? Beside? No wait, what the hell? The temple apostles, elven sword masters, and magic archers of the entire camp turned their heads in amazement and looked at Soren, who was just as confused as them, at the gate of the camp. The elven god's fearless protection blessing, a thunder came down and hit Soren's head. Are you blind? Is this the blessing of the elven god? The power of the highest level? Sauron looked at his hands, and the flashing silver light covered his body, as if there was a car behind him, suddenly turning on his headlights. So he waved the star-carved sword casually, and the next moment, the bright light swept the entire mountain. Wow, so strong. Chapter 169. No. Impossible. Impossible. Why? Why would the blessing of fearlessness fall on you? The apostle of the temple fell to the ground and struggled. He was still able to hold on to his breath after facing the might of God. He was considered a strong man. But he only had 1 breath left. His whole body was burned and disintegrated by the high-energy ion flow. There was no sign of an elf at all. Only a piece of human body that was still wriggling like charcoal was left. Because I'm handsome. Soren smashed down with his sword, smashing the piece of carbon meat into pieces. He turned his head to look at the battlefield he had flattened. There were no people standing anymore. In fact, Soren didn't know how to use the power bestowed by the elf god, so he just threw it out casually. Well, he didn't know how to use his own magic power anyway, so he just rubbed it, and called out the name of a big move, and then threw it out casually. In short, there was no magic in the form of pure guidance of the star-carved sword, emitting a light and heat ion shock wave. The soldiers in the fan-shaped area in front of Soren's sword were splashed by the front ions, and all of them were instantly burned and exploded, leaving only lumps of burnt flesh and blood on the ground, which were melted into a mass of mostly carbonized flesh and blood by the high temperature. Some of the archers outside the range, even if they were only affected, still suffered extensive burns. All of them were blinded, their hair was burned, and they wailed and screamed in the scorching air. However, it seems that this temple apostle took a whole set of damage in front of him, but he was not blown into ashes, and he can still maintain this meat shape, which is enough to prove that he is very strong. If it weren't for the blindness of the fearless, who threw his huge divine power to Soren, he might really be able to fight against the top level, right? Then who made you blind and attack the wrong person? Blame me. Sauron shrugged, jumped up and down, followed the wailing of the remaining soldiers, rushed up and beat the elf soldiers, who had lost their fighting spirit, into pieces one by one. There were not many defenders on the mountain. Anyway, Sauron estimated that there were only about 100 people who were killed instantly by the big move. The rest were the weak archers on the wall tower, at most 40 or 50, who might have been killed in the battle before. So when the warlord pig, with a large group of slave warriors of the dead army, formed a square formation, it seemed that they were in the mentality of fighting a boss, and moved cautiously step by step to the top of the mountain. They saw Soren sitting alone in the middle of the battlefield, which was like hell, with blood and flesh all over the ground, and a strong smell of burnt human flesh and iron. He took off his helmet and used it as a drinking vessel, tasting the blood-red and sticky liquid, as if it was just squeezed out of the fresh rotten meat at his feet. Ugh! Some young people couldn't help but dry heave. So Soren turned his head and glared at them. A small number of people in the square formation knelt down at that time and vomited violently. The pig commander knocked aside the immobile soldiers in the front row with a clang, strode to Soren and blocked his view. Hey, new here, how many levels have you been strengthened? Potion strengthening, 8 levels. Soren drank the battlefield blood wine given by Killian, wiped his mouth, and didn't seem to feel any particularly powerful enhancement, and it didn't taste good at all, the taste of wine mixed with blood and sweat, fishy, salty, bitter and smelly. Killian wouldn't play tricks on him again. 8 levels, impossible. How old are you, oh? The pig frowned and looked at him. You are not a kid, you are a dwarf. Fuck, this body used to be a refugee from famine, it is short because of malnutrition, but it is not an adult yet, it can still grow taller. Forget it, I am too lazy to talk nonsense, so I am a dwarf, it is better than the characteristics of dragon blood being exposed. The pig also took it as his tacit consent, completely ignoring the murderous intent staring at him. You killed them all? Don't talk nonsense to me. At level 8, I can only fight 2 sword masters at most. Then you are wrong, I can fight 5. Well, in fact, it is a bit difficult to fight one without a magic weapon. Sauron wiped his mouth and pointed at the meat under his feet. He exploded by himself. Maybe there is too much divine power. The pig was too lazy to think about it, out of control. I know it. Then how many heads did you get? Heads? The star-carved sword was smashed in one go. No one? Then there is no reward. The pig commander turned his head and scolded the soldiers behind him, rushed up and kicked the young soldier who was still lying on the ground and vomiting. Get up. Such a small amount of killing energy. Useless stuff. Get down the mountain. Next battle. There is a next battle. Sauron put on his helmet, picked up an elven sword from the ground and followed the team. He hid the star-carved sword. Going down the mountain along the original path, Sauron looked at the foot of the mountain and noticed that the Empire was not without casualties in this battle. In the short time that Sauron rushed up, more than 50 people in the dead soldiers were killed. They were all shot in the chest and head by the elven magic archers when they rushed up the mountain. Half of the 100-man team that charged the mountain road died immediately, and their bodies rolled down the mountain road and fell to pieces at the foot of the mountain, with their intestines and internal organs bursting out. It was obvious that those magic arrows were quite powerful and accurate. The Legion armor was like paper, with openings like trumpets. Some arrows were fast, and could directly penetrate and shatter people. The power was amazing. What's going on? Sauron was really strange, as if the physical feeling was different from when he charged himself. Is the protagonist's aura so strong? Archers were blinded when they shot him, sword masters were weak when they chopped him, and the elf god simply buffed him in front of his own apostles. Wow, this is too much. Please give him more. Dwarf, dwarf, are you deaf? The commander yelled. It took Soren a while to react and come to his senses. Damn it, they're calling him. How did he get such a rubbish nickname? Soren rolled his eyes and walked to the front of the team. The pig commander waved his hand and pointed to the high ground on the north side of the hill. Go, take the people, and take that hill for me. Which one are you talking about? But before Soren could ask clearly, the pig commander had already turned around and walked away, yelling at the non-human soldiers who were watching coldly at the bottom of the mountain. Beast, are you sitting here waiting for dinner? Go up the mountain. Go up the mountain to garrison. Seeing him dispatching troops to change guard, the other slave soldiers gathered behind Soren silently. Sauron had no choice but to shrug. Then let's go, follow me, and take down that hill. Hey, where are you going? And you guys, get moving. Hey, I'm here, okay. Left hand. Damn, you idiots can't tell left from right. Give me a flag. Listen to me, all of you. Follow my flag. Follow me. Look at the flag. So Soren raised the flag of the Nightmare Blood Riders in his left hand, and charged towards the hilltop of the pig's finger, with the elven sword in his right hand. 400 slave soldiers followed behind him. A group of people ran with heavy armor on their heads, without any formation at all, just like a marathon meeting, following a leader and moving quickly up the hillside. This highland is a gentle slope, not as steep as the hilltop just now, but there is also a problem. The gentle slope has a very wide view and no obstacles. The elf defenders in the trench on the hilltop have already noticed the siege battle not far away. There were lightning and silver light, But such a strong city was actually taken down by the Imperial army. The Highlands were naturally on guard. When they saw Sauron's dead soldiers approaching, they immediately blew the eagle whistle and the horn flute. The magic archers trotted in rows and rows to the back of the trench horse defenses. 200 teams spread out to the left and right flanks. The archers inserted 2 pots of arrows in front of them, put 3 arrows on the bow in their left hand, put the long arrow on the string with the index and middle fingers of their right hands, nodded and closed their eyes, and chanted softly to enchant their arrows with basic wind speed, precision, and armor penetration. The low enchantment sound was like a drifting mountain breeze, echoing on the ridge of the highland, as if responding to the sound of steel armor colliding closer and closer from the bottom of the mountain. A bunch of animals are complaining after changing their defense. Dwarf, dwarf, you have organized the team, but no dwarf. The 8th level enhanced Death Knight can't even form a line. Just rush up like this. Wait for me to add the aura. Damn it! The warlord who killed 2 people and dealt with the friendly forces returned to the front line and saw the death army gathered in a mess and rushed up the mountain. He almost went crazy. Humph, they sent slaves to die again. They are preparing for the general attack and wasting our arrows. The elven commander on the high ground waved his hand. No need to waste magic arrows to snipe. Just cover them with a round of volleys and suppress them. The messenger blew the military bugle. The archers on the ridge heard the order, so they stopped doing extra enchantments and drew their bows with 3 fingers, ready to shoot. And a centurion of archers activated the magic eye of eagle sense, looked down the mountain, and identified Soren, who was the first to rush into the crowd, holding the military flag and waving the elven sword, and took a command arrow, aimed at his chest and shot an arrow. With a crisp sound of the bowstring, the whistle arrow pierced the sky and made a falcon cry. With the crisp sound of the wind, the arrows all over the mountain bloomed in unison, flashing a dazzling stream of light like a rain curtain, following the arrow path of the leader, and pouring down on Soren. So under the gaze of the 2 commanders, the dense rain of arrows instantly covered the dead soldiers. It caused a lot of casualties. In just one encounter, more than 10 people were hit by arrows and fell to the ground and died. Even the cruel pig commander turned his head away and couldn't bear to watch this tragic scene. More than a dozen people died in one wave. Huh? How come only so many people died? Oh my god! Just shoot at me. Sauron was speechless. What does it mean to be shot like a hedgehog? He was hit by at least 50 arrows. What deep hatred is there? But fortunately, these arrows were weak and were all blocked by the plate armor. There was only a clanging sound. Only one arrow shot through the gap between the helmet and the breastplate, and stabbed Sauron in the throat. However, similar to the previous situation of the Sword Master, it did not scratch the skin. Sauron broke it, and threw it on the ground. Are there any survivors? If there are, come and talk to me. Sauron raised the flag and turned his head, then was speechless. Most of the 300 or 400 people hiding behind him were unharmed, only the unlucky ones, who fell behind and didn't catch up. A dozen of them were shot and fell to the ground, and they were all seriously injured with broken armor, broken arms, and pierced chests. On the contrary, the few people close to Sauron, those in the first row, were also shot, but like Sauron, their armor was not broken at all. This is totally unreasonable. The battle-hardened slaves of the Death Soldier Corps stared at Soren silently for a while, looked at the injuries of the people around them, and then spontaneously began to line up. A group of people gathered in a dense formation like a spindle, and all huddled behind Soren. Soren was really screwed. Wow, he was using him as a shield. How can this be? The elf commander was angry and said, "What are you doing? Didn't you enchant the arrows? Covering fire! Covering fire! Blow the bugle!" The messenger was kicked before he reacted, puffing his cheeks and blowing a falcon whistle. The archers reacted quickly, although it was strange, but the professional soldiers had long been accustomed to obeying orders. They drew their bows and arrows again, and then a rain of arrows was shot just when the dead soldiers had just reorganized their formation. This time, the pig general at the foot of the mountain also saw it clearly. The rain of arrows was as dense as raindrops, and the force was also like raindrops. It hit the plate armor of the dead soldiers, bounced off the steel helmets and shoulder armor, broke, deflected, and fell to the ground in pieces. The piglet narrowed his eyes. Does this guy have a battlefield aura system to strengthen his defense? Is he hungry? The elf commander drew his sword and roared, "Magic arrow! Magic arrow!" Sauron looked at the unharmed dead soldiers hiding behind him. Group invincibility? Although I don't know when and where this cheat came from, it's a waste to use it. Follow me. Sauron rushed out first, and the dead soldiers rushed up in a hurry, only to regret that they ran too slowly to keep up. Just kidding, they are indeed illiterate slaves sent to be cannon fodder, but that doesn't mean they are fools. Besides, the fact that the elves' magic arrows can't hurt them as long as they get close to this dwarf is obvious. It's the second time. Then what's there to hesitate about? Charge. Charge. Shoot, shoot, shoot. The elf archers on the high ground began to attack with all their strength, firing arrows, magic arrows, water, fire, earth, wind, hail, lightning, and shining magic energy at the heads of the dead soldiers without regard for their lives, and 70% to 80% of them were aimed at Sauron, who was leading the way. Soren couldn't see the road at all. All he could see were colorful explosions and splashing magic particles, flashing and splashing wildly. At least one person was being sniped by more than 100 bows at the same time. Ha ha ha, it doesn't hurt at all. It doesn't hurt at all. Ha ha ha. But Soren still charged forward with a crazy laugh, and the dead soldiers followed him with ice cones, sparks and lightning splashing on their waists. Although I don't understand what's going on, the power of the elves' arrows has been greatly weakened, and the arrowheads are made of wood and cannot penetrate steel plates. Yes, in order to facilitate enchantment, elves generally use special wood to make arrows. So if the armor-piercing magic on the magic arrows does not work, it will be useless against the Imperial army in full armor. But to be honest, during this short distance up the hillside, the elf archers guarding the mountain launched more than 10 rounds of volleys, and a powerful centurion shot Sauron with 20 arrows. If it were someone else, thousands of people would have died. But no matter what, Soren won this time. The death squad rushed to the top of the mountain and broke into the position, and because they rushed up too fast, because it is generally assumed that the slave troops of the Empire will collapse and scatter under 1 or 2 rounds of volleys, the elf infantry in the second line behind them didn't even have time to put on armor, and Soren had already shown his fangs, used his dominance. Knocked the fence and horse repellent away with one shoulder, jumped over the trench, and shot the elf long sword in his hand at the elf archer centurion, who was staring at him, shooting more than 20 arrows in a row. It didn't hit him. The opponent dodged it with agility. Only a small part of his long ear was cut off. Fuck. Sauron was furious, but he rushed into the enemy camp alone and entered the melee, so he didn't have time to care about so much. He picked up the military flag and used it as a spear, and threw his hand to block the short sword of an elven archer who had abandoned his longbow and rushed to close combat, turned around and chased him, stabbing the opponent to death with the tip of the spear on the flagpole. Then he raised his leg and kicked the archer nailed to the flagpole away, turned around and jumped up, avoiding the thrust of an elven swordsman, who rushed over with a big sword in a single piece of clothing without even wearing armor. In fact, this was a subconscious reaction to being stabbed by a sword. Logically, the opponent's sword power should have been weakened, and it should not have caused any damage to Soren. Before Soren could think about it, the opponent's thrust was not over yet. The next move was to raise the sword and sweep it towards Soren's crotch. Soren did not want to fight with his balls, and the opponent's sword to see which side was weaker. He roared and swung the military flag in his hand into a gun flower, and covered the opponent's forehead. After all, the spear was longer, and he arrived first. He smashed the unarmored elven swordsman from head to waist, and the blood and flesh stuck the military flag into a lump wrapped around the spear. But it's not over yet. The elves present were not stupid. The cannon fodder soldiers, who were usually killed by 2 rounds of volleys, were actually led by Sauron to the top of the mountain. It was obvious that there was something wrong with this person. The elf commander didn't waste any words and rushed to the front line with 2 guard swordsmen. The 3 of them were fully armored, and their speed was not inferior to that of Sauron, who was now in a dominant state. The 3 of them formed a formation, showing 3 elven 2-handed swords, surrounding Sauron at the core and slashing at him. What a pity! The same thing happened to Soren on the top of the mountain just now. This time, Soren was not panicked. No, he was still very panicked, but at least he had improved a little bit, and he was not scared to the point of losing his state, and he could still respond to the opponent's sword attack. At that moment, he used the military flag as a spear, swung his hand, and poked with the tip of the spear, bumping and colliding with the sword blade for a few times. But before the 3 elves' combined sword dance was over, after only a few bumps, his arm's strength could not withstand the strange power of the domineering body, and his shoulders and arms were numb and blood was gushing out of his palms. As a result, the speed of the sword was a little slower, and Soren stabbed him randomly, killing one with one spear, one with one spear, and another with one spear. In the blink of an eye, they were all killed on the spot. On the contrary, Soren himself didn't realize it yet, and he kept yelling and waving his weapons around for a while before he realized it, and put away his gun. Damn it, I don't even know how I fought. I just stabbed randomly and killed 3 sword masters in seconds. Wow, so I'm so strong now. At this time, the soldiers of the death squad behind Soren crossed the trench and pushed down the fence, then rushed to the front line and fought with the elven archers. Sauron was too lazy to wait for them. It would be better for these guys to come later, so as not to compete with him for heads. I don't know why. He is not only invincible but also has a surprisingly good feel. What are you waiting for? Look at the soldiers on the rear line of defense, seeing that the commander was killed again. They have already started to run away. Right, it is better to pursue the enemy with the remaining courage, rather than to seek fame and imitate the tyrant. Chase, charge, kill. Chapter 170. This is fucking crazy. The pig commander scratched his head and looked at the messy mountain defense line. There were corpses everywhere. Most of them were elves, and only a small number were slaves of the dead soldiers. The casualty ratio was about 10 to 1. Yes, the elves were 10. Usually it was the other way around. Whose family raised this dwarf? How could such a fierce general be thrown into the dead soldiers? Did he offend the owner? The pig thought about it, but unfortunately he had suffered too many head injuries, so he gave up thinking in just 3 seconds and yelled at the wounded soldier who was harvesting heads next to him. Bastard, where's the dwarf? The wounded soldier pointed to the foot of the mountain. The pig commander crossed the mountain and soon saw that there were still dead bodies lying on the northern foothills, and the elves had built a new supply camp at the foot of the northern ridge. The dwarf was leading his 300 men, chasing the defeated soldiers all the way down the mountain and attacking the camp. This guy was screaming like a monkey, jumping back and forth on the camp gate and fighting with the elven sword masters. The dead soldiers outside dug the wooden stakes out of the trench, picked them up and slammed them against the camp gate. So the commander turned around and arranged for other troops to take over the defense line on the top of the hill, and then continued to move north. When they arrived at the foot of the mountain, the elves' reserve camp had been captured. The pig commander walked in through the gate that was knocked open. The dead soldiers were sitting in the camp to rest. Where is the dwarf? The soldier pointed again, so the commander continued to walk into the camp and saw the little man sitting outside a big tent. His face was red, bloody and sweaty, and he was drinking blood with his helmet. He was really a freak. Dwarf, can we still fight? Is there still a fight to be made? Stupid, there are still many elves. Fight. Sauron also discovered that he was sore from the killing and shouting on the battlefield, and he didn't want to talk much after stopping. The commander was even less verbose, and drew a line on the sand with his sword. Continue to the north. There is a dry riverbed. Originally the river flowed from north to south, and then went out to the east, dividing this hilly area. Later, the two armies confronted each other, and the river water was used to cast spells and dried up. This riverbed was the main dividing line for the battlefield. The Empire's defense line is in 2 areas, west and south of the riverbed. The west is guarded by the Golden Lion, and the south is guarded by Nightmare. However, after the death of the Grand Commander, the Centurions above are still fighting for the position, and the southern front has been pushed all the way to the door. Sauron's eyes gradually turned cold. From here to the original front line of the riverbed, the Empire used to have more than a dozen garrisons, with ridges, hills, and plains. The elves don't have many soldiers, so they should only choose the passes with dangerous terrain to defend. Just go north, and fight to the riverbed to restore the old front line. The Grand Commander has not been decided yet, so it is impossible to launch a cross-border offensive. The pig warlord looked down at Soren. The death squad is left to you. You lead the people to fight north, and the mercenaries will garrison the strongholds you have captured. I will allocate 2 more death squads and supplies to you. Is there any problem? Sauron sat cross-legged on the ground and frowned. The only reinforcements and participants are the death squad. Those death knights and nobles can hide behind and watch, but the golem soldiers and warcraft mercenaries, these don't even go to the battlefield. I am just a centurion. I can only mobilize the dead soldiers, which are the private soldiers of the nobles. If they find any trace of the elf army, they will reinforce. Or turn around and run away. The pig said, turned around and left. Soren frowned and looked at the other person's back. This strongman who turned a blind eye to his murderous aura was just a centurion. There is no need to think about it. In all likelihood, the centurion is a servant who was born a slave and can climb to the highest title. This world is like this. A general is always the son of a general, and the son of a soldier is always a soldier. A soldier who wants to be a general is crazy. How did Soren break through this restriction? The bottom line is that Killian gave him a chance to take the officer test, Although it is impossible for ordinary people to destroy the kingdom of sand and chop off the head of the Queen of Sheba before Anubis. But it is undeniable that this is indeed an opportunity. And Killian himself is like a fool whose brain has been caught by a door. But no matter what, the blood wine of the battlefield is still reliable. Sauron drank 2 cups today, and the effect is great. Well, he didn't feel any big changes, but compared to the previous time on the top of the mountain, he had no power to fight back when he encountered the sword master level, and later on the hill, he easily won the 1 against 3. A blind cat meets a dead mouse. Maybe it's a bit of a boost, at least psychologically. But the other party also revealed an important piece of information, that is, the position of the Grand Master of the Nightmare Blood Knights is now vacant, and the 4 centurions under it are fighting for the position. No wonder Bridget Obbies, the big sister, immediately abandoned the Sisters of the Apprentice Guild and rushed to the front line after Alfred's death. But judging from the reality, that the problem has not been solved for more than 2 months. The trouble she encountered is quite tricky. Even though she is her father's daughter, and has the support of the wealthy Isenglian Chamber of Commerce, she still cannot overpower other factions. Or maybe she is not strong enough. If she had a superior as strong as the Grand Master, how could anyone gossip about her? Soren thought about it, and decided to level up. Now he can't help much if he goes to Obbies' command. It's better not to cause trouble for her. At the same time, at the headquarters of the Nightmare Knights, the commanders of the knights who monitor the battlefield gathered around the large magic sand table of the Eye of Panoptus. Good job, ha ha ha. Did you see that, Obbies? The fortress you lost was taken back by Monica in just 1 day. Well done, Monica. You are worthy of the martial arts reputation of the Kulyajevsky family. The black-haired, golden-eyed female knight with a rare light brown skin, the former Grand Master's deputy flag-bearer, Knight Commander Dorothea Ernest, who is currently acting as the Grand Master, praised generously. Thank you for your compliment, Knight Commander Ernest. This is just my duty. As a knight of the Blood Cavalry, I cannot bring shame to the knights. The centurion who whipped the pig in public, Monica of the Kulyajevsky family, knelt on one knee to salute. The red-haired female knight, on the side of the sand table, the 1,000-man commander Bridget Obbies, had to turn sideways and bow her head to apologize. Thank you for sending troops to help. But Knight Commander Ernest interrupted directly. Okay, well said. I know that the terrain on the top of the mountain is easy to defend and difficult to attack. Some people actually neglected their defenses and let the elves succeed in a surprise attack. I was really shocked and angry. If it weren't for your troops' bravery and fearlessness of sacrifice, and the elves had established a foothold right under our noses, our Blood Cavalry would have lost all face. Goo. Obbies gritted his teeth and apologized. It was my negligence. Knight Commander, you are too kind. All my subordinates are loyal and passionate. As long as it is for the Empire's hegemony, a small loss is nothing to worry about. The two completely ignored the daughter of the former Grand Commander. The other 2 centurions standing next to the sand table watched silently and ignored Obbies' embarrassment. These 2 are also female knights. Yes, except for the position of Grand Commander Alfred, the 4 centurions under his command are all female knights. This does not mean that Alfred, like Soren, has a special plot against female knights, but he is indeed the reason for the situation of more females than males in the Legion. Because he is a commoner from the Crucible, the son-in-law of the Obbies family, although he has reached the peak with unparalleled military merits and combat power. However, the children of the noble families disdain to obey his orders, so they go to the Dark Flame Bull of the Southern Legion to live a lazy life, and most of the male elites gather under the command of the Golden Lion. As for those who are not elite enough, have insufficient family background, and refuse to obey Alfred, they certainly will not go to the 100-man corps to be experimental subjects or go to the swamp to be monster hunters, let alone go to the ice and snow to open up wasteland. They have set up a new legion, the Iron Front Dragoon Regiment. But the Nightmare Knights are the main force of the regular legion after all, and the nobles with military merits are also obliged to serve. If they don't cooperate, the top will be furious. So in order to avoid being conscripted by the liches, the nobles sent their daughters to report together, which is considered that the family has fulfilled the obligation of service, and it can also avoid a king who kills genius beautiful girls when he sees them. Alfred never rejected the female knight subordinates, nor did he vent his anger on the nobles' hypocrisy. He also had a daughter, so he treated the female knights under his command equally. He taught and protected them like his own daughters. Therefore, the female knights of the Rose Society would call Bridget Big Sister. Of course, there would definitely be people who did not appreciate it. Your loyalty is evident. With such meritorious service in conquering cities and plundering territories, it would be chilling if you did not give her a reward, Obbies. Aren't you still short of a flag bearer for the military governor? Let Knight candidate Kulajewski take the position. Obis bit her lip and was speechless for a moment, because she was a strengthened Grand Knight, and her deputy was actually responsible for commanding the entire 1,000-man camp. This position was originally intended to be reserved for Marlin's deputy military governor. Oh, that's not good. I think it should be so. Obis is still too young, and she is not good at military strategy, which led to today's defeat. But Knight candidate Kulajewski can make up for her mistakes, which shows that she can make up for her superior shortcomings. I think it's just right. One of the centurions spoke up. The Knight candidate kneeling on the ground immediately thanked him. Thank you. I don't deserve the compliment from Knight Commander Anagram. You're welcome, you're welcome. We all watched the battle together. Didn't we all see it clearly? The Kulajewski family was so generous that they directly sent a force close to the top to help. With only one person's strength, they took down the important mountain city. With such a huge effort, isn't the position of a mere commander-in-chief what you deserve? I wish I could ask your family's elite soldiers for help. The Knight Commander Anagram smiled and nodded at the other party, and took the initiative to say to the purple-haired female Knight Commander beside him, Cornelia, what do you think? The purple-haired female Knight Cornelia looked at Obis, who was at a disadvantage. Yes, there is really nothing to say. Logically speaking, the fortress cannot be taken without the death of 2,000 or 3,000 people, right? I think Knight candidate Kulajewski can be promoted to a formal knight based on this merit. The centurion was so happy that his voice was trembling. I have no virtue or ability to receive your favor and appreciation. Because the Kulajewski family belonged to the rising new nobles, relying on slave trade and training to make a fortune. Although they gradually obtained some noble titles of baron and viscount through marriage and donations, they were not orthodox imperial nobles certified by the parliament. They were sensible, and knew that it was not time to seek a magic family, so they sent their daughter to the knights, trying to obtain a formal imperial knight canonization through the military merits of the Death Knight. Now that the dream seems to be coming true, how can the female knight not be excited? And Obis, who was obviously targeted by the other three, really had nothing to say. What could she say? She said that the tasks assigned to her were all hard bones, that she had been suppressed in various ways in the past 2 months, and that she didn't have enough soldiers? It's really not enough. In fact, the army under the command of this knight candidate Kulajewski is much larger than that of Obis. Although she is only a centurion in the knights, the private soldiers she brought are not in the establishment. With the full support of the family, they can easily mobilize hundreds of dead soldiers, mercenaries, monsters, and golems. The military expenses and personnel are all paid out of their own pockets, just to earn military merits for the family and seek titles. Although the Obis family is the family of the head of the knights, they have no private soldiers. The main reason is poverty. The family tradition of the magic family has been cut off since the mother's generation, and the remaining assets have to support the magic potions needed to strengthen the 2 great knights, Alfred and Bridget, and there is no money to raise additional troops. Even the only attendant was picked up from the garbage dump at the back door. To equip this kid with a set of equipment, the Grand Knight Commander had to go to the factory to bargain in person, to avoid being taken advantage of by the middlemen. It was so poor. And Bridget, the centurion, only inherited 1,000 death knights directly under her father, but at least half of them were commanders of noble origin, and it was impossible for them to fight on the front line. The only ones who could fight side by side with her were the 500 personal soldiers, who were originally the Grand Commander's base camp. Of course, these people were the vanguards, who followed the Grand Commander to charge. The 500 Grand Knights were indeed the elite among the elite, the core force of the entire legion, but there were too few of them to be deployed on the front line. Other centurions would repeatedly transfer people from her on the pretext of needing elite knights to help. They were all fighting for the legion, so Bridget had to send people to help, but once they were sent out, they could not be retrieved. On the contrary, the acting leader, Knight Ernest, frequently assigned tasks to the strongest Obis unit in the legion, causing Bridget to be even more exhausted and could only go to the battlefield to help in emergencies, but she was unable to do anything else. So there was nothing to say. This fortress was indeed assigned to her for defense, but Obis had no room to waste idle soldiers on such a remote mountain. The result was that she was careless because of the dangerous terrain of the castle, and was attacked by the elves, and now it was taken back by the private soldiers of the knight candidate Kulajewski. The facts are in front of us, and there is nothing to say. I understand. The female knight fell silent after saying this, and did not speak again. It is a bit too much to canonize her for only conquering one castle. On the contrary, it was Knight Commander Ernest who interrupted. Knight candidate Kulajewski's merits are obvious to all, there is no need to rush. let her serve as the deputy commander of the Obby's 1,000, and wait until she has made other merits in the future, and then ask the Parliament to canonize her as a knight. As you command. Thank you for the promotion by the Knight Commander and the appreciation by the 2 Centurions. I will do my best. Fight for the Nightmare Blood Knights. Create new achievements only to revive the hegemony of the Empire as soon as possible. Obbies rushed out with a gloomy face. The other 2 Centurions looked at each other, saluted and left the command room, leaving the new Warlord Monica Knight candidate some space, and continued to kneel and lick the thigh of the acting commander, offering advice and flattery. It seems that the acting commander dare not do it too conspicuously. After all, you have to eat one bite at a time. First deprive Obbies of his military power to prevent the Icenlian family from intervening, and using the title as bait to slowly whet the appetite of the new slave. Power is really sweet. Knight Commander Anagram stretched out his slender index finger to wrap around the braid in front of his forehead, and smiled at the purple-haired centurion beside him. But you are exaggerating, Cornelia. What do you mean by being canonized for this merit? If other regiments knew that we can be canonized as knights after conquering a camp, they would laugh their heads off, right? Centurion Commander Cornelia snorted coldly. A mere title, and the military power of a camp of 1,000 people, which is more important? That stupid girl Obbies can't tell the difference. Can you, Nanette? You are the direct disciple of the Grand Master, right? Is this how you repay his kindness? Helping Ernest bully his girl? Oh my, she already doesn't have enough manpower, and she's still thinking about her sisters in the imperial capital. This is a battlefield. If she makes trouble again like this time, won't the problem be more serious? Besides, it's just a title. As expected of the daughter of the Grand Duke of Rose, the Imperial Knights don't even take it seriously. It's so easy to say. Knight Commander Nanette Angigram crossed her arms and supported her pointed chin, looking at the purple-haired female knight with interest. So you are repaying the Grand Master's kindness by winning over her elite soldiers. What? You want to force her to surrender and choose one of your brothers for marriage, right? Your father was defeated by the Grand Master last time and lost his ancestral property in public. He is too embarrassed to show up again to bully the weak, so it's your turn to challenge him this time? Humph. The blood of the Obbies family needs to be passed on. Why can't we marry the blood of the Orthodox Knight Master of my family, the Lancaster family? Besides, the elite troops under the Grand Master should be used to their full potential. With the enhancement of the Grand Knight Obbies, without the bonus of the title and halo, they cannot exert their due combat power. To fight against the Golden Lion, only I, Cornelia Lancaster, can be the Grand Master of Nightmare. The purple-haired female knight stared at her comrades fiercely. Nanette, you should decide your side as soon as possible, whether to choose Obbies, who has no troops and no power, or to become an ally of my Lancaster family. This time my family must take it back. She threw her cloak and turned away. Nanette stayed where she was, watching the 2 female knights who were currently competing for the position of Knights Master under the city, leaving one after another. The daughter of the Grand Master, Captain Obbies, rode her mare Blazing Rose, and had to leave alone because all the troops were assigned to the front line. This time, she was even recalled to the base camp alone for training. The daughter of the Grand Duke, Captain Lancaster, also left on a nightmare warhorse. Behind her were 2 rows of heavily armored personal guards. One team was in full red armor, embroidered with rose patterns, and held high the banner of blood plasma roses. They were the Blood Guard sent by the Grand Duke. The other team was in full silver armor, and wore blood-colored robes. They were the direct knights of the Nightmare Knights. In addition to the elites of Cornelia's own 1,000 men, there are also quite a few who were seconded from the Grand Commander's base camp, and voluntarily stayed to serve as her personal guards. After all, this is not considered a betrayal. It is just a return to the Rose Nightmare Lancaster family, which is the right-hand man of the Kingdom of Spania, just like the Stormheart family of the Golden Lion. Oh my, there is such a huge gap in strength. Nanette folded her arms, and lay on the parapet. Isn't it exactly the same as last time?